As the natural disasters arrived, all humanity transmigrated to a wasteland world, facing the challenge of survival and death. Terrifying acid rain, monstrous floods, heavenly fire-burning cities, a global glacier age, super radiation. No one could escape. If humans wanted to survive, they could only build shelters and endure wave after wave of natural disasters. Fortunately, Thermoelectric awakened the doomsday survival system. His shelter could actually be upgraded without limit. Wooden door, iron door, alloy gate, wooden spear, oak spear, electromagnetic spear, diesel generator, bio generator, thermoelectric generator. While everyone else was scrambling to prepare for the next disaster, Thermoelectric was already fully geared up, dominating the wasteland world. We're still lighting oil lamps, and he's already using a refrigerator. I heard the walls of his shelter are dozens of meters thick. It's the safest place in the world. In my lifetime, I want to live in Godsu's shelter for just one day. The story begins. Welcome to the Doomsday survival game. As you can see, you have all arrived in an unfamiliar place. Survival is your only goal. If you want to live as long as possible, be sure to remember the following key points. 1. Disasters refresh periodically once each cycle. All survivors will receive notice 7 days before refresh. 2. Do not place down your safe house carelessly. Finding a suitable place to set it up will greatly increase your chances of survival. 3. Danger and opportunity coexist. The wilderness may contain survival supplies, but it may also contain dangerous mutated creatures. Defeating mutated creatures brings surprises. 4. Search for as many survival supplies as possible. This is the golden rule for staying alive. 5. Once a safe house is placed, it cannot be moved. During the first placement, you will have the right to choose between above ground and underground. 6. If you happen to encounter your own kind, congratulations. Perhaps you can form an alliance, trade, or even plunder the supplies the other side worked so hard to gather. 7. Focus your attention to open the game panel. More functions are waiting for you to explore. 8. There's no need to worry about the elderly and children. Their deployment time will be much later than yours, and family members will be prioritized when deployed together. We wish you all a pleasant game. A boundless wilderness stretched out in every direction. Thermoelectric frowned slightly as he looked at the survival manual in his hand. The tiny black words floated across the first page, and when he turned to the second page, a burst of dazzling light suddenly erupted. By the time the light faded, the book was gone, replaced by a glowing tortoise shell. The Doomsday survival game? Looking at the azure screen in front of him, swaying with his line of sight and moving along with it, Thermoelectric quickly accepted reality. On December 22nd, 2022, no one had expected the Mayan prophecy, delayed by 10 years, to arrive so suddenly. A solar flare erupted, an asteroid struck Earth, and at the instant he watched towering flames descend from the sky, Thermoelectric fainted. When he woke up again, he had arrived in this place. Safe house. 1. Choose above ground placement to form a 120 square meter wooden house. Disaster resistance is extremely weak, but development potential is excellent. 2. Choose underground placement to form a 100 square meter underground pit with a floor height of 4 meters. Disaster resistance is weak and development potential is poor. He picked up the tortoise shell in his hand. As Thermoelectric examined it carefully, 2 lines of pitch black small text appeared. After glancing at the nearby wilderness and giving up the idea of placing it immediately, Thermoelectric remembered the previous prompt and focused his thoughts to summon the game panel. It was similar to game functions. There were different options on the panel. Chat, trade, craft, items. There was an icon for the number of days in the upper right corner of the panel. 5 days. When Thermoelectric focused his thoughts on the number of days, a line of text popped up. Countdown until the next disaster event. 5 days. Disaster event. Newbie protection acid rain. So acid rain is coming in 5 days? Good thing I didn't choose to place the base right away. Sumo's expression turned a little grave as he shifted his gaze to the chat button. The page changed. 2 brand new buttons appeared. They were World Channel and Regional Channel. He entered the World Channel first. Wasn't I in a shelter? How did I suddenly end up in this hellhole? There's a lion next to me. Help. It's got its eyes on me. The end of humanity is here. Everyone's going to die. Do you all also only have one safe house that can be placed? Lines of dialogue scrolled by. Thermoelectric noticed the small speaker icon beside the send button. Behind it was the number 1. Small speaker. In the early stages of the game, you can only send 1 message in the World Channel per day. Each time you survive a disaster, daily speaker count +1. If you want to chat freely, you can enter the Regional Channel. Is this to limit players from grouping up, or to limit national power? Thermoelectric looked away. Based on the currently known information, it could be concluded that everyone was trapped in the wilderness. At the start, there was no difference between anyone. Everyone began with a safe house. With only 1 message a day, even a state machine wouldn't be able to gather enough people to develop in this kind of environment. Besides, who knows how big this place is? Thermoelectric exited the World Channel. Then he entered the Regional Channel and took a look. It was similar to a QQ group chat, with the member count showing 1,000. Everyone's profile picture in the chat group was a real photo, and their nickname note was a combination of name plus height. Is the wilderness the only terrain here? Does anyone have a water source nearby? I'm dying of thirst. Don't place an underground safe house no matter what. Damn it, it's a trap. No lighting, no ventilation, no drainage either. When the acid rain comes, staying inside is basically a grave. Don't give up, everyone. Open the craft page. MC players are going to love this. Prioritize placing your safe house on high ground. Out of everyone deployed across the world, not a single person has a water source nearby. That's ridiculous. After silently observing for a few minutes and collecting some useful information, Sumo chose to exit. The first round of screening in the survival game had filtered out the elderly and children, leaving only young and middle-aged adults. Aside from one or two who had never suffered setbacks since childhood, most people reacted immediately and started saving themselves. But there were still reckless people who, out of curiosity, placed their safe house and ended up trapped where they were. After that, Sumo checked the trade function. The trading platform let players barter items for items. The trade rules were fair and free, and items could also be designated and gifted to specific players. An auction function was also derived from the trade system. No commission fee was charged. Open the craft page. Sumo looked at the other function. Whoosh. A whole page full. Charcoal with 0/1 fire source. Ordinary iron shovel with 0/2 iron blocks 0/2. There were dozens of basic items. Every single item and piece of equipment required different materials to synthesize. Clearly, gathering and producing materials was especially important in the survival game. He turned his gaze to the last function, items. As the safe house in his hand was stored in the inventory and then taken back out with a thought, Sumo had already gained a rough understanding of the game's basic functions. I need to hurry up and choose a place to put the safe house. Seeing that the sun had already reached directly overhead, Sumo felt a chill in his heart and quickly looked around. On the endless Great Plain, there were half-human height, unknown trees everywhere, with a bit of weeds spread across the ground, making it seem not quite so barren. As far as the eye could see, there was not the slightest trace of any river or lake. I can only choose some high ground to place it. He kept walking from his spawn point, lying down from time to time to inspect the rises and falls of the terrain. In the end, Sumo chose a small sand dune. After taking out the safe house turtle shell, the options appeared once again. Above ground or underground. The first choice was an above ground wooden cabin. This option should be the more standard and balanced one. It could let him safely get through the beginner disasters in the early stage, and he also wouldn't need to worry too much about later development. As long as he could keep expanding on the land beside the safe house afterward, maybe it would even grow into a city someday. The second choice was underground. Choosing this would give him a natural safety advantage. For example, when disasters like beast tides or extreme cold happened, it would naturally provide a certain level of protection. Disasters that might be extremely hard to survive above ground could very likely be avoided underground with ease. But before the first disaster, acid rain, arrived, if proper drainage facilities couldn't be built underground, it would probably become a disaster in itself. Sumo thought for quite a while. If the keyword of the first option was development potential, then the keyword of the second option was stability and safety. In most situations, in an apocalypse like this, what mattered was getting ahead early. One step faster meant every step faster after that. If you fell behind at the start, there simply wouldn't be time to develop when later disasters came. Acid rain, high ground, development potential is extremely important, so I choose. Sumo shook his head while toying with the turtle shell in his hand, then chose the second option without hesitation. You have selected to generate an underground shelter. Generating terrain now. The turtle shell burst out with a red glow, jumped from his hand, and landed on the ground. As the light gradually intensified, the stones on the dunes slowly melted away, replaced by a drastic change in terrain. The slightly elevated ground became steep, as if a small mound had bulged up. As the red light gradually disappeared, a wooden door embedded in the earth formed before Sumo's eyes. Congratulations. Underground shelter generation complete. You can now view the shelter's current attributes in the panel. Ding. Detected that the host already possesses a complete shelter. Bind the Doomsday survival system. Bind. Only when the unfamiliar mechanical voice sounded for the second time did Sumo come back to his senses. He quickly answered, yes. Binding in progress. Progress 0.1%. Progress 0.2%. Illusory green scanning beams spread outward from beneath Sumo's feet, extending into the distance. When they reached their limit, the beams returned again, and the progress increased by 0.1%. While the binding was happening, Sumo opened a wooden door and looked inside. Behind the wooden door was a staircase made from packed earth. Following the stairs downward, when he had silently counted to 15 in his heart, the space before him suddenly opened up. With the help of the faint daylight coming from the entrance, Sumo barely made out the structure inside. The overall floor and ceiling were made of wooden planks, forming a stable foundation that ensured this huge underground pit would not collapse. I guessed right. Joy appeared on Sumo's face. Choosing above ground certainly had its advantages and could bring some convenience to early development. But he had never forgotten one thing. With the tools on the crafting page, building a house above ground wasn't too difficult. But building a shelter underground required more than just tools. It also needed enough construction knowledge to ensure the underground structure stayed stable. Otherwise, if he just dug around recklessly, the place might collapse at night, and he wouldn't even know how he died. Seeing that the binding progress bar for the Doomsday survival system was still rising slowly, Suit Mo simply sat on the stairs, saving his strength while opening the chat panel. Maybe other people also had this so-called Doomsday survival system. He first watched the World Channel for a while, then opened a regional channel and looked there for some time too. No one mentioned it. Looks like I'm the only one with two systems. Sumo came to that conclusion. At this time, most of the people actively speaking in the World Channel and Regional Channel had chosen above-ground shelters. Only a small number had chosen underground. But those who chose underground only complained a little about how miserable it was below ground before they started exchanging information and looking for supplies. With nothing to use as a reference and no idea what this thing was, Sumo could only keep waiting. Fortunately, the progress bar was increasing very steadily. After more than 10 minutes, the green light finally stopped scanning. After returning to Sumo's body one last time, a crisp notification sound rang out. Frowny face, the Doomsday survival system has been successfully bound. First time, binding reward. 100 survival points. Scanning host survival environment. Survival point evaluation in progress. You have gained 5 survival points today. Final calculation complete. Total survival points gained today. 105 points. Remaining survival points. 105 points. As the notification sounded, a large amount of scattered memories was transmitted over. Originally, the Doomsday survival system was something he could have bound back on Earth. Unfortunately, his individual strength had been limited at the time, so Sumo had no choice but to hide in an official shelter. Naturally, he had had no time to dig out a personal shelter, and so he missed the chance to bind the system. After coming to this world, if the survival game panel was the game panel that everyone had and everyone could use, then the Doomsday survival system was a cheat tool that only Sumo possessed. According to the Doomsday survival system, he could gain a certain number of survival points for each day he survived. Survival points were similar to points in a game and could not be used to directly exchange for items. Their function was similar to the item upgrade feature in games, except the scope of what could be upgraded was far more comprehensive. As he learned more and more, Sumo suppressed the excitement in his heart and fixed his gaze on the crude underground survival base. Frowny face, personal shelter. Owner, Sumo space. 100 square meters, ceiling height 4.2 meters, integrity. 100% facilities. None description. An extremely crude shelter with no survival facilities whatsoever. At best, it can be considered a small tomb in the apocalypse. Looking at the description on the panel, Sumo's heart stirred, and he turned to look at the only item in the shelter, the wooden door. Shelter main door effect. Slight anti-theft, slight radiation resistance. Upgrade path 1. Increase the thickness of the wooden door, enhance the wood's sturdiness, gain slight fire resistance and water resistance. 10. Upgrade path 2. Change the material and upgrade the wooden door into a stone door, greatly increasing durability and other attributes. 60. Evaluation. You're not seriously planning to survive in the apocalypse with just a wooden door, are you? After observing for a while, Sumo finally managed to sort out how to use the Doomsday survival system. Aside from upgrading purely through survival points, the system could also let the user provide materials, greatly reducing the number of survival points required for the upgrade plan. For example, if he wanted to upgrade the wooden door into a stone door, and he could provide 10 units of stone and 2 units of wood, then the survival points required for the upgrade would drop to 5 points. Survival points could be used in place of any material, but their conversion efficiency was definitely not as good as the original material itself. So as long as enough similar materials were provided and survival points served as a transforming and assimilating force, the consumption could be greatly reduced. After understanding all this, the pressure of survival that had been weighing on Sumo's heart finally eased a lot. I have to create a shelter strong enough before my parents and little sister are dropped in. Before that, I need to solve the supply problem first. Clenching his fist silently, Sumo walked out of the shelter along the steps. Water and food. Those were the top priorities he had to care about. Thankfully, now that he had the survival system, a rough development route had already appeared in Sumo's mind. He first went to a small tree, used his own body weight to snap off a branch, and after storing in his inventory, a notification came through, wood +1. Then Sumo searched the ground for sturdy stones and stored stones of different sizes in his inventory. Before long, another notification sounded. Frowny face, stone +1. It really has become gamified, but that's fine too. At least my stamina won't be much weaker than other people's in the early stage. No longer dwelling on how reality had already moved so close to becoming game-like. Next, first, let's try the crafting function. Open the crafting panel. The interface changed. Stone axe, normal wood 1/1, stone 1/1. The materials were sufficient. He selected the stone axe. Confirm crafting, record. Wood -1, stone -1. Record, stone axe, normal, crafted successfully. A stone axe about as long as a forearm appeared in Sumo's hand. The axe handle was made of rough wood, with decent friction that made it easy to grip firmly. The axe head, meanwhile, had been polished into an extremely smooth and sharp wedge shape. A brand new axe with no wear. Its current length is 60 centimeters. With it, gathering will become much easier for you. Not bad. Suemo swung it a few times. Of course, the sharpness of a stone axe couldn't compare to an iron axe, but with it, chopping trees became much easier. If you want to get rich, start by chopping trees. Forcing himself through his thirst under the blazing sun, Suemo kept chopping until he had gathered 15 units of wood and 4 units of plant fiber before finally returning to the underground shelter along the original path. The coolness underground slightly eased the heat in his body, but the protest coming from his throat added another layer of urgency to Sumo's heart. A person can survive 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. Especially after intense physical labor, he would probably die of thirst on this wasteland in just 2 days without water. I need to quickly figure out a way to make a water collection tool. First, I'll try using the materials to make a simple water drawing device and see whether the system can upgrade it. After resting for a while to recover a bit of stamina, Suemo went to the sunlit part of the shelter and began prying up the floor with the stone axe in his hand. Without touching the surrounding floorboards, he carefully removed one plank, then took out the wood. First, he used 4 units of wood to make a wooden bucket. Then he used 1 unit of wood to make a wooden stick, 2 units of wood to make a wooden shovel, and finally used 2 units of plant fiber to make a hemp rope. A full set of gear was now ready. Suemo picked up the wooden shovel and started digging into the hole opened up in the ground. It was easier than expected. With tools in hand, every time the wooden shovel came down, it brought up quite a bit of dirt. Only after digging a deep pit large enough to fit the wooden bucket did Sumo stop working and begin assembling the tools he had crafted earlier. The wooden bucket was lowered in, the wooden stick was set across the gap between 2 floorboards, and the hemp rope was used to connect the bucket and the stick. Then, with his mind focused, a prompt from the survival system popped up. Current efficiency, 0 milliliters/day. Upgrade path 1. Upgrade the wooden bucket material. Increase the bucket's capacity, and add a sealing function, greatly extending the freshness period of drinking water. Upgrade cost, 20 survival points. Upgrade path 2. Deepen the well pit and improve water extraction efficiency. Upgrade cost, 130 survival points. Evaluation, 1 pit, 1 bucket, and you expect well water to appear through imagination alone? Sure enough, this really worked. When he saw the second option provided by the system, Suemo immediately let out a sigh of relief, ignoring the survival system's snark. Suemo's face was full of excitement. Wells might be rare in cities, but in the countryside, even up until 2022, there were still plenty of places using primitive wells. Before choosing a location for an ordinary well, you had to follow the terrain and topography, and try to pick a low-lying area where water could gather, then use modern tools to drill it. But now, with the survival system, as long as he could make a model of the item, survival points could replace the remaining work. There was hope. Suemo began carefully studying the well's upgrade plans. If he upgraded it out of thin air, it would cost 130 survival points. At the current rate of 5 survival points per day, it would take at least 5 days to save up enough. By then, he might already have died of thirst. Just sitting around waiting for his survival points to hit the requirement was definitely a stupid idea. Suemo smiled and thought of a solution. I could provide the materials for the upgrade plan. Using his mind to touch the second upgrade plan, Suemo quickly got the 2 required materials that he could currently provide, 10 units of stone and 6 units of plant fiber. Picking up the stone axe, Suemo only felt himself brimming with motivation. He turned 3 steps into 2 as he rushed out of the shelter and started gathering supplies, pulling leaves, picking up stones. After more than half an hour, he finally scraped together enough resources and returned to the shelter. This time, the survival point cost had finally dropped to 75. Choose option 2. A green scanning light spread out from beneath Suemo's feet and gradually connected with the pit. In his field of vision, the pit grew deeper and deeper, and the wooden bucket slowly slid downward as the terrain shifted away. A hemp rope made from several units of plant fiber also began extending along with the bucket's descent. The pile of stones on the ground rapidly disappeared. Once all the materials had been completely consumed, there was a snap, and the green light suddenly returned to Suemo's body. When he turned his gaze toward the well, a brand new status panel popped up. Miniature well water extractor, common. Current efficiency, 2,000 milliliters per day. Upgrade path 1. Upgrade the well material. Add sealing and water purification functions. Improve water quality. Upgrade cost, 200 survival points. Upgrade path 2. Deepen the well shaft and improve water extraction efficiency. Upgrade cost, 300 survival points. Evaluation, a must-have for wilderness survival. Looking at the well panel's output of 2 liters of water per day, Suemo's face lit up with delight, and he began calculating in his heart. If he didn't exercise, maintaining around 300 milliliters of water per day would be enough to stay alive. Even if he had to go out and work, at most 1 liter would be enough. As for the scientific theory that each person needed at least 2 liters of water per day, that was far too extravagant in the apocalypse. Even in civilized times, plenty of people couldn't manage to drink 2 liters a day. Now that the end times had come, was anyone still going to focus on healthy living? The drinking water crisis was solved. Next, he needed to solve the food problem. After thinking for a moment, Suemo opened the trading panel. Sure enough, the previously empty panel was now filled with all kinds of listings. Seller, Luo foam, item for trade, 1 iron ingot, required item, 100 milliliters of purified water. Oh, don't DM me saying I'm asking too much. I dug this thing out under the blazing sun for over an hour. Seller, Su, item for trade, 200 grams of bread, required item, 1 copper ingot. Note, if you don't want to starve to death, hurry up and hand over a copper ingot. Miss your chance and it's gone. Seller, Hanli, item for trade, 500 grams of mutated desert wolf meat, required item, 300 milliliters of purified water. Note, bring purified water to trade. Fresh wolf meat, just out of the oven. If you want it, hurry. Seller, Wang Fuga, item for trade, 100 milliliters of thirst-quenching liquid. Required item, anything. DM me. Comment, fuck you. You called it liquid, but it turned out to be piss. Why don't you drink it yourself to quench your thirst? Comment, you scam me out of 10 would. Just don't let me catch you. Urine? Looking at the so-called thirst-quenching liquid, Suemo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So there's actually a loophole like this in the trading system. No wonder the guy Henti clearly labeled what kind of liquid it was. They had only just transmigrated here. No matter how thirsty someone was, nobody would be willing to drink urine. A few minutes later, after looking things over as a whole, Suemo had a rough grasp of the market situation. At this stage, there was no shortage of tough guys among the people who had come here. Some had even already used the few tools in their hands to kill quite a few mutated creatures. There were also some people who had found treasure chests in the desert and opened them to get food and tools. But water was still the scarcest thing right now. Basically, no one was putting it up for sale. Even if a little did appear now and then, it would be bought within seconds. After leaving the trading panel, Suemo entered the regional chat. This time, there was quite a bit more useful information inside. As long as you kill mutated beasts, they LL drop treasure chests. They've got all kinds of stuff inside. I killed a mutated rabbit just now and got a chest with a bottle of Waha and a wrench inside. You can also find treasure chests in the wilderness. Be careful not to mistake them for trash and miss them. Can some kind person give me something to eat? I haven't eaten all day. I'm about to starve and die of thirst. Aside from those people lying around where they were and refusing to move, most of the people in the group were discussing how to search for supplies. At this stage, almost no one was focusing their development on their shelter. They were basically all stockpiling as many resources as possible before the next disaster arrived. After observing for a while, Suemo gained a bit from the intelligence. Just like the earlier introduction had said, the wilderness was full of danger and opportunity. Every time you killed a mutated beast, you could get a treasure chest as a reward. What you got from opening it depended entirely on luck and on how powerful the mutated beast had been. There were also plenty of wild treasure chests scattered across the wasteland. If you found one, you could open it. In short, during the newbie stage, as long as you were willing to go out and explore, at the very least you wouldn't immediately starve or die of thirst. There was still a sliver of hope for survival. As for those pampered people, those who only knew how to bark orders in normal times, and those who had lost their instinct for survival, they would probably be the first to be eliminated in this global survival competition involving billions of humans. He sat on the shelter steps the whole time. When the sun hanging in the center of the sky finally dropped to the horizon, Suemo took advantage of the last bit of fading light and pulled up the bucket. About 5 hours had passed, and by now there were already 400 milliliters of water collected in the bucket. He spent another 4 units of wood to make a second bucket, poured the water from the well bucket into it so the impurities could settle, then put the well bucket back down to continue collecting. Enduring the dryness in his mouth, Suemo opened the trading panel and put up 200 milliliters of water for auction. Seller, Suemo, trade item, 200 ml of underground mineral water. Required item, any food. Note, freshly unearthed underground water. I dug for half the day just to get this little. Food only, highest bidder gets it. The moment Suemo put the water up for trade, the chat channel instantly exploded. Holy shit, someone actually listed water for trade, and it's water they dug up. There's water underground? Say no more. I'm gonna dig like crazy. I'm heading out to dig for water right now. First time seeing someone trade water they dug up. Most of the water listed today came from treasure chests, but this guy is actually willing to trade it. Food only? I've got 300 G of bread here. Can I trade it for this water? The world channel was buzzing with heated discussion. Meanwhile, a whole bunch of people started private messaging Suemo through the trade channel one after another. Brother Su, can I trade 20 units of wood for your water? Please. Have mercy. I'm dying of thirst. I have assets worth hundreds of billions. Give me that water, and when I get out, I'll give you 1 billion. I guarantee you a life of wealth and glory. Brother Suemo, I'm so thirsty. Can you give me some water to drink? If we ever meet, I can agree to any request you want from me. Bro, 300 g of wolf meat and 200 g of bread. Trade or not? I want water. Among the thousands upon thousands of messages flooding in all at once, there were also some foreign profile pictures. But the messages they sent had been translated into Chinese by the trade system. Among these people were quite a few minor celebrities Su Mo had often heard about in his previous life, and even some wealthy tycoons and government officials. Some promised huge sums of money, some made threats, and quite a few directly tried to tempt him with beauty in private messages. Su Mo ignored all of them. The first round of disaster would arrive in 5 days. In these precarious days where no one could be sure of surviving till tomorrow, everyone was equal. Who knew how many of these people would still be alive after the disaster passed? After filtering through them for more than 10 minutes, Su Mo finally picked the one that currently seemed to have the highest offer and completed the trade. Record: you lost 200 ml of water. Record: you obtained 350 g of bread, 200 g of beef jerky, iron times 1, lighter times 1. As the trade was completed, half the water in the wooden bucket vanished into thin air. In its place, several new items appeared in the inventory. Counting what he had already spent before, there were now only 4 units of wood left in the inventory. After doing the math, Su Mo spent 4 wood to craft a wooden chest and put everything he had just traded for into it. He picked up the bucket and carefully drank the remaining half of the water. Then, while the sky had not yet gone completely dark, Su Mo headed out once again. Now that he had traded for iron, Su Mo had no reason to hold back. He summoned the crafting page and used 1 unit of iron to make an iron axe. His efficiency in chopping trees immediately rose by quite a bit. The Doomsday Survival System evaluates how many survival points I can get each day based on my living environment. That means I need to make the shelter as comfortable, as suitable for human habitation, or rather, as safe as possible. That way, I can form a positive cycle. As he chopped trees with the iron axe, Su Mo silently pondered in his heart. As for the shelter's current environment, it was simply terrible beyond belief. Other than the main door, there were basically no ventilation openings. There was no light inside either. The bare floor had nothing on it, aside from the well, which could barely add a few points. The rest of it looked more and more like a grave, no matter how he looked at it. He kept chopping until the sunset on the horizon had fully disappeared. Feeling the hunger rising from his stomach, Su Mo followed the way back and returned to the shelter. At this moment, the wood in the inventory had gone back up to 20 units, and plant fiber was back to 8 units as well. The current stacking limit for the same type of item was still unknown, but 20 inventory slots were absolutely enough for now. Looking at the pitch-black shelter where he could barely even see the steps clearly, Su Mo had no choice but to summon the crafting page. Torch normal, wood 01, plant fiber 02. Record, wood 1, plant fiber 2. Record, torch 1. Torch, normal, a brand new torch. Once lit, it can continue burning for 12 hours. Fortunately, the survival game had fully considered that fire was one of humanity's most important things. It had not set any difficulty in this regard and had given a certain degree of preferential treatment. He fumbled his way down the steps and into the large flat area of the shelter. Then Su Mo took out the lighter from the cabinet and lit it. Poof! The torch burned very efficiently, instantly brightening up the pitch-black shelter. He tried once more to craft a well, but unfortunately, the system gave no response this time. Su Mo could only stick a wooden rod next to the well and use hemp rope to tie the torch to the rod, forming a simple lighting setup. He returned to the wooden door and shut it with a sturdy latch. A long-lost sense of safety immediately washed over him. The first day of the apocalypse, he had an underground shelter. He had a steady water source, enough food for 2 meals, and light. For Su Mo, who had spent the whole day running around, this was absolutely the best comfort he could ask for. Sitting on the last step, Su Mo summoned the crafting panel and, based on the materials in his inventory, luxuriously made a small wooden bed covered with straw, a roughly made chair, a small wooden cup, and a small round wooden table big enough for 3 people. After making all these things, the wood was reduced to 8, and all the plant fiber was used up. But at this moment, Su Mo felt no disappointment. On the contrary, he was even more excited. He placed the bed closer to the inner part of the cave, and set the wooden table and chair closer to the entrance. After once again pouring the 150 ml of water collected from the well into the storage bucket, Su Mo took out the small wooden cup, filled it to the brim with water, and placed it on the table. He then took out the bread and beef jerky and set them down together. What a rich dinner. He tore the bread apart, stuffed in a bit of beef jerky, took a satisfying bite, and then picked up the cup and drank a big mouthful of water. Fresh food poured into his hungry and thirsty stomach, like finding an oasis in the desert. The happiness it brought was even more exhilarating than those unspeakable few seconds of a certain thing. I wonder how my family is doing right now. I have to build a shelter big enough for the whole family before they arrive. As he ate the meat sandwich in his hands, thoughts kept flashing through Su Mo's mind. The survival game had never said when family members would be dropped in. That threat was like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, making people panic. After finishing dinner, while taking some time to digest, Sumo opened the chat panel. After taking a quick look around the world panel, he found that everyone was still begging for food and water. It had been close to 8 hours since everyone had suddenly arrived in this world. Sumo's underground shelter had already begun to take on the appearance of a livable place, but most other people only had an empty shell. At night, they could only sleep on the floor with empty stomachs and parched throats. Some were injured, and many had been lucky enough to find treasure chests and open some good things. At the same time, some people had already lost their lives in just this short half-day. The small group in the regional channel had started with 1,000 people. At this moment, when Sumo went in to take another look, the number in the lower right corner had suddenly dropped to 988. In half a day, 12 people had already died. Without a doubt, this was a tremendous pressure weighing on the hearts of those still alive. Explore carefully. Know your limits. Otherwise, people would really die. Some people found treasure chests and got so carried away that they ignored the mutated creatures guarding them, only to be ambushed and killed. Others rashly challenged unknown, mutated creatures and were directly insta-killed. The people who died on the first day all clearly shared one trait. They had a death wish. Challenging mutated creatures came with both risk and reward. Most of those who died had treated this world like a game world. Too stupid. My progress is already pretty fast. But starting tomorrow, I need to try training too. Otherwise, if I run into mutated creatures, I'll only be able to wait helplessly for death. As for the acid rain, I need a complete ventilation and drainage setup. It'd be best if I can stockpile more than 3 days worth of food before the disaster arrives. Sumo fell into thought. Living in this world, sooner or later he would have to face mutated creatures. The beginner phase was still fine for now. These mutated creatures probably wouldn't be too strong. At least, according to the survival game's judgment, an adult holding a weapon could definitely deal with them. If he chose to avoid this bloody reality now, then once the beginner phase passed, he probably would never have the time to temper his courage and mindset again. He exited the chat channel and entered the trading platform. Just like in the afternoon, basically everyone was still trading supplies for water and food. After all, for the first few days, survival materials were definitely the scarcest and most important things. Someone's actually trading a special item. As he flipped through the page, Sumo saw a trade listing marked as special. Seller, Chun Ping, an item for trade. Beginner monster encyclopedia, disappears after use. Required item, 1 liter of water. Note, water only, water only. If you come offering other stuff, your mama will definitely get hung on tree number 2 tonight. Yo, what an irritable guy. Sumo raised an eyebrow and looked at the comments below with some interest. After clicking into the personal trade item page, he found that the interface looked a bit like Xinyu. At this moment, countless people were cursing wildly. 1 monster encyclopedia and you want to trade it for water? Are you so thirsty you've gone insane? Before you do anything, ask yourself if you're worthy. Everyone knows stuff like encyclopedias will show up sooner or later. On the other hand, if you don't have water, you'll die tomorrow. How about it? I'll trade you 200 milliliters of virgin boy piss. Not a bad deal, right? Little bro, I've got 500 milliliters of wolf blood here. Want it? Anyway, it's enough to get you through tonight. More and more comments swarmed over the trade area like locusts. No one knew whether seller Chin Ping and got provoked or what. Not long after, another new item was posted under his personal homepage. Seller, Chun Ping, an item for trade, 10 water pairs, required item, 100 milliliters of water each. Note, those try to get a cheap deal, don't bother coming. Your grandpa won die tonight just because he doesn't drink water. Anyone trying to snipe a bargain can get lost. This blatant show of wealth instantly shattered even more people's composure, and the flood of curses only grew stronger. Sumo, who had originally wanted to contact the seller and negotiate a bid, could only give up on the idea. He really needed the monster encyclopedia, and 1 liter of water wasn't much, but his water collection setup still didn't have enough water yet. He could only wait until tomorrow and see then. After moving around a little, he spent another 2 units of wood to make a wooden spear and placed it beside the head of the bed. Then, lying on the straw bed, Sumo extinguished the torch. There still wasn't enough ventilation equipment in the shelter. A burning torch could easily use up all the oxygen in the underground base. Gradually, sleepiness welled up, holding the wooden spear in his arms. Sumo drifted into deep sleep. In his dream, when his family arrived in this world, he had already built a fully automated super luxurious shelter. Meteor impacts, absolute zero, whatever it was, the shelter remained completely unharmed. His younger sister's happy smile, his parents' approving looks. Yet as Sumo sank into sleep, he had no idea that on this day, nearly 10 million humans had died, soundlessly and without a trace. With sufficient food and drinking water, Sumo had enough physical strength to withstand the dampness and cold of the night. But the others were not so lucky. Thirst, hunger, and the faintly looming presence of mutated creatures were constantly testing their nerves without a single pause. At this moment, the benefits of choosing an underground shelter were also obvious. At least in the early stage, survivors did not need to worry about beasts attacking at night. The sun rose and the moon set. After graduating from college, many people no longer lived for themselves. They carried the expectations of parents and family, as well as the pressure of society. Modern society was like a mold, slowly pressing one distinct individual after another into similar shapes, making them day after day into screws within the greater structure of society. Sometimes, even standing before floor-to-ceiling windows. Watching the prosperity outside as technology advanced at breakneck speed, Suemo had felt a sense of unfamiliarity even toward the real world itself. After transmigrating this time, even though the pressure of survival was immense, without the torment of an alarm clock, Suemo finally got to enjoy the long-lost happiness of sleeping until he woke naturally. Waking up in the dark, he heard good news from the survival system again. Doomsday Calendar, January 2nd. Having arrived in a strange world, you were very lost. But you finally built your shelter and felt extremely excited. Survival points, 50. You upgraded your water collection device, ensuring your daily water needs. Survival points, 5. You made a bed that can barely be slept on. In the apocalypse, you feel it has greatly increased your sense of happiness. Survival points, 5. You crafted a set of crude furniture. Survival points, 1. Your meals are fairly decent. Survival points, 1. Scanning host survival environment. Evaluating survival points. Today you obtained 11 survival points. Final settlement. Today you obtained a total of 73 survival points. Remaining survival points, 103. 103 points. Suemo's eyes lit up. Yesterday he had spent 75 survival points to expand the well water extractor. And today his survival points had returned to 103 again. Looks like the more things I do each day, the more survival points I get. Even if I just keep lying low, I can still steadily get a little over 10 points. Suemo let out a sigh of relief. What he feared most was that this apocalyptic survival system would be like the systems in the novels he had read on Earth, forcing him to do tasks under threat of death if he failed, or even worse, demanding that he go against his own principles and do certain things, only for it to drag out a whole string of melodramatic betrayal and awakening nonsense afterward. But today, I absolutely have to find a way to upgrade the base's lighting and ventilation. Otherwise, I 1T starve to death. I'll fall to my death inside the base first. After closing the wooden door, the base became extremely dark, with only a faint thread of light slipping through the crack in the door. Following his instincts, using the wooden spear like a blind man's cane, Suemo felt his way through the darkness to the stairs. He climbed up along the steps and opened the wooden door of the shelter. Morning sunlight, carrying a chill with it, streamed in through the opening. After taking a moment to adjust to the harsh brightness, Suemo cautiously crouched by the crack in the door and looked outside for a while. After confirming there was no danger, he fully opened the wooden door. The stale air inside the underground shelter began to circulate as the door opened. The wooden boards set at the shelter entrance yesterday were all intact. There was no sign that any mutated monsters had come to attack. After breathing in some fresh air for a while, Suemo returned to the shelter. He first went to the well. After lifting up the bucket, Suemo collected the night's accumulation. Record. You obtained 920 milliliters of water. Record. Your current water storage is 970 milliliters. Today's gains, added to what was left from yesterday, were quite a lot, but he was still a bit short of enough to exchange for the monster encyclopedia. Under normal circumstances, a person drank about 20 to 30 milliliters in one sip. Sitting on the wooden chair, Suemo poured out about 3 mouthfuls of water. Feeling the sweetness in his mouth, Suemo opened the trading panel. As long as he could guarantee the minimum daily survival requirement for his current water usage, he planned to use all the remaining water for trading. Only by using water in the early stage to exchange for enough resources could he get ahead of everyone else. Today's trade listings were even more numerous than yesterday's. When he clicked into the favorites panel, Suemo was delighted. For some reason, the monster encyclopedia that had still been listed for 1 liter of water yesterday had dropped in price by 300 milliliters after fermenting overnight. It now only needed 700 milliliters to buy. The water pairs listed on the other side had also gone from 100 milliliters each down to 50 milliliters. Huge profit. Suemo was overjoyed. After placing 800 milliliters of water into the item inventory, he directly bought the monster encyclopedia and 2 water pairs. A flash of trading light flickered, and the water in the inventory disappeared, replaced by the monster encyclopedia and 2 water pairs. Taking out the encyclopedia and pairs and placing them on the table, Suemo first picked up the fist-sized water pair and bit into it. He immediately felt his mouth fill with fragrance. Although the water content inside the pear was less than 50 milliliters, the pear flesh could fill his stomach, and the pear juice contained vitamins. Being able to eat one in the apocalypse felt downright amazing. However, while Suemo was eating the water pear, He had no idea that a fierce discussion had already broken out in the world chat because of his big spending purchase. Jinping and that old dog S encyclopedia got bought. A full 700 milliliters of water. Holy shit, that guy is a freaking tycoon. The buyer seems to be Su Mo. This guy sold 200 milliliters yesterday, and now another 700 milliliters today. Does he have too much water, or what? Can God Su come out and say something? How exactly did you dig up water? A petition signed in blood by 10,000 people, 110,000, asking for a guide. A petition signed in blood by 10,000 people, 210,000. I still have food here. God Su, do you need bread? I'm about to die of thirst. If nothing unexpected happened, he probably found some place that stores water. Sigh, his luck is really good. A huge crowd of people was discussing the matter. In just one day, the name Su Mo had already been imprinted in many people's hearts. Other people wished they could split 1 milliliter of water into 2 and drink it slowly. Yet he had actually extravagantly used 700 milliliters to trade for a trash encyclopedia that was basically useless in the early stage. On the other side, after finishing one water pair and the last Rigiamo from last night, Su Mo picked up the book. Prompt: use the monster encyclopedia. Once used, it cannot be recovered or traded. Yes. As Su Mo's voice fell, behind the 4 functions on the game panel, another function called Encyclopedia appeared. Su Mo tapped it open. A densely packed list appeared. Dead leaf snake, greenhead turtle, mutated gray eagle. He selected dead leaf snake. View details. Dead leaf snake. The back of the snake is dark brown with vermilion crossbands. The belly is olive gray with white specks scattered throughout. The head and neck are pale yellow-white with dark brown markings. It has weak active aggression. Weakness: extremely afraid of fire and blunt force strikes. Danger rating: 80. Besides the information description, there is also a 3-dimensional image of the dead leaf snake that could be viewed from adjustable angles. After looking through several creature entries, Su Mo exclaimed that this had been an absolute steal. This encyclopedia might not seem very useful right now, but the weaknesses marked on it were extremely useful. With hundreds of creatures of all sizes listed, it could save him a huge amount of effort. And this encyclopedia also had an extremely bugged function. Scan. As Su Mo's voice fell, a radar-like graphic appeared on the game panel, and a red exclamation mark appeared below it. Detected within 265 meters beside the player. Mutated camouflage chameleon. Danger rating: 65. Please treat with caution. Today's remaining uses: 23. There really was one? Following the location scanned out by the radar, Su Mo climbed out to the shelter entrance and took a look. He was instantly startled into a cold sweat. The mutated camouflage chameleon's position was exactly where he had chopped trees yesterday. Even if he actively observed now, it would still be hard for him to clearly see exactly where the chameleon was lying. He tightened his grip on the wooden spear in his hand. Charge over there and kill it now? Of course not. That was far too dangerous. Not to mention how poor the sharpness of the wooden spear was. With his half-baked skill level, going over there would probably just be delivering himself on a platter. Opening the encyclopedia and finding the entry for the mutated camouflage chameleon, Su Mo patiently read through it. Mutated camouflage chameleon. Its mutated skin greatly enhances the chameleon's camouflage. The potent poison attached to its tongue allows it enough time to kill its prey after a sneak attack. Medium aggression. Weakness. The mutation enhanced its camouflage ability, but made its reactions sluggish and its body fragile. Danger rating: 65. It wasn't like there was no way to deal with it. Su Mo fell into thought. Under such blazing sunlight, the chameleon had to eat and drink too, right? What if he waited until it was at its most exhausted before making a move? Then he could pick up an easy bargain. First, he needed to find a way to upgrade his weapon. Then, when the sun was at its most vicious, he would go out and clean up that sinister beast. Having made up his mind, and with a sense of crisis exploding in his heart, Su Mo no longer planned to go out and farm materials. He directly returned to the shelter, shut the wooden door properly, and lit a torch. Sitting on the wooden chair, he took out the wooden spear and placed it on the table. Su Mo focused his attention and looked over it. Wooden spear. A brand new wooden spear. The lethality of the wooden spearhead is worrying. It is not recommended as your main survival weapon. Upgrade Path 1. Upgrade the overall material and improve the sharpness of the spearhead. Required survival points: 5. Upgrade Path 2. Upgrade the overall material and add an electric assist device, greatly increasing attack speed. Required survival points: 40. The 2 upgrade methods each had their pros and cons. The first one cost less and showed results quickly. The advantages after upgrading were obvious at a glance. The second one cost more. By adding electric device, it could increase attack speed. Which one should he choose? Looking at the spear laid out in front of him, Su Mo hesitated a little. Deep down, he was actually leaning toward the second option. After all, being able to use an electric device in an age when everyone was still rubbing stones together would definitely be a qualitative leap. However, I choose the first option. Su Mo still remembered the description of the chameleon in the illustrated handbook. Although this kind of chameleon gained better camouflage after mutating. What it sacrificed was its own mobility. Compared to the attack speed gained from spending 40 points, the first option was obviously more cost-effective. Besides, if the electric device needed charging, there wasn't even a vent in the base right now. If he wanted to charge it, he'd have to rely on static electricity through friction. As Suemo thought this, the spear before his eyes gradually took on a new color under the system's modification. The wood now had an interwoven red and yellow tone. Clearly, the wooden spear hadn't been transformed into metal or stone. Zhou Wood Spear, a brand new wooden spear. Its overall grain is delicate, its patterns flow like drifting swans, and its quality is hard as iron. Its killing power is extremely impressive. It's actually Zhou Wood. Seeing the attributes, Suemo was both shocked and delighted. Zhou Wood was one of the precious fine woods, a rare top-tier material for making cold weapons. Compared to metal, the toughness of this kind of wood was even more precious for someone with no combat experience. To evolve wood to this degree with only 5 survival points, this change once again made Suemo realize just how powerful the system was. Now all he lacked was a set of armor. In the wild, he absolutely could not get injured. Opening the trade panel, Suemo began browsing. On January 2nd of the Doomsday Calendar, after a full day had passed, many people had been forced by circumstances to head into the wilderness to survive and explore. Although not many people had found treasure chests, with a base population of tens of billions, there were still some pieces of armor on the trade panel. I don't necessarily need to buy the best one. I have the system. Maybe I can buy something and try evolving it. While examining the listings, Suemo thought to himself. He still had 100 milliliters of water in stock, and by the time he set out at noon, he could probably save up around 200 milliliters. At the current market rate, that amount of water was enough to buy a set of somewhat primitive and bulky ceramic plate armor. Ceramic plate armor didn't have much advantage against large creatures, but against some small creatures it was actually not bad because of the material. After making up his mind, he waited until noon, when the sun was at its most scorching. Suemo first took out 200 milliliters to buy the ceramic plate armor, then spent another 50 milliliters to buy 300 grams of bread. Along with the remaining pair, after finishing the bread and drinking 50 milliliters of water, Sumo's condition was now fully restored. Compared to the chameleon that had been squatting on the dry ground, waiting bitterly, Sumo's attack at this moment perfectly embodied the core principle of striking when the enemy was exhausted. Wait a little longer, wait just a bit more. He took out the monster handbook and scanned again to confirm the chameleon was still there. Only then did Suemo suppress his impatience and begin taking out the armor. Piece after piece of earthy yellow tiles were threaded together with unknown cotton cord, shaped to protect the major parts of the body and legs. Worn ceramic plate armor. Upgrade Direction 1. Increase defense, upgrade the ceramic plate material, and strengthen the overall durability. Required survival points, 5 points. Upgrade Direction 2. Upgrade the overall material and alter its moldability. Different input materials will produce different results. Direct upgrade requires survival points, 60. Evaluation. This armor shouldn't be worn into battle by you. Perhaps its best destination is a museum. Following his usual practice, Suemo once again chose the first upgrade direction. With a flash of light, the previously shabby armor instantly became glossy all over, and a strange scent could be smelled from it. Hunter's ceramic plate armor, excellent material. Neat stitching and considerable defense. Its unique grass-concealing scent can mask the hunter's body odor. After laboriously putting the improved ceramic plate armor on, Suemo felt greatly reassured. The importance of weapons and armor in the apocalypse went without saying. Let's see where you can run now, you beast. Opening the base's main door. Holding a spear with both hands like someone carrying a rifle in a TV drama, Suemo strode forward and headed straight for where the chameleon was. Yesterday's chopping had left this patch of shrubs in complete disorder. Dry fallen leaves were scattered everywhere on the ground, blocking his view and making it hard to see the chameleon's exact position. But it didn't matter. Silently calling for the monster handbook to scan once more in his heart, a line of prompt text appeared. Detected. One mutated camouflaging chameleon within 19 meters of the player. Danger level, 65. Please proceed with caution. Today's uses, 3. In his field of vision, Suemo finally got his first clear look at the chameleon. It wasn't lying on the ground at all. This crafty chameleon was perched exactly on top of the first tree that had not yet been chopped down. If Suemo hadn't discovered it today, then while chopping the tree, if the chameleon launched a sneak attack, he would absolutely have been hit. Having found the enemy, Suemo held back his steps and pretended to look around casually. He didn't know whether this beast had any intelligence, but being careful was never wrong. He walked slowly, and only when he was about 2 meters away did Suemo suddenly explode forward at top speed toward the chameleon. The Zhou Wood spear hanging loosely in his hand snapped up in an instant, pointing straight ahead. The chameleon perched on the tree also seemed to realize that its disguise had been exposed and hurriedly tried to adjust its position. Unfortunately, its sluggish reaction speed simply didn't allow it to dodge or evade. Charge, thrust, twist. The entire sequence flowed as smoothly as moving clouds and flowing water. Although this was his first attack and his aim wasn't great, so he didn't stab its head, the tip of the Zhou spear still accurately pierced right through the center of the chameleon's body. Pull. A streak of miserable green blood was dragged out and splashed onto the bark below, releasing a scorched smell. Seeing how toxic it was, Su Mo yanked out the Zhou spear and decisively retreated. The chameleon, now pierced with a hole the size of a bowl, began going mad under the intense pain. The constant loss of blood had already made it completely lose its mind, and it began furiously attacking everything around it. Green venom kept spraying from the chameleon's mouth. Within a radius of 3 meters, the scene was terrifying beyond words. This venom is seriously vicious. Taking advantage of the waiting time, Suemo lowered his head for a look, and his scalp went numb. The tip of the Zhou spear was now covered with pits of all sizes, melting rapidly like ice meeting fire. Silently setting the Zhou spear aside, Suemo lay on the ground and once again used the game panel to craft another wooden spear, then spent 5 survival points to evolve it again. By the time the evolution was complete, the chameleon on the other side also seemed to have become completely exhausted. It started collapsing on the ground without moving at all, looking as if it were already dead. Lying on the ground in the distance and observing, Suemo raised his brows slightly and continued waiting patiently. From information he'd learned in the chat channel yesterday, whenever a monster was killed, it would definitely drop a resource treasure chest. If he hadn't seen that message, he might have foolishly gone up to deliver a finishing blow. Now that he knew, the chameleons playing dead had become completely pointless. Sure enough, less than a minute later, the chameleon on the ground flew into impotent rage and started convulsing. After another 3 to 5 seconds of spraying, it dropped to the ground with a smack. Seizing the moment, Suemo threw the tunwood spear at his side, already corroded beyond recognition. It landed right beside the chameleon. The chameleon, in a final flash before death, wanted to keep spraying venom. However, when it lifted its head and saw that it was just a wooden spear, it instantly let out a mournful cry of fury and slammed heavily onto the ground. This time, the chameleon had no life left in it. At this moment, the green venom on the ground was also rapidly disappearing. Along with it, the chameleon's corpse erupted with a dazzling burst of light. When the light faded, a silver-white treasure chest appeared on the spot. It was actually a silver treasure chest. This time, he had really struck it rich. Looking at the treasure chest in front of him, Suemo was overjoyed. He almost wanted to rush over and open it on the spot to see what was inside. Based on the information Suemo had gathered so far, after killing monsters in the wild, the lowest tier was the wooden treasure chest, then iron treasure chest, then bronze treasure chest, and higher from there. A lot of people had guessed that there were silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, diamond treasure chests, and alike after that, but based on the news from the first day yesterday, the best chest anyone had gotten was only a bronze treasure chest. Even this monster illustrated handbook had been a good item Chen Pingyan had opened from a bronze treasure chest. Silver treasure chest, my poor little heart. Licking his dry lips, Suemo lay on the sand as if he had just downed a bottle of ice-cold cola in the middle of summer. There were only 2 words to describe how he felt from head to toe. Pure bliss. Picking up the tunwood spear, Suemo cautiously walked over. After getting close, he put away the silver treasure chest and quickly retraced his path back. The monster illustrated handbook had 3 uses per day. Killing the chameleon just now had already used up the last chance, so this was no time to let his guard down. He made it safely back to the base, locked the wooden door, sat down at the small table, and took out the silver treasure chest. Its entire body was silver white, gleaming with a captivating silver glow. With each breath, it seemed to radiate a fatal allure that made people unable to resist wanting to open it. Open the silver treasure chest. As Sumo's words fell, the chest began to shine, followed by a series of sounds like dice rolling. Record. You have opened a silver treasure chest. Record. You have obtained 1 unit of nether energy. Record. You have obtained 1 unknown pet egg. Record. You have obtained 1 energy bicycle blueprint. Record. You have obtained 2 500 milliliter bottles of mineral water. Record. You have obtained 5 kilograms of daily Aba bread. He struck it rich. He really struck it rich this time. Looking at the 5 differently shaped items in his inventory, Suemo felt his heart surging with excitement. He almost wanted to head back out and fight another chameleon for 300 rounds. He took out the 3 items other than the food and water one by one and lined them up on the table. Suemo focused his eyes and looked over them. Nether energy. One of the top-tier, clean energy sources. It has incredible effects and must be used together with the corresponding blueprint. Unknown pet egg. Drip the player's blood onto the eggshell to hatch an unknown pet. Energy bicycle blueprint. Can be powered by any kind of energy, including but not limited to food, wood, gasoline, diesel, and nether energy. It actually was nether energy. The thing countless scientists on Earth had devoted themselves to researching one after another. playing with the energy crystal in his hand, about the size of a peach. Sumo instantly gained a deeper understanding of this world. As a top-tier clean energy source, Earth scientists had not only proposed the possible applications of nether energy, but had also pointed out how powerful it was. Any item powered by nether energy would be like it had been enchanted. On top of the item's original functions, it could develop effects that ordinary people would find hard to understand. Although what those effects were remained unknown for now, it was at least the prototype of a future technology path. Unfortunately, even before the apocalypse arrived, this concept had remained nothing more than equations on paper in top-secret laboratories dozens of meters high. If the current applications of nether energy were really as Earth scientific research had described, then wouldn't that mean? At that thought, Sumo focused his attention, called out to the system in his heart, and looked over the shelter as a whole. Personal shelter, owner, Sumo space, 100 integrity, 100 facilities, wooden bed, wooden chair, wooden table, micro well water extractor description, an average crude shelter with basic survival facilities. Food is the problem you most urgently need to solve right now. Upgrade path 1. Nether energy shelter requires survival points, 5 million. There really was an upgrade path now. It just needed as many as 5 million survival points. Or I could provide 5,000 nether energy crystals. Sumo couldn't help blurting out in shock. He had to know, the first time he checked for upgrades, the shelter hadn't had any upgrade path at all. Now that he was holding a nether energy crystal, the shelter's upgrade path had appeared directly. Judging from nether energy's development potential, once it evolved into a nether energy shelter, it would be equivalent to turning the shelter into something like a living organism, with terrifying disaster resistance. It might even be able to upgrade into an interstellar shelter in the future. At that point, taking a bath in the sun probably wouldn't even be a problem. Of course, that was still far too distant to think about right now. So, Sumo shifted his gaze to the current only gold mine, the well water extractor. Micro well water extractor, common. Current efficiency, 2,000 milliliters per day, upgrade path 1. Upgrade the well material, add sealing and water purification functions. Greatly extend the freshness duration of drinking water. Upgrade cost, 200 survival points. Upgrade path 2. Deepen the well pit and improve water extraction efficiency. Upgrade cost, 300 survival points. Upgrade path 3. Evolve in the nether energy direction, greatly increase water production efficiency, and improve purification efficiency. Long-term consumption gives an extremely small chance of physical enhancement. Upgrade cost, 1,080 survival points. Evaluation, a must-have for wilderness survival. That expensive? Montag verstattet. Then quickly realized he hadn't put in the material yet. After he inserted 1 unit of nether energy crystal, the cost immediately changed to 70 points. As for the remaining materials, most of them were materials whose names Sumo had never even heard before. After a round of searching, none of those materials were available in the trading market either. Choose upgrade path 3. He still had 88 survival points left, which was more than enough for the upgrade. As his current moneymaker, its upgrade priority absolutely had to come first. In an instant, the nether energy crystal in his hand began to disappear. The next second, a deep blue light lit up inside the well, and right after that, the wellhead underwent a huge change. Its original bluish-gray stone color turned into a mix of blue and black, and the material itself also looked quite different. Nether energy well water extractor, excellent. Current efficiency, 7,200 milliliters per day, 300 milliliters per hour. Upgrade path 1. Quality, 3,000. Efficiency, 500. Low temperature resistance, 200. Water quality, 5,000. He drew up the water from the well. The originally clear well water had already taken on tiny blue light specks visible to the naked eye. Even the description had changed. Psionic water has a slight healing effect. Long-term consumption can strengthen the body. After trying a sip, Sumo was delighted to find that not only had its attributes changed, even the taste was worlds apart. Ordinary water actually had the mellow richness of Earth's matai. A hint of sweetness bloomed on his tongue, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth. His throat, which had been dry and slightly inflamed, instantly felt much better under the soothing touch of the psionic water. Sure enough, the addition of psionic energy gave science a trace of mystery. And with a water output of 300 milliliters per hour, wasn't this basically taking off? After lowering the bucket to collect more water, Sumo looked over the other 2 items for a moment before putting them away. Although the drinking water problem was now solved, he still had no good source of food. It would be fine if he hatched some small creature. But if he ended up with some giant pet that needed dozens of genes of food every day, there was no way he could afford to feed it. As for the energy bicycle, even though he had the blueprint, Sumo took one look at the complicated material requirements and immediately gave up on the idea of making it. It was useful, sure. Even a single unit of wood could be converted into power. But since it involved matter conversion technology, it was still far too complicated. The top priority right now was to deal with the base's safety and ventilation issues. Ideally, he could solve drainage too while he was at it. Having made up his mind, Su-mo began planning the base's renovation in the firelight. The fact that the silver treasure chest had only yielded 2 bottles of 500 milliliters of water proved that drinking water still had extremely strong purchasing power at the moment. So using psionic water directly to buy supplies and rapidly develop the base was definitely a good path. First, he needed to think about how to modify the base's ventilation system. This was the biggest problem for an underground shelter. Sitting on the slightly butt-numbing wooden chair, Su-mo began recalling knowledge from the age of civilization, as well as shelter designs from all kinds of apocalypse movies. An underground shelter needed a large-scale air filtration and regulation system, but any ventilation duct that opened to the outside would become a security risk. So in Su-mo's concept, it would be best to use an internal circulation system, but the prerequisite was having water and electricity. That way, oxygen could be produced through electrolysis, making internal air circulation for the entire facility possible. Of course, it couldn't really be completely sealed off from the outside world either. The stability of a fully sealed environment was extremely poor, so ventilation openings leading outside were still necessary. For concealment, those vents couldn't be too large, and they had to have sealable switches so they could be closed at any time, if not for terrain limitations. The optimal solution would be to place the vents beneath rocks only exposed when the riverbed was at low water level or on an uninhabited island. These slender ducts could draw purified, filtered fresh air into the shelter, and in emergencies they could be shut off while the base switched to internal circulation. But with the shelter's current conditions and equipment, that idea could only remain a concept. After checking the items currently listed in the trading channel, Su-mo decided to stick with the most mechanical design. He would use a submarine periscope-like structure. He would open up a window in the exact center of the shelter that could serve both ventilation and lighting functions. The specific design was to first dig out a cavity directly above the shelter and install glass with relatively good light transmission. Then punch ventilation holes in the glass to ensure air could flow through the ducts. Following the dugout cavity downward, he could make a Z-shaped turning passage in the middle of the shaft. Inside the Z-shaped passage, he would install 2 plane mirrors parallel to each other and at a 45-degree angle to the incident light. Through 2 reflections, the incoming light could be transmitted into the shelter and solve the daytime lighting problem. Behind a first layer of ventilation glass, he could also design a mechanical blast-proof glass layer, ensuring that in the event of a disaster, the blast-proof glass could be shut to prevent liquid or toxic air from flowing in. A simple design like this was something even a high school student could come up with, but actually implementing it would be a real hassle. Without proper tools, drilling all the way down to a shelter 5 meters underground while maintaining precision would be a massive project. But I have a system. With his current understanding of the system, Su-mo had already completely figured out how it worked. When he had no materials, if the system wanted to use survival points to create materials out of thin air, the cost was enormous. But when he already had the materials, the system's function was more like a construction crew. It only needed a small number of survival points to complete upgrades. After thinking it over and confirming its feasibility, Su-mo opened the trading channel. At present, the resources he could use were as follows: ordinary bottled water, 1,000 milliliters, psionic water, 600 milliliters, 10 gene of big rye bread. As for the remaining pet egg and the energy bicycle blueprint, he had no intention of putting them up for trade. Trading channel seller, Su-mo, item for trade, 50 milliliters of psionic water. Required item, blast-proof glass. Note, water that can strengthen the body. Don't miss it if you pass by. Only accepting 2 units of glass. If the quality is good, private message me. Seller, Su-mo, item for trade, 15 milliliters of bottled water. Limit, 975 milliliters. Required item, 1 iron block. Maximum number of exchanges per person, 11. Note, each person can only complete 1 trade. After successfully listing both items, Su-mo spent another 25 milliliters of water to buy 2 units of mirrors with good reflective performance. Using up all of his ordinary bottled water, Su-mo was trading 15 milliliters of water for 1 iron block. Although that was an extremely black-hearted merchant move. For some players struggling on the edge of life and death, it was no less than the act of savior. As for why he limited each person to only 1 trade, Su-mo had his own reasons. Water, as liquid gold right now, was something he wanted to be consumed, not bought up and stockpiled by certain people with ulterior motives. World chat channel, anyone short on water and with iron blocks, hurry and check the trading channel. Godsu is selling water again. Each person can only trade once. Hurry up. Holy shit. Godsu is so generous. Too late already. Good thing I followed Godsu's personal channel in advance, or I wouldn't have managed to grab even a sip. Do you not realize Godsu has over 400,000 followers now? You random passersby think you can beat that? Where the hell is Su-mo getting all this water from? Yesterday, he spent 700 milliliters buying the illustrated guide. And today, he is using another 1,000 milliliters to collect iron blocks. Does he have too much or something? Go look, everyone. The psionic water god, Su listed, can actually strengthen the body and heal illnesses, and he only wants blast-proof glass. Whoever has some, hurry and trade. Sigh. Comparing people really is infuriating. I dug all morning and didn't find a single drop of water. I'm dying of thirst here. Even though everyone only had one chance to speak each day, there was still a huge crowd gathered in the World Channel discussing it, let alone the bustling scene in the regional channels. Even Su Mo's private messages were being flooded at this moment. First of all, in less than 2 seconds, the listed trades for iron blocks had already all been completed. 65 units of iron blocks were now lying quietly in his inventory. And there were still countless people holding all kinds of other resources, shouting around just to trade for a mouthful of water. Water was way too hot of a commodity. Suemo thought to himself, these past 2 days, everyone else had been putting up resources to buy water. He was the only one using water to trade for resources. So naturally, he looked especially unique. Using the filter function in private messages, Suemo screened out 80% of the useless messages with the keyword iron. Then he used the search function again, picked out dozens of private messages that mentioned blast-resistant glass, and started checking them one by one. After flipping through a whole bunch of messages from people trying to use ordinary-grade blast-resistant glass to buy more water, Suemo finally found one that stood out. Feng Mingwei. God Su, I have one piece of ordinary-grade blast-resistant glass, but I'm sure you won't be interested in that. If you're willing to raise the price, I can trade you one fine-grade piece and one rare-grade piece of blast-resistant glass. The profile picture showed a delicate-featured woman with a heroic air about her. The moment he saw fine and rare, Suemo's brows twitched, and a smile appeared on his face. At the moment, the quality tiers were temporarily divided into 5 levels: ordinary, excellent, fine, perfect, and rare. For Feng Mingwei, a woman, to get a rare-grade piece of blast-resistant glass on just the second day after the start, her luck was obvious. She immediately asked for a higher price. Yet didn't offer a number herself. Clearly, she was a troublesome one to deal with too. Suemo shook his head. He didn't fall for it, and instead replied with a counterattack. Suemo, you should understand the current value of nether energy water. Out of everything on the market right now, the only thing that can improve physical constitution is what I'm selling. As for blast-resistant glass, I'm only buying it to replace the shelter window. Whether it's a little better or a little worse doesn't really matter. Feng Mingwei, can 300 milliliters do? Suemo, in your dreams. It's just 2 pieces of glass. They're not worth that much. If you don't want to sell, I'll drink it this afternoon. Feng Mingwei, I'll think about it. Seeing her response, Suemo couldn't help but laugh. He was the only one selling nether energy water on the market. It was an absolute seller's market. Once he decided not to sell, buyers could only stare helplessly. 2 minutes later, Feng Mingwei's message came again. Feng Mingwei, for the 2 pieces of glass, I'll add 1 piece of information. 300 milliliters of nether energy water. Suemo, what information? Feng Mingwei, information on how I got these pieces of glass. Looking at the words in the chat box, Suemo thought for a moment, then chose to agree. In the apocalypse, materials had a price, but information was priceless. Like killing the chameleon, without enough intel. Even if he went over fully geared up, he'd probably just be delivering himself to death. He put it up on the private trade channel, uploaded 300 milliliters of nether energy water with a designated seller, and the transaction was completed. Record. You lost 300 milliliters of nether energy water. Record. Congratulations. You obtained 1 blast-resistant glass. Fine. Congratulations. You obtained 1 blast-resistant glass. Rare. Record. Would you like to extract the glass intel? Extract. As soon as the word fell, a voice recording began playing in the empty shelter. Ruins will refresh in the wilderness from time to time. When I woke up today, a mysterious ruin had spawned right beside me. It looked very dangerous inside, so I only scavenged a few pieces of glass from the outer area. When I wanted to keep exploring, the ruin suddenly disappeared. Feng Mingwei's ethereal voice echoed continuously through the shelter and only stopped after playing 3 times. Just a few short sentences, yet the amount of information was huge. Ruins could randomly spawn in the wilderness, and even the glass scavenged from the outer area was of this quality. Suemo stored this information away, then took out the 2 pieces of glass and examined them. Blast-resistant glass, fine strength 15, corrosion-resistant, acid-resistant, impact-resistant. Blast-resistant glass, rare strength 50, corrosion-resistant, acid-resistant, impact-resistant. After suffering impact, where it can slowly recover the glass's rigidity when exposed to light. Compared to the fine grade, the rare grade not only had a much more terrifying strength value, it even had an extra attribute that looked extremely magical. After thinking it over, Suemo decided to place the rare grade glass on the outermost layer, while using the fine grade piece as a shutter to lower in case of disaster. After confirming the construction plan once more, Sumo picked up the wooden shovel and started digging directly above the center of the base. Blast-resistant glass definitely had extremely high strength, but the soil wouldn't be able to withstand such a heavy impact. This passage needed to be processed with iron and turned into a high-strength iron duct. Then the glass could be fixed in place with iron. That would be better. After digging out a pit a little less than half a person's height, Sumo first put down 1 unit of iron, then placed the 2 pieces of glass and 2 mirrors to the side, stacked the rest of the iron neatly, and returned to the base. He focused, concentrated his attention, and looked at the upper part of the wall. Sure enough, the attributes of a new facility appeared before Sumo's eyes. Ventilation and lighting facility? Upgrade Path 1. Periscope-style structure, pig iron duct, anti-corrosion coating. Waterproof coating. Survival points required, 10,590. Upgrade Path 2. Electric ventilation structure, skylight design, good lighting, strong airflow. Survival points required, 70065. Evaluation. Calling this pitch-black ceiling ventilation and lighting really makes your head hurt. The familiar snark, the familiar upgrade method. Sumo smiled and chose Upgrade Path 1. After waking up this morning, his survival points had recovered to 103. After deducting 70 points for upgrading the nether energy well, he had 33 left. After subtracting another 10 points for the 2 oak spears and 5 points for the ceramic plate armor, he currently had 18 survival points remaining. Just enough for the 15-point requirement of Path 1. With a flash of light, the earth began to rumble, as if an invisible giant hand were shaping the terrain. In Sumo's field of vision, a crack suddenly opened in the previously pitch-black ceiling, and the iron blocks placed on the ground began to melt, turning into molten iron that rushed into the opening. The silver-white color of the pig iron gradually turned into a hope-filled sky blue under the system coating as protection. At first, only a tiny bit of light spilled onto the ground. As time passed, after 5 or 6 seconds, a pillar of light shot straight into the shelter. Sunlight. It had been brought in, and along with it came the crisp, refreshing air from outside. Standing beneath the duct, Sumo raised his head and looked up, only to have his eyes stabbed painfully by the light. But with joy surging non-stop in his heart, how could Sumo care about that right now? He opened the shelter's wooden door and came to the dirt mound directly above the base. The pit he had originally dug there had disappeared, replaced by a naturally formed small opening. A 50 centimeter by 50 centimeter piece of blast-resistant glass had been installed on the ground, coated with a special camouflage disguise layer. On top of that, with its trait of absorbing light to repair itself, after all the light gathered onto the glass, it didn't produce strong refraction or scattering. Instead, it all got absorbed inward, further increasing its concealment. Blast-resistant window, strength 50, coated with optical camouflage coating and a water-repellent layer, with high-performance ventilation and lighting. Evaluation. With a window like this, even old Wong next door won't be able to see what you're doing. Truly worthy of the system's mighty power. Originally, my idea was just to open holes for ventilation. But now, these micro-distance perforations not only let air pass through, they can even block water. This is great. After putting away the remaining scraps, Sumo returned to the base along the steps. Feeling the faint, cool breeze coming from the light opening, he finally relaxed. On just the second day, he had already completed most of the work needed to prevent the first disaster. A steady water source, light, and ventilation. As long as he could figure out a drainage system in the remaining time, he would basically be able to survive the acid rain disaster. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Even if he went out now, he could only chop some wood and gather plant fiber or something. Because of the chameleon attack that morning, before the scan count of the monster codex refreshed, Sumo had no plans to go out again. He took out the big rye bread, split it open with the stone axe, soaked it in nether energy water, and finished eating it. Then Sumo started on the evening's work. Every time, Sumo put up a batch of nether energy water. He could immediately exchange it on the trading market for more than double the iron blocks compared to 1 unit at noon. Holding to the principle of not disrupting market order. After completing 1 transaction, Sumo asked around and found out why there were suddenly so many iron blocks on the market. Taking the area around him as an example, the nearby resources were mainly wood and plant fiber. These could be obtained with a bit of physical effort. As for other things, like minerals, there was no way. Looking around, there wasn't even the slightest sign that such things existed nearby. Likewise, just because Sumo didn't have any here didn't mean others didn't. Quite a number of people, the moment they arrived in this world, found huge exposed mines right on the surface. Make a stone pickaxe, put in a little effort, and they could knock down a lot of stone from the mountain. Every now and then, they could even dig out iron blocks. Many hands make light work. With enough people, production naturally went up. That was also why large amounts of iron blocks were flowing into the market and causing depreciation. Besides that, while casually browsing the market, Sumo would also buy some items with unknown functions. For example, he traded 100 milliliters of nether energy water for a core component of a generator. Rotor, quality, excellent. Description: a rotating body supported by bearings. Objects such as optical discs that do not have their own rotating shaft can also be regarded as rotors when using rigid connections or attached shafts. Evaluation: spin, jump. I close my eyes. Although the rotor was only a small part of a generator, with the bright prospect of restoring the glory of the civilized age, Sumo was still willing to buy it and keep it in storage. He had just bought the rotor and hadn't even had time to admire it when he noticed that someone had listed another good item on the trading market. Large vegetable growing medium. Sumo's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help blurting out in delight. As expected in the first few days, most people are willing to take out good stuff to trade for supplies. At present, more than 95% of players' food came from supply chests. As for mutant beasts killed by those fierce experts, because there were no seasonings or cooking methods, unless someone was on the verge of starving to death. Absolutely no one would choose to eat that kind of unknown thing. Once they failed to find a chest, a huge number of people would probably starve to death within 1 or 2 days. So building a place that could produce food long-term had already become one of Sumo's plan goal from the very moment he chose the underground shelter on the first day. In fact, if the growing medium hadn't appeared, then in another 1 or 2 days, Sumo would have gone out on his own to dig soil and try building an ecological environment inside the shelter. Otherwise, who knew whether the surface soil would still be able to grow plants after the first acid rain disaster? Looking at the demand listed on the trading panel, Sumo started calculating the supplies he had on hand. He was determined to win this growing medium. The moment the large vegetable growing medium was listed, it instantly stirred up a wave of excitement in the trading market. A plot of land that could grow vegetables. Every Chinese person who saw this item seemed as if some talent hidden deep in their DNA had been awakened. They all started itching to make a move. And the owner who listed the item, Li Xiaofeng, was extremely sly. He set a fixed price. Instead, he chose the auction function that very few people normally used. Seller: Li Xiaofeng. Item for trade: large vegetable growing medium. Required item: supplies, note, food, water, precious blueprints, weapons, armor. Anything valuable can be bid. Highest bidder wins. Note: don't bother coming if you are trying to snipe a bargain. This is the only item I got out of a silver chest that I risked my life for. Figure out its value yourself. Silver chest. Highest bidder wins. For a moment, not just the regional channel, but even the world channel exploded. Comparing people really is enough to piss someone off to death. First there was Su God's nether energy water, and now their brother Fengzi's growing medium. When it's my turn for some good luck. Bidder: a silver chest? I'm begging for the source of the silver chest. I'm willing to trade 1 precious unit of wood for that information. A silver chest. Is it really that awesome? I heard those only drop from killing especially powerful monsters. Booking in advance for the vegetables, the big shot grows. Of course, there are also plenty of people who saw things more clearly. What the hell use is this growing medium? Only you meatheads are chasing after it. Country folks all know this. How many days does 1 batch of vegetables take to grow? What? Do you think you're playing a game where you plant today and harvest tomorrow? No way. No way there are really people who don't know vegetables need to be watered, right? I'm thinking all of you barely have enough to drink yourselves every day, and now you've got water left to grow vegetables? Exactly. An acid rain is coming in a few days too. I suggest Brother Fengzi not sell it all. Just leave it out in the acid rain and let your vegetables drink their fill. Can't eat the grapes. So you say they're sour? Heh, plenty of people have already made offers. Sour dogs, keep sucking on those lemons. Whoa. As Brother Fengzi himself came out to respond, the chat channels once again hit another peak. Even Sumo, who had been quietly observing, couldn't help cursing under his breath. If it were an ordinary person selling it, he could have gotten this growing medium for at most 500 milliliters. But this Brother Fengzi was very clear-headed and extremely accurate in judging market value. Right now, there were a lot of people short on water, but there was also no shortage of people who still had reserves beyond their drinking needs. In those people's judgment, as the number of disasters increased, the water problem would definitely be solved sooner or later. Buying the vegetable growing medium now was basically like bottom fishing in the stock market, an early investment. The further things went, the greater the returns. And just from the bids under the auction listing, that much was already obvious. Tarkov: 800 milliliters of water, 2 kilograms of bread, 1 bag of yogurt, 1 unit of copper, 1 unit of screws, 1 unit of steel bars, 3 units of wood, 1 unit of trash. Hashimoto Wutsai: 300 milliliters of water, 200 grams of sashimi, for units of sweet oranges, 1 unit of grapes, and 1 pair of plain silk stockings. Taedongpu: 2 kilograms of petroleum, 1 kilogram of gasoline, 1 remote control toy car, 4 AAA batteries, 500 milliliters of water. In just a few minutes, the offers below had already become wildly varied, and according to the system's judgment, each item was also given a basic estimated value for the auctioneer's reference. The people bidding had never shown up in the chat channel even once before. Only now had this cultivation medium flushed them all out. Countless ordinary people were only just realizing at this moment that there really were a lot of fierce big shots among the transmigrators. There were even quite a few bosses offering mutated beast meat in exchange. After observing for a while, Suemo did not rush to bid. He was judging the psychological bottom line of the people bidding. When playing the auction game, you absolutely could not be anxious. More often than not, the person who made the first move would expose his bottom line, causing the later bidding to fall into a passive position. In terms of item value, the only thing he could really put on the table right now was nether energy water, an extremely valuable item. As for the pet egg, design blueprints, and the like, there was not much point in trading them. What was more, something like nether energy water, which could be mass-produced without limit, did not hurt to use at all. He pulled up the bucket from the bottom of the well. After pouring out all the nether energy water, Suemo's current stock was 700 milliliters. The bids below were still jumping nonstop. The seller, Li Xiufeng, had also not shown himself again, nor did he seem interested in any of those offers. After thinking for a long time, Suemo finally put out his first bid, 400 milliliters of nether energy water. The moment the bid appeared, just as expected, nether energy water alone instantly blew past the system's evaluation range and forcefully seized first place. The second-ranked value assessment score, according to Li Xiufeng's standards, was 322 points. But Suemo's nether energy water directly scored 2,122 points, terrifyingly high. Su Shan is here. Is nether energy water really that terrifying? What? Can this water make me stronger than normal water? Can it make me ascend on the spot, or something? It actually can. As for what nether energy water does, anyone who has drunk it knows. Suemo's bid immediately threw the comment section below the auction into chaos. Seeing the people who had traded for nether energy water before stepped forward to speak up, Suemo nodded with an expressionless face. Although nether energy water could strengthen the body, by his estimate, even drinking 2 liters a day probably would not be as effective as half an hour of exercise. Its real use should be healing injuries. Nether energy water could treat some minor illnesses that were not too serious, achieving an effect similar to anti-inflammatory medicine. That was the real reason its score was so high. Thinking of that line from Li Xiufeng's earlier message about risking his life to get the treasure chest, Suemo already had a rough guess in mind. This brother Feng was probably injured. On the other side, after Suemo made his bid, Li Xiufeng also gave a rare reply. Li Xiufeng, not enough, Su Shan. Nether energy water is good stuff, but this price is way too insincere. Add a bit more, and I'll trade it to you. Yo, what a lion opening his mouth wide. Suemo let out a cold laugh. He didn't want to build some connections with someone like Li Xiufeng, a fierce man who could rely on his own strength to go head-on against mutated beasts. But the way he was acting really did resemble a shady merchant. If Li Xiufeng had just named a price directly or privately messaged him sell it, Suemo would even have offered a high price. But with his posture of waiting for the highest bidder, even if Suemo offered a sky-high 1 liter right now, Li Xiufeng might still want more. Suemo, sorry, that's all I have. I dug this stuff out from underground with great difficulty. I only have this much. I need to keep the rest in reserve. As for the effects of nether energy water, I think you know better than I do. Li Xiufeng, Su Shen. Don't be like that. Just add a little more. Add a little more, and I'll sell it to you. Just as Suemo had guessed. Inside a small wooden cabin, Li Xiufeng was leaning sideways against the inner wall by the door. Blood could faintly be seen flowing from his leg, seeping into the wooden planks. Seeing Suemo's firm attitude, even Brother Feng, who dared to face mutated beasts head-on, was panicking like crazy now. In the apocalypse, what was most important? Aside from food and drinking water, what remained was medical care. While humans had gained intelligence, they had also lost the shells that protected them. With such fragile bodies, even a small wound could become infected with bacteria and lead to an untreatable death. Not to mention the large and small wounds all over Brother Feng's leg now. This was basically the kind of severity where if he did not take medicine, he would die. Earlier, he had traded a mirror for a mouthful of nether energy water. After drinking it, many of the small wounds on his leg had already scabbed over, leaving only the medium and large wounds still bleeding. With death hanging over his head, Brother Feng decided to hand over the greatest gain he had gotten from his wilderness expedition in exchange for more nether energy water to save his life. After thinking it over, Brother Feng decided to lower his head first. Li Xiufeng, Su Shan, I was in the wrong this time. I urgently need nether energy water to save my life right now. Can you give a little more? If I get anything good next time, I'll contact you first thing. Li Xiufeng, 500 milliliters. Is 500 milliliters okay? If it is, just say the word. I'll take it down immediately and do a private trade with you. In negotiation and trade, the biggest taboo was letting the other side know your cards. Poor Brother Feng had already lost right at the starting line, so the later negotiation was naturally full of restraints for him. After a long while, Suemo did not reply. Silently, he changed his bid to 500 milliliters. Record, you have lost 500 milliliters of nether energy water. Record, you have obtained 1 large vegetable cultivation medium. Large vegetable cultivation medium, excellent area. 35 square meters, water requirement per day. 50 milliliters per square meter. Description: slightly accelerates vegetable growth, automatically pollinates. And the vegetables grown will not be lower in grade than the cultivation medium itself. Special ability: light gathering sensor. As long as part of the cultivation medium receives light, the effect can be transmitted to all vegetables. Evaluation: Master, look, there's a cultivation medium here. Xiaomin can go into the cultivation medium and pick vegetables from Master to eat vegetables. Seeing the cultivation medium as attributes, Su Mo smiled. No wonder Brother Feng had not had the confidence to keep asking for a higher price. Even he probably did not believe that the current stage humans could provide the 1,750 milliliters of water needed each day once the cultivation medium was fully planted. What was more, using that much water to irrigate vegetables was less profitable than simply trading the water directly. But Su Mo did not care about that at all. His sharp observation lets Su Mo notice a key detail in the cultivation medium's description. The vegetables grown would not be lower than excellent quality. At first glance, this attribute seemed a little useless, but in Su Mo's hands, it was practically a divine artifact. As long as he had extra survival points and invested them into upgrading the cultivation medium as quality, the vegetables would upgrade along with it. Just thinking about vegetables of rare rank or even higher in the future, Su Mo's tears flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Opening the trade panel, Su Mo easily bought enough seeds to plant all 35 square meters. The price of those seeds was so low it was outrageous. It only cost 10 milliliters of water. Back in the civilized era, what could 10 milliliters of water even do? Taking a Nongfu spring bottle cap as an example, one cap was already close to 8 milliliters. Su Mo used a little more than one bottle cap of water to exchange for dozens of seeds. This discount was so savage that even Hua Tuo would cry if he saw it. For a full 2 days, Su Mo had not eaten a single shred of vegetables. His mouth was already so bland, he could practically spit out a bird. The farming talent engraved into his ancient bloodline genes was activated the moment Su Mo got the seeds. In the 35 square meters of seed beds, Su Mo planned to use more than half to grow tomatoes, while the rest would be planted with garlic and bok choy. Back in the early years, people in the south lived in fertile regions. With rich varieties of vegetables, fruits, and seafood, they could fully meet their body's vitamin needs. But for the people in the north, because of water and land conditions, they could only selectively grow a few vegetables that were enough to keep people alive. Among them, the main four were tomatoes, garlic, cabbage, and potatoes. Tomatoes could aid digestion and help with bowel movements. Garlic could detoxify, kill pests, eliminate bacteria, and strengthen the stomach. Garlic sprouts could also be used in stir-fried dishes to add fragrance, and they could even be eaten as a snack. Potatoes had high yield per mu and were filling. One meal could support a whole day of labor. As for cabbage, it was easy to store and tasted decent, so it was also included in the northern diet. These four vegetables were all very suitable for Su Mo at the moment. After considering it for a while, Su Mo gave up on planting potatoes. With a backhand motion, he summoned the vegetable culture medium from his inventory. The shelter, which had been fairly spacious, instantly became crowded. After placing the culture medium beneath the skylight and burying all the vegetable seeds into the soil according to proper spacing, Su Mo pondered. The maturity period for tomatoes and garlic is around 3 months, while cabbage is a bit faster, about 2 months. I just don't know how much this culture medium can speed things up. Sowing was a troublesome task. Su Mo did not know much about agriculture, so he could only place his hopes on the culture medium being reliable. After all, in the apocalypse, it was far too hard to find suitable fertilizer. As for spreading some plant ash on top, Su Mo thought about it and still decided to wait until after surviving the first disaster before considering it. Without clocks and watches, everyone living on the wasteland had returned to the old routine of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Sitting on a stool, Su Mo began to take stock of the supplies currently in his hands. First was the most important gold mine in the base, nether energy water. After an afternoon of accumulation, the nether energy water had once again built up to 1,000 milliliters, at a rate of 300 milliliters per hour. If you were not trying to control the volume of goods released, Su Mo would have wanted to dump it all out at once to exchange for supplies. As for the strategic mineral resource, iron, he had currently traded for 130 units. If the shelter were to be converted into an iron structure in the future, and calculated at 2 units of iron blocks per square meter, then he only needed 70 more units to completely upgrade the shelter's material structure, making it more stable and safer. However, without a lightning protection structure, it could only remain an idea for now. As for food, he had eaten 1 gene of the big rye bread in the afternoon, leaving 9 gene. That thing was filling and as hard as a rock. If he did not soak it in water, with Sumo's teeth, he simply could not bite through it. The remaining odds and ends were a pet egg and 1 blueprint. After taking inventory, Su Mo went to the trading market for another round. Compared to the bustling scene in the afternoon, it had become desolate by night. Water and food were still hard currency and extremely scarce. Or rather, everyone was stockpiling. After all, aside from Mo, no one knew whether after finishing this mouthful of water, they would still be able to find another water source tomorrow. Not finding anything valuable, Mo had nothing better to do, so he went to lurk in the chat channel again, mainly to gather some intelligence. There were too many messages in the world channel. By night, everyone was trapped inside their shelters and could only go there to communicate and ease their loneliness. Mo skimmed rapidly through the messages, only stopping for a look when he matched a keyword that interested him. After the first day had passed by the second day, many players had already encountered ruins spawning beside them, but not everyone had the courage to enter and explore. More people were watching from the outside. According to descriptions from some players who had entered, once you entered a ruin, if you retreated back out, the ruin would disappear. There was only one chance to explore. There was also a time limit for entering. According to some vague statements, after basically about 2 hours, you would be forcibly thrown out. As for what dangers were inside the ruins, or what exactly was in there, not a single person mentioned it. After getting this information, Mo's heart tightened. Perhaps ruins were not as wonderful as some people imagined. Inside them, danger might also be everywhere. Right now, no one was saying what dangers were inside. There was a very high chance that anyone who encountered danger had not a single one who made it back alive to the base. Only those who survived could speak. The dead had all shut up. At this moment, only 762 people were left in the regional channel, which was the best proof. In just one day, more than 200 people had already lost their lives on the wasteland, never able to return to Earth and see their families again. Inevitably, a feeling of sorrow for others in the same plight rose in Mo's heart. If a ruin spawned beside me tomorrow, should I go in or not? Hiding in the base and developing slowly with nether energy water was certainly a good idea. But the generous rewards from killing the chameleon still made Mo unable to resist feeling tempted. The apocalypse survival system's upgrade paths also required items to activate. If things developed normally, without disasters or mutated creatures, Mo could stay hidden here forever and still manage it. But here, that wouldn't work. Terrifying mutated beasts, randomly spawning ruins, unknown disasters. Hiding in here feels way too unsafe. In the end, it's still because my base is too weak. Even the door is made of wood right now. If a stronger mutated beast shows up, I probably won't even know how I died. If there's a ruin, I must go in and take a look. When the time comes, I'll just explore the outer area, and if anything goes wrong, I'll retreat immediately. Under the bright firelight, a trace of determination appeared on Mo's face. In apocalyptic survival, if you don't advance, you fall behind. When it came to supplies and shelter development, he had the system. He was confident that no one could be stronger than him. As for individual strength and mentality, Mo also did not want to fall behind. When my family arrives, I must have enough strength to protect them. After questioning himself again and again and firming up his resolve, Mo's mentality underwent a huge change for the first time. The humility and gentleness in human nature from the age of civilization were gradually being cast aside, while the ferocity and wildness belonging to animals were continuously being awakened. Holding the Jowood spear, Mo lay down on the bed. A moment later, as his breathing gradually steadied, he entered his dreams. In the darkness of night, starlight poured down. Countless pitch-black figures moved agilely across the wasteland, bringing waves of roars with them. Human shelters were continuously being breached. Screams and beastly howls rang out, then gradually returned to silence as time passed. There were also countless fierce people who set traps, deliberately lured prey, and waited for mutated beasts to come to their door before killing them in one strike. In the mining district, countless hardworking people were still holding torches, bent over the veins, extracting resources. The second day of the apocalyptic calendar. The survival situation of humanity was hanging by a thread. Apocalyptic calendar, January 3rd. You vigilantly and safely made it through last night, and have stepped into a new day of the apocalyptic calendar once more. Survival point +3. You have detected a mutated creature that threatens your survival. Survival point +2. You now have basic weapons and armor, making you even more powerful in the wasteland. Survival points 5. You killed a mutant chameleon without taking any damage for the first time and gained a rich harvest from it. Survival points 20. You upgraded the psionic well water extractor, greatly improving your quality of life. Survival points 50. You improved the shelter's ventilation and lighting facilities, and that made you very happy. Survival points 2. You obtained a large vegetable culture medium. This green hope gave you something to look forward to in the apocalypse. Survival points 5. Scanning host survival environment. Evaluating survival score. You gained 30 survival points today. Final settlement, 117 survival points. Remaining survival points, 120. 120 survival points. With 2 dark circles under his eyes, Mo sat on the edge of the bed. Last night, There had been constant sounds of creatures moving around outside, making it impossible for him to sleep soundly. He had been afraid that something might break in. He only finally drifted into a deep sleep at around 5 o'clock. Now, breathing the fresh air and feeling the brightness of the shelter and looking at yesterday's survival point settlement, the corners of Su Mo's lips curled up. As long as I do more things every day, I'll get more survival points. Just a ventilation and lighting device, plus the culture medium, gave me 19 points. That's great. In his field of vision, the culture medium placed beneath the vent, though only one corner was receiving sunlight, was giving off a faint jade-like white glow as a whole. Summoning the game panel, Su Mo selected the monster encyclopedia. The scan count had already refreshed. No mutant beasts detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today's remaining uses, 23. I knew it. How could anyone be that unlucky? Having mutant beasts nearby, every single day? After putting his mind at ease, Su Mo's mood improved greatly, and he began handling the shelter's daily routine work. He first went to the shelter's treasure basin, the psionic water well. After a whole night of accumulation, the psionic well had produced 3 liters of psionic water. Adding yesterday's remaining 800 milliliters, he now had 3.8 liters in total. He ladled out 1.8 liters and evenly watered the vegetable culture medium. Taking out the dark rye bread, he once again used the iron axe to cut off a 1 gene portion. After soaking it in psionic water and finishing both the food and drink, Su Mo began putting on his armor. No mutant beasts within 1,000 meters did not mean absolute safety. Wearing armor meant being prepared for anything. After opening the shelter's wooden door and walking out, Su Mo's gaze instantly locked onto one spot. This is, on the distant plain that had been barren before, a stretch of ruins had suddenly appeared, shrouded in mist. Su Mo remembered that place. Just yesterday, that area had still been completely bare, with hardly even a few trees. He had not expected ruins to spawn there. Judging by the distance, the ruins were about 300 meters from the shelter. Standing at the entrance of the shelter, he still could not clearly see what the inside of the ruins looked like. All he could see were broken walls and shattered structures wrapped in fog, as if they had been blasted by bombs. It was terrifying. Originally, I wanted to wait until the crisis arrived before making plans. But now it looks like I have to increase my combat power immediately. Returning to the shelter, Su Mo's eyes burned with intensity as he took out the pet egg stored in his inventory. Exploring the ruins would be far too dangerous if he relied on himself alone. In Su Mo's original plan, this pet egg was supposed to be saved until the base had stable food production. No more waiting. Exploring the ruins was a must. This time, the spawn location was so good. If anything changed even slightly, he could quickly retreat from the ruins and return to the base. In the future, if one spawned several kilometers away, that would be troublesome. He crafted another iron axe, made sure the environment was sterile, and carefully drew the corner of the axe blade across his index finger. A small cut opened on the pad of his left finger. Pinching it with his right hand, he squeezed out a few drops of blood from the wound, letting them fall onto the pet egg. The silver-white pet egg, after receiving the blood, gradually began to show blood-colored patterns on its shell. Low sounds rang out from inside the pet egg, like the growl of a vicious beast. Several strands of cyan light rose from the shell, split into 9, and shot straight toward the top of the shelter. In an instant, the inside of the shelter turned into a sea of cyan. Even the pitch-black corners that had been impossible to see before were now illuminated down to the finest detail. Crack! Crisp, breaking sounds kept coming from the eggshell. Kacha! Countless cracks spread across the surface of the shell, and in the next moment, woof! A woof! Woof! The cyan light faded, and looking at the black and white animal before him, Su Mo was dumbfounded. Before Su Mo could do anything, the figure pounced over and started circling around his feet, acting shamelessly fawning. Did I hatch a husky? Lowering himself, Su Mo held the dog's head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The commotion from opening the pet egg had been so huge that he had thought he might hatch some awesome pet, the kind that could let him soar by clinging to its thigh. But in the end, it was actually a husky. Holding the husky's head and watching it stick out its tongue and lick wildly, Su Mo only felt a sense of closeness rising from deep in his heart. That was also why he had not dodged when it pounced on him just now. A pet hatched from the egg felt like one you had raised for more than 10 years. Instinctively, you would feel that it had no ill intent at all and only wanted to get close to you. The husky's smooth fur shone with a gem-like luster, and as Su Mo stroked its head, it let out comfortable humming sounds. Good thing it's a husky. That way, even if it eats a lot, I can still afford to raise it. After only 2 days of being alone, Su Mo already felt unbearably lonely in the wasteland. The game panel information appeared at just the right time, dispelling his concerns. Pet name, unnamed status, infant stage biological description, a gentle wasteland creature. As a mutant husky that has inherited multiple bloodlines, it will grow stronger and stronger as it matures. Please note, a pet in its infant stage will have its personality affected by its owner's personality. Ability 1. High-speed movement. Its muscular structure guarantees a certain level of explosive power. After activating the ability, its speed doubles for 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Ability 2. Sixth Sense. Its biological structure gives it extremely powerful perception. After activating the ability, it can briefly predict imminent danger. Cooldown time, 1 day. Evaluation. Is a good child, provided that you can help it awaken all its bloodlines. Woof. Woo-woo. Seeing Su-Mo spacing out and not paying attention to him, the little husky began rolling around on the ground playfully, exposing his snow-white belly. His already comical face now seemed to be questioning Su-Mo. Why won't you play with me? Seeing this expression on the little husky's face, Su-Mo's heart stirred, and he said with a smile, "So clingy, huh? You still don't have a name." I'll call you," he paused. Looking at the husky's black and white coloring, for some reason, Su-Mo suddenly thought of a cream-filled Oreo and burst out laughing as he said, "My name is Su-Mo. From now on, your name is Oreo." The husky, still sprawled on the ground, heard the name and was instantly satisfied. With a whoosh, he sprang to his feet, head held high, looking proud and imposing. "Oh, woof, woof, woof." Husky Oreo seemed to really like his new name and immediately started happily patrolling around the shelter. What naughty little guy. Looking at the extra liveliness inside the shelter, Su-Mo felt like a kind old father, his heart full of emotion. Alone and by himself, he had come to this wasteland. Only 2 days had passed, but they had felt as long as several months. He had no family here, and no one to talk to. Even the chat channel was filled with schemes and deception. In the apocalypse, before your strength reached a certain level, the word friend might just be too luxurious. Seeing Su-Mo looking upset, Oreo quickly ran over and rubbed his fluffy dog head against Su-Mo's face. All right. I'm not sad. I'm happy. I'm glad." Su-Mo remembered that huskies like meat. So he opened the trading market and directly bought half a gene of mutated earth wolf meat. The dry, tough wolf meat that humans could barely swallow was something Oreo ate with great delight, not caring about the taste at all. "Eat, go ahead and eat. If it's not enough, I've still got big bread here." Seeing the reluctant look on Oreo's face after he finished eating, Su-Mo pulled out the big bread from the storage cabinet, scaring Oreo into fleeing in panic. For a moment, Su-Mo's hearty laughter echoed through the shelter. Then, next up is exploring the ruin. After checking the armor and weapons on his body once more, Su-Mo called for Oreo, opened the shelter's wooden door, and walked outside. He still had some survival points left at the moment, completely enough to upgrade his weapons and equipment once over. However, Su-Mo's purpose this time was not to fight. Among all the ruin information collected from yesterday to today, not a single person had talked about what the monsters inside the ruin looked like. The unknown was always the most terrifying thing. If there were no danger inside the ruin, someone would have explored deep into it long ago. Now that no one mentioned the conditions inside, the biggest reason was probably that everyone who went in to explore had already died. Even if I upgraded my equipment, with my current combat ability, there was absolutely no need. A person had to know his own limits. Although he exercised often, Su-Mo did not think his current combat ability could compare to that of a Special Forces soldier. In the end, he was just an ordinary person with a bit more strength. I have to be extremely careful. I can't get hurt. Oreo, come here. The fog around the ruin was like a mosaic. Even when he got within 100 meters, it still blocked vision. Su-Mo crouched down and waved at Oreo, who was scouting around nearby, saying with a smile, "Woof woo, woof woo." Seeing Su-Mo's gesture, Oreo ran over affectionately, burrowed into Su-Mo's arms, and rubbed his head hard against him. His previously serious, cool expression management collapsed in an instant. With a hint of playfulness, he licked Su-Mo's chin. All right. After we go into the ruin, I need to give you a task. By heaven and earth." Su-Mo absolutely did not believe Oreo was acting this clingy because of being influenced by his personality. Absolutely not. Hearing Su-Mo's words, Oreo perked up his ears and put on a serious expression like he was listening carefully. "After we go in, don't get too far away from me. Stay within 5 meters of me. If you sense danger, warn me immediately. Then we'll retreat along the same path we came in on. Understand?" Oreo tilted his head. After 2 seconds, he nodded to show that he understood. "Good boy. Once we go in, we might run into other creatures. When that happens, remember that they're enemies. Don't go running over there like an idiot and throw your life away." After saying that, Su-Mo stood up, took the oakwood spear out of the inventory, gripped it in his hand, and walked firmly toward the ruin. Only after walking another dozen meters or so did Su-Mo finally clearly see the structure inside the ruin. Low earthen walls, about 2 to 3 meters high, with gray-black scorch marks on them as if they had gone through war. Such a strange scene not only failed to dispel the doubts in Su-Mo's heart, it instead made him even more curious. Based on the information currently available, the civilization level inside the ruin should not be very high. At the very least, there was nothing beyond his understanding. He tightened his grip on the spear, called Oreo to his side, gathered his courage, and plunged straight into the fog. The smell is a little strange. The moment he entered the range of the fog, Sumo raised his vigilance to the maximum and began carefully observing the surroundings with full concentration. Record: you have entered the ruin. Record: the appraisal function of the game panel has been sealed. Please use it after exiting the ruin. The sudden system voice gave Sumo a fright. At the same time, the fog seemed to receive some kind of signal and began dissipating within a radius of 5 meters. Not daring to go too deep, Sumo started circling along the outer edge of the ruin. After walking for about 20 minutes, he still had not returned to the place where he had started. This ruin is actually this huge? Silently recording that in his mind, Sumo began heading back along the route he had come from. Surviving in the apocalypse was not a novel. Charging blindly inside was treatment reserved for protagonists. He did not think he had that kind of courage to recklessly barge into the unknown. Only after returning once again to the point where he had first entered did Sumo start moving forward. The yellow earth beneath his feet was like a rural dirt road, 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. Following the earthen wall all the way to the corner at the end, his view suddenly opened up. Something like a python stood on the ground not far away. Looking from bottom to top, Sumo's good eyesight let him immediately make out the words in the middle of the python, faintly visible through the mist. Liangfang Town? Town? Seeing the familiar Chinese characters, Sumo did not feel any warmth of meeting something familiar from home. Instead, a chill shot straight up his back. Oreo by his side also seemed to be facing a great enemy. He had been lively and sniffing around nearby, but the instant he saw the python, he suddenly dropped to the ground and glared furiously ahead. Every hair on Sumo's body stood on end from the sight before him. Staring into the depths of the fog behind the Liangfang Town python, Sumo instinctively sensed that something was wrong and decisively retreated quickly along the small road. In the apocalypse, seeing a scene like a ghost town wrapped in mist, how many people would really dare to muster the courage to go in and explore? He did not know whether other people's ruins looked like this hellish scene, but he was certain that if he went in to search, with his current equipment and combat strength, the danger would definitely be enormous. As Sumo left the corner, the fog behind him slowly began closing in again, gradually burying the python from sight. As he walked along the earthen wall, Sumo started getting crooked ideas. Since the town looked so dangerous and impossible to enter, it would be better to find a way to break through the earthen wall directly and see what was inside the farmhouse dwellings by the roadside. Oreo, keep watch for me. After calling out once, Sumo cautiously walked back to where he had come in and began examining the structure of the earthen wall. It was just like the mud-plastered walls in ordinary rural villages. Sumo poked it with the Zhou spear, and a small chunk immediately fell off. There, as hope. Seeing that it wasn't nearly as sturdy as he had imagined, Sumo got excited. He pulled out the iron axe and started hacking at the earthen wall again and again. With every heavy blow landing on the wall, hearing the solid clanging impact and watching chunks of dirt keep falling off, Sumo was full of energy. The wall was about half a meter thick, but in less than 5 minutes, it collapsed with a loud rumble. It opened up a gap wide enough for about 3 people to pass through side by side. Looking in through the opening, he could vaguely make out an old rural-style brick and tile house. There were 3 tiled rooms in total, arranged symmetrically from left to right. Oreo, sniff around and see if there's any danger nearby. Squatting on top of the earthen wall, Sumo curiously peered in the yard to see what it looked like inside. Every room was locked, making it look as if the owner had already gone out. There wasn't the slightest trace of life. After studying the outside of the house, Sumo's gaze fell on Oreo. Oreo pricked up his ears and listened for a while, then lowered himself and sniffed around wildly. In the end, he shook his dog head, indicating that he couldn't smell any living creature inside. Putting away the Zhou spear, Sumo held the iron axe and stepped into the courtyard, alertness rising in his heart. He had looked around as if at random just now, but in truth, he had already measured out an escape route. From the courtyard to outside the ruins, judging by foot speed, it should be around 30 meters. On this kind of terrain, an adult's running speed would be about 5 meters per second. Even if he was exploring inside the house, the moment anything felt wrong, leaving the ruins would take no more than 10 seconds. Step by step, Sumo moved toward the center of the courtyard with extreme caution, his eyes sweeping across the 3 rooms beside him. Puffed. A black shadow flashed by and slammed into Sumo's ceramic plate armor, knocking him flat onto the ground. As a low growl rang out, Sumo looked up in shock and discovered that what had appeared before him was an incredibly terrifying wolf-dog-like creature. Seeing Sumo get knocked down, Oreo pounced forward from behind and blocked himself in front of Sumo. For a moment, the 2 sides entered a standoff. Thankfully, with Oreo bearing his fangs in front of him, the dizzy Sumo gained a precious chance to catch his breath. After 3 to 5 seconds, as the dizziness in his head eased a little, Sumo climbed back up and focused his eyes on it. At that first fleeting glance, Sumo had only thought it looked somewhat like a wolf dog. But now that he got a proper look, his scalp went numb as he realized this definitely was not a creature that had ever appeared on Earth. Although it had the shape of a dog, not a single patch of skin on its body was intact, especially its back, where a large section of skin was completely missing, exposing rotten flesh underneath with gray-black blood dripping from it. A pair of darkened eyes stared fixedly at Sumo, as if warning him, "You've trespassed into my territory." The savagery in the black dog's eyes was on full display. It seemed that if Sumo dared make even the slightest move forward, it would pounce and fight him immediately. This was absolutely not a normal creature. Run or fight. Just as the thought flashed through Sumo's mind, that hideous monster pounced again, leaping into the air like a black bolt of lightning, trying to break through Orio's defense. Sumo instinctively raised an arm to block. But to his surprise, the moment the black dog left the ground, Oreo struck from below, slamming into its belly and knocking it tumbling aside. Good chance. A vicious glint flashed through Sumo's eyes. He rolled on the ground, instantly switching from the iron axe to the Zhou spear in one fluid sequence. He thrust downward and pulled back. The spear tip tore away a chunk of flesh from the black dog's body. Then, with the shaft and spear tip moving together, he poured all his strength into a downward press, turning the spear into a whip and smashing it viciously onto the black dog. Ooh, that spear whip strike seemed to hit a painful spot. Even when it had been stabbed and bled, the black dog hadn't made a sound. But now it was howling again and again from a single blow. Strike while it's down and finish it. Sumo had spent half his life as a refined and gentle man in civilized times. Yet even ENT expected such tremendous strength to surge out of him now. A force rose from his waist, carried into his upper arm, then passed to his forearm, and finally drove the spear shaft to lash down again and again on the black dog. Only after he had beaten it, until even the black dog's spine had snapped into 2 pieces, did Sumo finally stop. He looked down from above at the black dog sprawled on the ground, still struggling non-stop, his gaze lingering especially long on its rotting face. Seeing that the black dog couldn't get back up no matter how long it tried, Sumo let out a long breath. He instantly felt weak, almost collapsing onto the ground. But seeing Sumo like that, the black dog actually moved at that very moment. Its front half and back half seemed almost detached as it sprang up in a bizarre posture, front paws kicking off the ground, opening its black-yellow teeth to bite at Sumo's thigh. Oreo, who had been guarding nearby, let out a whine and was about to rush over to help Sumo block the attack. But he hadn't expected Sumo to be even faster. As if everything just now had been an act, Sumo raised the spear again and, without the slightest deviation, thrust it straight at the black dog flying toward him. Poochie, carrying tremendous impact, the spear tip rammed straight into the black dog's mouth. Sumo, gripping the shaft, also felt as if he had been hit hard and was knocked onto the ground by the force. Looking at the black dog monster skewered on the spear tip like grilled meat on a skewer, a savage glint flashed in Sumo's eyes. He licked his gums and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. "You're pretty damn good at bluffing," setting down the long spear in his hand. Sumo looked toward Oreo, only to find that Oreo let out a whine and lay on the ground, not daring to come closer. Realizing his own state, Sumo froze, then put down the spear in his hand. The ferocity in his eyes also faded back into his usual gentleness as the spear touched the ground. Only after seeing Sumo change back did Oreo run over aggrievedly, rubbing his dog head all over Sumo. Sumo wanted to give him a hug. But the moment he raised a hand, he only felt soreness all over his body, and the spot on his chest where the black dog had slammed into him felt tight and stifling. He lifted his hand. From gripping the spear shaft so tightly just now, the friction had already left it covered in countless tiny cuts. The moment he clenched it even a little, a piercing pain shot through him. This damn thing was seriously strong. This shouldn't count as a normal creature anymore, right? It doesn't even need to breathe. Using his elbow to rub Oreo's head, Sumo forced himself to stand up. The black dog was clearly not any creature that had ever existed in his knowledge base. Even that mutated chameleon from before had still not gone beyond the category of living creatures. But this monster had no breathing, no smell, and even with its spine shattered into 2 pieces, it could still launch a suicidal attack. It was enough to leave anyone shaken. Forcing himself to stay focused, Sumo leaned on the spear and started walking toward the middle room. He was worried that the commotion just now had already attracted other creatures. He had to finish this quickly. If there was anything worth searching, he would grab it first. This lock is somewhat similar to the ones on Earth. Even though I've never seen this exact design before, now it's not the time to study locks. He pulled out the iron axe, endured the pain in his hand, and brought it down in one chop. The thin iron chain hanging with the lock snapped, and the lock sagged down weakly. Pushing open the door, a musty smell hit him, the kind that came from a place long uninhabited. Using the light from outside, Suemo barely made out the layout inside. The room was extremely bare, as if it had already been looted clean. And though it was called a room, to the left of the entrance was still a northern-style heated brick bed, the kind people from the north preferred, taking up a full third of the space. At the head of the Kong sat an old bulky box television. Without even thinking, Suemo walked straight over and stuffed the television, along with the power strip connected to it, all into his inventory. Who cared whether it was an old box TV or a flat screen? After coming to this world, seeing something from his previous world stirred a sense of familiarity deep in Suemo's heart. As long as there was electricity, maybe the TV could still play. Who could say for sure? After collecting the things on the Kong, Suemo didn't leave behind the tea set sitting on a round table in the middle either. He tossed the whole thing in together with the table. Everyone's inventory started with 20 slots. Before going out, Suemo had used up 6 of them, so he still had more than enough space for storage. He looked around once more, thinking of sweeping up everything he could. After rolling up the moldy bedding on the Kong and throwing it in as well, he walked out of the middle room. The owner of this room had probably already taken everything that could be carried away. What remained was either inconvenient to bring or meaningless. He chopped open the lock on the door to the right, and sure enough, the room had been emptied clean. There wasn't even a single item left for Suemo to loot. For a moment, after paying such a price and only getting this little, Suemo felt a bit dejected. But when he opened the lock on the left door, he was overjoyed. This should be a place for cooking. I didn't expect they'd leave this behind for me. The structure of the left room was even simpler. 2 earthen stoves were on the left, and on a small table to the right sat a chopping board. Of course, those weren't what made Suemo happy. The real source of his excitement was the bottles and jars sitting on the table. Half a small bag of salt, pepper powder, chili powder, baking soda, star anise, bay leaves, 7 or 8 kinds of seasonings were all shoved into Suemo's inventory in one go. Lowering his head, Suemo discovered with delight that there was also half a bag of open flour tucked away inside the water vat, thanks to the water vat's seal. When Suemo dug into it with his hand, only the top layer had turned a little dark. Underneath, it was still snow white, which was a pleasant surprise. Take it. Take all of it. The earthen stoves, the water vat, the seasonings, the half bag of flour. The kitchen had instead become the biggest haul of this trip. After making sure there was nothing left in the room, Suemo backed out and hobbled toward the gap in the earthen wall with his spear as support. During this time, Oreo had remained dutifully at her post, squatting by the breach on alert. The moment she saw Suemo coming, she hurried over at once. Woof, woof, woof. While barking urgently, Oreo tugged at Suemo's pant leg, trying to pull him outside. All right, let us go. No more exploring. Once we've geared up later, we'll come back and turn this place upside down. Looking at the earthen-walled houses nearby, Suemo felt a trace of greed in his eyes. But when he opened Oreo's status panel and saw that her 6th sense skill was already on cooldown, Suemo's heart tightened. He quickened his pace and passed through the foggy exit they had used to come in. With Suemo's departure, the noisy entrance to the ruins once again fell silent. Not long after, the dispersed fog began gathering again. But at the breach Suemo had hacked open with the iron axe, the shadow of a figure as tall as a person could clearly be seen. The shadow seemed a little restless. After pacing in place for a while, it disappeared back into the fog. Once Suemo stepped out, the fog-shrouded ruins abruptly began to fade, as if they had truly turned into mist. At the same time, the corpse of the black dog that Suemo had carried out skewered on the chowood spear also became illusory along with the fog. A breeze swept past, and it crumbled into dust. What a pity. I thought this thing was so fierce that I might be able to drag it out and identify what kind of ghostly thing it was. Summoning the game panel and opening the monster codex, Suemo said regretfully while scanning. No mutant beasts detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today's uses 13. The area around the shelter was all wasteland. If there were any large animals, they could basically be spotted with the naked eye. Just to be safe, Suemo still used one scan anyway. Dragging his exhausted body back to the shelter, he closed the wooden door behind him. Only then did that long-lost sense of safety return. Wave after wave of pain came flooding out along with it. He took off the ceramic plate armor on his body, and the piercing pain made his scalp go numb. Every action had an equal reaction. Although the ceramic plate armor had blocked the black dog's impact, the force transmitted through it had still slammed Suemo's chest hard enough to leave a huge patch of bruising. In order to hold onto the chowood spear, the skin on his palms had been rubbed raw and peeled back. Under the sunlight, it looked bloody and gruesome. As for the other painful parts of his body, they were from his sudden burst of exertion. Soft tissue bruising, nothing too serious. Woof, a woof. Oreo lowered her head and kept circling around Suemo. Even though a dog couldn't speak, the worry in her actions was sincere and unmistakable. Enduring the pain, Su-mo forced out a smile. Good girl, I'm fine. We just took a loss this time. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Next time, I'll let them have a taste of what modern weapons are. Oh, whoa, whoa. Oreo lifted her head slightly, clearly not understanding what Su-mo meant by modern weapons. What a lovable little furball. Oreo was obviously no ordinary pet. As a mutant creature that had come out of the apocalypse, the fact that she could understand human speech only added another layer of mystery to her. While soothing Oreo, Su-mo moved over to the bucket where the psionic energy water was stored. He picked up a cup and drank a full one. The burning feeling in his chest immediately faded quite a bit, and even the wounds on his hands began to tingle with a numb itch. He raised his hand. Some of the minor wounds where the skin had only cracked a little were already starting to heal under the effect of the psionic energy water. And the larger wounds had also stopped bleeding. Suffer a setback, gain a lesson. After this exploration of the ruins, Su-mo finally faced the necessity of fighting in the apocalypse. If he only hid and only avoided battle, he would instead push himself into a place of no return. In peaceful times, you had to fight for what you wanted. In this chaotic, post-apocalyptic wasteland, you had to fight even more. Psionic energy water wasn't all-powerful, even though he could drink it without limit. Once he reached 300 milliliters, it lost its healing effect on minor wounds. Picking up the mirror left over from when he had cut the lighting and ventilation duct earlier, Su-mo looked at himself carefully. Because he had inherited his parents' excellent looks, the young man in the mirror had sword-like brows and bright eyes, carrying the delicate handsomeness of youth. The flecks of blood on his face and his messy hair not only didn't make him look sloppy, but instead gave off a masculine vigor. His nearly perfect jawline, with its graceful curve, made his side profile even more striking. Looking further down, Su-mo saw his chest in the mirror. When he had looked down at it earlier, it had been a horrifying patch of dark purplish red, where bruised blood had pooled beneath the skin. After drinking the nether energy water and triggering its hidden healing effect, the clotted blood had already begun to circulate slowly. The purplish red color had also changed into a faint purple tinged with blood. Nodding, Su-mo set down the cup of nether energy water. From the time he stepped into the ruin, it had probably been around 9 in the morning. By the time he came out, it was already at least 4 in the afternoon. That was completely different from the information he had gathered before, which said you could only stay in a ruin for 2 hours. Opening the private message panel, Su-mo found Manga from earlier and took the initiative to send her a message. Su-mo, hello, I want to ask you for more information about ruins. I can pay with nether energy water. The message was sent, and after another 2 or 3 minutes of delay, Manga's reply came back. Manga, hello, Godsu, what would you like to know? If you want to know where the blast-proof glass came from, then sorry. But that ruin from this morning didn't refresh again, and even I can't get in anymore. Su-mo, I want to know everything you saw and heard after entering the ruin, because I also entered a ruin once. I'll judge the authenticity of the information based on my own experience. I hope we can have a pleasant trade. Instead of trying to hide it, Su-mo chose to tell the truth. Actually, from the moment he entered the ruin, he had already sharply noticed that his ruin was different from everyone else's. It was way too big. No matter how large the ruins others encountered were, standing at the entrance, they could at least barely see what was deeper inside. But for his ruin, just the outer area alone had taken him more than 20 minutes to walk around, and he still hadn't gotten out of it, let alone see what was inside. Manga, okay, but I need a little time. I'm out in the wild right now, so it's not very convenient. How about this? Godsu, when I get back to the shelter later, I'll describe it to you in text. You can just pay me in water based on the value. It's not some huge secret anyway. After replying with an okay, Su-mo closed the private message channel. He was now 100% sure that there was a problem with his ruin. Opening the inventory, Su-mo began taking the items out one by one. First, he took out the most valuable item among them, the television. 32-inch colored TV, excellent. Description, a technological product from an unknown era, mainly composed of 5 parts. The power supply circuit, common channel, audio channel, color decoding circuit, and color image display system. The display shows 25 frames per second, with 625 lines per frame. Special ability. After being placed in the shelter and connected to electricity, it can monitor the area within 1,000 meters around the shelter, and has the functions of zooming in, zooming out, and switching perspectives. Evaluation. In front of this television, you, me, her, none of us have any privacy. Said righteously, holy shit, something this bug level actually exists? The TV's attributes left Su-mo stunned. Inside the ruin, it had looked like an ordinary television, but once outside, it actually had such a ridiculously bug-level function. If he could supply electricity to the TV, that meant within 1,000 meters, Su-mo would have absolute initiative. It didn't matter that he didn't understand the television's operating principles. That one overwhelmingly powerful function, one that science couldn't explain, was already enough to drive people crazy. Sure enough, risk and reward were equal. At this moment, Su-Mo's desire for electricity had reached its peak. Come to think of it, ever since transmigrating here, he hadn't touched a phone for 3 days. Now that he finally had a moment to relax, he instantly felt just how important electricity was. After taking out the power strip and putting it away properly, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Su-Mo's mind. If this town even had a television, then maybe it might also have a generator. With such an enormous town, there was no way it wouldn't have strategic supplies like generators and storage. Thinking of this, Su-Mo's mind immediately became lively. As long as I have firearms, monsters like the one before aren't worth mentioning at all. Maybe I can use the ruin to rapidly develop my shelter. Pressing all his expectations into the back of his mind, Su-Mo continued by looking at the moldy bedding set he had stolen. Kong bed 3-piece set, normal. Description, consists of a quilt, bedsheet, and pillow. Special ability, the unique fabric slightly improves comfort, while also providing a certain degree of moisture resistance. Evaluation, the love the white bedsheet couldn't give you. This red mandarin duck 3-piece set will make up for. Even though he had only gotten a normal grade item, Su-Mo didn't feel discouraged. When he picked this thing up, he hadn't held much hope for it in the first place. For a quilt that had already grown mold to still have a special ability that slightly improved comfort was already very rare. While there was still sunlight outside, Su-Mo walked out of the shelter and spread the 3-piece set flat on the ground where it could be exposed to the sun, letting the bedding fully soak in the sunlight to remove the mold. Actually, if conditions allowed, Su-Mo would have been more than willing to wash these things with water before laying them out to dry. But with his current living conditions, he could only keep everything simple. After returning to the shelter, Su-Mo took out the table, tea set, and seasonings he had brought back earlier. This time, unfortunately, the game panel couldn't identify any of these items. They could only be used as ordinary furniture, cups, and seasonings. But the half bag of flour he had gotten from the kitchen made Su-Mo quite happy. Refined flour, outstanding. Description, milky white in color between high gluten and low gluten flour. Semi-loose in texture, suitable for steamed buns, mantou, noodles, and more. Special ability, the flour has an automatic dust removal function, is not prone to rotting or molding, and is suitable for long-term storage. Evaluation, what? Looking at it, don't you want to make yourself a bowl of chili oil noodles and dig in? Su-Mo didn't ask for much when it came to food. As long as it could be stored for a long time and wouldn't spoil, that was enough. The flour's special ability fit his wishes perfectly. At this stage, everyone's meals were extremely simple. The big rye bread Su-Mo ate at least had enough salt in it to meet his daily needs. Other people weren't nearly that lucky. Some people could only dig up grass and strip bark for all 3 meals a day. Some were so starving that, just to survive, they even dared to eat dirt. As for the mutated beast meat available through trading, because of the harsh natural environment, those animals barely had any fat in their flesh. Chewing it felt like gnawing on tree bark, dry as hell. Only Oreo didn't care whether it was raw or cold and ate with great enjoyment. Su-Mo was happy with that as well. Compared to the exchange rate on the market, where 100 milliliters of water could be traded for 500 grams of bread, he could use 100 milliliters of water to get around 700 to 800 grams of mutated beast meat. Opening the trading panel, Su-Mo's gaze flickered. Today, he had decided to properly reward himself, spend a little extra water, trade for something good to eat, and celebrate making it safely out of the ruin in one piece. After the stock he had accumulated throughout the afternoon, plus what was left from the morning, as well as what he had drunk earlier while treating his injuries, he now had a full 38 liters of nether energy water. Looking across all the survival players in the world, if Su-Mo ranked second with his stockpile, no one would dare claim first. After searching around and finding that no one had listed any rare items for sale, Su-Mo went straight to searching by keyword. Chicken. Sorry. No trade items related to chicken were found. Pork. Sorry. No trade items related to pork were found. Beef. The items in the trade channel were all kinds of strange and varied. Quite a few people had opened good stuff from Earth out of treasure chests, but without exception, there wasn't a single meat product among them. After searching around for a while, Su-Mo could only helplessly change directions. This time, his keyword became canned meat. Sorry. No trade items related to canned meat were found. Not even that. Cured meat. 2 item listings have been found for you. After changing directions, Su-Mo revealed a satisfied smile. 1 piece of cured meat weighing 400 grams, and 1 piece weighing 200 grams. Judging by the unit price, 1 milliliter of water could be exchanged for 3 grams of cured meat. The price was far from cheap. After opening a private chat and messaging the seller, the other party was overjoyed to see that it was Su-Mo and immediately asked whether he was trading with nether energy water. After getting Su-Mo's confirmation, the other side took the initiative to lower the price. They directly dropped the unit price to 1 milliliter of water for 6 grams of cured meat, leaving Su-Mo dumbfounded. Although word had already spread over the past 2 days that nether energy water was holy water for healing injuries, Most people only knew that such a thing existed and had no idea whether it was true or not. Seeing how straightforward the other party was, Sumo simply treated it as promotion for the item and still traded at the original price, earning a wave of thanks from the seller. After spending 200 milliliters of nether energy water to get the cured meat, a flash of light passed by. The water level in the wooden barrel storing the nether energy water dropped by a barely noticeable amount. Meanwhile, two differently sized pieces of cured meat appeared in Sumo's inventory. Taking out the cured meat and looking at the alternating layers of fat and lean, crystal bright, vividly colored, yellow with a reddish glow, Sumo couldn't help but feel his appetite surge. Taking out 6 units of iron that had been meant for upgrading the base, Sumo switched to the crafting page. Iron stove. Iron 66 wood 11. Soil 22 confirm crafting. Iron 6 wood 1 soil 2. With a flash of crafting light, a common rural stove appeared in Sumo's inventory. Choosing a spot near the corner, Sumo moved it into place with a thought, and the stove appeared there. This was also one of the benefits of system crafting. When placing something for the first time, all he had to do was focus with his mind, and he could choose where to put it. Taking out the iron pot he had scavenged from the ruins, he poured in 100 milliliters of nether energy water to wash it. As soon as he did, Oreo, lying by the door, started howling. "I forgot about you, little guy." From the moment they got back, Oreo had voluntarily run over to guard the entrance. She was so well-behaved that she didn't seem like a husky at all. Now, following the scent of the cured meat, she was drooling with craving. She wanted to come over and act cute for some meat, but she was also afraid that if she left her post, monsters might invade, and she wouldn't be able to protect Sumo. "We'll eat together in a bit. Don't rush." Sumo looked at Oreo with approval. After receiving confirmation, she stopped howling, but the drool hanging from the corner of her mouth showed just how honest Oreo really was. Huskies were originally working dogs. It was only after being kept in cities that they had gradually lost their wildness, and their only remaining job was tearing up homes. But now that she was guarding the door, she wasn't any worse than the local village dogs. After washing the pot, Sumo set it on the stove. As a child from the older generation of rural folk, he wasn't like city kids nowadays who only knew how to twist a gas stove and get fire. Sumo took out 1 unit of wood and stuffed it underneath, then used the lighter he had traded for earlier. The plant fibers caught fire easily. Pouring in close to 1 liter of nether energy water, Sumo threw both pieces of cured meat into the pot together. With conditions this rough, he planned to make a nourishing cured meat soup to warm his stomach and drink something hot. It was just a pity that the Napa cabbage and tomatoes beside him had only just been planted. Otherwise, adding some fresh vegetables would have made the flavor even better. He added salt for seasoning, then a little fermented black beans, cooking wine, and black pepper powder for flavor. Before long, the bubbling cured meat soup gave off a fresh, sweet aroma. Sitting beside the pot and keeping watch, Sumo found his appetite thoroughly stirred up. For a full 3 days, Sumo hadn't eaten a single meal with seasoning. Back then, he never would have imagined that just a simple cured meat soup without any vegetables could make him this hungry. Seeing that the soup was just about ready, Sumo opened the trade panel again and bought 1 gene of mutated direwolf meat. Using 3 units of wood, he made 2 small bowls and a pair of chopsticks. Sumo placed one of the small bowls on the ground, tossed the direwolf meat into it, then ladled out some cured meat soup from the pot and poured it into the bowl together with the 200-gram piece of cured meat. "Oreo, come eat. Today's feast is your reward for protecting your master during the fight. So keep up the good work from now on." During the battle with the black dog, Oreo had stepped forward and interrupted the black dog's second pounce, creating a great opportunity for Sumo. Naturally, she deserved a reward now. Seeing Oreo spin in circles from how hot and fragrant it was, Sumo laughed out loud and poured all the remaining soup from the pot into his own bowl. Nether energy water originally had a soft, glutinous texture and a pleasant taste. After being heated, its sweet fragrance spread recklessly through the air, but fortunately, the rich, deep savoriness hidden in the cured meat stepped in just in time to stop that sweetness from expanding without end. The soup was slightly pale, with patches of oil floating on the surface of the broth. It was enough to make anyone drool and stare in longing. He picked up a piece of cured meat with his chopsticks and took a light bite. Juices burst out everywhere. It tasted mellow and fragrant, fatty but not greasy, lean but not tough. The food of his homeland was always this healing to the soul. How was this some doomsday, where tomorrow wasn't guaranteed? It felt more like a kind of happiness floating in heaven. Ignoring the fact that the soup was still a bit hot, Sumo picked up a small bowl and took a hard slurp. The fragrance lingered in his mouth, leaving an endless aftertaste. After a gluttonous feast, both man and dog collapsed in satisfaction. Oreo had eaten until her belly was round as a ball, and paired with that serious yet goofy little head tilt of hers, she was explosively cute. While waiting for the food to settle, Sumo opened the private message panel. Sure enough, several messages from Feng Mengue had already come through. "Feng Mengue, Since I didn't have any tool to measure time precisely, I estimated it by the angle of the sun. I entered the ruins at about 8 o'clock in the morning. Feng Mingwei. The outside of the ruins was covered in a layer of fog. But after getting closer, I could barely see the situation inside. Looking at Feng Mingwei's messages from the first 2 days, Su Mo nodded. In terms of time and the appearance of the ruins, it seemed everyone's experience was more or less the same. Moving his thoughts downward, Su Mo kept reading. Feng Mingwei. After entering the ruins, when I came back to my senses, I found myself standing inside a building. Around me was all the blast-proof glass I traded to you. I tried looking outside through the window, but the fog blocked my view. After that, I didn't dare go out. I just held on to several pieces of blast-proof glass and waited until I was automatically ejected from the ruins 2 hours later. Feng Mingwei. After leaving the ruins, about 2 hours had passed outside as well, exactly the same as inside the ruins. Feng Mingwei. Although there is no way to leave the ruins, I can be sure of one thing. This ruin is definitely not from our Earth. Seeing Feng Mingwei's private message, Su Mo's expression darkened, and he felt a hint of trouble. The appearance times of the first 2 ruins still matched up with what the ruins looked like, but the last 3 were completely different. It wasn't just Feng Mingwei. Among the chat records, anyone who had entered a ruin and come back had all said they appeared inside a building. Only Su Mo alone had appeared in a patch of wasteland, and had even needed to break through a farmer's wall just to enter the courtyard. Moreover, Su Mo was 99% sure that the place he had entered absolutely had something to do with Earth. Su Mo, what makes you so sure? With a thought, he sent that sentence over. As his thoughts raced, Su Mo held the white porcelain teacup in his hand and pondered silently. Meanwhile, in a slightly damp underground base, the woman leaning against the wall smiled as she looked at the message that had come through on the screen. Lit by the firelight, the woman was bright and lovely, with white teeth and a charming smile. There was none of the bedraggled look other survivors had. If Su Mo could see her right now, he would definitely recognize that the woman before him was Feng Mingwei. Feng Mingwei did not reply immediately. Instead, she sent messages to other people through the private chat interface. Not long after, 4 people walked into the underground base. 3 men and 1 woman, all tall and upright, with determined expressions. They did not look like ordinary people. How is it, yeah? What did that Su Mo say? The woman who had come in spoke anxiously at once. When the other 3 men heard Su Mo's name, they also revealed expectant expressions. Hard to say. Su Mo is a very cautious person. I judge that he is very strong and has already left his safe house to explore before. Feng Mingwei shook her head slightly. Everyone fell silent. Feng Mingwei continued. He bought glass before to reinforce his shelter, and he also has a steady supply of water resources. Logically speaking, an ordinary person should be guarding a gold mine like that, and developing slowly in peace. But Su Mo didn't. He still took the risk and entered the ruins. That proves he is not an ordinary person. Then what do we do? Can we still recruit him into our team? The scar-faced man on the left could no longer keep calm and asked anxiously. We'll take it one step at a time. Right now, none of us have transportation. It's basically impossible to move around, and the only reason we can stay in contact is because we're close to each other. Feng Mingwei. Come on, Su Shun. No way. You saw the properties of that glass yourself. Where on Earth would we have technology like that? That is practically magic, okay? Besides, there are other people in our team who have also walked out of their own buildings and seen what the outside looks like. If Su Shun is willing to join our team, we can share all that information too. Looking at Feng Mingwei's reply, Su Mo shook his head and laughed soundlessly. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of loneliness, nor was it that he was afraid these people would harm him. At this stage, forming a team was basically impossible unless the distance was close. And if he joined a team, the only value he could provide for the time being would be the nether energy water in his hands. That trade was not worth it. After privately sending Feng Mingwei 100 milliliters of nether energy water as payment for the information, Su Mo closed the private chat. If the next time I enter the ruins it's still different from everyone else, then I'll try buying information from other people. No need to rush for now. At present, the biggest danger was still the disasters whose cycle remained unknown. The prerequisite for exploring ruins was ensuring the safety of the shelter. If he lost sight of the bigger picture over a minor one, then if the shelter was breached by a disaster, he would likely lose everything in one careless move. After thinking for a while, Su Mo gathered his thoughts and continued building the shelter. At present, the iron purchasing was basically done, but the early-stage shelter could not be made entirely of iron. The strength in iron shelter was not very high. Although it would form a Faraday cage to resist lightning, its practicality was actually very low. Under ideal conditions, reinforced concrete was the best solution. Opening the supplies panel, Su Mo began sorting through the resources he had bought. First was iron. He had collected 130 units bit by bit before. Making the iron stove had used 6 units, leaving 124. Next was wood. Because he had entered the ruins, he had not cut any timber today, so his current stock was down to just 1 unit. Plant fiber and stone had both been completely used up. 6 units of soil. As for nether energy water, after washing the pot, buying meat, cooking, and paying foam menu's reward, he had 18 liters left. Suemo did not plan to save this water up. Nether energy water had a fixed daily output, but the materials varied, and they needed to be manually collected and put up for sale. Suemo kept a careful eye on things. The trading system at this stage was seriously bugged. Not only were there basically no restrictions, it could even transfer items across space. In the short term, this mechanism might not seem like much, but the farther things went, the more it would inevitably be controlled and manipulated by people with finance expertise. Through buying and selling and exploiting price differences, those finance people would be able to toy with ordinary people however they wanted. Naturally, the survival game would not just sit by and let such people destroy the rules like this. After the newbie stage, the trading system would definitely have some restrictions added to it or be scrapped entirely. And the most important traded goods, water and food, would definitely return to a normal exchange ratio as time passed. By then, trying to exploit resource asymmetry to gain a development advantage would become much harder. Having thought this through, Suemo opened the trading panel and started sweeping up goods. For the time being, no one was listing rare items for sale. Switching to ordinary materials, he sorted by unit price. Excluding wood, soil, and plant fiber, stone blocks were currently the cheapest resource on the market. On the Great Plains, collecting 1 unit of stone took about 15 to 20 minutes. For miners near the mountains, it only took about 5 minutes to mine 1 block. So calculated by labor value, 1 unit of stone was worth 5 milliliters of water. Just doing the math briefly in his head, Suemo could not help but curse angrily. What a black mine. No, even a capitalist black mine wouldn't dare run things this way. Digging stone continuously under the blazing sun for 1 hour could only be exchanged for 60 milliliters of water. Converted over, that was only 2 mouthfuls of water. That was also why many miners rested during the day and came out to mine at night. The blazing daytime sun drained too much stamina. 60 milliliters of water was nowhere near enough to make up for 1 hour of exertion. Only at night could that amount of water barely maintain a miner's basic need to survive. The more he analyzed, the more Suemo came to understand the situation of the others now living in this apocalypse. Suppressing the agitation and anger in his heart, Suemo took a deep breath and said, "A game of human lives." On the surface, it was a gamified survival world, but behind it were countless gazes desperate to stay alive. Mining only meant living miserably, not mining meant death. Of course, those miners were still among the better-off ordinary people. People living on plains like Suemo's, with no mines to dig, could only go chop trees. And the resources they got in exchange were even fewer, probably not even enough to maintain one person's daily survival needs. Shaking his head with a trace of disappointment, pretending to forget the many images that had just flashed through his mind, Suemo said softly, "When poor, take care of yourself alone. When rich, help the whole world. Consider this my own tiny contribution." According to the market price, the exchange rate between his nether energy water and ordinary water was 1 to 13. But Suemo didn't exchange it. Instead, he directly started buying goods with the nether energy water. Monopolistic business was simply too profitable. He only spent 1 liter of nether energy water and bought back a full 200 units of stone. As for the remaining 800 milliliters of water, Suemo took out 500 milliliters and exchanged it all for food to store away. When it came to choosing food, Suemo stuck to the principles of easy storage, filling, salty, and hard to spoil, so he chose nothing but bread. Including the 8 gene of big rye bread he had left from before, his current bread stock had now reached 14 gene. Looking at the inventory piled full of supplies, Suemo, who had previously been depressed because of humanity's situation, gradually regained his confidence and said steadily, "Although relying on the system isn't really my own ability, who can say what the future holds? As long as I'm still alive, humanity will never go extinct. One day, I'll become stronger and live longer. Maybe I'll even be able to build a super shelter that not even any natural disaster can shake." Suemo's tone grew calmer and firmer. On the other side, Oreo, who had been lying there on alert, also turned around at just the right time and barked a few times, signaling that he had a share in this burden too. Apocalypse calendar, January 4th, you slept very soundly. Your spirit and condition have fully recovered. Survival points +2. You discover ruin. Survival points +2. You gained your first companion in the apocalypse, Oreo. You are very happy, and your depression has been completely swept away. Survival points +20. You explored the ruin, giving you a certain understanding of the unknown. Survival points +5. You killed a powerful ruin monster. Your combat ability has improved. Survival points +10. You harvested quite a lot from the ruin. Survival points +5. Your meals were very satisfying, and your sense of happiness greatly increased. Survival points +2. Scanning host survival environment. Survival point assessment in progress. You gained 36 survival points today. Final settlement. Survival points, 82. Remaining survival points, 202. Morning sunlight spilled down, and Su-Mo woke in the warmth. Because he had gotten the full Kong bed set yesterday, the cold of the night had completely vanished. Oreo, who was lying beside him, saw Su-Mo wake up and obediently rested his dog head by the bedside, asking Su-Mo to pet him. After rubbing Oreo's head, Su-Mo stretched lazily and sat up on the edge of the bed. After 2 days of saving up, his survival points had finally passed 200, enough to meet the minimum requirement for shelter material modification. He opened the chat channel. After getting through the confusion of the first few days, the people who were still alive had all begun to face reality and survive in the wasteland. He first entered the world chat channel. The first round of acid rain disaster is coming tomorrow. So are you all ready? Ready my ass. I wish acid rain would fall on me today. This damn weather is hot as hell. My throat is practically smoking. Brother upstairs, are you serious? You even dare drink acid rain? I respect you as a warrior. Can't acid rain be drunk after boiling? Or can it? Quick science lesson. It's not that acid rain absolutely can't be drunk. It depends on the concentration. To put it simply, acid rain is like sulfuric acid with an extremely low concentration. The impurities and harmful substances inside, it will still leave residue even after boiling and settling. If the concentration is low, processing it and drinking a small amount is still okay. If the concentration is high, then I suggest you pray for yourself. God will bless us and let us survive. Compared to how crowded the world channel had been at the beginning, the messages now were sparse enough that you could clearly read everyone's comments without even scrolling. The content had also shifted from the despair and pessimism of the beginning to the occasional sharing of practical knowledge. So, tomorrow's the disaster already. Time really flies. After coming to the wasteland world, 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. After switching to the regional channel, the first thing Su-Mo looked at was the number of survivors on the far right, 774. Not bad. This number is much better than expected. During the beginner phase, there basically wouldn't be any crazed, mutated creatures attacking at night, so at the very least, the surviving humans could still struggle on through the nights. But by the final day before the disaster arrived, everyone had to start thinking about how to get through this coming calamity. After getting up, Su-Mo collected the nether energy water stored overnight and carefully watered the vegetable culture medium. After storing all the remaining nether energy water into the bucket, Su-Mo began preparing a refined breakfast for the 4th day in the wasteland. Taking out the ground pot he had cleaned last night, Su-Mo set it on the stove, lit the last unit of wood, and placed it under the stove to start the fire. The sweet-smelling nether energy water was poured into the pot and began heating. Catching that faint trace of fragrance in the air, Su-Mo took out the big rye bread and started tearing it apart, like making bread soup with mutton stew. He tossed finger-sized pieces of bread into the pot. As the water temperature rose, they gradually softened and blended together. He tore in about 1.5 gene, and the water in the ground pot also began to boil. In an instant, the rich walnut flavor from the big rye bread, mixed with crushed hazelnuts and fused with the nether energy water, burst out into a unique and ethereal aroma. So fragrant. This water is practically a natural seasoning. Su-Mo took a deep breath of the delicious scent. If last night's meat soup had been satisfying, then today's bread soup was pure enjoyment. Even though he had entered the wasteland world less than a week ago, Su-Mo felt like it had been at least 1 or 2 months since he had eaten something this fragrant. His mouth was already flooding with saliva. It'd be even better with some vegetables. While controlling the heat, Su-Mo opened the trading channel. He searched for vegetables. Whoosh! There were dozens of pages of vegetable packets. The prices were all ridiculously inflated. Some of these vegetable packets had been opened from treasure chests, while others were leftovers from instant noodles people had eaten. Su-Mo had originally planned to trade with nether energy water, but after another thought, might as well try the world channel. With a thought, he opened the world chat. Ever since arriving in the wasteland, he still hadn't used his loudspeaker even once. Su-Mo, a bowl of fragrant bread soup cooked with nether energy water in exchange for vegetable packets. Highest bidder wins. No insincere offers. A message slid across the world channel. By now, Su-Mo's personal homepage already had over 1 million followers. The moment the message appeared, many people immediately caught sight of it. Holy shit. God, Su, is this generous? Soup made with nether energy water? Hiss. Although most people had already accepted Su-Mo's extravagance, there was still a small portion of people who didn't pay much attention to world chat and were utterly shocked. In just a few seconds, Su-Mo received over 1,000 trade messages. Some really did have vegetable packets, while others planned to trade using other supplies. God, Su, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Please, have mercy and give me 1 mouthful of soup. I'm begging you. I have a kerosene lamp. Can I trade it for a bite of food? Boss, I have the vegetable packet from a Kong Shuifu pickled cabbage flavored instant noodle cup. Can I trade it? I've got a portable vegetable packet here, a full 100 grams. Can I trade it for 1, Su-shun? So many people came running over to trade that even Su-Mo hadn't expected things to get this lively. and once Su Mo ladled out a bowl of bread soup, about 200 milliliters, the trading channel exploded even harder. 200 grams of bread soup, excellent. Description: a bowl of bread soup made with a special type of water, rich in aroma and brimming with happiness. Special effect: after consumption, slightly increases satiety and restores injuries to a certain extent. Evaluation: can you even remember how many pieces of bread you've eaten? Dio. After adding nether energy water, the manually made bread soup had reached the fine grade, triggering an even crazier scramble in the market. Naturally, Su Mo traded with whoever offered more vegetable packets. After choosing for quite a while, Su Mo spotted the one who seemed the most willing to pay. Alan Brando. Hi, Mr. Su. I have 2 small packets of dehydrated vegetables here, a full 250 grams, and I also have 1 batch of gunpowder, 200 grams. I want to trade for the bread soup you listed. Is that okay? Not only did he have the vegetable packets Su Mo needed right now, he even had an unexpected bonus. Most buyers were basically offering vegetable packet resources, yet this guy actually had this kind of strategic level material. Even though making guns and cannons with the current level of technology wasn't realistic, it was still better to be prepared. Without hesitation, Su Mo designated the trade target and selected Alan's 3 items as the exchange. With this kind of designated trade, everyone else could only watch. They had no way to join in. A few seconds later, Alan instantly bought the item, and the trade was completed on both sides. Gunpowder was a delicate thing. Su Mo still hadn't found a place to store it for now, so he could only leave it in the inventory first. He took out the vegetable packet and poured 1 bag of 100 grams, containing 4 or 5 kinds of vegetables, into the remaining bread soup. Glue, glue, glue. Inside the not-so-large shelter, fragrance was everywhere, mixed with the scent of vegetables. Oreo was already lying obediently beside the pot, staring unblinkingly at the vegetable bread soup inside. Drool hung long from his mouth, dripping onto the ground patter-patter. Sprinkle in some seasoning, and it's ready to come out of the pot. As an authentic man from Shaanxi, something this bland wasn't Su Mo's style. Taking out the chili powder he had looted from the ruins, Su Mo reluctantly poured in a little. Instantly, the numbing fragrance of chili mixed with the fresh aroma of the bread soup, blending into a spicy, savory scent. Su Mo took a deep sniff, moved the iron pot over to the stove beside him, and prepared to dish it out. Huff, huff, woo, 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 woo. Orio's nose twitched as he lay on the ground, already unable to wait any longer. You little foodie. Su Mo smiled and shook his head. He lifted the pot, poured a little less than half into Orio's bowl, and accepted the rest for himself without holding back. The soup cooked in the iron pot carried a kind of smoky, earthly flavor that was hard to taste in the city. The soft breadcrumbs melted the moment they touched his mouth. Su Mo chewed especially carefully, not letting even a single strip of vegetable go to waste. When he closed his eyes, it even gave him the feeling of having returned to the civilized age. If I could have a meal like this every day from now on, that'd be amazing. The man and the dog had a hearty meal. By the time they were done eating and had washed the pot and stove clean, the sun was already high in the sky. The chill of morning had completely dispersed, making it the perfect time to head out and work. Today I have to get the drainage done and stop this place from getting flooded. After eating, Su Mo grabbed a shovel and rushed outside. At 10 o'clock in the morning, wasteland time, worker Su Mo clocked in on time. Maybe because it was still the newbie protection period, the wild animals weren't that crazed yet. After scanning the area once, he still didn't detect any mutated creatures near the base today. What a pity. I thought I'd be receiving a delivery today. Mutant beasts that others feared like tigers had somehow become deliveries when it came to Su Mo. It had to be said in the apocalypse, as long as you could adjust your mindset, the experience really had a different kind of flavor. Standing on the little hill above the shelter, Su Mo looked out into the distance and still saw nothing but desolation and vastness. Days of blazing sun had turned the ground, which had still carried a trace of green before, into a scorched yellow expanse. He walked over to the patch of shrubs he had cut before. The traces from the place where he had encountered the chameleon had already been swept away by the noisy winds of the plain at night. Aside from looking a bit messy, there was no direct way to tell that a battle had once broken out here. Taking out the iron axe, Su Mo started chopping trees. When the trading market was extremely cheap, even 100 milliliters of water could be exchanged for dozens of units of wood. But Su Mo's goal wasn't that. Just like in a certain ninja anime on Earth, even after obtaining chakra, people still had to start from the basics of tree, climbing, and water walking to train their control over chakra. What Su Mo was doing now was the same. Axe control. With every swing, Su Mo pursued the utmost precision. Strength control. With every chop, Su Mo aimed to keep his power within a certain range, neither too much nor too little. Even if I have firearms in times like these, close quarters combat with people is impossible to avoid. The more you want to control, the more clearly Su Mo felt how difficult it was. I don't have the kind of power from fantasy novels that can crush all techniques with brute force. That means I can only pursue speed and precision. The key is striking vital points. The movement has to be fast, the force has to be enough, and the accuracy has to be exact. Looking at the half-man-tall sapling that had fallen as the second tree, and the much neater axe marks on it compared to the first one, Suemo gained a trace of insight. Blocking is inferior to dodging. Dodging is inferior to striking first. Before making a move, it has to be like chopping a tree. You have to know where to hit for the highest efficiency. If I can take down the enemy before he even makes a move, then I won't need to worry afterward about not having professional training and being unable to dodge those attacks. The more Suemo thought about it, the more precise the strength in his axe became. In less than 1 short hour, he was already able to keep both force and accuracy within a fairly broad, stable range. By now, the wood had accumulated to 20 units, and plant fiber to 8 units. Returning to the base, Suemo took a few gulps of cool water, then brought a portion over to Oreo, who was patrolling and standing guard nearby. After that, Suemo began examining how to design the drainage. Right now, the shelter still didn't have any sewage treatment pipes. Going to the bathroom was handled hastily outdoors, so for the time being, there was no need to consider how to connect sewage out of the shelter. After being placed, the safe house had slightly altered the terrain of the hill. It had turned it into a gentle slope design. Under normal logic, there basically shouldn't be any regular drainage issues. But with this kind of terrain, depressions were the easiest to form. In the event of heavy rain, lake-like standing water could build up beneath the shelter as foundation. If that continued over time, the moisture and water pressure would damage the structural stability of the shelter. And that wasn't even mentioning acid rain. That would corrode the surrounding terrain even more, leaving not a blade of grass growing and making it unfavorable for the base's future development. A simple drainage ditch won't be enough. I need to dig out terrain that can guide the water away all at once. Ideally, it should direct the water 400 or 500 meters away. After roughly planning the route in his head, Suemo started working. Fortunately, in this world, the shovel made through the game panel had a certain assisting effect. With just a little force, it could lift up a whole patch of earth. Even so, after digging for a full 3 to 4 hours, it wasn't until dusk that the drainage ditch had only stretched a little over 50 meters. The 3 drainage ditches looked like scratch marks, crooked and twisted. Without any cement or concrete to hold them in place, they looked extremely loose and flimsy. But the effect was definitely there. Calling out to the survival system in his heart, Suemo fixed his gaze on the drainage ditch he had dug out. Simple drainage facility, upgrade path 1. Reinforce the facility and change the material, greatly improving drainage efficiency. Requires survival points, 150. Upgrade path 2. Use underground buried pipes for drainage. Higher efficiency, more concealed, and less likely to be damaged. Requires survival points, 550. Description: don't even think about trying to take a turn with this drainage ditch. I guarantee you'll get stuck in it. Try placing 1 unit of stone in and see. Looking at the 2 paths the system had provided, Suemo took out 1 unit of stone and piled it onto the drainage ditch. Sure enough, the requirement for upgrade path 1 dropped by 3 points. The description also changed to upgrade path 1. Use stone reinforcement, increase drainage efficiency, improve durability, and make it less prone to corrosion. Requires survival points, 147. There were a full 200 units of stone in his backpack. The stuff was cheap, so Suemo didn't feel bad about using it. 10 units, 20 units. Only after placing 47 whole units of stone did the survival point requirement stop changing as more stone was added. It stabilized at 9 points. Choose upgrade path 1. As soon as the words fell, a green light burst out from Suemo's body, merging the 40-plus units of stone together with the drainage ditch. Starting from beneath Suemo's feet, traces of stone began to appear in the originally soft dirt drainage ditch. Each time the green light swept back and forth, more and more stone appeared within the earth. After 3 to 5 seconds, a stone drainage ditch. It was done. The drainage ditch formed from gray-black rock looked neat and orderly. On the barren land, it was like a great wall, enough to fill one with shock. It looked like a complete stone surface laid by a machine. There wasn't the slightest trace of manual excavation, and the whole thing seemed naturally formed. The more he looked, the happier Suemo became. Detected that the player's probability of surviving the first natural disaster exceeds 99%. And the player is the only one in the world to achieve this accomplishment. Awarded 1 lottery draw chance. Standing on the small hill and gazing into the distance, Suemo instantly felt double-blessed. He hurriedly opened the game panel to check. At this moment, behind the functions on the azure blue game panel, there was suddenly a brand new feature shining with dazzling rainbow light. Lottery. I didn't expect digging a drainage ditch would give me an achievement like this. If I'd known, I would dug it out on the first day. Looking at the lottery wheel in front of him, Suemo focused his eyes on it. The wheel was divided into 5 sections: pet, blueprint, tool, item, resource. There's actually no thanks for participating. This definitely wasn't developed by that old Ma-S company. All 5 options were extremely useful, with Oreo as a precedent and his resources now abundant. Even if he drew a pet, Suemo wouldn't mind one more mouth to feed. He directly pressed the draw button. The wheel started off spinning very fast, but as time passed, it inevitably slowed down. In the end, the pointer stopped in the blueprint section. Record. Congratulations, player, you have drawn the hunting compound crossbow blueprint. As soon as the game panel's prompt ended, a design blueprint glowing with red light appeared in the inventory. Hunting compound crossbow blueprint, a long-range combat tool. Slow reload speed, high initial velocity, and considerable killing power. An essential tool for wilderness survival. It's actually a ranged weapon. Suemo's eyes lit up. Even before his first trip out to fight, he had already considered making a ranged weapon. It was just that he had never had a good production direction, and survival points had always been too scarce, so he had kept putting the idea aside. He and T expected to get a crossbow now, something even more advanced than a bow. The biggest difference between a bow and a crossbow was accuracy. A crossbow didn't require the user to aim while drawing the string, so it had much lower requirements for the user. Although its reload time was much longer than a bow's, generally speaking, it had a longer range, stronger killing power, and a higher hit rate. It was a powerful long-distance killing weapon. Give a bow to a woman, and because of arm strength, she could at most shoot at 20 to 30 meters. But a crossbow was different. Once someone learned how to use it, within 50 meters, it was basically point where you want and hit where you point. Its accuracy was terrifyingly high. After crushing the crossbow blueprint, a stream of light merged into the crafting function of the game panel. Suemo impatiently opened the crafting list. He checked the material requirements for making one hunting compound crossbow and its bolts, scrolling the crafting page all the way to the bottom. Suemo tapped it with a thought, and the material list popped out. Hunting compound crossbow, wood 08, iron block 08, copper block 04, nylon 02, composite nylon 01, matching crossbow bolts 5, wood 02, iron block 01. After unlocking the compound crossbow blueprint, the matching bolt crafting blueprint came included, so Suemo didn't need to obtain it separately. Iron blocks were easy enough to deal with. Now he was only missing nylon, composite nylon, and copper blocks. I wonder if anyone else has nylon. Copper blocks should be a little easier to get. Thinking as he went, Suemo called Oreo back and started walking toward the shelter. When exploring the game panel, it was easy to ignore the surrounding environment, so when browsing the trading market, Suemo usually did it inside the shelter. When he had checked the trade listings before, Suemo had seen a lot of strange little things. Now that he searched, sure enough, he found traces of copper blocks on the trading panel. At present, one copper block was listed at 100 milliliters of water, while nylon was nowhere to be seen. The prices these people were listing were all way too high. After browsing around, Suemo suddenly noticed that there were only 2 people listing copper blocks for sale, before he even had time to buy newly listed copper blocks. Those 2 had already bought them up. These players were like in-game merchants, hoarding resources that were still relatively scarce and jacking up the price on the spot. Better to buy it up myself. Trading you energy water for materials is more cost-effective. After thinking for a moment, Suemo put up several trade listings. Seller, Suemo, trade item, 50 milliliters of energy water. Request, 1 copper block, stock, 200 milliliters, trade item, 100 milliliters of energy water. Request, nylon to stock, 200 milliliters, trade item, 200 milliliters of energy water. Request, composite nylon stock, 200 milliliters of energy water. The acid rain arriving tomorrow. In the eyes of most people, that wasn't even called a disaster. It was called supplies. Starting from a morning, water's purchasing power had been steadily declining. It wasn't just materials. Even trading for equivalent food came at a huge discount. Still, thankfully, the purchasing power of nether energy water was as strong as ever. These purchased materials just happened to meet the requirements for making a hunting composite crossbow. The copper block trade had only been posted for less than half a minute before all 4 units were completed. Boss, where did you dig up the nether energy water? Don't worry, after we find it, we can split it 1-9, okay? Sugad, I still have copper blocks. Please take mine too. I haven't had water for a whole day. Sir, I have nylon, but the price isn't enough. It has to go up more. Private messages came one after another. This was already the nth time Suemo had listed nether energy water for sale. So almost everyone had guessed that he had a fixed gold mine of some sort, with a non-stop water supply. Most people who bought the nether energy water didn't use it all just to quench their thirst. Basically, they were storing it away as strategic medical supplies. If they got injured somewhere, maybe nether energy water could keep them hanging on to life. In the World Channel and Regional Channel, a whole bunch of people had started talking again, all discussing the 2 kinds of nylon Suemo wanted. After the earlier probing, Suemo had already learned that nylon was not actually a scarce item. It was just that some people were holding on to it, hoping to drive up the price. Looking at the growing number of private messages, Suemo set a keyword alert for composite nylon and stopped paying attention to the rest. There was no deadly threat in front of him yet, so he didn't urgently need the composite bow to save his life. If he waited until evening, maybe some people would sell it cheap. After sorting by price, Su-Mo received another 50 units of stone, making up for the earlier losses from repairing the water channel. After slowly taking out all the building resources and stacking them neatly inside the shelter, Su-Mo's emotions surged. Living in a wooden shelter was manageable in the early stage, but as time passed, would eventually suffer irreversible wear and tear. It really wasn't safe. Now that he had finally met the conditions to upgrade to a stone shelter, Su-Mo didn't waste any time and started the manual upgrade. The first thing to be upgraded was the shelter door, the first line of defense in the wasteland. Shelter door, effect, slight anti-theft, slight radiation resistance. Upgrade path 1. Increase the thickness of the wooden door, improve the sturdiness of wood, slightly improve fire and water resistance. 10. Upgrade path 2. Change the material. Upgrade the wooden door into a stone door, greatly increase durability and other attributes. 5. Evaluation. You don't seriously want to survive in the apocalypse relying on a wooden door, do you? Selecting upgrade path 2. The stone on the ground was scanned by green light. 10 units of stone melted down into stone slurry and attached themselves to the wooden door. After a brief wait, the original wooden door disappeared, replaced by an ancient-looking stone door. He pushed open the stone bolt, grabbed the wooden handle set into the stone door, and slowly opened it. Su-Mo was pleasantly surprised once again. The stone door was over 20 centimeters thick. With that kind of thickness, even bullets would have a hard time penetrating it. As long as he shut the door from inside, no matter how many people were outside, they wouldn't be able to break in. Of course, that was assuming they didn't have explosives. The craftsmanship on the outside of the stone door was very rough. The system had also taken concealment into consideration during the upgrade, although it still looked out of place in the wilderness. At least ordinary creatures would only take it for a crude boulder. After closing the door and returning inside the base, Su-Mo began upgrading everything one by one. With each sweep of green light, the original wooden floor underwent a complete transformation, turning into light gray stone tiles. After upgrading the foundation, Su-Mo moved on to upgrading the load-bearing structure and the ceiling. As the last wooden part changed color, the shelter was completely refreshed. First was the interior environment. The damp feeling was gone, and the grime left behind from days of activity on the wooden boards had disappeared as well. Now the ground was neat and uniform, entirely light gray, because it had been polished so smooth and flat. At first glance, it even looked a bit like gray ceramic tile. Some of the old, uneven, and pitted spots had also been filled in by the system's upgrade. The stone walls were a slightly antique dark brown, and streaks of stone grain occasionally ran across them, making the shelter feel less dull. The ceiling overhead used the same color as the walls, giving the whole place a stronger sense of unity. Not bad. Su-Mo inspected the shelter inside and out, then opened the full shelter overview on the game panel. Personal shelter, description, a shelter made entirely of stone, extremely sturdy, with excellent security. It has unique advantages in blocking dampness and retaining warmth. Space, 100 square meters, floor height, 4.2 meters. Integrity, 100. Facilities, iron stove, bed, large vegetable culture medium, nether energy well water extractor, dining table. Introduction, everyone has to pay for their youth, but only you have to build a house for yours. This is the greatness of human civilization. Su-Mo clapped his hands and let out a long sigh. The greatest benefit of a shelter made entirely of stone could be summed up in just 2 words. Safety. The very thing everyone in the apocalypse was desperately pursuing. Su-Mo had built it in just 4 days. He wandered around, touching here, looking there. As he examined the completely renewed shelter, joy naturally rose in his heart. Too bad. If only there were electricity. Living in a stone house could never compare to reinforced concrete. Then I could install a bathroom. No, a bathtub. Watch a movie, drink some red wine. Looking at the ceiling, Su-Mo sat on the steps and let his imagination run wild. Ever since coming to this world, the closer the shelter environment became to Earth, the more complicated Su-Mo's feelings became. From nothing to something, from the Stone Age to the age of electrical appliances, humanity had spent more than 5,000 years. And a single person's lifespan was only a few decades at most. In an apocalypse where tomorrow wasn't guaranteed, would there really be a day when electricity returned? He clenched his fists and threw the gloom in his heart to the back of his mind. Now was not the time for sighing. He hadn't even managed to walk 3 kilometers out into the nearby wilderness, so what right did he have to talk about the future? After taking stock of his supplies, not counting the 400 milliliters of nether energy water listed on the trading market, his reserves had recovered to about 25 liters again. Leaving 1 liter as backup, Su-Mo began the final shopping spree before the disaster. Of all the things he needed to buy, the first one Su-Mo thought it was cloth. At present, there weren't many places in the shelter that needed cloth. Things like washing pots and scrubbing pans were all being dealt with using crude grass pads made from plant fibers. And if the base ever started leaking, using cloth to plug a hole would also be a reliable choice. There was quite a lot of cloth on the trading market. Some have been listed from old clothes, while some have been opened from treasure chests. There was a messy assortment of all kinds. I'll just buy 2 cleaning rags and some regular cloth scraps to plug holes. After a round of trading, at the cost of 50 milliliters of nether energy water, he bought back 2 rags, 1 gray and 1 dark blue, as well as a head-sized bundle of cloth scraps. With cloth taken care of, next came all kinds of resources. Just as Suemo was about to keep checking, a private message started flashing in the lower right corner. A message came from Chun Pingon, the same person who had previously sold the monster encyclopedia. After the 2 of them completed a trade, they had automatically been added as friends by default. So when Suemo opened the game panel, he could directly see the message prompt. Chun Pingon, Sugod, do you want composite nylon? I just happen to have one. Suemo, yes. Do you want food or water? I can make the food on the spot. The moment he saw the words composite nylon, Suemo was delighted. He had put up a purchase request for composite nylon on the trading market that afternoon, but there had been no news even by evening. He really hadn't expected Chun Pingon to actually have it. Looks like his combat strength is pretty good. You can't find this stuff out in the wild. Suemo secretly speculated. After transmigrating into this kind of wasteland, whether Chun Pingon had relied on luck or force, he had been the first to get his hands on the rare item, the monster encyclopedia. His strength definitely couldn't be underestimated. Judging by how often they traded, Chun Pingon's life on his side probably wasn't bad either. At the very least, with this level of combat ability, as long as there wasn't some large-scale natural disaster, he wouldn't croak. Chun Pingon, I want water, nether energy water. 1 composite nylon for 500 milliliters of water, okay? Suemo, okay. Chun Pingon, holy shit. That's terrifying, brother. You're not even going to bargain a little? The last time he had listed the monster encyclopedia and water pairs in the trading channel, the flommers underneath had been ridiculously numerous. Leaving aside all the people who came with tiny price cuts, there had even been several thousand who brought out sky-high butcher knives. Some had even directly said, do your big bro a favor and just give me this monster encyclopedia, okay? Because of that, this time when trading, Chun Pingon had deliberately quoted a high price. He hadn't expected this, though. Suemo, you can go back on it, but our trade's end here from now on. I'll blacklist you. When dealing with this kind of person, Suemo knew one basic rule very well. Principles. This was also a rule for handling people he had realized from his usual shopping experiences. The same vegetables, the same price. If they were in a wet market, whether people intended to buy or not, they would always want to go up and haggle a bit, just to see if they could force the price down. But if they were in a supermarket, no one could bargain, so they could only pack them up and take them away. Even if the former managed to bargain successfully, when they thought back on it carefully, they would still feel a little unhappy because the buyer could never figure out where the seller's bottom line really was. As for the latter, even though there was no bargaining, everyone held to the idea that the price was the same for everyone, so they wouldn't feel how much they had lost. If Suemo agreed to Chun Pingon's price increase at this moment, it would plant a seed in his heart that Suemo had no bottom line and no principles. In future trades, things very likely wouldn't go as smoothly as they did now. Chun Pingon, God, don't, I was joking. You're my bro, don't be mad at me. 500 milliliters is fine too. I urgently need nether energy water to stay alive. This wilderness is way too dangerous. There are monsters everywhere. Suemo, you've gone out exploring? Chun Pingon, I chose an above-ground shelter, so I can only survive by sweeping the map for resources. The monsters in this wasteland are more vicious than the last. I can only pray that no kind of biological mutation shows up in future disasters, or this really will become humanity's disaster. Looking at Chun Pingon's words, Suemo grew a little curious. Suppressing the urge to ask Chun Pingon about the outdoor environment, Suemo put up the trade and designated Chun Pingon as the seller. With one exchange back and forth, 500 milliliters of nether energy water was successfully traded for 1 rare piece of composite nylon. In a short time of that trade, the price of water was still crashing. Even the price of food was steadily falling, while, on the contrary, those minerals that were usually cheap were now slowly climbing in value. The rising and falling trend of the market was like an invisible giant hand, controlling the fate of humanity in the wasteland. Suemo fell silent. He had already guessed the reason behind this development, but with bitterness filling his mouth at this moment. How could he calmly say this cruel truth out loud? It wasn't that the humans who had transmigrated into the wasteland no longer lacked water, nor that they no longer lacked food. The real reason was those who couldn't survive the early stage and had no way to steadily obtain water and food in the wilderness were already dead. It was now the night of the 4th day of the doomsday calendar. After 4 days had passed, those who had no way to get water had already fallen forever on this wasteland. Without exact numbers, Suemo had no way of guessing how many people there were. He could only judge the fate of this shared human community from the current market prices. In the trading channel, watching the increasingly chaotic market price fluctuations, Suemo could only step in personally and start buying back materials. This round of purchasing was still mainly focused on materials for base development, especially trying to collect as much iron and copper as possible, materials with extremely high appearance rates. Oreo, go stand guard. I'm making dinner. After calling out to the silly dog, Oreo got the order and dashed to the door with a huffing sound, then obediently sat down. The stone door couldn't block smells. In this kind of environment, Oreo's usefulness was in no way inferior to a monster encyclopedia. Carefully scrubbing the iron pot clean with a rag, Mo added 600 milliliters of water into the pot, then followed the morning's recipe and put in the big rye bread again. As the heat rose, the water began to boil. Then he added some seasoning and a vegetable packet. 2 bowls of steaming hot bread soup were ready. After finishing dinner, the sky over the wasteland had already gone completely dark, and across the entire wilderness, only the shelters still held tiny points of warmth. The iron blocks and copper blocks he had listed for purchase before dinner had also been collected almost completely. His luck was pretty good. Most people still hadn't reached Mo's stage yet, and for the time being, they hadn't realized the importance of stockpiling basic resources. Unfortunately, no one had chosen to sell ordinary nylon yet, just as Mo thought he wouldn't be able to get any ordinary nylon today. The 100 milliliters he had listed in the trading channel was instantly bought out twice in a row, successfully netting him 2 pieces of nylon. With that, all the materials for the hunting composite crossbow were complete. He gathered them all. Mo was overjoyed and opened the crafting page. At this moment, in the weapon tab of the crafting page, the blueprint for the hunting composite crossbow had already lit up, and the hammer icon behind it was exactly the sign that it could be crafted. With a thought, he clicked the blueprint. He chose to craft the hunting composite crossbow along with 5 matching bolts. Confirm crafting. A ding-dang little hammer struck the blueprint, and the materials in the inventory gradually disappeared. The iron blocks turned into molten iron and began to be cast into the shape of the crossbow. The copper blocks rose from the ground and began to deform from standard cubes. The 2 pieces of nylon were stretched taut, while the composite nylon was pulled back and forth, tightening onto the crossbow frame. Record, you lost 10 wood, 9 iron blocks for copper blocks, 2 nylon, and 1 composite nylon. Record, you obtained a hunting composite crossbow. Record, you obtained 5 crossbow bolts. Watching the progress bar finish, a crossbow suddenly appeared in the inventory, one that radiated a chilling glint just from looking at it. With a thought, a masterfully crafted crossbow, looking as if it had been made by the heavens themselves, appeared in Mo's right hand. On the ground, 5 crossbow bolts had appeared as well, completely identical, as if they had been copied from a mold without the slightest error. Good lord, even though the structure is simple, its precision is no joke at all. After carefully examining the structure of the crossbow, Mo couldn't help but feel shocked. On Earth, crossbows were strictly controlled weapons. Ordinary civilians basically had no access to them. It was only because, in his previous life, one of his clients had taken him along for fun that he had occasionally gone to a shooting range once and come into contact with modern crossbows. The crossbow created from the blueprint now had an overall yellow, silver, and black color scheme, carrying a trace of cold mystery. 2 small round brass discs hung on both sides of the bow, responsible for drawing open the nylon string. The simple loading mechanism in the middle was responsible for dropping the bolts into place. Mo tested it. It could hold exactly 5 bolts at a time. Although the crossbow couldn't fire continuously and needed to be rest-strung after each shot, the ammo reserve was still pleasantly sufficient. After setting the crossbow properly, Mo began using the cocking device to draw the string. The first bolt smoothly slid into the firing chamber, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Mo took out 1 unit of wood from the inventory, crafted it into a wooden board, and placed it in the corner of the shelter. He aimed at the board and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! With an initial velocity no weaker than a small police handgun, the bolt buried itself into the wood in an instant. Holy crap, just as expected from direct casting. This power is kind of insane. Looking at the bolt still trembling slightly, Mo quickly stepped over to the wooden board on the ground. When he flipped over the board, which was a full 6 centimeters thick, he saw that the sturdy bolt had pierced through it completely, with half sticking out the front and half out the back. Although this level of power couldn't compare to the high-precision crossbows made by major arms companies in the civilized era, it was definitely not weak. Something like that chameleon from before, if it took a hit like this, it would probably die on the spot. Let's try again. Having suddenly obtained such a deadly weapon, Mo could hardly contain his excitement. But he also knew clearly that while the crossbow was tremendously powerful, all of that was built on having steady aim. Just now, Mo had aimed at the exact center of a 1 meter by 1 meter board, but when he actually fired, a slight shake of his hand sent the bolt into the upper right corner, nearly missing the target. That kind of deviation had appeared over a distance of only about 10 meters. There was no need to mention the accuracy at 50 meters or 100 meters. From accuracy, to power, to trajectory, to the feeling of firing, to how to draw the string, Mo slowly began testing everything one by one. The bolts were not consumables. A single bolt shot into a wooden board could basically be recovered and reused more than 5 times. Only after being used many times would the bolt begin to show slight deformation. Besides, 5 bolts only required 2 units of wood and 1 unit of iron. He could absolutely afford that cost. Whoosh, 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 shot after shot, test after test. He studied and judged the angle of his arm and the precision of his aim each time. Sumo's proficiency rose wildly. On Earth, a day of training this lavish at a shooting club would cost tens of thousands, but in the apocalypse, he could squander it without restraint. With every shot, Sumo did not seek speed or power. He sought only accuracy. After repeatedly pondering and practicing for 20 or 30 shots, Sumo shifted his attention to the physically demanding task of drawing the string. Cocking a crossbow had always been a major issue, not to mention the compound, rapid cocking crossbow in his hands. Starting from the earliest crossbows with stirrup-style cocking devices, crossbow enthusiasts had always been walking the road of researching how to make cocking easier. Later came hand-cranked gear systems, pulley systems, and dedicated cocking devices. The efficiency of cocking had grown higher and higher. After drawing the string 30 or 40 times in a row, Sumo also felt the soreness and numb weakness in his arms, and at the same time measured his current speed limit. For the first 3 bolts, he could complete the sequence of cocking, aiming, and firing within 1 minute. After that, each bolt required a separate 30 seconds to 1 minute of preparation. After 10 bolts, each shot required at least a little over 1.5 minutes to complete the entire sequence. If it could be modified into electric cocking, that would feel amazing. Thinking of the powerful upgrade functions in the Doomsday survival system, Sumo's heart burned with excitement. He focused his attention, called out to the system in his mind, and stared at the crossbow. Hunting compound crossbow, normal. Description, a long-range combat tool. Slow reload speed, high initial velocity, and considerable lethality. A must-have tool for surviving in the wilderness. Rate of fire, 140 ms. Range, 80 m. Maximum lethality, 165 m. Effective lethality. 330 m. Farthest lethality. Upgrade Path 1. Upgrade the crossbow materials. Increase draw weight. Reduce cocking pressure. Require survival points, 180. Upgrade Path 2. Upgrade the crossbow materials. Add an electric cocking device. Alter the design mode. Add an automatic burst fire mode. And increase ammunition capacity. Require survival points, 400. Introduction. Art students use Cupid's arrow to shoot a girl's heart. Only science students use a powerful crossbow to confess. Praise machinery. Holy crap. When you lack education, one holy crap is enough to conquer the world. At this moment, looking at the second attribute in front of him, Sumo felt both shocked and excited. Before this, when upgrading the wooden spear, the option of an electric device had popped up as well. But the electric device for the wooden spear and the one for the crossbow in front of him were worlds apart. After adding the electric device, the crossbow would completely change its firing method. Not only could it fire continuously, it could also cock itself electrically, as long as he had enough bolts. Sumo was confident that with just this one crossbow, he could create the feeling of a Gatling gun. And this upgrade only required 400 points. At his current pace, as long as he could keep a low profile and survive for around 10 days, he would probably be able to gather that amount. When that time came, his combat power would rise in a straight line. Unfortunately, it still needed electricity. If he couldn't develop electrical power, or find some device that could convert power, then this thing would just be scrap. Letting out a long sigh, Sumo once again deeply felt the importance of restoring electricity. The reason technology had suddenly advanced so rapidly in the civilized era was, at its core, the invention of electricity. Electricity had allowed every ordinary person to truly feel the charm of technology. But at the same time, no electricity. Seeing Sumo lost in thought, Oreo ran over from the side, wagging and swaying as if saying, "If there's any problem, leave it to me. Oreo, I order you to generate electricity for me right now. This is your master's mission." Sumo laughed loudly, called Oreo over, and pulled him into his arms, vigorously rubbing his dog head. Poor Oreo still didn't understand what electricity even was. He only heard that it was his master's mission, and a glint of wisdom flashed in his eyes. At an angle Sumo couldn't see, Oreo seemed to be thinking about something. By the time Sumo turned the dog's head to look, Oreo's slightly clear gaze had already become muddled again. No mutated beast detected within a 1,000-meter radius of player Sumo. Today's remaining uses, 0 out of 3. After using up his last chance for the day and confirming there were no mutated beasts nearby, Sumo went outside with a torch. Tomorrow would be the day the acid rain disaster arrived. He needed to do one final check to make sure the drainage system hadn't been clogged by the wind-blown sand on the plain. It had to be 100% safe. Calling for Oreo to stand guard, Sumo quickly made 3 more torches in a row and stuck them into the ground. The moonlight, which should have been silver-white, had turned into a strange red glow as the disaster drew near. The red light spilled across the ground and merged with the firelight, creating an eerie, bleak kind of beauty that was hard to describe. In just half a day, the wind and sand on the plain had already laid down a thin layer over everything. Taking out a shovel, Sumo began clearing the water channel. Only after everything was done and he had confirmed it was fully cleared did he return to the shelter. Lying on the bed in the firelight, looking at the sturdy stone door and the extremely smooth stone walls and floor he had polished, Sumo pulled the blanket over himself on the final night before the disaster, and his breathing gradually steadied. His ample preparations gave him complete confidence that he could face the coming disaster. However, under the late night that had already begun to turn colder, countless others were still running across the land with torches in hand, praying they could use the last bit of time to put together some kind of disaster defense. Only a small number sat inside their shelters with complicated expressions, waiting for the disaster to arrive. Under that intense sense of crisis, aside from Sumo, no one was able to sleep peacefully that night. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock-tock. The night grew deeper, and all things fell silent. One blackbird after another, their bodies pitch dark, flapped across the land and dove downward. The wind that had once been noisy over the plain seemed to calm down, as if heaven and earth had been covered by a layer of black cloth. The red moon's glow also began to fade, gradually hiding behind the dark clouds. Water. It's water. We're saved. We have water now. Thank God. Thank Jesus. Thank rebirth. Countless pitch-black shelters gradually lit up with tiny points of flame as the sound of raindrops grew louder and louder. In the next moment, some people rushed excitedly out of their shelters and stood beneath the sky, wildly enjoying the touch of water. Boom! A bolt of lightning that seemed to split heaven and earth appeared in the sky, instantly illuminating the land, and the frenzied expressions on those people's faces. The thunder that followed was like a warning, shaking the world. Crash! As time built up, the sparse drizzle suddenly turned torrential. In the pitch-black night, the sound of rain became the only solo. The parched earth greedily absorbed the nourishment falling from the sky. The cracked ground, split open by days of relentless sun, gradually began to heal under the touch of the rain. It was as if all things had come back to life. However, my face. How did it become like this? When the first person's face began to show pits like it had been corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid, the people who had rashly rushed outside were instantly stunned by the brief flash of lightning. Those standing out in the rain suddenly discovered the exposed skin on their bodies had already been burned black, covered in tiny pits. It didn't hurt, and instead carried a strange numbness. Most terrifying of all of this had happened in complete silence. On the World Channel, countless meteorologists and chemists who had crossed over also noticed the anomaly in the acid rain. Everyone be careful. Don't let the rain touch your bodies. There is something wrong with this rain. It might not be sulfuric acid. I ran an experiment. There's no corrosion at all on wood or soil. Anyone with the conditions to do so can collect some and research it with me. Professor Lee has used up his speaking chances for today, so I'm posting this for him. Professor Lee says this acid rain may contain some kind of neuroacidic substance. Do not let your body come into direct contact with the acid rain for long periods. If you get wet, wipe it off immediately. No wonder the corroded parts of my body have already lost sensation. Please, someone save me. I don't want to die. Mom, I want to go home. I want water. I don't want to stay here. Can someone save me? My stomach hurts so much. I drank a little rainwater just now. It hurts. It hurts so much. More and more numb, desperate messages flooded the World Channel, bringing with them a dead silence and panic like the end of the world. Water had already begun seeping into shabby, crumbling huts. Dilapidated underground hole shelters with terrible ceiling had started leaking like crazy. Low-lying pits were already madly accumulating rainwater. More and more people began to understand what this disaster truly meant. So this wasn't just a disaster for a small handful of people, but a catastrophic calamity that would wipe out everyone. This acid rain was actually this terrifying. Whiff, 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 whiff. A woo. Inside the dim shelter, Sumo opened his tired eyes. Seeing the agitated Oreo by the bedside, most of his drowsiness instantly vanished. What's wrong? Bracing one hand on the bed, Sumo shot upright and touched his chest. After several days of hard work, plus the injuries he had sustained in the ruins, he had finally recovered quite a bit as time passed. Following Orio's line of sight, Sumo suddenly discovered that quite a lot of water had already seeped in through the shelter's stone door, soaking a patch of the stone floor. Damn it, there's something wrong with this rain. Seeing Oreo baring his teeth, Sumo immediately felt his scalp go numb. Almost on instinct, Sumo got dressed while opening the game panel to check the World Channel. As the game panel opened, a series of notification sounds began ringing out as well. Record. Attention all players. Attention all players. Attention all players. Record. The first disaster, acid rain, is about to arrive, newbie protection. All players are advised to treat it with caution and not be careless. Record, this disaster will last for 36 hours. Record, please note. System announcements will cease operation after the end of the first newbie disaster. Record, congratulations, player Sumo. It has been detected that your shelter's disaster resistance attributes currently rank first in the world. Would you like to make the ranking data public and simultaneously enable a shelter live stream for disaster survival? Record, please note. Enabling the live stream will not broadcast the interior of the shelter. A rotating aerial live stream will be activated above the shelter, and other players will only be able to observe the surface structures. Record, if the live stream is enabled for a cumulative total of more than 15 minutes and you successfully survive the disaster, you will receive one random survival airdrop. Record, enable. The chaotic notification sounds exploded by Sumo's ears like a flock of birds buzzing at once. The disaster had already started, and there was even this live stream? After spending a few seconds sorting out the current situation, Sumo quickly understood where things stood. The acid rain disaster had indeed begun. The water seeping into the shelter had to be acid rain without question. Yet if even a shelter like his, which was already leaking, still ranked first, Sumo didn't dare imagine how miserable the other shelters must be right now. Setting the system prompt aside for the moment, Sumo chose to first go into the world channel and take a look around. The moment he entered, the overwhelming flood of messages made it feel like the grand scene of the very first day after everyone had transmigrated had returned once again. My shelter is about to be flooded. When is this rain ever going to stop? I hate this, I hate this. I hate that I didn't dig drainage channels. My feet got corroded away by the rainwater. I don't have feet anymore. Remember this. Do not let your skin come into direct contact with the rainwater, or your nerves will be corroded immediately. If you have the means, use plant fibers to absorb the water. Don't let the water touch you no matter what. This isn't a natural disaster. This is a baptism. Only in the pouring rain can we humans find the direction to move forward. Amen. Oh God, can your believers go to your heaven after they die? Countless hollow messages occupied 99% of the chat window. Sumo had only looked for 3 to 5 seconds before he was so shocked he couldn't say a word. The acid rain on Earth, no matter how terrifying, still had a traceable basis. Its material composition was perfectly clear. However, according to what people were saying in the world chat channel now, the acid mixed into this rain caused no damage to objects at all. But the moment it touched a human body, it would trigger severe corrosion, and it did so silently. It's actually neuroacid. A look of horror appeared on his face. For some reason, Sumo suddenly thought of the black dog he had encountered in the ruins before. The surface of the black dog's skin had been covered in countless disgusting rotten spots, yet it had been completely unaware of it. Even when Sumo stabbed it with a spear, it showed no reaction whatsoever. He closed the world channel and opened the regional channel. The member count in the regional channel now looked as if it had been dyed in bright red blood, making it hard to accept. 323. Before going to sleep yesterday, Sumo had deliberately memorized the number of survivors in the regional channel. At that time, there had still been 645 people. In just one night, a full half of them had vanished into this curtain of rain. As for the remaining 300 people, they were also hanging by a thread. Those who had chosen above-ground shelters were still relatively better off. As long as their terrain wasn't too low-lying, they at least didn't have to face the hellish scene of acid rain pouring directly into their shelters for now. The smart ones relied on wooden shovels and buckets, carefully making sure the water wouldn't flow back into their shelters. The not-so-smart ones simply used plant fibers to make crude raincoats and umbrellas. Wearing raincoats and holding umbrellas overhead, they climbed onto the roofs of their wooden house shelters, then made wooden boxes and planks to barely put together a small attic to hide from the disaster. Those who had embraced the idea of drinking their fill of the acid rain were left in this wasteland forever, never to show any sign of life again. After observing for a while, Sumo closed the game panel, his gaze sharpening as he looked toward the leaking spot. If the rain outside was really this terrifying, then it made perfect sense for his shelter to rank first. As an underground shelter, there wasn't even a single puddle of standing water below ground at this moment. Relying on the excellent seal of the stone door, there was a great chance of surviving the first wave of disaster. Oreo, don't touch that water. After calling out to Oreo, who was baring his teeth at the leaking spot, and telling him to stay farther away, Sumo took out the scraps of cloth he had stored before the disaster and began studying a rainproofing plan. When most people had been gathering supplies, they hadn't thought of making use of cloth scraps, which had better absorbency, so now they could only settle for the inferior substitute of plant fibers. He fished out a handful of cloth scraps from the corner of the cabinet. After counting them, Sumo immediately felt reassured. It should be enough. Lighting a torch, Sumo carefully came over to the stone door to inspect exactly where the water was seeping through. After lying down and watching for a while, Mo relaxed. The seepage was coming from the lower right edge of the stone door. It was probably because the terrain was completely level. In reality, the shelter had a slight tilt, higher on the left and lower on the right. That directly caused the acid rain to seep in through the lower gap on the right side. And because the two sides were uneven, the left side was still fine and hadn't started leaking. Otherwise, if both sides had started seeping inward together, that would have been troublesome. If that was the case, then it wasn't too serious. As he stared at the leaking water little by little seeping inward, a bold idea appeared in Mo's mind. If this kind of acid rain could be collected, wouldn't that be the equivalent of a poison? And a highly potent one at that. While everyone else was thinking of ways to survive the disaster, Mo, sitting inside his luxurious shelter, found his mind becoming more and more active. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that this could work. Excited, he said, since this acid rain doesn't corrode anything except the human body, I might as well make a guide track and use a water vat to collect the acid rain that leaks in. Once he decided, he acted immediately. Spreading out the cloth scraps flat, Mo carefully placed them over the area where water had pooled. Watching the water on the ground rapidly get absorbed by the dry cloth, the heart Mo had been holding in suspense finally settled. Oreo, who had been anxiously watching from the side, also seemed to sense that the danger was fading and the expression of bared teeth on his face eased. While the cloth was absorbing the water, Mo began checking yesterday's survival point gains. Apocalypse calendar. January 5th. You safely spent the first night after the disaster descended without suffering any harm from the disaster. Survival points. 5. Through your unremitting training, your combat power has increased slightly. Survival points. 2. You open up the first small building facility under your shelter, a drainage channel. Survival points. 30. Your base underwent earth-shaking changes, crossing from the Wooden Age into the Stone Age. Survival points. 50. You obtained your first ranged weapon, causing your combat power to make a major leap. Survival points. 10. Your long-range shooting ability has improved. Survival points. 2. Scanning host survival environment. Evaluating survival points. You gained 52 survival points today. Final settlement. Survival points 151. Remaining survival points 153. 153 survival points. Seeing the final total, Mo felt a bit pleasantly surprised. Yesterday, upgrading the shelter had basically used up all of his survival points, leaving him with only 2, and his sense of security had plummeted. Unexpectedly, thanks to the drainage facilities and the stone shelter, his survival points had recovered to 153 once more. Now I won't be afraid if the disaster suddenly intensifies. Compared to this shelter, the recovery of survival points was without a doubt what gave a person a greater sense of security. Sitting on the stone chair and looking at the stable shelter, a wave of security washed over him, and then his stomach began grumbling in protest. You must be starving too. Rubbing his stomach, Mo smiled. Oreo at the side also understood that mealtime was coming. Even the way he paced back and forth seemed so happy it was like he was about to fly. Pulling over the nether energy water that had been stored overnight, Mo used the survival system to confirm that the water quality was fine, then poured all of it into the wooden bucket for storage. Using a wooden basin, he scooped about 1 liter of nether energy water from the bucket and poured it into the earthen stove, then began making a fire to cook. It was the same old bread soup with a rich broth, a faintly white color, and a taste that lingered pleasantly. While everyone else was desperately trying to survive the disaster, being able to drink a mouthful of hot soup in an underground shelter really was comfortable. After eating and drinking his fill and scrubbing the pot clean, the rag had already absorbed almost all of the acid rain on the ground, leaving only a tiny bit behind. After carefully using a wooden stick to poke the rag aside, Mo picked up a torch and baked away the last traces of moisture until they had completely evaporated. It looked like only a slight leak. It had taken a whole night for this much to accumulate. After checking the crack in the door, Mo gained a much clearer understanding of his shelter's current disaster resistance. Acid rain was certainly terrifying, but in the survival game's disaster classification, it still counted as a beginner-level disaster. That meant as long as people used their brains a little and stayed cautious, getting through the first disaster would not be difficult. The facts also proved it. For those who managed to survive, relying on their own methods to hold out for one day was basically not a problem. After conveniently moving the water vat to the lower edge of the steps with a storage space, Mo began making a guide rail to collect the acid rain. After using 2 units of iron to forge an iron plate with raised edges, Mo took out another 2 units of plant fiber to make hemp rope, then used a wooden box to secure the iron track in place. All the rainwater seeping in through the door crack would slide down along the stone steps, eventually falling onto the iron plate, and then sliding all the way into the water vat. At the current rate, collecting about 1 liter of rainwater before the disaster ended should not be a problem. After finishing all this disaster prevention work and scooping out water to irrigate the vegetable plot, Suemo sat down in his chair and continued gathering information. Since he could not go outside, almost everyone had gathered in the chat channels. Skipping past the world channel that was scrolling so fast, it made his eyes dizzy. Suemo tapped into the regional channel, where casualties had been especially severe. The regional channel, which used to be somewhat lively, was now sparse and sluggish, and most of the messages were just people exchanging random trivial matters. Sigh. When are these hard days ever going to end? My situation here is pretty good. I picked a high spot, so it's not bad. It looks like getting through this disaster won't be a problem, but the next one. Xiaolu from next to my base lost contact sometime between yesterday and now. I have no idea what happened. I heard that some people out on the wasteland have already abandoned their shelters and started roaming around committing crimes. They're just surviving by robbing others. Everyone needs to stay sharp during the disaster and not let those beasts that aren't even human attack you. Yeah, in this chaotic age without any law, who knows how many lives are going to suffer? If they dare come, I'm not someone to be messed with either. I'll definitely make them pay a price. Besides, those people must have robbed a ton of supplies. Maybe I can get rich in one go. Come on, stop joking. They show up in groups. And you're alone. Two fists can't beat four hands. After lurking for a while, Suemo silently exited the regional channel. He had already guessed long ago that some people would give up their shelters, choose to wander, and collect supplies by attacking their own kind. He just had not expected this kind of collapse of human nature to come so quickly. It seemed that in the future, he would not only have to be careful of mutated monsters, but also these wasteland drifters. After silently adding another rule to his code of conduct, Suemo began examining the newly appeared function. At this moment, under the chat function, in addition to the world channel and regional channel, there was indeed a new disaster resistance channel. He entered the disaster resistance channel. It looked a bit like a live stream page from the age of civilization, with 10 video stream windows neatly arranged in rows from 1 to 10. Even the live stream titles were all different. The number 1 shelter in the universe. No gifts needed. If you come in, you're my bro. Today as stream. Acid Rain Survival. The host personally explains shelter design standards. Huasha Shelter recruiting strong members. Recruiting any members with professional skills. Recruiting nearby disaster victims. Food and lodging included. Top tier ideas. Looking ahead at future disaster prevention trends from an offense and defense perspective. Lone Wolf Survival Guide. Zeus Shelter recruiting powerful teammates. Requirements. Among the top 10 shelters currently granted livestream permissions, only 4 were domestic, ranked 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 9th. The other 6 were foreign. Seeing this number, Suemo was slightly surprised. In his estimation, having 2 domestic shelters in the top 10 would already have been very good. He had not expected there to be 4. After all, in terms of hands-on ability and combat capability, foreign countries had vast lands and sparse populations, which meant more chances to train. Things were relatively stable back home, so naturally many people had never had the chance to truly practice in the wild. After entering the live stream room of the first-ranked Zeus shelter, the image suddenly changed, as if it were fully immersive simulation, making him feel personally present. The sky was gloomy and gray, and the curtain of rain had merged into a single sheet, pounding the ground with a crashing sound. Following the camera downward, he could see a boundless mountain range of mines. It stretched from one end of the sky all the way to the other, an extremely shocking sight. As the camera zoomed in at the foot of one mountain, Suemo saw a cluster of wooden houses called Zeus Shelter. Built against the mountain itself, the entire wooden settlement ran roughly north to south, with around 20 to 30 houses, aside from the 3 main houses in the middle, which looked well built and pleasing to the eye. The other rooms all seemed like temporary patchwork structures, crooked and uneven. Relying on a mountainous terrain, once the acid rain fell, it automatically flowed downhill with the slope, failing to pose any threat to Zeus Shelter. The person who chose this location was pretty impressive. Seeing such a massive building complex, Suemo's heart tightened. With the mine mountain at its back, this terrain could let them pass through small disasters without any losses, not to mention larger ones. And now that they had already gathered dozens of people, once that force turned into combat power, their efficiency in exploring ruins would definitely be far higher than that of a single person. It seemed the owner of Zeus Shelter did not care about exposing the structure of his shelter to the public, as he had opened all viewing permissions. Trying to control the camera himself, Suemo pulled the view closer. Sitting in the very center of the main house was a blond man with a full beard, talking non-stop about something. After switching perspectives, the image in front of Suemo stabilized and became a fixed camera angle like a streamer-esque view. Welcome, everyone, to our Zeus Shelter. This is the safest shelter in the world. At present, our shelter has more than 80 people, over 12 wilderness survival experts, and 30 extremely strong fighters with service experience. We can absolutely guarantee the personal safety of any member who joins Zeus Shelter. Of course, the shelter does not support freeloaders. To apply to join the shelter, you must meet the following conditions. Men must not be under 175 centimeters tall, women not under 168 centimeters. Your weight must be within a healthy range, and you must possess at least one skill. As long as you can help with the construction of a large shelter. We welcome your arrival. Of course, for technical personnel, there is no need to participate in the hunting team's excursions. You only need to stay inside the shelter. The bearded man did not look eloquent, but when he spoke, he really had a whole routine down. With the game panel's translation, Su-Imo naturally had no trouble understanding him. As he spoke, the bearded man even deliberately showed off the base's current facilities. Following his camera into the supply room, what came into view was a mountain-like pile of mutated beast meat. After roughly 1 or 2 tons of beast meat had been processed, it was piled together, looking quite shocking in this food and water-scarce apocalypse. And that still wasn't all. In the 3 huge vats beside it, each about half a person's height. When the bearded man lifted the lids, there was slightly murky yellow water inside. Looking at the water, the bearded man was obviously a little tempted, but in the end, he only licked his somewhat peeling lips and put the lid back on. He then went to the weapon room nearby. Inside was a whole row of wooden spears, along with 3 bows that looked handmade. Finally, the bearded man entered the largest room. Although this room had windows on all 4 sides, the bonfire in the middle of the house drove away all the cold. 40 to 50 shelter members, both men and women, sat around the middle of the room singing loudly, and from time to time someone would even get up and dance. Seeing this scene, absolutely no one would think they were in the middle of an apocalypse. The bearded man straightened his chest, extremely proud. This is the strength of our great Rice Nation Zoo shelter. Join us, and you'll have enough food and drinking water, along with the safety of your dreams. I saw some people in the comments talking about Huaxia. No way, right? You're willing to go to a shelter where you have to work more than 15 hours a day? You want to go to those Huaxia shelters where after you risk your life outside to bring back supplies, you still have to support other people? As the bearded man's words fell, the men and women sitting by the bonfire burst into laughter. Don't say I'm being harsh. In a wasteland like this, everyone should have their own awareness. Look at your Huaxia shelters. They're just a bunch of rabble, still thinking about saving so many useless burdens. The next disaster will wipe them out for sure. Hearing the bearded man's arrogant words, Su-Imo rotated his somewhat stiff neck and exited the live stream room. It looked like these people's shelter philosophies had come into conflict. Skipping over the second-ranked live stream room, Su-Imo directly entered the third-ranked Huaxia shelter live stream. Once again, the view drifted downward from the gray, gloomy sky. Unlike the mine beside, where the bearded man was, this time the Huaxia shelter's terrain was the same as Su-Imo's own shelter, an endless great plain. United as one, we fight the disaster and carry out rescue work. As the view moved downward, Su-Imo noticed a banner hanging within this large cluster of buildings, about the same scale as the bearded man's. The banner was made from some unknown white cloth, hanging between the low wooden houses, with a line of words written on it in charcoal. 1, 2, 15, 25. After counting around one by one, Su-Imo was shocked to discover that the Huaxia shelter actually had a full 43 houses, and more than 10 of those houses were wooden huts generated by the survival game's built-in shelter system. Unlike the bearded man, who relied on the terrain to resist the disaster, the Huaxia shelter had chosen to build embankments to defend against the rainwater. On the ground of the shelter, many winding drainage ditches had been dug, densely packed. What looked like more than 100 people were wearing extremely bulky grass raincoats, holding grass umbrellas, and doing their best to clear the drainage channels. On the faces of these people standing on the land and working hard, Su-Imo did not see the same pleasure as the members in the zoo shelter from before, but he saw another kind of emotion. Hope. Every single person working wore hope on their face. Hope of survival. This kind of shock was something only Huaxia people could feel, and only Huaxia people could understand the sense of responsibility required for this hope. The view switched to the streamer's perspective. With a shift of the camera, it moved to a house at the outermost edge, inside a room lit by torches. Hello to every Huaxia citizen watching this live stream. This is the Frontline Command Center for Disaster Relief. We are a disaster relief point under Regiment 79 of the 13th Army of Huaxia. The maximum live stream range is 50 kilometers. Every Huaxia civilian within 50 kilometers of this rescue point may, after the disaster, contact the shelter center. The shelter will go to your location for rescue in the near future. Please wait patiently and do not give up hope. I'll repeat that. Huaxia has not given up rescue efforts for a single civilian. Please hold fast in your own shelters, endure the disaster, and what awaits us will be a beautiful tomorrow. Civilians not near a Huaxia shelter, please do not panic. At present, there are 42 known shelters established by the military. Please do not rashly go out searching for them. Protect yourselves and wait for the military to expand its search range for rescue. Do not head into the wilderness on your own. I'll repeat that. The black-haired woman responsible for the announcement was not very old. She kept repeating these 4 sentences over and over. Even though her lips had split open from dryness and talking too much, to the point of bleeding, she seemed completely unaware of it. Shunko, with a heavy heart, Su Mo remembered the woman's name and exited the Huasha shelter livestream room. Compared to the Zeus shelter, which only recruited talented people, the way the Huasha shelter handled things was indeed difficult for people from other countries to understand. They definitely would not understand. In the apocalypse, why still protect these ordinary people who were powerless, unable to work, and without talent? But at this very moment, Su Mo believed that every Huasha person who saw the livestream would feel a surge of hope in this apocalypse. Natural disasters are merciless. People have feelings. One day, Huasha will rebuild its homeland on this wasteland. After going through all the livestream rooms one by one, Su Mo gave up on the idea of reaching the top of the disaster relief rankings. Although starting a livestream would grant unknown airdrop supplies, which seemed tempting, the shelters ranked in the top 10 were undoubtedly all group-based forces. A common man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes his crime. The fact that he alone could build a shelter surpassing those established by other groups would obviously look suspicious. Under the current circumstances, when there was still no modern firepower, Su Mo decided it was better to stay patient and keep a low profile. He constantly reminded himself of Ming Taizu's strategic guideline: build high walls, store abundant grain, and take your time claiming kingship. He absolutely must not learn from Yuan Shu, the great warlord of the late Easter Han. The man got hold of an imperial seal and then dreamed of becoming emperor every day. In the end, he couldn't resist and declared himself emperor, immediately becoming the target of nearly every warlord's campaign. He ultimately failed and died, becoming a laughingstock. If I expose my coordinates within 50 kilometers right now, it's one thing if no one is around, but if there's someone, the risk is way too high. Not good, not good. After thinking it over again and again, going with an out-of-sight, out-of-mind mentality, he simply turned off the live stream interface. After watching the construction of the top 10 shelters just now, Su Mo was deeply moved. With his so-called commoner mindset, after coming to this unknown world, all he had focused on was how to stay alive, how to upgrade his shelter, and how to survive under natural disasters. As a result, he had neglected the most important things: improving combat power and exploring the outside world to gain a better understanding of it. In this disaster, among all the live stream rooms that could rank in the top 10, without exception, all had chosen to build above-ground shelters, mainly wooden houses on the surface. Only the 9th-ranked Lone Wolf Guide livestream was made up of a 7-person squad. They were not living in the shelter provided by the survival game. Instead, they had directly chosen to move to the foot of a mountain. For 5 straight days, these people had dug day and night. Finally, on the last day, they managed to carve out a cave large enough for 7 people to live in. Back by the mountain, it was extremely solid. Not knowing whether these people had given up the shelter provided by the game or had never deployed at all, Su Mo fell into thought and began considering how his shelter should develop. Previously, based on the prompts from the game panel, he had subconsciously placed too much importance on the shelter generated by the game panel. As a result, all of his current development had been trapped inside the shelter. This was a good thing, but to a certain extent, it was also a bad thing. I'm alone, while they have 7 or 8 people at a minimum, and some even have dozens. In the early stage, I definitely can't match them when it comes to stockpiling resources. If I want to surpass them, the only path I can take is climbing the tech tree. Who would VE thought that a corporate slave like me, who from childhood to adulthood only ever needed to study and memorize stuff and barely use my brain a few times, would one day start planning a base in a pretty decent way? But my hair. Su Mo gave a bitter smile and mocked himself. Blindly hoarding resources and upgrading the shelter would only turn it into a sturdy tomb. Once the day came when the upgrade speed couldn't keep up with the severity of the disasters, he would only be able to wait helplessly for capture. The good stuff in ruins required combat power. Exploring the wilderness required combat power. Without better equipment and weapons, it simply wouldn't work. The top priority is finding a way to develop electricity. I have an advantage, so I have to make use of it. Su Mo's gaze turned solemn. I can only take it one step at a time. The heavy rain outside was still falling. Su Mo stood up and began carefully weaving a grass raincoat and a grass umbrella. He had to go outside and take a look at the situation around the shelter to make sure nothing unexpected had happened. After weaving for a while, could it be because my weaving is too crappy? The system doesn't acknowledge it at all, seeing that the system couldn't display the grass raincoat's attributes. Su Mo curled his lips, then spent 4 units of wood to craft a wooden box. He placed the grass raincoat inside and silently hypnotized himself in his heart. This is a wardrobe. This is a wardrobe. This is a wardrobe. After repeating it 3 times, he focused his attention and called out to the survival system while looking at the wooden box. Crude wardrobe, description, made of wood, used to store clothes. Storage, grass rainproof coat. Please choose an item to upgrade. 1 wardrobe. 2. Grass rainproof coat. As expected, seeing the wardrobe's attributes, Suit Mo raised his brows. After making the grass raincoat, calling up the survival system couldn't show the raincoat's attributes or upgrade path at all. Clearly, the system simply didn't acknowledge this item. Just like the table and tea set he had taken out of the ruins. None of them had an upgrade path available yet. But after crafting a wardrobe and placing it inside, the option to upgrade the item popped out. I choose to. He muttered it in his heart. When he looked again, the grass raincoat's attributes had already appeared. Grass rainproof coat. Description: a raincoat woven from plant fibers. With weak rainproof ability. Upgrade path 1. Change the material and alter the design, granting stronger comfort. Requires survival points, 25. Upgrade path 2. Change the material and add electric assistance, granting stronger impact resistance, radiation resistance, and corrosion resistance. Requires survival points, 300. Introduction: a lone old man in straw cape and bamboo hat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. Why are the two paths these? Suit Mo frowned. If he wanted to go outside, what he definitely needed was better waterproofing. But neither of the two upgrade paths shown clearly stated what exactly they enhanced. Spending survival points like this would basically be wasting them. Trying out, Suit Mo silently said in his heart, "System, can the upgrade path be changed and replaced with stronger waterproofing ability?" As Suit Mo's words fell, a flash of light swept by. The two original upgrade paths flickered away and turned into a new interface. Grass rainproof coat. Description: a raincoat woven from plant fibers, with weak rainproof ability. Upgrade path: powerful raincoat. Branches: waterproofing, 10. Material, 10. Heat insulation, 10. Corrosion resistance, 10. Introduction: a powerful waterproof raincoat that can keep you dry and refreshed on rainy days. Do not expose to intense sunlight. Hang dry in the shade. It can really be changed? So Montauk was startled. Aside from the upgrade method of the nether energy well, this was the first time he had seen this kind of upgrade method with independent attributes. Compared to that vague, broad direction, comprehensive type of upgrade, this kind of upgrade method was more expensive, but it let him choose the attributes he wanted, making it more suitable for the current situation. Looks like the system still has a lot of functions I don't know about. Silently noting down the information from just now, Suit Mo spent 20 survival points and selected them one by one, upgrading waterproofing and material. In an instant, the grass raincoat placed in the wardrobe began to change. The originally grass-woven waterproof layer began to tighten up, and the material itself also started changing. It gradually shifted from grass into something similar to the waterproof fabric from the civilized era. Its color also changed from the original yellow-green into a black and white mixed color. When the upgrade was complete, Suit Mo took out the powerful raincoat and began examining it carefully. As expected of a raincoat upgraded by the system, there is absolutely no way this kind of workmanship could be made without machines. What waterproofing needed was precision. After putting on the raincoat, Suit Mo discovered that the powerful raincoat was actually a pullover type. It covered his whole body, including his hands and feet, so he could even skip using an umbrella. From head to toe, the raincoat seemed as if it had been tailor-made for him. It fit extremely well. Around the face, there were tiny air holes for breathing, and it had also been coated with a water-repellent layer to ensure that not a single water droplet could get in. No mutated beast detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today's remaining uses, 23, calling out to Oreo to stay inside the base and not come out. Suit Mo opened the main door, lifted the door bar, and walked outside. A wave of damp heat hit him in the face. The crackling raindrops pelted the top of his head, then naturally slid down along the material of the raincoat and fell to the ground. Even with the wind blowing, plenty of raindrops still went pat, pat, pat against the face shield of the raincoat. Reaching out, Suit Mo wiped the water off the visor. When he looked out, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Outside the shelter, it seemed as if the place had suddenly turned into a swamp. Standing halfway up the hillside, the ground, which had previously been so dry it was almost cracking open, had now absorbed enough water to turn into muddy sludge. The scorched yellow vegetation had also started showing a fresh green. The rain on my side is actually this heavy. Good thing I have this custom raincoat. A trace of unease rose in Suit Mo's heart. Shaking his head, he checked the soil around the shelter. The rainfall in every place was different. This was information he had already gathered from the livestream chat. As things stood now, even the first-ranked Zeus shelter wasn't getting rain as terrifying as this. 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow. Suit Mo made his way to the backside of the hill. At this moment, the 3 excavated drainage ditches were working at full capacity, making sure the accumulated water wouldn't collect at the base of the shelter's hill. At a place 60 meters away from the shelter, a small lake had already formed. Seeing this, Suit Mo felt a little regretful as well. If he'd known earlier, he would just dug a drainage ditch directly and extended it as far away as possible. But who would thought the rain would be this heavy? It had actually pooled into a small lake about 10 meters long and 10 meters wide, right behind the base. Good grief. Once this rain stops, I'll basically be living with mountains at my back and water at my side. After checking that the drainage system wasn't clogged, Sumo took another lap around the shelter and inspected the nearby ground for any loosened soil. Luckily, after days of blazing sun, the land was extremely short on moisture and hadn't turned into a swamp. Otherwise, once the disaster passed, the roads probably wouldn't dry out even after 1 or 2 days. You wouldn't even be able to walk on them. After patrolling for half an hour, Sumo started heading back. Thanks to the raincoat's waterproofing, his body was still dry and comfortable. He returned to the shelter's front door. Sumo opened the door, but the moment it cracked open, a casual turn of his head caught something unusual on the grass more than 10 meters away. After focusing his eyes, Sumo's pupils shrank instantly. This was a footprint. He wiped the rainwater off his face shield and casually shook his head, pretending nothing was wrong as he looked over again. This time, he saw it clearly. These were human footprints. These aren't my footprints. The two thoughts flashed through his mind at lightning speed. Sumo frowned, and his face darkened. There was someone near the shelter. These past 2 days, Sumo had even dreamed of people being near the shelter, everyone working together hand in hand to build a harmonious home. Yet when actual human traces appeared near the shelter, at this moment, there was only one thing in Sumo's heart. Unease. He didn't know where that person was hiding, and he didn't know what that person wanted. In the apocalypse, humans were humanity's natural enemy. If you stockpile food but not guns, your home is a granary. If you stockpile guns but not food, everywhere is a granary. In a disaster this extreme, it was completely normal for people to go mad over resources. At this moment, Sumo no longer lingered. He opened the shelter door and slipped inside. The curtain of rain over the plains fell once more, beginning to erase all the traces Sumo had left behind. Standing in a corner of the shelter, Sumo spread his arms and waited for the raincoat to dry naturally before slowly taking it off. The heavy rain had blocked the scent, which was also why Oreo hadn't given any warning. Because of the carelessness he built up over the past several days. Now that he had suddenly discovered signs of another human, Sumo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he thought back carefully. I just saw them saying there are wasteland drifters attacking ordinary civilians everywhere. I didn't expect one to actually find me. No wonder. My drainage ditch is way too obvious out here in the wilderness. I wonder if that person saw me upgrading the drainage system yesterday. No, I can't just sit here waiting to die. Sitting on the stool, Sumo took a deep breath to suppress the unease in his heart. A ruthless look flashing through his eyes. Oreo, come here. He called over Oreo, who had been sleeping soundly in the corner, and rubbed the dog's soft head. Use your sixth sense and see if there's any danger nearby. Oreo understood the command. He lay on the ground, perked up his ears, and began listening carefully. A full 1 or 2 minutes passed. Oreo had originally been wearing his usual goofy grin, but suddenly his expression changed. He started sniffing around on the ground, then finally gave a low bark toward the southwest corner of the base. You're saying there's danger in that direction? Seeing Oreo nod his dog head, Sumo quickly began recalling the scene he had seen earlier in the southwest. That was the direction of the base's drainage ditch. Behind it, a small lake had formed. Farther out, there was a patch of brush and woodland, and the trees were vivid green. The more he recalled what he had just seen, the more Sumo examined it from a detached third-person perspective. Black. A streak of black. Suddenly, Sumo remembered the black shape in the woods. It was a black different from the color of the trees. Without any warning beforehand, he definitely wouldn't have paid it any mind. But now that he was on alert, he immediately spotted the problem. That shadow was about 100 meters away from me. I didn't see him, but he definitely saw me. Damn it. Slapping his thigh, Sumo instinctively wanted to gear up and go have a friendly chat. That person had definitely realized he was alone, able to build a stable underground shelter and also possess such a massive drainage system. In someone else's eyes, I'm probably already a fat little sheep just waiting to be butchered. Taking out the crossbow from his inventory, Sumo laughed at himself. The pitch-black surface of the crossbow seemed to radiate killing intent. As the light reflected off it, a dark glint shone from its body. Never thought the first living thing my crossbow would face would actually be my own kind. If you don't provoke me, I'll let you off. But if you dare come, he stood up, rubbed his brow, and walked over to the bedside, placing the crossbow on the nightstand. There was about 1 meter of space between the left side of the bed and the stone wall. He summoned the crafting page. Iron pickaxe, normal iron blocks 22. Wood 11, material sufficient. He selected the iron pickaxe. Confirm craft. Record. Iron blocks 2. Wood 2. Record. Iron pickaxe, normal. Crafted successfully. An ordinary looking but extremely practical iron pickaxe appeared in Sumo's hand. After swinging it once, Sumo began striking the stone wall near the bed with force. Breaking through from outside to inside was hard. From inside to outside was easy. Before long, The originally smooth stone surface had been broken open, and as time passed, it gradually turned into a large hole about half a person's height. He silently called out to the survival system and fixed his gaze on the large hole. Access passage, description, an access passage not yet fully opened through. Upgrade path, safe passage. Branches, expand 5, breakthrough 60, material 40, strength 200, passage door 40. Introduction, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. If you want to ambush me, be prepared to pay in blood. Seeing the passage's attributes. The corner of Su Mo's mouth couldn't help but lift into a slight smile. Now that he had already been exposed, rashly going out through the front door would basically be the same as serving himself up on a platter. If the other side had an ambush waiting, then the moment he opened the door, he'd probably be turned into a pincushion. Thanks to his wild imagination, Su Mo had come up with this clumsy method of opening a second route out of the underground base. He relaxed his focus, and the upgrade options disappeared. At this point, things still hadn't reached the stage of a cornered beast or drawing daggers at the final moment. Toward his own kind, Su Mo still held on to his final bottom line. If people don't offend me, I want to offend them. At the same time, he still held out hope that they wouldn't have to meet blade to blade, and could instead encourage each other and survive the apocalyptic crisis together. He looked at Oreo, who was still restlessly pacing around the base, sometimes pricking up his ears to listen, sometimes dropping to the ground to sniff frantically. Su Mo felt both heartache and pity. Be good. If anything unusual happens, wake me up. I'm going to sleep for a while first. He bought 2 pieces of mutant beast meat from the trading market and put them in an Oreo's bowl. After adding some nether energy water, Su Mo returned to the bed and lay down without taking off his clothes. Daytime was not terrifying. Nighttime was when the bloody horn would truly sound. He had to stay in his best condition so he could keep watch at night and guard against anyone launching a sneak attack in the dark. The heavy rain was still pouring down as if it wanted to drown the whole world and carry out an apocalypse. Between heaven and earth, under the cover of the rain, there was no other sound left. Squeak, squeak. Half asleep and half awake, Su Mo hazily dreamed that today had only been a false alarm. No one had come to covet the shelter, and no one had set their sights on him. Gradually, the sky outside began to darken. The sun started to set, and from the horizon onward, darkness slowly crept in. Under the cover of night, someone came. 5 shadowy figures sneaked up from the south side of the shelter, the direction of the drainage ditch. Stepping along the stone drainage channel, the 5 men walked while cursing under their breath. Damn it, this bastard really has insane luck. Who knows where he got a blueprint like this? He gets to lie in a shelter and sleep his days away. Why the hell don't I ever get that kind of luck? Keep your voice down, Luba. Don't fucking expose us. What is there to be scared of? P.S. Just some young punk with a bit of luck. If he dares come out, I'll be the first to cut him down. The man called Luba not only failed to rein himself in, his viciousness actually grew stronger. If he doesn't come out, there's nothing we can do either. The short man sitting on the far left, with a rat-like face, saw things clearly and pointed out the current problem they were facing. Su Mo's shelter was too solid. So solid that the 5 of them had been shocked the first time they saw it. Ancient-looking patterns were carved into the stone gate, making it look naturally formed as it sat embedded in the earth. The drainage channels stretching down the hill in staggered layers were made entirely of stone, and the shock they brought the 5 men was beyond words. Boss Wong, don't you think what we're doing is a little shady? How about we knock and make him hand over his supplies? Then we keep wandering. The bespectacled man at the rear of the group looked around as he walked. His face looked refined enough, but the words coming out of his mouth were rather ruthless. 4 eyes. When you were chopping people before, your hand didn't even shake. And now you're panicking? Scared? Luba already checked things out clearly today. There's only one weakling in this shelter. He only got to live here because of his luck. As long as we can make him open the door. Once we get inside, this place will be ours. Boss Wong gave a contemptuous smile, paired with the spike club in his hand that was half a man's height. He looked terrifying enough to stop children from crying at night. How many supplies do we get in a day from busting our asses killing mutant beasts? And how many supplies have we gotten these last 2 days by going after people? Use your brain and do the math. Can a person really be harder to kill than a mutant beast? Inside the shelter, Su Mo had already been woken from his sleep by Oreo. In the span of 2 or 3 breaths, Su Mo fully woke up and rolled off the bed. He grabbed the nether energy water by the bedside and drank it in one go, then snatched up the crossbow. In an instant, he entered combat mode. Human or animal? Holding on to his last bit of hope, Su Mo looked at Oreo. After getting a definite answer, his heart completely turned cold. Following the steps down, Su Mo pressed his ear against the stone door and did his best to catch the sounds coming from outside. Through the stone door, he could only hear the crashing rain striking the ground and the dull thuds coming from the stone door. Suddenly, a sound different from the rain came through the stone door. Boss Wong, should I knock and threaten him, or find a way to break this damn door open? Broken. Scattered voices continued to filter through the stone door. Su Mo couldn't help tightening his grip on the crossbow in his hand. The visitors had bad intentions, and there were quite a few of them. Definitely not just one person. Outside the shelter, it was now the end of the first day. Not only had the rain not weakened, it had become even worse, pouring down with even greater force. It was not fully dark yet, despite the clouds. A faint glow still struggled to remain on the horizon, enough to keep people from losing sight of the ground. From time to time, a flash of lightning cut through the sky, illuminating 5 men in raincoats holding black umbrellas. These raincoats were different from ordinary straw rain capes. On the outside, strips of colorful ragged cloth had been added, covering places where wind might leak through. This kid really is lucky. No idea where he found a shelter like this. And it even has a stone door. Boss Huang spat to the side, then summoned a stone axe with his other hand and knocked twice on the stone gate. Listening to the muffled sound, Boss Huang's expression turned a little ugly. This door is very thick, at least over 10 centimeters. Even if we keep pounding on it here, we want to get it open by tomorrow morning. How about we try digging up the foundation beside it? It can't all be made of stone, right? Lu Ba said from the side, sounding very experienced. As he spoke, he also took out an iron shovel from his inventory and waved it in his hand. After hearing that, Boss Huang nodded and started giving orders. All right. Lu Ba, Shu Zai, Sun Matsi, the 3 of you find a spot and start digging. Glasses, make a torch so they can see, and keep an eye on the stone door while you're at it. Don't let him suddenly rush out. I'll go take a look around and see if there is some other way in. No way this place doesn't need ventilation. Hearing Boss Huang's arrangements, the others had no objections and began carrying out the plan. Clang, clang. The 3 men picked a spot to the right of the stone door and started digging into the dirt with their shovels. Good grief. This guy's shelter is as troublesome as that underground treasure we found before. Tough as hell. If this belonged to a team, I really wouldn't dare mess with them. Even the soil around the shelter is this solid. If it hadn't been soaked by the rain, we really wouldn't be able to dig it up at all. After digging for 3 to 5 minutes, Lu Ba was sweating all over, slacking off as he worked. He grumbled, I'm telling you, these people are idiots. In times like this, they still listen to the orders of this shitty game. I don't believe in that crap. At worst, if I die, it's just a scar the size of a bowl. 18 years later, I'll be a good man again. We deal with this guy today, rest for a day, then move on. Just dig already. Or Boss Huang will have something to say later, Shu Zai said without even lifting his head. Do you think there might be women in this shelter? We finally caught a woman these past few days, and who knew she'd be so fierce? Couldn't he think it through, huh? Otherwise, if she followed us brothers, wouldn't she be living the good life? Sun Matsi let out a lewd laugh, seeming to recall the spoils of the past 2 days. The 3 of them kept talking nonsense while shoveling into the wet mud, pulling it out 1 scoop at a time. Bang! After more than 10 minutes, just as the few of them reached the limit of their stamina, they finally dug down to the wall of the shelter. By now, they had already dug out a huge hole. Boss Huang, we dug through. Lu Ba let out an excited shout and called up to Boss Huang, who was standing on top of the small hill. Hearing him, Boss Huang hurried down the gentle slope as well and arrived at the deep pit they had dug out. Glasses also raised the torch at the same time, lighting up what was inside the pit. But with one look, the 5 of them were all dumbfounded. Holy shit, the wall is made of stone too? What the hell is this thing? Did this guy transmigrate here with an excavator? Damn it, I could endure a stone drainage ditch. I could endure the door being made of stone. But now you're telling me even the walls are made of stone, covered in mud and rainwater. Lu Ba and Sun Matsi stood in the pit, staring at each other with wide eyes. Move, let me see. Calling for the 2 of them to get out of the way, Boss Huang did a hawk flip and jumped into the pit, splashing mud everywhere. He took out a stone pickaxe and knocked on the exposed stone surface. It was still the same familiar dull thud, which meant the thickness of the stone definitely wasn't low. Keep digging. Dig out this whole area around the door. I refuse to believe he has that many resources to replace everything nearby with stone. A ruthless look flashed through Boss Huang's heart as he took out a stone shovel and joined the 3-man digging team. For a while, mud and water flew everywhere. In the heavy rain, the 4 of them were like hard-working little bees, still tirelessly gathering nectar despite the downpour. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. After digging 3 meters straight to the left and seeing nothing but yellowish-white stone all the way through, the 4 of them moved to the left side of the stone door and started digging there as well. Another 3 meters. A full 6 meters around the shelter as stone door had been dug out and exposed. A trace of natural patterning ran across the yellowish-white stone, as if mocking the group for overestimating themselves. Holy shit, what the hell am I even digging for? Lu Ba threw a shovel to the ground, sat down, and started sulking. From before 6 o'clock, when there was still a little light on the horizon, all the way until 9 o'clock at night, when the moon had risen halfway into the sky. A full 3 hours. The 4 of them had worked like laborers, digging for 3 whole hours right outside someone else's shelter door. What kind of sin had they committed to deserve this? If this brat-ass shelter is this insane, then why the hell didn't it make it onto the top 10 shelters. Is this damn game messing with me? Sun Matsi also stared at the stone wall with a dark expression, cursing under his breath. Over the past 3 days, the number of shelters they had dug open and broken into was too many to count on one hand, but never had they run into one this troublesome. Not even talking about the shelter door, just the wall alone could be described in 2 words. Absolutely ridiculous. Could this be like that underground treasure we found before? But I clearly saw someone living inside. Glasses chimed in from the side. Fuck, you piece of shit inside, listen up. Open the door right now. Or when your grandpa here gets in, I'll make you suffer every torture imaginable. Driven mad with anger, Lu Ba climbed out of the pit. While smashing the door with the stone shovel in his hand, he kept cursing nonstop. BZZZ, BZZZ, BZZZ. Every strike brought out a low hum. Yet the shelter's stone door remained incomparably solid, without even the slightest crack showing. Enough. Since this shelter didn't make it onto the top 10 shelters, there's definitely a flaw somewhere. All of you get up, take the torches, and search for me. I refuse to believe a dead shelter can stump living people. Boss Huang's face was so gloomy it looked like water might drip from it. Putting away the iron shovel and walking along the dugout pit with mud smeared all over his body, Boss Huang also stared at the stone door with an unfriendly gaze. At the same time, his thoughts began to stir. If this shelter can be built entirely out of stone, then this guy must have some kind of lucky encounter. Or maybe he dug up something good to be this rich. If I can pry this shelter open, then after cleaning up this brat and forcing the secret out of him, maybe, as he thought this, Boss Huang raised his head and swept a thoughtful glance over the other 4 people still near the pit. Hurry up, look for any flaw. Since this door is sealed so well, he definitely needs some place for ventilation. Keep your eyes on the ground. With one call, the 5 of them split up and started moving. Holding an umbrella in one hand and a torch in the other, they carefully examined the ground. Boss Huang, I found it. There's glass here. It should be where he ventilates. Glasses had better eyesight than the others and immediately spotted the blast-proof glass in the middle of the hill. Good. Burn some plant fiber for me and smoke that bastard to death. Let us see if he comes out or not. Boss Huang walked over with a face full of delight. Looking at the glass embedded in the ground, he was overjoyed. At the same time, the way he looked at the other 4 also carried a trace of malice that was usually hard to notice. A wisp of green smoke slowly drifted in along the ventilation pipe. Inside the torchlit shelter, the green smoke began to spread, gradually reaching the nose of Suemo, who was sitting on a stool with his eyes closed in rest. So they finally found it? The next moment, Suemo opened his eyes, a trace of killing intent on his face. On a dark, moonless, windy, rainy night like this, it was the perfect time to kill in the name of justice. Not a single one of these beasts would get away. He walked over to the wall, put on the entire raincoat properly, then returned to the table and picked up the crossbow, looking toward the opening where smoke was still spreading inward. I choose to claim the top of the rankings and activate the livestream function. Lock the camera above the shelter to a fixed top-down view, and prohibit viewers from freely observing the shelter. Opening the game panel, Suemo said coldly. Record. Congratulations, player Suemo. It has been detected that your shelter's disaster resistance attributes far exceed those of other shelters. You have automatically claimed first place. Record. Maintain a live stream for more than 15 minutes. Based on your ranking, you will automatically receive 1 random survival airdrop. Record. You may now enter the live stream page and manage your live stream room. The game panel flashed with light. Following the game chat panel, Suemo entered and clicked into the disaster resistance live stream page. At this moment, a page completely different from the other live stream rooms appeared in first place. In the image, several flickering points of firelight could vaguely be seen. At the same time, the foreign livestream that had originally ranked 10th was pushed down. A livestream marked with Hua was now ranked first on the page, and the disaster resistance score below the livestream was more than triple that of the second-place Zeus shelter. Not paying attention to these details, Suemo quickly entered the livestream page. After casually naming the title Acting in Heaven's Name, he began using the host permissions to observe the area below. In the darkness of the night, 5 points of firelight stood out clearly. In an instant, Suemo confirmed the positions of all 5 people. Good, very good. So you're all squatting by the ventilation pipe waiting to die, huh? Laughing out of sheer anger, Suemo kept observing through the live stream while walking over to the opening he had made beside the bed. Focusing his mind, the properties of the large hole immediately appeared. Entry and exit passage. Description: an entry and exit passage that has not yet been fully opened through. Upgrade direction: safe passage. Branches: expand 5, breakthrough 60, material 40, strength 200, passage door 40. Introduction: a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Select expand. Select breakthrough. As his words fell, 65 survival points dropped, and a green light spread out from Suemo's body. The crude cave entrance began undergoing a complete transformation. The large hole that could only fit half a person in height gradually melted under the system's mighty power until it was tall enough for an adult to pass through while bending over. The surface of the entrance began to turn smooth, and the cut in the stone wall became a complete circle. Following the entrance inward, the soil inside seemed to melt away and vanished at high speed. A few seconds later, the green light withdrew, signaling that the renovation was complete. Lowering his head, Tsutomu cautiously walked inside. Although there were no steps, the soil in the safety passage had been compressed until it was extremely hard, and the slope was very gentle. Before long, Tsutomu reached the end. At the end was a crude wooden board. With just a bit of force, Tsutomu pushed open an opening. His gaze shifted, and Tsutomu found the location of the wooden board on the livestream screen. It just so happened to open on the front side of Acid Rain Lake. If you didn't know the entrance was here and didn't observe carefully, you would never find this place. Pushing open the wooden board door, he stepped out of the shelter. The acid rain pattered against the raincoat and the crossbow, staining the bolt's tip with a hint of slaughter. Crouching low, he advanced carefully, watching the bright dots on the screen while also keeping an eye on the road ahead. Tsutomu moved with extreme caution. With the black raincoat on his back, in the pitch-black rainy night, he looked like a grim reaper holding a scythe of death, enough to make anyone shiver. 1 step, 2 steps. Gradually, he was no longer just seeing the firelight on the livestream screen. A point of firelight also appeared before his eyes. The one with glasses? Using the firelight, Tsutomu in the darkness saw the face beneath it. Without changing expression, Tsutomu began shifting his steps to the left. The first strike was the deadliest. He needed to make sure he could hit the one among the 5 who looked the strongest. His gaze shifted, and a second point of firelight appeared. A scar on his face, a thick neck, and an arrogant look. The best way to judge a person's combat power was to observe his neck and arms. Anyone with a thick neck was either trained or naturally strong. People like that were far more troublesome than ordinary people. It's you. Hearing the scar-faced man cursing in the distance, the cold light in Tsutomu's eyes deepened. Lying on the ground, he carefully set the crossbow down, aimed at the scar-faced man who was currently shaking his head around, and lightly pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Thud! A sharp sound exploded through the rain. Before Tsutomu could properly savor how wonderful that sound was, he saw the scar-faced man in the distance clutch his chest and stagger to the ground. By the light of the torch that had fallen to the ground and was about to go out, Tsutomu saw the crossbow bolt lodged right in the center of the scar-faced man's chest. This was a bolt coated with acid rain. Even if it only hit the chest, 1 strike was enough to kill. Ah! A miserable scream rang out from a distance. In the rainy night, because of the surroundings, it carried a strangely tragic beauty. On the livestream screen, the 4 torches instantly fell into chaos. But the movements of the 4 were extremely uniform. Not a single one chose to save the scar-faced man. Instead, they all hid themselves. One of them even cleverly extinguished his own torch at once and hid in the night. You're that smart? Looks like I'll have to deal with you second. The one who had put out his torch was the man with glasses. The instant it happened, the glasses man rolled on the ground and threw his torch near one of his teammates to draw attention away. Too bad that piece of red cloth on his back was so glaring on the livestream screen. Without making a sound, Tsutomu lay on the ground and began drawing the string back with both hands. With the powerful raincoat in hand, he had no need to worry about the raindrops falling on him. On the other hand, the 4 on the opposite side had to keep holding up their umbrellas at all times. Squatting there, they were living targets. 15 seconds later, Tsutomu had loaded the second bolt and slowly began shifting across the ground. As Tsutomu moved, the glasses man's self-proclaimed excellent hiding spot gradually came into view. Set the crossbow. Aim. Fire. Another pitch-black bolt shot out and struck the glasses man below the neck. The tremendous impact instantly knocked him to the ground. A bolt of lightning flashed by, revealing everything in a fleeting glance. The glasses man saw the place where Tsutomu was lying prone. His expression looked as if he had seen a ghost, and he wanted to get up and shout something. Unfortunately, the steady stream of black blood pouring from his neck stopped his words in his throat. In 3 to 5 seconds, the glasses man was dead. At this point, all 5 torches had gone out, making it hard to tell where anyone was. Lying on the ground, Tsutomu cocked the crossbow while using the convenience of being a streamer to drag the camera angle around and zoom in to observe the others' positions. Got you. Under the mask, the corner of Tsutomu's mouth lifted into a faint smile. Maybe I can understand now why some people turn on full-map wall hacks in shooting games. The slightly absurd thought flashed through his mind, easing the tension of having killed 2 bandits in a row. 30 seconds later, the crossbow was cocked again. He changed position, found a target, aimed, and fired. Another cold flash shot out, and the pockmarked man was hit by an arrow in the rear kidney area. The huge kinetic force pierced through his abdomen and punched straight through his belly. The enormous pain made the pockmarked man jump to his feet and shout, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I don't want to die! Go kill Huangbiao! He killed 7 people. I didn't kill anyone. He forced me to kill. I want. In the rainy night, the pockmarked man ran while collapsing weakly onto the hill. The acid rain on the arrowhead and shaft almost instantly corroded through the fragile internal organs of the human body. Once blood was drawn, death was certain. Hearing Huang Matzi's scream, how could the remaining two not understand that hiding in place meant waiting to die? They both got up and ran wildly. Under the cover of night, the two figures fled in opposite directions, one south and one north. By sheer coincidence, just as Su Mo was cocking the crossbow, a sneaky-looking man came sprinting straight toward him. The man was running in a panic, and didn't he notice Su Mo not far away at all? Only after Su Mo raised the crossbow did the man belatedly realize it and try to scream. Whoosh! The words caught in his throat, and his whole body collapsed powerlessly. Chase! Looking at the rapidly moving figure on the livestream screen, Su Mo stood up, without even sparing the man a glance. He pulled the string back with both hands as he gave chase. This should be the Huang Biao they were talking about. Sure enough, he was a vicious one. Even the way he fled was so organized. Huang Biao wasn't too familiar with the nearby terrain. As he ran, one step was deep and the next shallow, but he was still extremely fast. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain and the reference from the livestream screen, Su Mo wasn't too slow either. As the two chased and fled, Su Mo from behind quickly caught up, closing the distance to about 50 meters. While jogging, he raised the crossbow and took aim. A black arrow shadow flashed by. The bolt failed to hit Huang Biao while both were moving at high speed. Instead, by sheer accident, it struck the umbrella shaft and snapped it clean into two pieces. Seeing this, Su Mo dropped flat to the ground, grabbed 5 crossbow bolts from his inventory in one sweep, and began loading them into the crossbow, preparing to draw the string. With his umbrella broken while still running, Huang Biao could only helplessly turn back and snatch it up, shouting again and again. Hero, hero, don't believe what Sun Matzi said. I'm a good person. I've never killed anyone. He is the one who killed people and pinned it on me. Let me go, I'm begging you. For the sake of us all being earthlings, spare my worthless life. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and Huang Biao saw Su Mo lying on the ground. Drawing the string, cold sweat instantly broke out all over him. Only now did he finally see clearly the murder weapon that had repeatedly taken 4 lives in a row. Against this kind of weapon, he knew there was no point in trying to run anymore. I'll leave behind all my supplies. I know a place. A ruin with tons of supplies. I also know where there are people. I'll tell you everything. Spare me. Spare me. I'll tell you everything. Huang Biao raised both hands high and shouted repeatedly, looking like he wanted to surrender. However, Su Mo, who was lying on the ground drawing the string, clearly noticed the tiny steps under Huang Biao's feet on the livestream page. He was constantly moving forward, getting closer. You said there's a ruin? What kind of ruin? Where is it? Hearing Su Mo speak, Huang Biao kept moving at the same pace, a trace of joy appearing on his face. It's not far, just a few kilometers away. I found it underground. There's a lot of good stuff inside, but us brothers couldn't open it. So we had no choice but to keep wandering. But I know, big bro, you can definitely do it. Your base is so big, so good. You're so handsome, so capable. Something like that definitely won stump you. While talking, Huang Biao quietly moved more than 20 meters and arrived within 30 meters of Su Mo. At this distance, a normal adult only needed 3 to 5 seconds of full sprinting. Huang Biao was naturally no exception. After inching forward another 5 or 6 meters, Huang Biao's voice suddenly rose. In that ruin, there's a whole pile of good stuff, and your head too. The moment he finished the word head, a spike club appeared in Huang Biao's hand. In the rainy night, he directly threw away the umbrella, ignored the damage from the rain, and burst into a mad sprint. 20 meters, 10 meters. A blinding flash of lightning swept past. At this distance, he could practically see Su Mo's face beneath the mask. However, in the instant Huang Biao saw Su Mo's face clearly, a wretched expression suddenly appeared on his own face. The next second, a crossbow bolt pierced straight into the middle of his stomach. You're Su Mo? Clutching his stomach, Huang Biao dropped weakly to his knees, his voice trembling as he spoke. You know me? While widening the distance and drawing the string again, Su Mo spoke coldly. Unfortunately, Huang Biao never got to finish what he wanted to say. Another flash of lightning cut through the sky, and Su Mo clearly saw the expression on Huang Biao's face. It was a look of disbelief mixed with regret. Under the night sky, the 5 bandits harboring evil intentions fell forever near the shelter. Blood was the only trace they left behind to prove they had once existed. I just want to stay alive. If you want to let me live, then I can only send you to die. Putting away the crossbow, Su Mo looked at Huang Biao, who was still struggling on the ground, then coldly turned around and went back to check the bodies and finish them off. He had no interest at all in the so-called secret of the ruin Huang Biao had mentioned. The heavy rain still poured down, slowly washing away all traces of the encounter. The clash between the two sides had lasted only 3 to 5 minutes. But the billions of players who had watched the entire thing unfold in the livestream completely exploded. When is this damn life ever gonna end? The rain over here still doesn't look like it's stopping at all. Acid rain is already this terrifying. I don't even dare imagine what it'll be like later. Holy shit, go check the livestream page. A Chinese shelter just took first place. A Chinese shelter took first place? No, it's Su-Mo's shelter. Holy shit, it directly crushed Zeus' shelter. The people who had been crying in the World Channel about the apocalypse were suddenly swept up by the hype. For a moment, the World Chat that had still been flooding with messages went silent. In its place, countless people flooded into the Disaster Resistance channel. At this moment, hanging at the very top of the first page was Su-Mo's livestream room. Title: Acting on Heaven's Behalf, a fierce, clawing Hua character was marked beside the room name like a giant dragon, stirring shock in people's hearts. After clicking into the livestream page and seeing the full view of the shelter below through the overhead camera angle, whoosh, in an instant, the comments surged in like a slanting flood. Holy shit, am I seeing this right? This is a shelter built by one of us Chinese? My god, look above his shelter, its stone drainage pipes, and there are a full 3 of them. How many people are in Su-God's shelter? In this lifetime, I want to join Su-God's shelter. So finally one of the top 10 shelters is underground. I thought no one would choose to build underground. For a moment, the new viewers flooding and all started talking at once. The suddenly revealed underground shelter was extremely novel, making these people, who had spent all day looking at above-ground shelters, marvel nonstop. However, an untimely comment suddenly appeared on the screen. Ha. So this is China's shelter? In this kind of weather, it still forces shelter members to go out on duty. Trash. The trash from Zeus' shelter upstairs. What the hell are you acting salty for? I'll stab your ass. And you're still going ha. I'll tear your mouth apart. Why don't you go look at the rating and see how much higher our Chinese shelter scores than your trash shelter? Trash America, get the hell out of our shelter livestream. You're not welcome here. Inside Zeus' shelter. This Chinese guy is too disgusting. He must be prepared for this long ago and was just waiting to suddenly take first place, farm attention, and recruit members. Seeing countless hot-blooded bros cursing nonstop. The spokesperson of Zeus' shelter, Big Beard, completely lost it. His thoughts rapidly typed out words onto the screen. However, every time he sent out a line, hundreds or even thousands of counterattacks instantly flooded the comments. Damn it, a trash shelter like theirs will be destroyed by natural disasters sooner or later. He smashed the wooden cup in his hand viciously onto the ground. Big Beard was so angry he was practically fuming from all 7 orifices. It wasn't just the netizens losing it. Even more than that, he simply couldn't believe that there was a shelter built so much better than theirs. Bazel, don't be anxious. His shelter is on the plains. Maybe he just got lucky and found some item, which is why it developed so fast. When it comes to shelter construction, he's nowhere near us. Look at our scale. No one understands how to build a shelter better than me. Sitting beside Bazel, a middle-aged man with a head of blonde hair and an elegant face spoke softly. I'm just pissed as shit. The bearded Bazel had just been about to speak. But in the next second, when he saw the scene in the live stream, his words got stuck in his throat. In the pitch-black, rainy night, every viewer in the live stream personally witnessed a figure crawl out from behind the shelter. Like a ghost. He silently closed in across the ground toward the 5-man group everyone had mistaken for members of the shelter. Although they couldn't zoom in from this angle, everyone could clearly see the lethal weapon in Su-Mo's hand. It was a crossbow. A repeating crossbow. Someone could actually handcraft something like this? That was freaking absurd. No, I do believe you if you said God Su was some level 8 master craftsman, but how many days has it even been? He already has a weapon of mass destruction like this? It looks like these 5 people aren't from God Su's shelter though? You guys are all focused on the weapon. Am I the only one who noticed there's a small path behind God Su's shelter that lets people come out from there? I kneel. Just how huge of a team would it take to build a super shelter like this? The raincoat on God Su is way better than ours. Woo-woo. Comparing people really pisses you off. Looking at the scene in front of them that felt like a blockbuster, along with Su-Mo's agile figure. The livestream's popularity kept soaring. It was nighttime. Other than some people whose situations were especially difficult and still hadn't joined the livestream page at this moment, there are already tens of billions of people around the world watching this slaughter livestream. From the first crossbow bolt piercing Scarface's body, to the final clash with Huang Biao, where he was killed effortlessly, the people who had witnessed the whole thing in the livestream were completely dumbfounded. Clean and decisive. Killed without blinking. Executioner. Demon King. China's #1 shelter. Well-equipped. Elegant. Dream lover / that one out. After confirming it with one look, I've met the right person. When countless labels appeared on the same person, Su-Mo's identity seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, making it impossible to see the truth beneath it. Which one was the real Sumo? Maybe all of them. Maybe none of them. As Sumo walked back to the shelter, high ground step by step, leaving clear footprints, the camera moved with him in sync. And everyone witnessed with their own eyes what a true underground shelter looked like. A solid stone door stood above the earth. Its precise structure and ancient patterns were absolutely not something human labor could create. Through the pit dug out beside the stone door, the heavy stone wall lay coiled across the land, filling anyone who saw it with a powerful sense of security. 3 stone drainage channels like claw marks crisscrossed the back of the hill, guiding all the pouring acid rain down into the acid rain lake below. Several corpses lay scattered around the shelter, and all of this had happened in less than 20 minutes. In the next moment, as the camera zoomed in again, everyone excitedly thought Sumo was about to speak, explain the shelter, and recruit people into his group. Instead, with a crackle, the shelter's livestream page turned black. The message on it also changed to, "The streamer is temporarily away. You will be notified when the stream resumes." Is God Su really this cold? So this is the bearing of a hidden expert. I bow in worship. Aren't we missing a step here? I'm willing to join God Su's shelter unconditionally. I'd even work 18 hours a day if I had to. I'm going all in. I can even work overtime on Saturdays and Sundays. I just want to live in a shelter like this. Do you guys think maybe Sumo is the only person in that shelter? So he has no intention of recruiting members? No way. A shelter this massive and sturdy could be built by one person? Does anyone still remember that on the first day, God Su was already selling water, and he even bought Chinping an old dog as illustrated guide? Chinping an old dog is not a human being. Seeing Sumo shut off the live stream without a word, everyone was dumbfounded. In most private chats and messages, the 2 words Sumo became a hot topic. Almost everyone was discussing what they had just seen and heard. The only underground shelter. Murderous Demon King. If Weibo still existed, then what happened tonight would absolutely have shot straight up and firmly occupied the #1 trending spot. Record. Your accumulated continuous livestream duration has exceeded 15 minutes. A random airdrop reward will be issued 1 day before the next disaster arrives. Hearing the prompt from the game panel, Sumo decisively entered the management interface and chose to turn off the livestream. Under a livestream, every move had to be watched by tens of billions of people. If this were the civilized age, he might have laughed out loud a few times, happy that he had gone viral. But in this apocalyptic world where people would devour you whole without even spitting out the bones, the more you exposed, the more danger followed. He quickly walked to the place on the hill where Scarface had died and looked him over. Dealing with these people really won TB easy. What a hassle. Killing only required pulling the trigger lightly, but dealing with these bodies would take quite a bit of effort. On a rainy night, it was still manageable. The smell wouldn't spread too far. But if it were under the blazing sun, it would probably attract a large number of mutated creatures in 1 or 2 days. It might even trigger a plague. For all he knew, opening the crafting page, Sumo made another stone spear. Holding the stone spear and suppressing his nausea, Sumo hooked the tip of the spear on his Scarface's clothes and let out a breath. Back in the civilized age, he would be scared even to kill a chicken. He had never expected that right after arriving in the apocalypse, he'd already taken 5 human lives. Although these people were bandits, the moral values established during the civilized age were still faintly restraining human nature. What is this? After dragging Scarface's corpse away, Sumo was shocked to discover that at the spot where Scarface had fallen, there was a turtle shell object giving off a faint glow. Isn't this the shelter you were supposed to place at the very beginning? Snatching up the turtle shell in one motion, Sumo was overjoyed and immediately began checking its attributes. Damaged safe house core. The safe house is bound to the player. Once the player chooses to place it, it will bind to the ground and cannot be moved. When a player dismantles his own safe house, it will automatically revert to a damaged state and cannot be placed again before being repaired. After a player dies, all of his items are stored inside the safe house core. Record. A complete safe house core has been detected in the player's possession. Absorb it? You can actually absorb other people's safe house cores. Looking at the attributes on the game panel, Sumo hurried over to the other 3. Sure enough, under the glasses guy and the pockmarked face, there was also a damaged safe house core. When he got near the rat-faced man, this time, he found an unplaced complete safe house core. Great. Looking at the 3 damaged cores and 1 intact core in his hands, Sumo burst into laughter again and again. Sure enough, horses don't get fat without night grass, and people don't get rich without windfall wealth. These people robbed and killed so many innocent poor souls. Now that they've fallen into my hands, it can count as karmic justice. He tossed the 4 cores into his backpack. Walking quickly to the side of the acid rain lake, Sumo began digging a pit. Now that he had gained something, even burying his head in work under this pitch-black rainy night made Sumo feel a little lighter. He wished he could deal with these bodies immediately, get back to the shelter, and absorb and inspect them. A full day of rain had softened the ground quite a bit. After less than half an hour, Sumo had dug out a pit 2 meters wide, 2 meters long, and 1 meter deep. Turning around, he used the stone spear to push the bandits' corpses into the pit one by one, then returned to Huang Biao with light steps. Huang Biao, who had been struggling on the ground earlier, was now completely silent apart from the deep handprint he had left in the dirt. Sumo prodded him with the tip of the spear, and sure enough, beneath Huang Biao's body, there was also a damaged shelter core. Seeing as you came all this way just to deliver equipment, I can't bear to leave your corpse exposed in the wilderness. Be a better person in your next life. After being soaked by the acid rain, Huang Biao's face had already been corroded beyond recognition. It looked bizarre and terrifying, as creepy as a zombie from an American apocalypse movie. Not daring to look too closely, Sumo used the tip of the stone spear to hook Huang Biao's grass raincoat. Step by step, he dragged the body to the edge of the pit. After pushing Huang Biao in as well and arranging him properly, Sumo began filling the pit. Gradually, as the dirt covered them and the rainwater bound it together, the 5 of them were left in that pit forever. After finishing everything, he stuck a branch into the ground as a marker, then followed the route he had taken out and returned to the tunnel entrance. The tunnel door, made of wooden planks, had been pretty convenient when he came out, but by the time Sumo returned, quite a bit of water had already seeped into the passage. Looking at the tunnel entrance, Sumo formed a rough plan in his mind. If I need to go far away, coming out from here is actually a pretty good choice. I can upgrade it. Silently calling up the survival system, the tunnel's properties appeared. Access tunnel description, an already opened access tunnel. Upgrade path, safe passage. Branches, expansion, 20, material, 40, strength, 200. Tunnel door, 40. Introduction, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The tunnel door only needs to be upgraded to stone. Anyway, I still have quite a bit of stone material here. As he gradually placed down the stone materials, the survival point cost for the tunnel door began dropping rapidly. It did not stop changing until it reached 20 points. He chose to upgrade the tunnel door. Spending 20 points, a green light scattered out from Sumo's body. In the span of 2 or 3 breaths, the wooden door, which had originally had huge gaps in it, turned into a stone door just like the one at the front of the shelter. It looked perfectly sealed, and rainwater could no longer seep in. He picked up the shovel and moved some dirt over it, covering the stone tunnel door, then returned to the front entrance of the shelter with satisfaction. This tunnel, meant for surprise attacks, should be forgotten as much as possible in daily life unless he needed to travel far or launch an ambush. It was best used as a trump card. At a critical moment, just like today, it could produce an effect no less than a dimensionality reduction strike. As for the issue of his defenses being exposed in the live stream room, that was not something he needed to worry about right away. Returning to the main door, he looked at the bare stone walls on both sides that had been dug out. Sumo could not help but laugh. A perfectly good underground shelter had been dug at for several hours by these people and forcefully turned into an above-ground shelter. That worked too. He would leave it as it was for now. Once the rain stopped, it would be a good chance to remodel it. After making a round and inspecting the dugout area, Sumo shouted toward the shelter. "Oreo, open the door, I'm back." As soon as his voice fell, a burst of frantic scratching came from inside. With a bang, the stone door opened a crack. The sly little Oreo first peeked through the crack to inspect things before moving aside. "You little rascal, you're really clever, huh?" Still wearing the raincoat, Sumo could not pat Oreo on the head. After signaling for Oreo to stand farther away, he shut the door and went to the corner of the shelter to take off the raincoat. For that ambush just now, he had made a total of 2 plans. Plan A, he would charge out from the back exit and, while those people were unprepared, catch them off guard and kill them before they could react. Plan B, if there really was no opportunity, he would have Oreo make some noise at the door, lure people over, and create a chance to kill them. Unfortunately, those people were all a rabble. Their combat strength was extremely low, and they had very little vigilance. They had never expected Sumo to suddenly pop out from behind and ambush them. After taking off the raincoat, Sumo turned around and sat down on the wooden stool, looking at the stone shelter lit by bright firelight. And at Oreo, who had run over to the table to act cute, Sumo suddenly felt at ease. No one could have imagined it. An hour ago, he had still been an ordinary person who had transmigrated into this wasteland world and was struggling to survive. An hour later, he was already a chivalrous hero carrying 5 lives on his back, enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Taking out the spoils, Sumo held the turtle shell with a piece of cloth in his left hand, then picked up another scrap of cloth with his right and began carefully wiping it. The ancient-looking turtle shell became more and more lustrous, almost jade-like, under the rubbing of the cloth. After wiping all the cores clean, Sumo picked up the first damaged turtle shell he had obtained. With a thought, he triggered the game panel's fusion function. Then let us start by fusing this damaged core first. Record detected that the player possesses a complete shelter core. Absorption conditions satisfied. Absorb? Seeing the words that popped up, Su-Mo did not hesitate. He focused his mind, controlled his thoughts, and selected confirm. In an instant, the turtle shell in his hand began to shake violently. Or more precisely, the turtle shell produced resonance. The entire shelter seemed to start pulsing, trembling in wave after wave of tiny vibrations. 1 second, 2 seconds. The frequency of the shelter's trembling grew closer and closer to the trembling frequency of the turtle shell in his hand. Visible to the naked eye, the turtle shell began cracking apart piece by piece and melting, turning into a stream of blue water that flowed from Su-Mo's hand and slid all the way down onto the stone floor. Boom! The ground began to shake, and the entire shelter started swaying rapidly as if it had been hit by an earthquake. The next moment, Su-Mo stared at the scene before him, dumbfounded as if he were witnessing magic. Record. You have successfully absorbed the damaged shelter core. Record. Your shelter area has increased. Record. Current shelter area, 110 square meters. The once familiar shelter had suddenly transformed, as if it had gained weight, and 10 extra square meters had appeared out of nowhere. And in that newly added space, a pile of items had been neatly placed. Woof, woof, woof. Oreo, who had been resting on the ground, now looked like he had seen a ghost. Staring at the extra space and the unfamiliar smell, he barked non-stop. Quickly walking over to the newly added area, Su-Mo began examining the things on the ground. There were more than a dozen items in total. First were 3 pieces of clothing still stained with blood, all colorful and gaudy. He even spotted a pink bra. Beside the clothes were 2 tools, a stone axe and a stone shovel. Compared to the now wealthy Su-Mo, this guy's gear was pitifully scarce. He had no idea where the man got the confidence to dare launch a surprise attack on the shelter. Afraid there might be some hidden poison or trick, Su-Mo didn't touch anything directly. He cautiously used his stone spear to lift the clothes aside, exposing the supplies buried underneath. There were more than a dozen items in total. There was beef jerky bought from the trading market on the first day. It looked like quite a lot, at least around 300 grams. There were also 4 boxes of pure milk, a whole loaf of bread, 2 corn sausages, 1 old yogurt, and 1 unopened bottle of Pepsi. 2 bottles of mineral water had already been opened, but weren't finished yet. I hit the jackpot. I hit the jackpot. After confirming one by one through the game panel that there was nothing wrong with the properties of the supplies, Su-Mo beamed with joy. No wonder these people didn't choose to properly develop their own shelters and instead came out to rob others. Why work honestly when stealing batteries made more money? Just these supplies alone, if listed on the trading market, would at the very least trade for several liters of water. And even then, there would be demand but no supply. At the moment, most of the food being sold on the market was mainly bread that made you drink huge amounts of water after eating it, or dry. Rough mutant beast meat that was hard to swallow. Even after days of non-stop buying, Su-Mo still hadn't managed to snatch food of this enjoyment level from the market. Who would he thought these free supply crates would just fall from the sky? Since fusing 1 damaged core could increase the area by 10 square meters, then I'll fuse them all, taking out the remaining 3 damaged cores. Su-Mo selected them one by one, and the safe house began to shake again. Record. You have successfully absorbed damaged safe house core 3. Record. Your shelter area has increased. Record. Current shelter area, 140 square meters. Record. Shelter level has increased. Please enter the game panel to check. After a round of shaking, the shelter gained a full extra 40 square meters in the same area as before. The shelter had already looked spacious, but now it felt even deeper and more secluded. A huge pile of items was scattered across the floor. Just one glance at it made Su-Mo feel so happy he was almost dizzy. At the very back, squatting there, was a device about the size of an old big-back television. Su-Mo was extremely familiar with this device. It was exactly what he had been thinking about day and night, the thing he even dreamed of at night. A generator. At this point, how could Su-Mo possibly suppress the excitement in his heart? Like he was seeing a little lover, he quickly strode over to the machine. Its whole body was coated in sky blue paint. 3 thick black iron pipes surrounded the generator's main body, and a side skirt served as dust protection. But when he lowered his head and saw the main body of the generator clearly, the burning excitement in Su-Mo's heart instantly cooled by half. This was a diesel generator labeled Wuxi Siemens. These people had probably gotten it by killing mutant beasts or looting others. But the problem was that the fuel tank had taken a spear hit. A large piece of iron plating had been sliced clean off, exposing the inside of the tank. Squatting in front of the generator, Su-Mo carefully tried to recall the generator principles he had seen in miscellaneous books in the university library. How a generator worked was actually very simple. Inside the diesel engine cylinder, clean air filtered through the air cleaner fully mixed with a high-pressure atomized diesel sprayed from the fuel nozzle. Under the compression of the upward-moving piston, the volume shrank. The temperature rose rapidly, and it reached diesel's ignition point. The diesel was ignited. The mixed gas burned violently, and its volume rapidly expanded, pushing the piston downward. This was called doing work. Each cylinder did work in sequence according to a certain order. The force acting on the piston was converted through the connecting rod into the force that drove the crankshaft to rotate, thereby turning the crankshaft. By mounting a brushless synchronous AC generator coaxially with the diesel engine crankshaft, the diesel engine south rotation could drive the generator rotor. Using the principle of electromagnetic induction, the generator would output induced electromotive force, and through a closed load circuit, current could be produced. After recalling all that, Suemo let out a breath of relief. Good thing it wasn't the most important current control equipment that got wrecked. If that part had taken a hit, then this generator would definitely be beyond saving. Right now, it was only the fuel tank that had a damaged opening. It could be repaired completely with a small amount of points. Fixing his gaze and focusing his attention, Suemo called out to the system in his heart and looked toward the diesel engine. Diesel generator damaged. Efficiency, 300 kilowatts. Full load, 300 kilowatt hours. Fuel consumption, 230 grams per kilowatt hour. Full load, 82 liters per hour. Description: a diesel generator produced by Siemens Group in Wuxi, Jiangsu. It has not yet been put into use. Circuit functions are in good condition. Fuel tank damaged. Upgrade path 1. Replace and repair the generator's core components. Increase power supply efficiency and reduce power consumption. Required survival points, 1,680. Upgrade path 2. Change the generator's operating method, converting it to biomass power generation. Required survival points, 6,500. Introduction. What am I to you? You're my Yilamai. No. I want to be your generator. Damn, why is it this expensive? 1,680? I do have to save for 10 days to half a month before I could upgrade it. Shaking his head, he gave up the crazy thought of saving survival points just to upgrade the generator. Suemo began calling for a change in mode in his mind. He switched it to the method of single category, small function upgrades. Although that would slightly increase the cost and wouldn't be as cost-effective as a full upgrade. With survival points so scarce right now, it was a good way to solve urgent needs. Expensive was expensive, but as long as it could be repaired, the base S development speed would directly double. A flash of light passed by, and the original upgrade options began to change. Diesel generator, damaged. Efficiency, 300 kilowatts. Full load, 300 kilowatt hours. Fuel consumption, 230 grams per kilowatt hour. Full load, 82 liters per hour. Upgrades, repair 130. Expansion, 50. Increase conversion efficiency, 300. Change material, 420. Change energy supply method to biomass, 4,450. Repair actually costs 130. That price was reasonable and not high, but the current Suemo couldn't afford that many points. After today's gains, he had 153 points. After spending 20 points to upgrade the raincoat and 65 points to upgrade the safety passage, he only had 68 left. He could only wait until tomorrow to repair it. Suppressing the excitement and impatience in his heart, Suemo began gathering the supplies and counting the gains from this battle. The supplies dropped from Huang Biao's core were obviously far more than those of the other 3 people. They had almost filled up the extra 10 square meters from the expansion. At a glance, Suemo spotted 3 huge bags of biscuits weighing 5 or 6 kilograms in total. The biscuits looked a lot like the loose bulk biscuits sold in supermarkets. After eating one piece, Suemo nodded in satisfaction. Compared to packaged biscuits, there wasn't too much difference in taste. With the refrigeration function of the storage space, putting things inside was basically like entering a Schrödinger state. Only when Suemo observed them would they materialize. He gathered the biscuit bags together and packed them properly. Then Suemo saw 2 large barrels placed in the corner. After walking over and taking a look, Suemo grinned. This really was a full set to go with a full set. When Huang Biao got the generator, it even came with 2 barrels of diesel. A full 200 liters. He originally thought he might have to make biodiesel himself, but who would guess he'd get this kind of good deal? Homemade biodiesel could easily damage the inside of a generator, but with the system, even if it broke, he could just spend some survival points to repair it. Still, being able to use diesel to get through the tough early stage was huge, and later on, he'd probably be able to trade for more diesel too. After spending 2 hours sorting through everything and digging a hole outside to bury the stuff he didn't need, Suemo opened the chat channel and casually picked a dead person with a dimmed profile picture to start recording messages. 1 generator, 200 liters of diesel, 6 kilograms of biscuits, 2 kilograms of bread, 25 liters of unopened purified water, 800 grams of beef jerky, 7 boxes of pure milk, 3 corn sausages, 1 old yogurt, 2 bottles of Pepsi, and 2 bags of Lay's potato chips, 1 open bag of salt already in use, confirmed non-toxic, and 1 small unopened bag of chili oil, 1 rechargeable flashlight at full charge, 1 extremely heavy spike club, 1 unworn pair of sneakers, size 43, 15 units of wood, 19 units of plant fiber, 30 units of stone, 3 units of iron, 1 unit of copper, and one map that seemed to show the nearby terrain, very important. After laboriously recording all the supplies, Suemo felt an intense sense of satisfaction just from looking at the list laid out in front of him. Of course, at a moment like this, Suemo wasn't too stingy about sharing a bit of that joy. He picked up 2 corn sausages from the pile, tore them open, took a huge bite out of one, then tossed the other to Oreo, who was beside him, panting with drool streaming down. Good guy. I'm raising you now, so later you better pay me back double. Oreo, off to the side, ate until his mouth was shining with grease, and still didn't forget to let out 2 happy howls. With food in his mouth, work didn't feel tiring. In a great mood, Suemo called up the game panel to check how to upgrade the shelter. After absorbing 4 damaged safe house cores, the upgrade system had been triggered. The shelter, which previously hadn't shown any level at all, now suddenly displayed its current rank. Personal shelter, level, LV1 description, a shelter built entirely of stone, exceptionally sturdy, with solid safety. It also has unique advantages when it comes to resisting moisture and retaining warmth. Space, 140 square meters, with a floor height of 4.2 meters. Integrity, 100 facilities, iron stove, bed, large vegetable culture medium, nether energy well water extractor, dining table. Current available permissions. Reconstruct shelter layout. Automatically generate partition walls, one time only. Please adjust carefully. It could actually generate partitions now. This was what a shelter should be. This was what living should be. Looking at the prompt on the game panel, Suemo's eyes practically lit up. The empty shelter was still basically one giant open floor plan. As soon as you walked in, the first thing you saw was a pitch-black corner untouched by light. It was fine during the day, but once night came, it got creepy enough to make your scalp tingle. A man 1T get fat without midnight snacks, and a horse 1T grow strong without extra feed at night. Just by taking out one wave of bandits, he'd gotten this much. Suemo couldn't help but even think about turning on a live stream to attract some hate and call in more villains to come deliver supplies. Level 1 only allowed 1 construction chance, so he had to plan it carefully. Suemo looked at the planning option on the panel. With a thought, a new box popped up on the interface. Inside, it was a 3-dimensional model of the shelter exactly as it currently was, from the floor to the stone walls. In every direction above, below, left, and right, everything was fully marked out. Suemo briefly browsed through all the functions, closed the interface, and opened the chat screen. After tonight's battle, Suemo had completely let go of the knot in his heart regarding other people outside. In the wasteland, in this giant dive vat, the more you wanted to stay detached, the more likely you were to trap yourself inside a cage. Completely shutting yourself off and treating your shelter like an isolated island in the ocean was nothing less than the stupidest possible choice. The Tao may be learned in different order, and each profession has its specialty. The architectural style and overall construction method of the Huaxia shelter during the day had been extremely ingenious. There had to be an expert behind it. For this kind of professional design work, Suemo decided to outsource it and make the most of the shelter-esque space. After finally getting one chance to reconstruct, Suemo was very dissatisfied with the current structure of the shelter, but had no idea where to start. First was the area at the main entrance. It was a long stairway. Normally that was fine, but when someone broke through the main door and rushed in, both sides would be forced into close combat. There was basically no safety at all. He absolutely had to add a second buffer zone, maybe even a third. Then there was the inside of the shelter. Right in the center of the base sat a 30 square meter culture medium. Not only did it take up space, it also seriously affected future development. Aside from remodeling, Suemo had a second idea as well. After tonight's encounter, once you lived underground, if someone controlled the area above you, then if you wanted to get out from below, you'd have to risk a surprise assault. Once or twice might be fine, but if it happened too many times, sooner or later something would go wrong. So building a buffer zone on the surface was also extremely necessary. Just because this was an underground shelter didn't mean he should completely give up control of the surface in the early stage. Having made up his mind, Suemo pulled up the private message function and, following the contact information for the Huaxia shelter from earlier in the day, began his first historic conversation. The person in charge of handling contact was the young woman who had spoken on behalf of the shelter during the day. Shunko. Suemo. Hello. I'm Suemo, a Huaxia native. I'd like to make a trade with your shelter. Is that possible? Not long after the message was sent, 3 extremely urgent lines of text came back. Before Suemo could even make out what they said, the other side directly started a video call. After thinking about it, Suemo didn't refuse. He had already shown his face in front of the whole world, so there was no need to hide now. The call connected. Shunku's face appeared on the screen. Hello, Suemo. I'm the publicity officer of the Disaster Relief Point under Regiment 79 of the 13th Army. We agree to your trade request. May I ask what kind of trade you want to make? Looking at Suemo's face through the camera, Shunka tried her best to suppress the shock in her heart and not let it show. From her point of view, the first thing that entered her sight was the eye-catching generator and the 2 huge barrels of diesel beside it. Then there were the luxurious supplies, cola, bread, biscuits, and all kinds of daily necessities. Out of the corner of her eye, she even caught sight of one corner of the culture medium. The wealth inside the shelter was far too shocking to shun Ku's apocalypse worldview. As for Su Mo's handsome face, set against this pile of supplies, it only made him seem even more mysterious. I want to ask someone to help me design the layout of my underground shelter. It'd be best if you could make me a blueprint too. Hearing Su Mo's words, Shun Ku hurriedly nodded. Our shelter has Dr. Shun, a formerly renowned designer in Huaxia. He is also my uncle. Would it be okay if I asked him to design it for you? No problem, no problem. I think you should know the structure of an underground shelter, right? According to, hearing that it was Dr. Shun, Su Mo showed a trace of surprise. Without changing his expression, he nodded and began explaining his needs. On the other side, Shun Ku directly called over her uncle, Shun Etienne, and had Su Mo speak with him face to face. Before long, the two finished discussing the details. All right, we understand your requirements. I'll get this design draft to you by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Don't worry, I'll handle it under wartime management and strictly abide by the confidentiality agreement. Shun Etienne was extremely straightforward. After talking through the requirements, he picked up his straw umbrella from the table beside him and strode off again. He was an honest, down-to-earth man. Su Mo had heard of this doctor before. A lot of the country's superstructures, including the 840-meter tower, had been designed by him personally. Designing a shelter now was naturally no big deal. After Shun Etienne left, Shun Ku returned to the center of the screen. Dr. Shin didn't mention the price. About how many supplies would a design draft like this cost? Seeing that Shun Ku seemed too embarrassed to bring it up, Su Mo got straight to the point. As for the price, he believed Shun could definitely wound T, try to gouge him. From the fact that she hadn't pressed him with too many questions at the start, Su Mo already knew that the Huaxia shelter had come with full sincerity. However, in the very next moment, Shun Ku's words made Su Mo's heart anything but calm. Mr. Su Mo, this design draft didn't really use up any supplies. Let us just treat it as the sincerity of the Huaxia shelter in our first trade. Here, we hope, Mr. Su can help Huaxia people in distress when it is within your ability. Even after coming to this wasteland world, we should still support each other and keep moving forward with strength. Of course, as for criminals like the ones tonight, Mr. Su, you have 100% autonomous right of self-defense, and we support your actions as well. Looking at Shun Ku's firm little gaze and her clear, concise, soldier-like manner, Su Mo nodded, tacitly agreeing to her condition. The next second, Shun Ku, who had been serious the whole time, immediately failed to hold that stern expression any longer. A bright smile bloomed across her pretty face. Su Shun, the shelter trade is done, so can I make one more private trade with you? A hint of mischief appeared on such a cute and lovely little face. No one would refuse to at least hear what she wanted. Let us hear it. Su Mo smiled faintly as well, his expression indescribably calm and free. I want to trade for 1 liter of nether energy water. In exchange, I can offer electrical wire and a mechanical controller used for writing control programs. I can also add 1 piece of intel. Hearing Shun Ku's words, Su Mo turned his head and only then realized that his video call had exposed the generator behind him. Su Mo chuckled and shook his head. No wonder Shun Ku had proposed a trade. She had clearly pinpointed exactly what he needed for development. Don't worry, I'll tell my uncle, and when he draws the design draft, I'll have him plan the circuitry and all that for you too. Seeing Su Mo's expression, Shun Ku immediately grew nervous and hurried to continue, afraid that in the next second he would say the word no. 1 liter of nether energy water might already seem incomparably precious in other people's eyes, but they would never know that the shelter could produce 7 liters of this precious stuff in a single day. The information gap brought an overwhelming advantage in trade. Su Mo smiled slightly and said, all right, I'll trade. That's not a problem. As for the intel, how much do you know about ruins? After thinking about it, Su Mo was truly extremely curious about Liangfang Town. His ruin was different from every other one known so far. There were plenty of good things inside. As long as he could gather enough weapons to break through one room, the rewards would be beyond imagination. Seeing Su Mo agree, Shun Ku brushed the hair hanging in front of her face behind her ear, thought for a moment, and said calmly, we've also organized people to investigate ruins. At present, we do know quite a bit of information, but this stuff isn't really valuable. Sooner or later, everyone will find out. Based on what we currently know, ruins are divided into 3 types in total. The first type is the fog ruins that everyone has mentioned in the chat channel. In this kind of ruin, the places players are sent are all strange and varied. But according to the intelligence we've compiled, these ruins mostly involve entering the prehistoric civilizations of our Earth. Our investigation is still insufficient, so I can't determine exactly which ultra-ancient civilization it is. The second type of ruin is, well, you know the treasure sites in novels, right? We Earthlings may not be the first species to be exiled here to struggle for survival. Other species may have come before us. So when some of them failed to survive the disasters, the shelters they left behind became fixed ruins. As for the third type, we suspect that some other civilization is merging with the wasteland world we're currently in. Which civilization it is and what its purpose may be, there is still no definite conclusion. The evidence is insufficient, and the information collected is also insufficient. We can only wait for technology to recover and slowly investigate. Shunku explained it in great detail, clearly laying out the three types of ruins that had been discovered so far. Silently, Sumo used his method of recording things through private messages to dead people to write all the information down again. Then he nodded, signaling that the trade was complete. Yay, then I'll go get the electrical wire and controller for you in a bit. Shunku looked delighted. She bounced to her feet, and after the two said goodbye to each other, the video call ended. Not long after, Shunku's trade request came through. After confirming everything was correct, Sumo uploaded 1,100 milliliters of nether energy water, and he left a message. Thank you for your intel and your powers of observation. This extra 100 milliliters is a personal gift from me to you. Stay alive. For everyone. A flash of light passed, and the trade was complete. Inside the enormous Huasha shelter, in an inconspicuous little room, Shunku raised her arm with a shout and huffed as she tossed all the electrical wire into the trade items. Hey, let us see you all keep saying I'm just a girl who can only do desk work now. With a silly, goofy grin on her face, Shunku confirmed the trade and received the nether energy water. But when she clearly saw the quantity of the traded item and Sumo's message, for some reason, a wave of bitterness suddenly welled up inside her. Tears of emotion abruptly spilled from her eyes, soaking her face, already yellowed and darkened from the lack of water. Realizing that she was crying, the first thing the girl did was not wipe away her tears, but greedily lick them away with her dry lips, already split open with several bloody cracks. After that, the bright girl stopped crying, grabbed her umbrella, rushed out of the room, and shouted, anyone who caught a cold tonight, don't worry, we've traded for nether energy water. Everyone will get some before bed. A stir instantly spread. Nether energy water. For minor illnesses, even medicine was not as effective as the legendary nether energy water. In the camp, the people still working hard late into the night all raised their heads, their eyes full of gratitude and relief. They did not shout. They did not cheer, because from the very first day they entered the shelter, the rules they had received were, preserve your strength. Don't shout. Don't cry out. We do not have enough food or water, but we must survive and return to Earth. Looks like I really have gotten a bit too withdrawn. There isn't a single person to talk to, just one dumb dog. Humans really are social animals, after all. Looking at the huge pile of wires on the ground meant for setting up the electrical circuit, Sumo, who only wanted to loaf around like a salted fish, lay back down on the little bed. At that moment, the dumb dog, Oreo, also came running over. With a thump, he jumped onto the bed. Then with another thump, side jumped back off. That black and white dog face was full of pure provocation. Well, you little mutt. Calling you a dumb dog made you unhappy, huh? Take this. Leaping down from the bed, the man and the dog started chasing each other around the shelter. Sumo's bright, hearty laughter kept echoing through the entire shelter. After chasing for a while, seeing that Oreo was still running energetically in front while he himself was already out of breath, Sumo could only sit down on the stool helplessly. Oreo was still clowning around in the distance. Seeing that Sumo had stopped chasing, he let out a huffing, panting laugh. Don't worry. For you, for me, for Mom and Dad, and for my little sister, I'll survive. Sumo said it with a firm gaze. But when he looked at Oreo, a rare trace of gentleness appeared in Sumo's eyes. After resting for a bit, he spread the map he had seized out on the table. Sumo carefully identified the location of the ruins. Based on what Shunku had said, the place marked on this map should be where Huang Biao and the others found the ruins. The starting point of Huang Biao's group should have been about 20 kilometers away from the ruins. If this three-prong comb is my base, then the ruins should be to my west, 3.5 kilometers away. The markings on the map used the most primitive kind of pictographic method. It was a good thing they had managed to find paper to record it on, and had recorded it clearly enough. Otherwise, an ordinary person really wouldn't be able to make sense of such an abstract map. This here should be the base they attacked. Damn, what a vicious bunch of beasts. After counting them, Sumo was shocked to discover that the 5 of them had robbed everywhere they went along the way. The red crosses on the map had already formed a straight line, with as many as 16 of them. Maybe they didn't know that destroying a safe house after its owner died would make the safe house core drop, but even if they had known, it would been useless. Only a placed safe house could absorb those cores. Once I'm properly geared up, maybe I can head west along the way and see whether those cores are still there. With one full day and one full night of the acid rain disaster, Sumo had plenty of time to think. As an ordinary person with no academic advantage in any field in this apocalypse, the only thing he could rely on was that drive to push forward. Not only did he need to actively gather information, He also had to take the initiative and strengthen himself. Looking at the treasure symbol on the map, Su-Mo raised the corners of his mouth, stood up, and gazed toward the west. In another 2 days, then let me see what exactly you are. Today was the 6th day since arriving in the wasteland. That made it January 6th on the doomsday calendar. Current shelter members, Su-Mo, Oreo. The disaster's still ISNT over. So lying in bed and sleeping in a little ISNT too much, right? Hee. At least I don't have to rush for the 7 o'clock bus anymore. Oreo is sleeping, looking at the drool hanging from his mouth. Who knows what delicious thing he is dreaming about eating again. What a dumb dog. The shelter's supplies have already become plentiful, and the electricity will be connected soon too. I can definitely hold on. Su-Mo, you can do it. Opening his private messages, Su-Mo recorded the 6th day as Empty Nest Old Man Diary, then closed the game panel. Even though he had cut down 5 people in a row last night, he still slept all the way until almost 8 o'clock. Lying on the soft and warm little bed, listening to the sparse, much gentler sound of raindrops outside, Su-Mo quietly waited for the disaster to end. Outside the shelter, this terrifying acid rain that had lasted for 36 hours was finally about to come to an end. As the clock struck 8, the System S settlement notification sounded right on time. Doomsday calendar, January 6th. An unknown disaster has struck. Staying inside a safe shelter, you feel very secure. Survival points, 5. You upgraded a set of simple disaster-resistant equipment. Survival points, 2. While out on patrol, you discovered a group of ill-intentioned criminals. Your observation was sharp. Survival points, 5. You opened up a second passage for entering and leaving the shelter. Survival points, 20. You killed 5 bandits, protecting your own safety as well as ownership of the shelter. Survival points, 35. You showed your face for the first time before an audience of over 1 billion people and made them remember the name Su-Mo deeply. Survival points, 200. You seized a large amount of supplies, enriching your shelter. Survival points, 10. You held fast to the humanity expected of a human because you know that you are not a crazed beast. You have people you care about, people you want to protect, and you want to survive and return to Earth. Survival points, 25. Scanning host survival environment. Evaluating survival points. You have gained 53 survival points today. Final settlement. Survival points, 365. Remaining survival points, 433. That is actually this much. I just got rich in one shot. Seeing the settlement points, Su-Mo shot upright, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Every day had only been a little over 100 points. Squeezed out like toothpaste. Now that he suddenly got a windfall of 400 points, Su-Mo felt like he was dreaming. Going live in front of 1 billion people and making them remember my name got me 200 points. Is the system encouraging me to show off more? Looking at the biggest source of income in the list, Su-Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this good? This is great. Compared to a life and death battle with other people, where the danger was extreme, a single live stream bringing in such a high reward was an absurdly good deal. Phew. Now that I have survival points, I'll upgrade the generator today. He got dressed and stood up. He produced today's share of nether energy water and poured it into the water vat. After filling a wooden cup to the brim, Su-Mo started rinsing his mouth. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. After spitting the mouth-rinsing water onto the edge of the vegetable cultivation medium, then scooping out 1.5 liters of nether energy water to water the vegetable patch, today's care work was done. With a sacred sense of ceremony, Su-Mo hurried to the inner side where the generator had been placed. Looking at the damaged fuel tank beneath the generator, he focused his thoughts. Diesel generator damaged. Efficiency, 300 kilowatts. Full load, 300 kilowatt hours. Fuel consumption, 230 grams per kilowatt hour. Full load, 82 liters per hour. Upgrade options, repair 130. Expand capacity, 50. Increase conversion efficiency, 300. Change material, 420. Change power source to biomass, 4,450. I choose repair. Love is a streak of green light. As his words fell, a streak of green light spread out from his body, carrying Su-Mo's deep love for the generator. Stroking the machine cover, Su-Mo's eyes were full of affection. What man wouldn't he like a wild machine like this? Gradually, the generator's fuel tank, which had originally been torn open with a gaping hole, began to undergo slight deformation under the green light's touch. Tiny silver-white specks appeared out of thin air beside the fuel tank. Restrained by the green light, they adhered to the damaged area of the tank. The fist-sized hole rapidly closed up until 3 to 5 seconds later, the green light vanished. The generator's fuel tank had been fully repaired, looking completely brand new. Diesel generator, common. Efficiency, 300 kW. Full load, 300 kilowatt hour. Fuel consumption, 230 grams per kilowatt hour. Full load, 82 LH. Suma carefully leaned over the generator, memorizing every little tip and the simple startup method. The fuel consumption of the generator at full load was extremely terrifying. Once running at full load, it would drain the current diesel reserves in less than 3 hours. Originally, Suma had been worried that once he turned it on, he wouldn't be able to control the output power. But after learning how to operate it, he discovered that not only did this diesel generator have a clutch, even more ridiculously, it also had a throttle. A complete control system had been fully written into the Generator S program. As long as the power level was manually set, the output intensity could be controlled. It was extremely convenient. After going through the operating process, Suma opened the fuel tank and began pouring diesel into it. Rumble, 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 rumble. When he saw the control panel above the fuel tank light up and indicate that it could now stably output electricity, Suma quickly shut the machine off and said with a trace of excitement, "Now if I come across any weapons or devices that need electricity, I can upgrade them without hesitation. Not just the electric spear, but even an electric automatic crossbow. Once I get the blueprint and plan out the inside of the shelter, as long as I have one set of storage batteries, I can distribute wiring to every room. And once I find some light bulbs, torches can officially retire at night." Sitting back down on the stool, Suma still couldn't calm down for a long time. For modern humans, electricity had long since become an indispensable part of life. Even without electrical appliances, as long as he had a generator, his future goal became very clear. Find electrical equipment. Build a super shelter centered around electric power. With his emotions surging, Suma forcibly suppressed his excitement, took out some biscuits, crushed one portion of Oreo into water. And as the fragrance of the biscuit crumbs mixed with the original taste of the Nether Energy water, Oreo, who had still been howling by the door, was instantly drawn over and lay on the ground, licking the food bowl wildly. Seeing how deliciously Oreo was eating, Suma also felt his appetite rise. He took out a biscuit, poured himself a cup of Nether Energy water, and finished breakfast. While the rain outside still hadn't stopped, Suma decided to start his daily exercise and also begin teaching and training Oreo in coordination. Gradually, as the time drew closer and closer to 12 o'clock, the dark clouds in the sky began to rapidly disperse. A streak of golden sunlight appeared between heaven and earth, illuminating every pitch-black corner. As soon as the time arrived, the system panel suddenly started spamming messages across the entire map like it had gone crazy. Record: the first disaster has ended. Total deaths as of the end of this disaster: 145,547,893 people. Record: the beginner disaster has ended. Panel-wide announcements will now be officially disabled. Please pay attention to panel function prompt from now on. Record: the beginner period has ended. The first version update has been started by default. Record: update complete. Record: the first disaster point tally has been completed. Rewards have been distributed according to shelter disaster resistance, ranking, and disaster performance. Record: trading system updated. Every time a trade request is made, a certain amount of disaster points must be paid as a handling fee based on item weight and attributes. Record: secret realm trading unlocked. On the day before each disaster, a secret realm will automatically open. Members of the same regional channel may enter the secret realm and carry resources for exchange. Combat is prohibited in the trading secret realm. Absolute safety guaranteed. Record: inventory function mode updated. The first payment of 100 disaster points can be exchanged for 1 cubic meter of storage space. The point requirement doubles with each subsequent purchase. Record: private message function updated. Adding a friend for the first time requires 1 point. After successful addition, free chatting is available. Record: manufacturing system updated. The following items have been removed: torch, wooden door, wooden box, straw raincoat. When crafting items, disaster points will be required, fluctuating according to crafting difficulty. Record: fatality rate detected to have exceeded the forecast line. Disaster warning time automatically adjusted, 15 days. Record: fatality rate detected to have exceeded the forecast line. Population deployment to coordinates 5117 has begun. Deployment will be completed no later than before the end of the second disaster. Record: major regional channels will be reintegrated. After each disaster, any channel with fewer than 1,000 people will be automatically merged. After all the prompts rang out 3 consecutive times, the game panel officially opened. Whoosh! In an instant, all surviving humans flooded into the chat channels, and in the blink of an eye, both the world channel and the regional channels were completely spammed. No way, right? I can understand putting restrictions on all items, but why are you messing with the crafting function too? Now, even making a wooden spear costs 1 disaster point, and I only got 13 total? Humanity's apocalypse is here. This trash game really had bad intentions all along. It's just finding new ways to get us killed. Down with the game, S rule. This world should belong to the people. Yura. Trading costs points now too. A 4-kilogram item needs a 3-point handling fee. Why don't you just rob us outright? Huge reward offered. My mom got deployed to XX location. Are there any brothers nearby? Please help me look after him. He has no points, so we can't private message. It's over. Without storage space, all my meat is going to rot in a few days. looking for kind-hearted people to band together for warmth. My location is roughly at XX. If you're nearby and interested, just private message me. Sitting in the shelter, which was already piled full with items that had spilled out of the inventory, Suma looked through the shelter update announcements one by one with a dark expression. This round of changes had undoubtedly pushed this somewhat game-like survival world a huge step closer to reality. The manufacturing system had been slashed. The torch, which only needed one piece of wood and 2 plant fibers to burn for 12 hours, was gone. Other similar crafting options that let people create bug-like items as long as they had the materials had all disappeared as well. Only some necessary tools and weapons remained, and even those now required points to craft. Trading needed points, the inventory needed points, crafting needed points, private messaging needed points, everything needed points. In every line of the update announcements, disaster point were mentioned every 3 sentences. Everyone thought the days when a single penny could stump a hero were long gone, but they never expected it to return in such a ridiculous way. Opening the system interface, Suma saw his own points in a very eye-catching spot at the bottom right. 632 points. Good thing I upgraded the shelter first and secure ranking. First place alone gave 400 points. What huge profit. After looking through the costs of everything, Suma finally let go of the worry hanging in his heart. Because he had taken the first step ahead of everyone else, and because he was alone and got to enjoy all the disaster points by himself. In other people's eyes, he was ridiculously rich. Before any further major overhauls are made, the manufacturing system and the trading system were still usable for Sumo. As for the end of everyone else's beginner period, it forced many people who were still hiding in their shelters to face cruel reality. It was time to step out of the shelter and head into the wasteland to explore. For Sumo, the most fatal part of all these changes was the massive nerf to storage space. In the past, storage space had no such thing as cubic volume. No matter how large an item was, once stored in the inventory, it only counted as 1 unit. Take the stone and iron resources in his hand right now, for example. They could all be stacked into a single inventory slot. It couldn't have been more convenient. But now, after the changes, storing items could no longer be as reckless as before. He could no longer toss dozens of units of resources in at once. After clicking the space icon in the inventory, Sumo's mind stirred. Pay 100 disaster points to activate storage space. Like buying an inventory expansion coupon in some dungeon game. Soundlessly, Sumo's vision seemed to pierce through space and arrive in a tiny area 1 meter in length, width, and height. Record. Your disaster points, 100. Your current storage space volume, 1 cubic meter. After activating the storage space, the actual method of using it still had not changed. As long as he focused his mind on a certain item for 1 second, he could absorb any ownerless item into it. Items absorbed into storage could also reappear within 1 second in Sumo's hand or at a place within 50 centimeters where they needed to be placed. Switching to the trading channel and testing it for a while, Sumo gave up on the idea of continuing his water selling business. The current trading system charged by weight. For the first 3 kilograms of an item, the base price was 2 points. After that, every additional 1 kilogram required 1 point. This meant that using the trading system to stockpile resources on a large scale had already become nothing more than a fantasy. The game panel's ultimate purpose was clearly to encourage each regional channel to exchange what they had with one another. Resource trading was allowed, but you had to bring it into the trading mystic realm. Sure enough, this was not some simple survival game. Fortunately, his little sister was at 16, and his parents were at 54. For now, he did not need to worry about them being dropped into this disaster yet. Otherwise, with his current exploration progress, he would have had to risk his life. After watching the chats in the World Channel and Regional Channel for a while, the sense of urgency in Sumo's heart struck again. After exiting to the upper right corner of the game panel, the disaster display once again showed the number 15 along with a snowflake icon. When Sumo focused his thoughts on the number of days, a line of prompt text appeared. Count down until the next disaster event breaks out. 15 days. Disaster event. Blizzard, minus 20 degrees, lasting 72 hours. Damn, minus 20 degrees? Is this game freaking insane? The black text on the white panel obviously would not change in the slightest because of Sumo's anger. The acid rain had only just ended, and now a blizzard was suddenly coming. How were ordinary people supposed to survive? Sumo suppressed the fury in his heart. His face flushed red. If the first acid rain disaster had been aimed at underground shelters, making it difficult for them to survive, then this blizzard would be the ultimate test for above-ground shelters. Once the temperature dropped and everything froze, going out to explore, obtaining food, and most importantly, meeting the need for warmth would all become huge problems hanging over every above-ground shelter. 72 hours. Sumo's teeth ground audibly. His underground shelter currently covered a full 140 square meters, which meant the temperature inside would definitely be far lower than in other underground shelters. If he could not find suitable heating equipment within half a month, then, at that thought, Sumo irritably shut off the game panel and began thinking about how to prepare for the disaster 15 days later. Disasters in this survival game came far too frequently. If it had been one disaster per month, then in less than a year, Sumo was confident that with survival points, he could completely return to the age of electricity. But now, with the second disaster coming in only 15 days, his development plans had been completely thrown into chaos. I'm going out to scavenge tomorrow. No, today. I have to go now. I must find heating equipment as soon as possible. With disaster looming overhead, Sumo had no more thoughts of waiting for the rain to dry up a little before setting out. He spent another 200 points to upgrade his storage space to 2 cubic meters, then began moving around the clutter on the ground. First, he moved all the stone and iron blocks to the innermost corner of the shelter. Then he used 8 units of wood to make wooden boards, pieced together an ugly-looking storage cabinet, and put all the food supplies into it. At this point, only some miscellaneous items were left on the ground. Isn't this the complete shelter core? Picking up the glowing turtle shell from the ground, Sumo rubbed his forehead. There had been too many things to do every day, and he had been too busy. Last night, before he even had time to fuse this core, the generator had drawn away his attention. Now that he thought about it, that had actually worked out just right. The shelter was already large enough as it was, and the supplies could not even fill it. If he continued expanding it, the temperature inside the shelter would inevitably drop even further. At that point, it would really be like a mute person swallowing bitter herbs, suffering in silence. He carefully put the turtle shell away in the storage space, then dragged all the miscellaneous items into the corner and neatly set them down. After that, Sumo began preparing what he needed to bring for today's trip to explore the ruins. With natural disaster looming, exploring the outside world could not be delayed. In this vast wasteland world, not only the unknown underground ruins, but also the nearby mountains, rivers, and terrain, Sumo was still completely in the dark about all of it. Bring 1 bottle of mineral water and another bottle of nether energy water. All 50 crossbow bolts had to come. The oak spear had to come. The spike club, bring that too. Bring some materials too. If something came up, he could use them in an emergency. Sumo packed the items in one by one. Going out to explore was no joke. He had to gear up properly. That was the best kind of respect he could show to the apocalypse. After gathering everything up, Sumo opened the shelter door. It was exactly noon outside. A blazing sun hung in the sky like a god descending upon the heavens, radiating majestic divine might. However, not enough time had passed. The rainwater on the ground had not evaporated yet, and puddles and standing water were everywhere. I wonder whether mutated beasts managed to survive in this kind of environment. Sumo's expression changed. His mind immediately recalled the black dog he had encountered earlier in the Liangfang town ruins. If the mutated creatures of the wasteland had really all become like that, then for the current human race, it would be no less terrifying than the extreme cold disaster that was about to arrive. Either mutated beasts died the moment they came into contact with rainwater, just like humans, or Sumo also hoped it was the former. After looking over the surrounding area and confirming there was nothing unusual, Sumo turned back into the shelter, took out some plant fibers, and began weaving a raincoat for Oreo. There was a lot of standing water on the ground. As long as skin came into contact with it, it was harmful. To explore outside, he had to rely on Oreo's scouting ability and early warning ability. It didn't take long. After putting it into the wardrobe and spending 10 survival points to do the same thing again, a brand new dog raincoat came off the line. Oreo had been stuck in a shelter for 2 days and couldn't go outside. The moment she saw her new clothes, she started hopping around, so happy she could barely contain herself. After putting on the raincoat, she shot out of the shelter in a flash and started sniffing wildly around the area. Seeing this, Sumo also shut the shelter door. After confirming several times that he had brought everything, he turned and went back to the second passage, climbing up along it. The current design of the shelter door was still incredibly dumb. It could only be opened and closed from the inside, not shut from the outside. Luckily, there was a second passage. Otherwise, if he went far from home and someone stole the place, that would be the end of it. Climbing out through the shelter's second passage and opening the stone door above it that was covered with a layer of dirt, Sumo arrived behind the hill. Under the blazing sun, the acid rain lake shimmered with rippling light. After taking 2 glances and checking that there was nothing unusual about the place where he had buried the body last night, he closed the small door, covered it up with dirt again, then turned and walked toward the front entrance. The straight-line distance between the underground ruins and the shelter was 3.5 kilometers. Without considering detours, he could get there in half an hour. While it was still broad daylight, he had to hurry and explore. He absolutely had to make it back before the sun went down. Sumo quickened his pace. Although the ground was uneven and full of pits, he was still familiar with the nearby terrain, so walking was difficult. Oreo stayed 200 meters away from Sumo the whole time, responsible for patrol and scouting for mutated creatures. Woof woof woof. After walking more than 700 meters, Oreo, who had been calm the whole time, suddenly started barking, making Su-Mo-'s heart tighten. A monster? Woof. Getting Oreo's definite reply, Su-Mo didn't hesitate any longer and directly activated today as first monster encyclopedia scan. Detected 6 one-horned sandwolves within 331 meters of the player. Danger level 48. Please proceed with caution. Today's uses 23. Su-Mo froze. One-horned sandwolves and 6 of them together. Opening the monster encyclopedia, Su-Mo quickly scanned through it and immediately understood the characteristics of this kind of animal. Previously, the mutated beast meat sold the most on the trading market had come from this kind of sandwolf. As animals that moved in packs, their combat power wasn't high. Usually, a normal adult man with a weapon could easily defeat 2 sandwolves, and the return on sandwolves was extremely high. Not only did they provide meat, but also sandwolf pelts, sandwolf blood, and even treasure chests that might drop. Licking his lips, Su-Mo restrained his thoughts. With a shift of his mind, he took out the crossbow from his storage backpack. Playful as she was, once Oreo encountered enemies, she immediately showed extremely professional combat instincts. Keeping her body low, sniffing the scent while occasionally twitching her ears to listen, the man and dog moved forward slowly. Before long, Su-Mo, carefully suppressing his footsteps, saw from 100 meters away a group of one-horned sandwolves lying beneath a huge rock, hiding from the disaster. Huh. So these animals also had the instinct to seek advantages and avoid harm. With his excellent eyesight, Su-Mo saw at a glance that 4 sandwolves were lying on the ground resting. The remaining 2 were watching the surroundings warily. When they spotted Su-Mo in the distance, the sandwolves froze for a moment, then started crying out in panic. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt shot through a throat, instantly taking the life of the howling sandwolf. While quickly reloading, Su-Mo carefully observed the remaining 5 sandwolves. Now that they had been attacked, all the sandwolves had gotten to their feet and were roaring in Su-Mo's direction. They tried their best to put on a frightening posture. With so many companions around them, they were bluffing. Unfortunately, the sandwolves clearly knew how terrifying acid rain was. The wet ground kept them from launching an attack, so they could only rage helplessly in place. A perfect chance. After cocking the bow, Su-Mo only needed a slight adjustment in aim before another bolt flew out, taking the life of yet another sandwolf. The remaining 4 immediately started crying out in panic. One of them even tried to run, but the moment its foot touched the ground that hadn't dried yet, it was as if it had touched fire, and it hurriedly pulled its paw back. Watching the sandwolf's behavior, Su-Mo raised an eyebrow. The first time he used the crossbow, he had full map vision on. The second time, the enemies couldn't even move. His luck was way too good. He didn't know whether to call the sandwolves smart or stupid. They simply couldn't understand why the distant human figure could keep shooting arrow after arrow from his hand, with Oreo threatening them from the side. All the sandwolves could do was stand there as targets. Without wasting any effort at all, relying on only 6 crossbow bolts, Su-Mo easily wiped out the whole pack of sandwolves. Not far away, the 6 sandwolves dropped 2 treasure chests, 1 wooden and 1 iron. Even if he couldn't enter the underground ruins on this trip, he had already gained something. Walking closer, he first collected all the bolts stuck in the sandwolves, then stored all the sandwolves into his storage space. Oreo came trotting to Su-Mo's side, shaking her head and tail as she showed off her achievement. Su-Mo rubbed Oreo's head and laughed. Once we get back and process this meat, it's all yours. Don't worry, I won't steal any. Woof woof woof. Oreo instantly became incomparably excited, her dog head rubbing wildly against Su-Mo's palm. Record. You have opened a wooden treasure chest. Record. You have obtained 1 Fanta. Record. You have obtained 1 Kangshifu old altar pickled cabbage noodles. As the glow of the wooden treasure chest faded, a bottle of soda and a cup of instant noodles were left on the ground. Hiss. The moment he saw the instant noodles on the ground, Su-Mo immediately felt his mouth flood with saliva. His taste buds seemed to bloom one after another, as if he had already absorbed the rich broth of the noodles. With great reluctance, he put the 2 items into his storage space. As for the iron treasure chest, Su-Mo was even more expectant. Record. You have opened an iron treasure chest. Record. You have obtained 1 workbench blueprint. Record. You have obtained 1 simple tool pliers. Record. You have obtained 1 beaker. A string of resource acquisition notifications popped up. On the ground appeared a blue blueprint, a pair of iron pliers about the length of a forearm, and a glass beaker. The workbench blueprint wasn't very useful at this stage, but he learned it first anyway. After picking up the blueprint and crushing it to learn it, Su-Mo grabbed the other 2 items and threw them into his storage space. What a pity. If he had known, he should have made a ranged weapon earlier. Though it was also because he got lucky today. Otherwise, once those 6 sandwolves started moving quickly, there would have been quite a headache. Su-Mo sighed inwardly as he straightened up and set off again. The entire clash between one man, one dog, and 6 wolves, including collecting the loot, had taken only about 10 minutes. With the right timing, terrain, and conditions all on his side, Suemo was full of confidence about the road ahead. After setting out once more and comparing his route with the map the whole way, Suemo walked another 2 kilometers this time without finding any trace of mutated beasts. Maybe when Huang Biao and the others came this way, they cleared out every mutant beast they could deal with along the road. This den of sand dogs was just unlucky. They'd probably only come here to shelter from the rain, and I ended up catching them alive. After keeping his nerves taut the whole way, Suemo finally let out a sharp breath of relief. From far away, he had already seen the terrain marker labeled on the map. Stopping in place, Suemo began to survey the surroundings. Following the path he had come from and crouching low to the ground, Suemo felt a faint but obvious sense of rise and fall. If I'm not mistaken, the place I'm in should be a basin. From 3 kilometers away, when he looked back toward the road he had come from, the distance had already turned blurry and part of the scenery had sunk below the horizon. Looking west, he could clearly feel that the slope of the land was rising. After carefully examining the area, Suemo found the place where the ruins were located. So this is where the prehistoric ruins are? This was terrain very similar to that of Shelter. The place where the underground ruins were located also bulged up into a small hill. Around the hill, because of the terrain and the lack of a proper drainage system, a large area of standing water had accumulated. Of course, if there hadn't been the map marker and the ruins themselves, then, after dredging some pipes to clear out the water, this would actually be an excellent place to build a shelter foundation. Woof woof woof. Oreo retreated from the distance and came back, asking for a Master S opinion. Because of more than a day of torrential rain, the water near the ruins was very deep. Even with a raincoat on, Oreo would still have a hard time wading across. Seeing the fear on Oreo's face, Suemo said without hesitation, "We have to thoroughly investigate this shelter. This is the only treasure point we know of nearby. Wait here for me. I'll go over alone in a bit." Woof. Oreo wagged her tail. She clearly didn't want to separate from her master. Lowering himself, Suemo rubbed Oreo's head and comforted her. "Don't worry. Stand guard for me outside. The acid rain in there is terrifying. If it touches you, your fur will be gone." The still eager Oreo was instantly startled by Suemo. Her eyes revealed a mix of fear, grievance, and reluctance. And in the end, she could only squat obediently in place, wagging her soft big tail. Standing up, Suemo took a deep breath, pulled out his raincoat from a storage space, and began putting it on. The streamlined raincoat did not hinder normal movement at all. After checking once to make sure there were no tears or leaks, Suemo began wading forward step by step. At this point, he was still about 200 meters away from the hill. The waterline had already passed over the tops of his feet. To be safe, Suemo decided to take a detour around it, circle to the back of the hill, and try approaching first from the direction where water was less likely to collect. The soil of the plains had never been especially firm to begin with. After being soaked by the rain, it had all turned into sludge. Every step Suemo took was extremely difficult. Sometimes half his leg would sink in, and he had to struggle hard just to pull it back out. He waded through the water the whole way. It took him a full 20-odd minutes just to cover about 150 meters. As the terrain rose higher, the soil gradually began to harden, and the standing water slowly disappeared. However, the scattered footprints on the ground made Suemo's heart tighten. These footprints looked extremely fresh. Even after being washed by the heavy rain, their shapes were still clearly visible. Some were split into 2 toes, while others were whole paw prints from a feline animal. In the cracks of the mud, he could occasionally even see a few strands of fur. Squatting on the ground, Suemo carefully picked up the fur from the cracks and examined it closely. It really does look like feline fur. With this kind of toughness, it definitely didn't come from an ordinary animal. With unease in his heart, Suemo opened the game panel and pressed the monster encyclopedia for the second time today. No mutant beast detected within a 1,000-meter radius of the player. Today's uses 1 out of 3. Strange. Logically speaking, feline animals should have a very strong sense of territory. If one came here, then it makes no sense for this not to be its territory. Felines would use claw marks and urine to mark the boundaries of their territory. At the same time, it was also a way to tell other animals when they had passed through, so accidental encounters and conflict could be avoided. After looking around, Suemo shook his head. He had found any nearby markers. This is blood. After feeling his way to the side of the hill, Suemo abruptly discovered a patch of crimson that had already seeped into the earth. Lowering his head, he sniffed the scent on the ground. Aside from the muddy stench left behind after the rain, there was also a faint trace of blood in the air. And near the bloodstains, there was still a large amount of fur, as well as a blasted impact site. What is this? Holy shit, was this hit by a grenade? The farther he went along the side of the hill, the more traces of animals he found. After circling all the way to the left side, Suemo was shocked to discover a patch of scorched black marks on the ground. The grass beside the marks was still fresh and vividly green. Yet the center of the mark was completely barren. This blasted spot was extremely abnormal. Judging by the diameter spreading out from the central explosion point, it was only about 50 centimeters. Moreover, the ground itself hadn't even been blown up, whether for precision demolition explosives or a hand-thrown grenade. That was completely unreasonable. A bad feeling rose in Su's heart. He quickly walked back to the center of the hill and followed the highest point. When he was almost at the end, he saw several more blasted marks. And at the very front, there was even a pitch-black blasted hole. Someone already beat me here first. Taking a flashlight out of his storage space and switching it on, Su shined it into the hole. From the opening down to the ground below, it was a little over 4 meters high, roughly the same as the floor height of a shelter. The architecture here gave Su a strange sense of familiarity. Why does this feel so familiar? Are we sure this isn't a human shelter? If this were an RPG game, countless question marks would definitely be floating over Su's head. Should I go down and take a look? The moment this bold thought appeared in Su's mind, it immediately began to grow wildly. Everything here was too strange. The inexplicable feline fur, the several small area precision blast marks, and a structural design similar to a human shelter all draped this underground ruin in a layer of mystery. Opening his storage space and searching through it, Su decided to use the most primitive method, weaving a hemp rope. Jumping down for more than 4 meters was easy. Getting back up would be hard. Taking out 2 units of plant fiber, Su sat at the edge of the hole and began seriously weaving a rope. He repeatedly twisted several tough strands of plant fiber together. Working downward, it took him less than 20 minutes to weave a grass rope around 3 meters long. He took out 2 units of iron, set them on the ground, and tied one end of the hemp rope to the iron. A simple climbing setup was complete. At this moment, Su was incomparably grateful that he had joined the DIY Handicrafts Club back in college. Otherwise, this simple job would actually be a bit difficult for an ordinary person. After cleaning everything up, Su tried taking out a small stone and tossing it around the area. After confirming there were no mechanisms, he began his first descent into the ruins. He had read plenty of tomb raiding scenes in novels, but when it came to doing it for real, it really was awkward, clumsily biting the flashlight in his mouth. Su grabbed the rope and started sliding down. The rough texture of the plant fibers greatly increased the friction during the descent. Every time he slid down a bit, Su had to use quite a lot of strength to keep his grip firm. When there was about 1 meter left, Su loosened the strength in both hands, and his whole body naturally dropped down and landed on the ground. He had been holding his breath the whole time from straining so hard. The moment he relaxed, Su immediately started gasping for air in big, heavy breaths. But when he raised his head and looked forward with the help of the flashlight, his heart instantly skipped a beat. A person, a skeleton, even though he had just dealt with 5 thugs last night at this very moment. When he saw the skull lying on the ground with its head tilted toward him, a chill instantly shot up from behind him. The skull on the ground didn't make a poof like in novels, with ghost fire spilling out of its eye sockets. It also didn't shout, "How dare you?" before jumping up from the ground and roaring, "The battle's saying ahead, dare you dismount and fight me." It was just lying there crooked on the ground, staring at you with hollow eyes. To be honest, even though after transmigrating, everyone already knew this world was vastly different from the one they used to know, actually seeing a scattered skeleton lying on the ground still made it impossible not to feel wave after wave of fear. After all, when it came to ghosts and spirits, humans always had an instinctive fear. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su's thoughts were also churning rapidly. He carefully shifted his steps, trying his best to avoid the skull's line of sight. Bang! Su cautiously stepped 1 pace to the left, but unexpectedly, he brushed against something on the ground and stepped on it with a crisp crack. Lowering his head to look, his scalp instantly went numb. My bad, big bro, I didn't mean it. Sorry for disturbing you." A white bone arm, under Su's step, had already broken into 2 pieces, split open with a crack in the middle. Using the light, Su looked around the surroundings. It wasn't just this arm. Bone fragments were scattered all over the ground. No idea who this big bro was, but he really died miserably. Looking at the skeleton lying on the ground with only its skull still intact, Su gave a bitter smile while stepping around the shattered bones on the right. The floor of the ruins looked like it was made of concrete. On the ground, he could see quite a bit of scattered feline fur. After thinking about it, Su pulled out the last and used torch from his inventory and chose to light it. In these pitch-black ruins, shining a flashlight around was just too terrifying. It was exactly like tomb raiding. If you added some background music, it could straight up become a horror movie. When the bright firelight appeared inside the ruins, Su finally had the time to properly examine the surroundings. This room in the ruins wasn't large. Standing near the entrance, Su could vaguely see what was inside. Focusing his attention, Su-mo regretfully discovered that for some unknown reason, both the game panel S appraisal function and the survival system S appraisal function had been sealed away. Calling it ruins, it would actually be more fitting to call it an underground shelter. If my own shelter is recorded as shelter number 1, then this underground ruin can temporarily be referred to as shelter number 2. Opening the private message window he usually used for talking to the dead, and finding the dead friend he had added earlier, Su-mo began recording everything he saw and heard. Memory could deceive. Writing would not. If he recorded everything he saw and heard, then maybe after returning to the shelter and carefully analyzing it, he might be able to find where the loophole was. Walking to the doorway, the record of the first exploration began appearing in the chat box. Apocalypse calendar, January 6th. First entry into shelter number 2. The gate of shelter number 2, based on simple touch and sound, is preliminarily judged by hearing to be made of unknown iron or steel material. By touch, it feels similar to an alloy door from the civilized era. Durability pending testing. No signs of water leakage. The walls are made of unknown material. Based on observation, they are currently preliminarily suspected to be reinforced concrete or some unknown construction stone. Extremely high strength. From the hole at the top, the wall thickness appears to be about 25 centimeters. The floor has mysterious patterns. The number and shapes of the patterns vary. They do not form any symmetrical figure with reference value, nor can any kind of information transmission be detected. Currently no specific reference value. Mark this as important. Needs investigation. There are dozens of strands of unknown feline fur, picked up, and one humanoid skeleton, currently cannot determine whether it is human. Pending examination. There are scattered tables around the area, overturned containers on the ground, and no paper records. The game panel cannot be used to check attributes. Reason unknown. Combined with the previous signs, it is highly likely that this place was explored in advance by some unknown existence. Mark this as important. Blasting fur. Most valuable items have already been moved away or destroyed. At the innermost side of the shelter, there's an abandoned deep well similar to a psionic energy well. On first smell, it gives off a strange fragrance. It's kind of intoxicating. After smelling it, my mood became cheerful. One more sniff determines it has a blueberry jam scent. One more sniff determines it has a wonderful scent, like standing under blooming spring calorie pear flowers. Su-mo, how can you be this greedy for enjoyment? Have you forgotten what you came here for? One more sniff determines, strike out the entire section. Tried manually raising and lowering the abandoned well. Discovered the method was wrong, and the device is already jammed. Cause currently unknown. Key investigation. In the corner of the shelter, discovered a straight ladder leading downward. There's a small amount of feline fur stuck on the edge of the ladder. Collected. Going down along the ladder. After 14 steps, discovered the second floor of the shelter. Mark this as important. And found what appears to be a vehicle from civilized society. Holding the torch, distractedly recording while still recalling the smell from the abandoned well. Su-mo froze. As Su-mo's wolf faded, the game panel slowly began disappearing from in front of his eyes. However, none of that managed to draw even the slightest bit of Su-mo's attention. Because on the underground second floor, Su-mo saw the vehicle placed in the center at a single glance. This the buggy from PUBG? A vehicle frame reinforced with a triangular roll cage. At the back sat an engine a bit smaller than a generator, but with obviously much finer craftsmanship. A single seat setup, and an incomparably luxurious open-air convertible with ventilation on all four sides. Without the limitations of glass, it allowed the driver to fully experience nature's caress while driving. Aside from a few spots on the frame that had been bent by external impacts, and the tires being completely flat, the overall shape was unmistakably that of a buggy. Human civilization? Su-mo didn't know. If this place hadn't been looted before, then perhaps through the details inside, he might have been able to learn the owner's identity. However, the current mess had long since destroyed any possibility of leaving behind clues to the owner's identity. Even all around the second floor. Is this character car? Looking at the left side of the wall, at a pictograph shaped like a card. Su-mo subconsciously looked toward the only bouncy car on the second floor. Then when he looked to the right, an arrow-shaped marker was pointed straight at the bouncy car in the center. The meaning was obvious. Did the owner of the ruins want to convey some kind of message through this vehicle? Frowning, Su-mo tried his best to think back and see if he had missed anything after coming down just now. From Lianfeng town in the fog ruins, to the traces in the underground ruins that seemed to have been left by his own people, everyone else was playing a brute force bulldozing game. But he alone was playing a brain-burning puzzle-solving game. A thought stirred in Su-mo's mind, and he began linking together and analyzing every detail from discovering the ruins to entering them. Time passed bit by bit. One hypothesis after another was rejected, and all the clues pointed to one place. Shaking his head, Su-mo quickly walked to the fuel tank of the bouncy car. He decided to verify his guess based on these signs. Unfortunately, After opening the fuel cap and taking a look, as expected, the fuel inside had long since evaporated completely. If he poured the diesel from the shelter into this oil-burning vehicle that could use both diesel and gasoline, it could barely run. But because the storage space was too small, he hadn't brought any with him when he came out. He just didn't know whether there was any diesel or gasoline here. If this bouncy car was intact and could still be driven, then with a world so vast, where couldn't he go? Holding the torch, Sumo was just about to crouch down and carefully search the ground for a diesel barrel. But from outside, a huge commotion suddenly rang out. Woof, 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 a woof, woof, woof. First came Oreo's signature barking, then two more barks in an extremely strange tone, almost like a human imitating one. Crap, that was Oreo's warning bark. Someone had come from outside. In an instant, Sumo quickly extinguished the torch, flipped out the already cocked crossbow, and rushed up toward the first floor. Without the bright firelight from the torch, and without the white beam of a flashlight, the entire number 2 shelter was pitch black. Only a bit of light shone in through the large hole on the first floor. Oreo's frantic barking outside was still continuing, but the other 2 barking voices had changed in tone. For some reason, Sumo could hear a trace of human emotion in those 2 dog barks. Mockery? Or contempt? Step by step on the stairs, advancing in the dark, Sumo walked very steadily. The human fear in his eyes rapidly faded, replaced by a trace of beast-like calm. Focusing his mind, the game panel appeared, and he selected the illustrated handbook scan function. No mutated beast detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today S uses 3. His last chance was gone, and he still hadn't been able to scan the identity of the creatures outside. Sumo's nerves tightened even further. Crouching at the corner between the first and second floors, Sumo braced the crossbow against the stair railing, quietly aiming at the spot beneath the large hole where anything coming down would appear. A woo-woo, woof. Hearing Oreo's panicked and aggrieved voice outside, along with another incomparably contemptuous woof, Sumo bit down hard on his lip. Oreo, run. Let them come in. Sumo roared soundlessly in his heart, hoping Oreo would be smart enough to hurry and escape. If there was only one enemy, Sumo still had confidence that he could rush out and fight head-on. However, when facing unknown creatures, once the number exceeded 1, if humans wanted to win, they could only rely on the intelligence that set them apart from beasts. Suddenly, a sharp, high-pitched bark from Oreo rang out, followed by 2 short barks, then another high-pitched bark. Hearing that sound, a trace of joy appeared on Sumo's calm, ancient well-like face. During the 2 days when they couldn't go outside from the shelter, this was the first letter Sumo had taught Oreo. According to Morse code, it was the first initial of run, P. It meant there was a strong enemy outside, and they should maneuver around. Sure enough, after Oreo made that tone, 2 celebratory woofs sounded from outside. Staring at the broken hole, Sumo fixed his gaze on the opening. 2 footsteps landed on the dirt. The soft, squelching sounds of feet stepping on the ground had already faintly reached the hole, and after reflecting off the walls, Sumo heard them clearly. Lighter than my footsteps. Not very heavy. Preliminary suspicion. Upright walking animals. It didn't matter that he didn't know the skill of identifying people by sound. Through careful listening and comparing with himself, Sumo relaxed a little. The footsteps were crisp, one in front and one behind, completely inconsistent with the traits of canine mammals. Instead, they were somewhat closer to humans. The sound were very light, which meant the other side wasn't some heavyweight creature. It wouldn't possess the kind of crushing strength and speed. 1 second, 2 seconds. As the sounds drew closer and closer, the 2 unknown creatures finally approached the hole. Woof ao, woof hiss, woof woo, woof dee, woof chi woof. Woof poo, woof bing, woof hiss, woo woo woof. The 2 iron blocks and the rope had clearly caught the attention of the unknown creatures. A burst of headache-inducing gibberish came in through the hole. He couldn't understand what they were saying. Sumo could only focus and carefully analyze the emotional changes in the 2 creatures' voices. Fortunately, the second creature's tone was very certain. Although the first one sounded a little doubtful, whatever the second said seemed to cover it up. Sumo's heart was hanging in midair, afraid the 2 monsters would wait by the hole like hunters waiting for rabbits, or call more monsters over and use a numbers advantage. These 2 dumb dogs, no. These 2 people were clearly not very intelligent. They were even bold enough that they had already grabbed the rope Sumo had made and were climbing down along it. In the bright patch by the hole, a furry black leg had already entered Sumo's field of vision. At the foot was a boot made from some unknown material. So skinny. Looks like 2 stick monsters. Their combat strength shouldn't be very high. Gripping the rear handle of the crossbow, finger on the trigger, Sumo stared fixedly at the figure about to descend. Another half of a leg dropped down, and a primitive beast-hide long skirt appeared on the figure. Before Sumo could keep observing, the monster suddenly dropped sharply, and its whole body came into view. Holy shit! With the cave's light, Sumo clearly saw the monster's full appearance. The horror in his heart nearly drove him to cry out on the spot. Was this a kobold? The upper body of the descending monster had scale-like skin, the color gradually shifting from dark brown on the lower body to black on the upper body. If one didn't look too carefully, its head was just a slightly abstract dog head, with two small pale horns, shining eyes, and a straight rat-like tail. Combined with the voices from before, Sumo almost instantly concluded that these two monsters were the legendary creatures everyone in the game knew by name. Kobolds. Woof is this? Forcibly suppressing the urge to make a move, Sumo calmly watched the kobold that had just slid down shout loudly, calling for its companion. A spear was tossed down and caught by the kobold that had come down first. Then another wooden staff was thrown down and placed on the ground by the kobold. Right after that, the second kobold began sliding down the rope. Maybe because it was a different breed, the second kobold had blood-red patterns mixed along its legs, climbing from its ankles all the way up to the side of its face. Even in its choice of hide skirt, this later kobold seemed a bit more refined, carrying a faint noble air. After both of them landed, kobold number 1 kicked Miserable Bro's skull farther inside with one foot, clearing a path for the noble kobold. Once that was done, the noble kobold patted the dust off its body, picked up its wooden staff, and started looking around. At the same time, Sumo completely shifted his gaze away and lowered his head slightly, letting the skirt around the staircase block the kobold's line of sight. It was hard to see into darkness from the light, but Sumo didn't dare gamble. This world was too insane. What kind of creature even was a kobold? If biologists were here right now, they would probably go crazy with joy, shouting that they had discovered a brand new intelligent species. But if they were asked to clearly explain this new species' habits without a huge amount of testing, they would be just as blind. Fortunately, the two kobolds didn't seem to care at all whether there was anyone inside. They directly began rummaging through shelter number 2. Should he kill kobold number 1 first? Or the noble kobold? After hesitating for a split second, Sumo decided to deal with the spear-holding kobold first. In this kind of environment, the crossbow could only fire one shot. There was no chance at all for him to draw it a second time. So the first monster he took out had to be the most threatening one. Between the two of them, Sumo chose kobold number 1, the easiest to identify and the one obviously holding the more dangerous weapon. He raised his head, eyes fixed on kobold number 1 rummaging under the table. Sumo's finger rested on the trigger. He gently adjusted the angle of the crossbow. With every tiny movement, Sumo made it as slow and as careful as possible, making sure not even the slightest sound of metal scraping against metal came out. The two adorable kobolds showed no reaction at all. They were still stupidly chattering and searching around, trying to find some treasure valuable enough. Whoosh! In the pitch-black shelter, a sharp tearing sound suddenly rang out. Right after that, a burst of blood exploded from kobold number 1's neck. The crossbow bolt coated with acid rain was practically a one-shot throat sealer the moment it drew blood. Without skin to protect it, kobold number 1's fragile blood vessels were rapidly corroded apart. The next second, the only sound left in the entire shelter was the gurgling of blood being coughed up. After checking again and again to make sure kobold number 1 had already lost all combat ability, Sumo took the stairs in 2 quick strides and charged onto the first floor. He hurled the crossbow in his hand hard at the noble kobold to disrupt its vision. Focusing his mind, he summoned the Jowood spear and rushed forward. Aya! Aya! You dog bastard, watch me pierce you. Sumo unleashed all his strength, screaming at the top of his lungs as he charged. His thunderous roar echoed back and forth through the entire shelter number 1 like rolling muffled thunder, shaking people's eardrums until they hurt. The kobold on the other side was also startled by the sound. Its hands froze for a moment, and it nearly stumbled. However, Sumo's charging speed was still too slow. The darkness inside the shelter and the obstacles underfoot made him not dare sprint without restraint. That also gave the noble kobold a chance to catch its breath. A spark of fire began gathering in the kobold's hand. Before Sumo could rush up to it, it had already condensed into a small fireball. Damn, what the hell is that? At this moment, even if the noble kobold had suddenly pulled a grenade out of its clothes and shouted, "Fire!" Sumo wouldn't have been as horrified as he was now. Hand-rub nuke? No. Hand-rub grenade? Fire style? Great fireball? Magic? All the movies, novels, anime, and endless cultural influence from Earth still hadn't prepared Sumo to calmly face the magical behavior of the monster in front of him. The moment he saw the noble kobold point its staff, Sumo no longer cared what was on the ground. He immediately threw himself into a lazy donkey roll, trying to hide behind the nearby table. The fireball flew fast. As Sumo rolled on the ground, he only felt a scorching sensation pass over him. Without even looking, he knew there was now a huge hole burned through his raincoat, and the ceramic plate armor under it was damaged too. Luckily, under the protection of those 2 pieces of gear, he barely endured the aftershock of the fireball's blast and avoided direct damage to his skin. The fireball slammed straight into the railing behind him, blasting it clean into 2 pieces. Judging purely by kinetic damage, while this fireball didn't do large-scale AoE damage, Its single-point destructive power was no less than a miniature explosive pack. Without wasting any time thinking, the moment the explosion ended, Tsuemo immediately launched his second charge. Strike while the iron is hot. The second push weakens, the third exhausts. Tsuemo didn't know whether the kobold could rapid-fire fireballs. But he did know one thing. If this skill had a cooldown, the kobold was dead. If it didn't have a cooldown, then he was dead. With choices like that, what was there to hesitate about? Just watch whether I beat your ass or not. After rushing out, using the light, Tsuemo instantly saw the panic on the noble kobold's face. He even saw the noble kobold trying to grab kobold number 1's wooden spear. That's it. Awa. Tsuemo began his second wave of sonic assault while charging forward. The repeated echoes made Tsuemo's own eardrums ache, and pain flashed across the kobold's dog face even more clearly. The next second, the sharp wood spear tip stabbed into the noble kobold's chest. The huge force nearly pierced straight through its frail body, using the power of his waist. The veins on Tsuemo's arms bulged violently as immense strength passed through the wood spear shaft, lifting the kobold right off the ground. A huge spin. The noble kobold traced a perfect arc through the air. Then Tsuemo smashed it down onto the cold ground. One look, and it was obvious it wasn't going to survive. He yanked hard at the wood spear a couple of times, but after finding it stuck, and afraid that the noble kobold might suddenly get back up and shout something like, "Revive the glory of the kobold race. It is our duty." Before self-destructing like in a novel, Tsuemo directly summoned Huang Biao's spike club from the storage space, stepped forward in 2 strides, and began giving the noble kobold a full-body massage with all his strength. Big hammer, 80. Small hammer, 40. 80. 40. He had no idea how many times he struck. Only after every bone and tendon in the noble kobold had been thoroughly loosened did Tsuemo sit down on the ground, panting heavily. A silver flash passed, and from a place where the noble kobold died, a silver-white treasure chest dropped out. Another silver treasure chest. This wave wasn't a loss. What followed the explosive burst of effort was a short period of weakness, from his forearm to his upper arm, then to his shoulder, waist, and thighs. Tsuemo felt like there wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't sore and aching. But compared to the weakness he had felt the first time he ran into the black dog in the ruins, this time, after only 3 to 5 minutes, Tsuemo could already feel the pain dropping sharply. This wasteland world was getting more and more fantastical. There were even kobold spellcasters that could throw fireballs now. Ridiculous. Sitting on the ground and looking at the railing that had already been blasted apart, a lingering fear inevitably rose in Tsuemo's heart. With that kind of power, forget protective gear. Even if he had been holding a thin steel plate in front of him, it still might not have been able to block that explosive impact. Focusing his thoughts, he summoned the game panel. Before Tsuemo even had time to take out the psionic water from his storage space, 3 game prompts came flooding in. Record: you have defeated the owner of the underground ruins, Kobold Durandel Fomador Andes. Record: you have become the new owner of the underground ruins. Record: you have obtained full ownership permissions of the underground ruins. So this underground shelter had an owner all along? How did it even judge who came first and who came later? Scratching the back of his head, Tsuemo took out the mineral water bottle filled with psionic water from his storage space and gulped down half the bottle in one breath. As the psionic water went down his throat, the weakness in his body and the burning pain across his back finally eased quite a bit. Forcing himself up, Tsuemo focused and looked around shelter number 2 once more. This time, unlike before, new prompt popped up. Record: detected that you have become the new owner of the underground ruins. Record: you can now appraise the properties of all items through disaster points. Tiny specks of starlight rose from all around the shelter and hovered above every large item. Whenever Tsuemo focused his attention on one, a line of text appeared. Record: spend 1 point to appraise this item. No. Not appraising. Definitely not appraising. Shaking his head, Tsuemo quickly closed the game panel and canceled the appraisal. Every single appraisal cost 1 point. Even black-hearted merchants didn't do business like this. Besides, he still had the survival system S appraisal, which he could use for free. Focusing again, Tsuemo called out to the survival system in his heart and looked toward the biggest table near the entrance, the one that had taken the most damage. A hazy line of information appeared in midair. Small thermal weapon laser manufacturing machine tool, severely damaged. Description: a small thermal weapon manufacturing machine tool integrating cutting, casting, forging, welding, stamping, extrusion, laser forming, and other functions. Computer controlled, one-step forming, quality guaranteed. Currently missing the laser probe and central control computer with extensive circuit board damage. Efficiency: ultra micro, small, 360 seconds, 720 seconds, 1,440 seconds. Upgrade path 1. Repair the machine tool, upgrade its processing methods, change its material. Increase its efficiency. Requires survival points, 6,820. Upgrade path 2. Repair the machine tool, change its processing mode. Upgrade it into a medium thermal weapon manufacturing machine tool. Improve efficiency, improve quality. Requires survival points, 35,240. Evaluation. The machine tool S precision isn't enough, so consecration by a great monk has to make up the difference. Young man, what you lack is a pious Buddhist heart. It could stamp out thermal weapons in one go, and even mass-produce them. Staring at the machine tool S attributes in shock and delight, Sumo felt his knowledge base get refreshed yet again. He chose to change the upgrade mode. With a silent thought, the panel S attributes changed as well. Small thermal weapon laser manufacturing machine tool, severely damaged. Efficiency. Ultra micro, small, 360 seconds. 720 seconds, 1,440 seconds. Upgrades, repair, 3,380. Upgrade, 960. Efficiency, 350. Material, 1,210. That expensive? Looking at those terrifying numbers, Sumo smacked his lips, still not quite satisfied. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally for the huge cost of repairing this thing, seeing the actual figures still made him feel a little dizzy. When he turned and swept his gaze across the other areas, Sumo finally understood what true wealth disparity meant. Oil well pump damaged, level 3 alloy shelter gate malfunctioning. Simple electromagnetic cookware completely damaged, composite lithium battery damaged, tungsten filament bulb damaged. There were all kinds of things, big and small. Almost every little object on the ground had some use, just that all of them were damaged. At this moment, if anyone could have seen through the darkness into Sumo's eyes, they would have discovered that they were gleaming brightly. He struck it rich. Sumo felt an overwhelming sense of happiness constantly surging through his brain. The rapid secretion of dopamine even took away the pain. Right, there was also that bouncing buggy. The moment he thought of the bouncing buggy downstairs, if it wasn't T2 badly damaged and could still be driven out, Sumo instantly felt full of energy. Quickly walking over to where the noble kobold had dropped the treasure chest, Sumo first opened the second silver chest he had seen since coming to this world. The mutated chameleon had been troublesome enough for ordinary people, but compared to this kobold, it was clearly nothing worth mentioning. Luckily, there were finally some gains. A flash of light went by, and 2 notification sounds rang out. Record. You have obtained Resource Compendium, Beginner, ×1. Record. You have obtained Sharp Watermelon, Cleaver ×1. It was actually a compendium? This was definitely a good item. That monster compendium alone had already brought him a tremendous sense of security, along with his first bucket of gold. Sumo was overjoyed. He quickly searched through his storage space with his mind and found, tucked away in a corner, a hardcover book similar to the monster compendium he had bought before. Crushing and using the resource compendium, then opening the newly appeared resource scanning function, Sumo figured out how it worked after a short while. Just like the monster compendium, the resource compendium also had 3 scan chances per day. Centered on a user, it would automatically detect available resources within a radius of 1 kilometer, then display the results on the interface. At present, among beginner-level resources, aside from common materials like stone, wood, iron, ore, and copper, it also included less common resources such as natural gas, sulfur, gold, or silver, or salt deposits, nitrate, or oil, and so on. Overall, it would be extremely helpful for resource development in the early stages. Nodding, Sumo closed the page and drew out the other item he had obtained, the large cleaver, to take a look. Unfortunately, aside from being a bit sharp, the large cleaver had no special attributes and could only be treated as an ordinary blade. Just the resource compendium alone was enough to make it worth it. After all, it could be used 3 times every day. That was a huge bargain. Holding the cleaver in a forward grip, Sumo made only 2 or 3 cuts before slicing open the noble kobold's chest and pulling out the oak spear tip that had gotten stuck inside. Although creatures like these kobolds carried the name of human, aside from walking upright, their internal body structure was vastly different from that of actual humans. And during the mutation process, it seemed the kobolds had also lost their original talents, like super smell and mobility. In exchange, they gained mysterious magic and a combat boost that came from standing upright and using tools. No, wait, I only got this authority after killing these 2 kobolds. Doesn't that mean that before I came, they had fought some kind of feline creature, won, and obtained the authority? And when they first arrived, they had been digging around on the ground looking for something. Could it be that they took the missing laser probe from the machine back to their camp? Countless clues linked together, including the feline fur on the ground and the blast marks on the hill outside the shelter. Every single one of them was telling the same story. There had been a brutal battle here before. Damn it! Since there had already been an encounter here and the kobolds got the authority, that meant the other side had lost and someone had died. But now there were no corpses. Their companions must have come here before. If they find out that this damned noble kobold is missing and come looking here, I'll be in trouble. In that instant, Sumo had never felt his brain work this well before. But at the same time, a powerful sense of unease surged up as well. 1,000 points of security. I can't stay here for long. Even if I have fuel for this buggy, there's water all underneath it, so there's south no way to drive it away. If I stay here guarding this so-called treasure, I'll just be waiting to die. Once he figured that out, Sumo immediately gave up the idea of exploring the buggy's attributes any further. The kobold race clearly didn't think this buggy was any kind of treasure, and they had no idea how to use it. In their eyes, it was probably just a slightly bigger pile of junk. Swiftly pulling out the 4 units of wood he had brought from his storage space, he opened the crafting panel. After painfully spending 1 point, a wooden barrel was made. Walking over to the noble kobold that had already been smashed into a mess, Sumo exerted his strength and threw the noble kobold into the barrel. Then he turned back and dragged over the number 1 kobold as well, placing it inside too. After storing the entire barrel into his storage space, Sumo looked over the things around him. Though reluctant, he could only temporarily give up the idea of taking them for himself. After picking out some small items he could carry away, Sumo came beneath the hole. Just as he was about to climb up, he saw the bloodstains on the ground and suddenly came up with another idea. The kobold's scent tracking ability has weakened, and I have my improved ceramic plate armor to cover my body odor. Maybe I can use this to find their nest and seize a chance to take back the laser probe. That way, I can save several hundred survival points. Pulling out the feline fur he had collected earlier, Sumo carefully scattered it across the ground and also stained several strands with blood. Looking at the perfect crime scene he had arranged, Sumo nodded, returned beneath the hole, and with a light jump, grabbed the grass rope hanging in the air. Forcing his exhausted upper arms to squeeze out a bit more strength, Sumo laboriously climbed back up through the hole outside shelter number 2 and returned to the little hill where he had come from. Awoo, awoo. When Oreo, who had been pacing outside the standing water in the distance, saw Sumo climb out, she let out a series of excited howls. After putting away the iron block and grass rope, and quickly tidying the flattened ground a little, Sumo also placed several strands of fur at the footprints where the kobolds had climbed down. The only flaw now is my footprints, but there is nothing I can do about that. There is no way I can make this absolutely perfect. If anyone dares to chase after me, I was just worrying there wouldn't be any delivery to my door. On my home turf, I'll slaughter every last one of them. A cold glint flashed through his eyes. Following the path he had taken before, Sumo moved with practiced ease and quickly headed back. In just a little over 10 minutes, he had returned to the place where he had first put on the raincoat. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Poor Oreo walked up to Sumo, whining aggrievedly. One look, and Sumo laughed. Oreo's fur had originally been black and white, but now a large patch of fur around her butt and tail had been burned away, leaving only her pink little butt exposed. Her big fluffy tail, once full and plush, was now completely bare, making it a pitiful sight. After yelping twice, Oreo trotted a couple of steps and started pawing at a scorch patch on the ground, indicating that this was the thing that had done this to her. You dumb dog actually were smart for once. Next time you run into this kind of monster, just run immediately. But your heroic master already took care of those 2 idiots, so you can count it as revenge. Squatting down, Sumo took out all the remaining nether energy water and fed it to Oreo. Seeing her lively and energetic again, he finally relaxed. In this apocalyptic world, 1 man and 1 dog relied on each other for support. If not for Oreo's warning today, what might have awaited him would have been a fireball straight to the face. I have to upgrade my weapons and equipment fast. My combat power is too weak. Fighting this kind of enemy face-to-face is way too risky. I need to guarantee absolute safety. Under the blazing sun, shelter number 2 looked like a giant beast crouching in the water. At the iron door on the first level, Sumo's gaze seemed to pierce through the metal plate and see the buggy inside. It won't be long before I drive you out. When that time comes, where in this world 1T I be able to go. After saying that, there was no more reluctance or attachment in Sumo's eyes. He turned around and resolutely set foot on the long road back to base. This time, it was about time Electric weapons made an early entrance. After killing 2 magical creatures that seemed straight out of a fantasy world, the mutated creatures that usually made Sumo nervous on the way back to the shelter suddenly seemed a lot cuter. Throwing fireballs is way too absurd. If all those creatures described in fantasy novels are really going to appear one by one, then humanity's chances of survival are hanging by a thread. The power of the fireballs wasn't that great. Against this kind of monster, as long as humans had a Gatling gun and some cover, even if dozens or hundreds came at once, they still wouldn't be able to break through a metal defensive line. But aside from that, what if there are other creatures like the dragons from myth? Please let there not be any. Otherwise, humanity will only ever become rats hiding in holes. The more he thought about humanity's future, the more hopeless it seemed to Sumo. He shook his head, forcefully casting all the worries from his mind. When he saw the shelter already appearing at the end of the horizon ahead, a long-lost sense of safety washed over him. No golden nest or silver nest can compare to my own doghouse. In just 6 short days, Sumo had already completely treated this area as his own territory. Oreo, who had been walking along with her tail drooping the whole way, also perked up more and more as they got closer to the shelter. After carefully checking the area around the shelter and confirming there were no signs of strangers, Sumo came to the back of the hill, opened the shelter's rear door, and slipped inside. Crouching as he passed through the long tunnel, the view suddenly opened up before them, and the man and dog returned to the shelter once more. Sunlight quietly filtered through the ventilation shaft and scattered down in refraction. It formed a dazzling pillar of light. Inside the light pillar, tiny specks of dust could be seen dancing in the air with the naked eye. The vegetable culture bed placed in the center of the base still hadn't sprouted any green shoots, but the faint fragrance of soil coming from it brought a touch of life to the base. This is my shelter. If you want to destroy it, then step over my dead body first. Just thinking about how the shelter might be broken into by those damned kobold beasts and wrecked to ruin made Sumo's fists clench. Sitting at the table and borrowing the daylight, Sumo took the crossbow out of his storage and placed it on the tabletop. After a few days, he had finally gathered enough survival points and a generator. Upgrading it into an electric automatic weapon was already an urgent matter. A crossbow that could only fire a single bolt still had some use while hunting, but if he had to face enemies head-on, it had far too many limitations. Especially when dealing with monsters that possessed magical power like this, it was even less adequate. Focusing his mind, Sumo silently called out to the system in his heart and fixed his gaze on the crossbow. Hunting compound crossbow, common. Description, a long-range combat tool. Slow reload speed, high initial velocity, and considerable lethality. A must-have tool for wilderness survival. Rate of fire, 140 milliseconds. Range, 80 meters, maximum lethality. 165 meters, effective lethality. 330 meters, farthest lethal range. Upgrade Path 1. Upgrade the crossbow materials. Enhance the draw weight. Reduce the effort required to cock it. Required survival points, 180. Upgrade Path 2. Upgrade the crossbow materials. Add an electric cocking device. Change the firing mode, and add an automatic burst fire mode. Required survival points, 400. The second upgrade path required 400 survival points. After upgrading the generator, he only had 303 left. Better see if he could add some items in and reduce the cost. After thinking for a moment, Sumo focused his thoughts, and the requirements for the first upgrade path popped up, ignoring some parts whose names he had never even heard before. Sumo noticed the two major requirements among them: a 500-watt motor and either a lithium battery pack or a lead-acid battery. Good lord, a 500-watt motor had to weigh at least 5 or 6 kilograms. Add a large battery on top of that, and the crossbow's weight would easily go past 20 kilograms. And considering how severely metal fatigue would be intensified if the firing speed was pushed too high, it would probably break after only a short while. After doing some quick calculations in his head, Sumo quickly figured out the strengths and weaknesses of an electric crossbow. The destructive power brought by a 500-watt motor would definitely be enough, even accounting for losses along the way. It should still have at least 200 joules of kinetic energy. But at the same time, such violent output power would inevitably come with a loss in accuracy. The battery and motor would definitely have to be mounted in the rear, which meant the weapon's entire center of gravity would shift backward. It would probably be very difficult to hold steady and aim properly. Forget it. There was no good solution no matter how much he nitpicked. Better solve the urgent problem in front of him first. Memorizing all the rough parameters, Sumo opened the trading market and started searching for goods. After the service fee had been added, the trading market was no longer as explosive as it had been a few days ago. The hundreds of thousands of pages of goods had, in a single day, shrunk to only 7 or 8 pages. Very few people were wealthy enough to do what Sumo was doing now, using points to pay delivery fees and buy items. After flipping through every single page and still finding nothing, Sumo could only helplessly head over to the World Channel. Sumo, buying a 500-watt motor. Size and weight don't matter. Also looking for a lithium battery pack or a lead-acid battery. Sumo, I've opened a purchase listing and I'll cover the delivery fee. If you got something to sell, hurry up and put it up for trade. After surviving the first disaster, everyone's daily message horn had increased to 2 uses. When Sumo's first message appeared in the World Channel, it didn't attract everyone's attention yet. But when the second one followed, right after, it instantly blew up the entire channel. Holy shit, front row hug for our god Su. An immortal strokes my head, and my hair is tied to receive eternal life. No more words. I'm saving up this wave of luck to go open a loot box. Congratulations, you've opened a battle-scarred Karambit. Sorry, wrong set. A motor? Lithium battery? Has God Su already entered the age of electricity? I'm still using a torch over here. Alright, I don't even have a torch anymore. Then never mind. I bought a lithium battery from a phone. God Su, do you want it? The delivery fee can't be cheap, right? Truly rich beyond reason. Our Huaxia is just too awesome. Foreign Sumo can't do it, but our Huaxia Sumo can. As time passed, more and more people flooded into the World Channel just to witness Sumo's messages from the front row. Seeing the hype rise, Sumo was happy to let it happen. He directly posted the purchase request in the trade channel. Before long, after spending 800 milliliters of nether energy water and 11 disaster points, he successfully received an old-fashioned motor that looked like it had been stripped from an electric bike, weighing a full 12 kilograms. As for the lithium batteries, after a round of screening, Sumo spent another 600 milliliters of nether energy water and 40 disaster points to buy 2 battery packs, which were a 20 amp hour, 12.8 volt ternary lithium battery to be installed on the electric crossbow, a 400 amp hour, 12.8 volt standard lithium iron phosphate battery to serve as the shelter's early daily power consumption. As a standard 12 volt battery, the 400 amp hour one could normally store around 5 kilowatt hours of electricity, which was completely enough for the shelter's needs in the early stages. After placing the crossbow, the batteries, and the motor together, Sumo looked again, and this time the survival point requirement had changed. Hunting compound crossbow, common, upgrade path 1, upgrade the crossbow materials, enhance the draw weight, reduce the effort required to cock it, required survival points, 180. Upgrade path 2, upgrade the crossbow materials, add an electric cocking device, change the firing mode, and add an automatic burst fire mode, required survival points, 220. Those 2 major components only reduced it by 180 points? Could this kind of upgrade actually alter material properties? Without hesitating, Sumo directly chose to upgrade. A flash of light stirred. After 220 survival points were deducted, a burst of green light scattered out, and in less than a second, it fused the 3 items into a puddle of blue glowing liquid. As the green light began scattering more and more rapidly, the liquid started taking shape, gradually turning into a brand new form. The full 10-kilogram motor vanished without a trace, and there was no telling what the huge lithium battery had turned into. Beneath the original hand support, a device similar to an airbag formed. Most importantly, the freshly upgraded electric crossbow actually came with a deluxe scope, which truly made his hunter's heart itch with excitement. Looking at the great killing weapon in front of him, Sumo, who had been worried that the kobolds might attack at any moment, instantly felt a green number pop up above his head. Sense of security, 10,000. Good lord, the thing optimized by the system was way too insane. If someone could reverse engineer the technology behind how it optimized the battery and motor, it would be a major leap forward for human scientific development. Picking up the crossbow and placing it on the table, Sumo looked at this upgraded electric crossbow with eyes full of curiosity. The battery problem had still not been properly solved even up until the moment the entire population transmigrated to the wasteland. Although major manufacturers had all been crazily adding more battery cells, trying every possible way to increase charging speed for their batteries. But when it came to battery capacity, it still followed the old rule. The bigger the size, the heavier the weight, and the larger the capacity. There was absolutely no concept or technology for packing greater capacity into a smaller volume. Of course, even if technology were restored to its peak, if they wanted to research something as terrifyingly effective as the System S modification, it would probably still take at least several decades. As for the overall color scheme, the crossbow still used a low-key combination of wood tones and black. Its weight had also gone from the previous 4 kilograms to around 9 kilograms. Heavy and solid, it gave people a tremendous sense of security. Luckily, the system had included a charging cable. Otherwise, I'd have had to go to the trading channel and figure out a way to get a USB charging plug. Picking up the cable end from the ground and looking it over, Sumo couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. The included 120-watt fast charger was more than enough for a 20,000 milliamp battery. For these 220 survival points, this was an absolute blood profit for now. After examining the crossbow's structure, Sumo had more or less figured out how to use this electric crossbow. Before using it, he first had to flip the switch on the electric mechanism. After waiting 3 seconds for the power supply to stabilize, it would automatically start its self-check function. At that point, the cocking device would begin working and automatically push up the first crossbow bolt from the magazine. At the same time, the trigger safety would automatically disengage, and normal firing could begin. The electric cocking device worked on a very simple principle. It simulated the way a person would cock the bow, with the force provided by the motor, lifting the crossbow bolt from the magazine to achieve the cocking effect. No battery. So, giving me a charger means you want me to go charge it. After pressing the switch twice, although Sumo grumbled out loud, the joy on his face was impossible to hide. At present, the base had an engine and diesel. The one thing it lacked least was electricity. Once the washer shelter blueprint was in place, he could try installing wiring and then test out those broken light bulbs he had picked up today. Huff huff. After releasing the air and connecting the starter motor, the generator let out a roaring vibration as the dashboard lit up with power. Oh, Oreo, who had still been lying on the ground, grieving over his fluffy big tail that had been burned off, was instantly startled. He lay there on the floor, glaring furiously at the generator. Easy, easy. This is a good thing. If anyone ever breaks into the base in the future, you absolutely have to protect this. After soothing Oreo with a few words, Sumo turned and walked to where the miscellaneous items were stored, taking out the power strip he had gotten earlier when he collected the TV. When the power strip connected to the generator and its indicator light turned red, at that moment, Sumo was so excited his eyes even welled up with tears. A huge leap for civilization. Never would I have thought that one day I, Sumo, would be walking ahead of billions of people. Thanks to the ancestors of the Su family for watching over me. The realization of electricity didn't just represent progress in food, clothing, housing, transportation, and entertainment. It was also a symbol of strength and another name for safety. He quickly brought over the two power sources and set them down, first connecting the large 400-amp-hour lithium iron phosphate battery with its dedicated charging cable. After a while, once he confirmed there was no issue with the output, Sumo finally connected the electric crossbow to the power. Inside the not-so-brightly lit shelter, the two red charging lights blinked on and off, accompanied by the generator's humming roar. In all these days since arriving in the apocalypse, there had never been a moment this peaceful. Listening to the familiar noise, Sumo closed his eyes and lay on the bed, quietly savoring it as he gradually drifted off into sleep. In his dream, images seemed to appear before his darkened eyes. A scorching midsummer, an evening blackout. The elderly sat at the chest stalls by the doorway, fiercely battling it out. The children, freed for once from worrying about homework, ran through the alley with toys in hand, laughing and shouting with joy. The adults also stopped their busy work and sat at their doorways to enjoy the cool air, occasionally glancing at their children and shouting, "Kid, slow down. Don't go and trip in a second there." At the roadside, a fast food shop owner seized the chance to wheel out a generator, cooking plate after plate of fragrant stir-fried dishes to attract passersby. A stack of cold dishes paired with spinach noodles. One bite of noodles, one bite of garlic. One bite of soft, fragrant, tender yet pleasantly textured steamed pork with rice flour, with both fat and lean. The scent of watermelon, the stench of the sewer. Woof woof woof. And Oreo-s barking. "You damn dog, I just started fantasizing and hadn't even started getting sentimental before you interrupted me. Nice one, seriously." Meme JPG. Sumo opened his eyes with slight helplessness, but when he saw Oreo looking like he was facing a great enemy, the playful smile on his face instantly vanished. "Someone else here? Woof. Damn, they came fast. What a bunch of bloodhounds." Seeing that Oreo had already started trembling all over, and even his black and white eyes had taken on a trace of blood red, Sumo lunged to the generator in a single step. Normally, cutting power to a generator required a shutdown procedure. First, switch off the air switch and cut the power supply. Then let the diesel engine drop from high speed to low speed, allowing the machine to idle for 3 to 5 minutes before turning off the ignition switch. That was better for machine maintenance. But now, there was clearly no longer any time left for Sumo to prepare. The enemy had already arrived. There was no marked operating time on the generator, so Sumo could only compare the diesel generator's previous fuel reserve with its current fuel level, then divide by the power consumption to calculate. 1 hour and 44 minutes. That was the rough number he came up with. 2 hours of charging might not be enough to fully charge the electric crossbow's 20-amp-hour battery, but for fighting one sudden encounter battle, it was definitely more than enough. With one motion, he cut off the air switch and twisted the ignition all the way. The rumbling diesel generator came to a stop. The shelter went from noisy once more into total silence, so quiet that even breathing could be heard clearly. He quickly walked to the stone door, pressed his ear against it, and strained to listen for movement outside. As expected, a series of barks, clearly different from ordinary canines, carrying emotion in their low growls, kept coming from outside. Damn it, these kobolds really aren't stupid. They managed to find this place. Looks like if I don't leave them here today, there'll never be peace again. The enemy had already reached the doorstep. Unlike the earlier bandits, this time there was no live stream to help scout the terrain. But Sumo's gaze fell on a pitch-black square box placed further inside the storage room. That was the big back TV he had brought back from the ruins. That space-taking television had been sitting in the storage compartment ever since he brought it back from the ruins. After the storage compartment update overflowed, it had been tossed into a corner to gather dust. After being moved around from place to place, it was finally about to serve its purpose. Now that he had the lithium iron phosphate battery, the base had more than enough electricity to meet the old big back TV's demands. He quickly walked over to where the miscellaneous items were stored, put it into the storage space, then carried it over to the generator. With a thought from Sumo, the big back TV was neatly placed beside the battery. Focusing his eyes on it, a line of illusory text appeared next to the big back TV. 32-inch color TV, excellent. Description, a technological product made in an unknown era. Mainly composed of 5 parts: the power circuit, public channel, audio channel, color decoding circuit, and color image display system. The picture runs at 25 frames per second, with 625 lines per frame. Special ability. After being placed and powered on inside the shelter, it can monitor an area within 1,000 meters around the shelter, with functions for zooming in, zooming out, and switching perspectives. Upgrade Path 1. Modify the TV's materials, increase the TV's image clarity, add audio equipment, and build an independent personal theater. Required survival points, 1,550. Upgrade Path 2. Modify the TV's materials, increase the TV's image clarity, enhance the range of the special ability, with a chance to add a second entry, limited to technology. Required survival points, 6,520. Evaluation. In front of this TV, you, me, her. No one has privacy. Righteously indignant. Ignoring the sky-high survival point cost needed to upgrade the TV. Sumo made sure it wasn't damaged, then forcibly took a deep breath and suppressed the emotional waves in his heart. His hands quickly connected the TV to the battery. As he did, Sumo's heart gradually turned cold, while countless thoughts surged through his mind. After transmigrating to this wasteland world, he had only wanted to be a good person and work hard to survive here. Raise some chickens, tease the dog, plant some vegetables, do his best to build this place into a thriving shelter, and when his family arrived, the whole family could live steadily in the wasteland. But the more he wanted to stay out of trouble, the more blind idiots kept showing up, always trying to destroy his life, always wanting him dead. I'm just an ordinary person, a 5-star model citizen who received a complete education from my motherland. Even if I learn from those decisive, ruthless novel protagonists, when a real powerful enemy comes, I'll still panic. But if you won't let me live, then I can only send you to die. Crash. After being connected to power, the Big Butt TV turned on automatically. It seemed that the last time, it hadn't been shut down properly. With no signal input, the screen showed constantly flickering black and white static. After fiddling with the buttons below for a bit, Sumo found the AC1 channel that represented the special ability. The moment he pressed the switch button, a wave of illusory energy burst rapidly from the TV's rear casing, even setting the air vibrating. Buzz. The Big Butt TV started trembling like crazy. Seeing that the TV was about to bounce into the air, Sumo hurriedly grabbed it to stop it from shaking even harder. Feeling the vibrations coming from the Big Butt TV, Sumo's heart, and everything else, was hanging in midair. He was afraid that if this thing slipped up, it might blow itself apart. Thankfully, after about a dozen seconds, the trembling finally began to ease. The frequency of the Big Butt TV's shaking dropped from a violent storm of 7 or 8 jolts per second to a light drizzle of 2 or 3 per second. The chaotic black and white screen also began to change. A touch of sunset gradually appeared on the screen, and then more and more things came into view. Puddles left behind by the acid rain. A few patches of shrub forest that had been chopped into a miserable state by Sumo, and the kobolds searching beside the shrub forest. Damn, this thing doesn't have a remote. I can't even change perspectives. That's way too limiting. Sumo tried using the buttons below to control the screen's movement, but after frantically pressing them, nothing happened. If I have to go into the trading channel just to buy a remote, damn, this thing is way too unreliable. Trading? Suddenly remembering something, Sumo turned 3 steps into 2 and rushed into the utility room, pulling out a flat tablet-like object. Trailing from the back of it were 3 adapter cables in red, yellow, and blue. It was the mechanical controller Shunku had sent over during their trade before. Shunku, oh Shunku, you really did your big bro a huge favor. Holding the controller in delight, he plugged it into the port on the Big Butt TV. As the screen flickered, Sumo pressed the buttons on the controller, and sure enough, the image began to move. Like playing a joystick game. As long as it was within a 1-kilometer radius of the shelter, nothing could escape the Big Butt TV surveillance. He dragged the view over to the kobold group by the shrub forest and zoomed in. Sumo could even see strands of meat still stuck between the teeth of one kobold warrior. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 4 kobold warriors carrying spears in total. The ones holding clubs should be kobold shamans. There were only 2 of them, and it looked like shamans held pretty decent status among the kobolds. Each of the 2 shamans had 2 kobold warriors with him, and they were carefully searching the ground. From their eyes, Sumo knew that his shelter had already been exposed, but for some reason, these kobolds hadn't chosen to launch a direct assault. Instead, they had run over to this shrub forest and were searching for something. Were they sick in the head? After confirming again and again that these idiots really were looking for something, Sumo immediately began putting on his armor. The raincoat had already been burned through with a huge hole. After spending 10 survival points to repair it, both layers of armor were fully equipped. He grabbed the electric crossbow from the ground, adjusted the switch, loaded 5 acid rain bolts, and then carried the crossbow toward passage number 2. Oreo at his side hurried to follow as well. Stupid kobolds. Even though they had evolved human-like behavior, their movement speed was still worse than that of a fast-running adult. At this distance, they were dead for sure. After opening the back door of the shelter and letting Oreo out, Sumo began formulating a tactical plan. The shrub forest was on flat ground with no cover, and it wasn't late yet. Trying to sneak over for an ambush was basically impossible. So, Oreo, in a bit, you'll cut in from the flank. Right, go from the left side. Use your barking to draw their attention. Once you start running, don't give them any chance to hit you. Try to pull the distance open and create an opportunity for me to get close to them. If I'm in danger, don't come save me. They're slow runners. We can circle around and wear them down little by little. Got it? Seeing Sumo's serious expression, Oreo's own look began to focus as well. Woof. The sensible Oreo let out a low bark, pawed at the ground, and signaled that he was ready. Good. Get ready to charge. You go there first, then I'll move. Remember, keep your distance no matter what. Don't give them a chance to hit you. Be careful of those two with clubs. They can throw the same kind of fireball that burned you today. After hearing that, Oreo didn't hesitate any longer and immediately shot off from the ground. Across the earth-colored land, black and white Oreo sprinted wildly, before the countless small puddles could even react. The one stepping on them had already darted several zhang away. As a medium-sized dog, the husky was compact and sturdy, with exceptional endurance. When a husky put on a harness and dragged light cargo, beginning the most primitive kind of work over long distances at moderate speed, its outstanding abilities showed most clearly. Its body proportions and shape reflected the basic balance of strength, speed, and endurance. Seeing Oreo dash a full 100 meters without slowing down, Sumo nodded, put away the electric crossbow into his storage space, lowered his body, and also began jogging across the hillside. This time, every single dog-headed one has to stay behind. The distance between the shrub forest and the shelter high ground wasn't too far at all, by Sumo's estimate of his own pace. It was at most about the length of a college track, around 400 meters. Of course, in an encounter battle, that kind of distance was already deadly enough. In the age of cold weapons, for cavalry to finish forming up, moving at a fast walk, then a slow run, then accelerating into a full charge. The final sprint distance was about this far. Any farther, and they'd be intercepted by the enemy's bows and crossbows and suffer too many casualties. Any closer, and they might not even build up enough momentum before reaching the enemy. The 4 warrior kobolds were still dumbly sprawled on the ground, looking for something. The 2 caster kobolds had sharp senses and immediately noticed Oreo already sprinting like a streak of light. Wu Wong SSS Wong Gugu. Gugu Wong. At the first moment, the caster kobolds directed the warrior kobolds to quickly form up and warily stare at Oreo as he ran. Good. Very good. Keep watching a little longer. Don't notice me. Oreo had perfectly completed his task, barking while he ran. A husky's abundant stamina was enough to let him serve as an extremely perfect bait in this kind of mission. Lowering his body, Sumo quickly jogged across the yellow earth. The distance kept closing. 250 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. Only when he estimated that he was 120 meters away from the rearmost kobold did Sumo instantly throw himself to the ground, while at the same time switching out the brand new electric crossbow from his storage space, still in use since it was made. He turned on the power switch, waited 3 seconds for the self-check to finish. The instant the green light came on, Sumo lowered his gaze to the scope and used it to look at the kobolds that were still admiring Oreo's sprint. The first arrow, without question, the caster kobold. He gently pressed the preheating button for the winding mechanism before the trigger, which was also the safety on the electric crossbow. A crackling current passed through. The 20-amp-hour lithium battery began releasing energy and transmitting it into the motor. The motor did its work. The winding mechanism was pulled to full load in one go, and the whole process was completed in less than a second. Goodbye. Sumo softly said a single word, then pulled the trigger. There was nothing to talk about with monsters. Once you saw each other, it was either you die or I live. In terms of power, the electric crossbow wasn't too much different from a mechanical one. It simply used the motor and winding mechanism to skip the manual cocking step and achieve rapid fire. Even so, a black blur flashed past. In the scope, the caster kobold on the left was instantly headshot. The tremendous impact slammed into the caster kobold's forehead and even sent his whole body flying backward by about half a meter before he dropped to the ground. Before the remaining kobolds could panic, another black blur flashed by. The bolt struck a nearby warrior kobold in the chest. That shot had originally been aimed at the other caster kobold's head, but because the warrior kobold turned around in panic, it blocked the shot. With that brief buffer, the rest of the kobolds hurriedly shrieked and huddled together, tightly surrounding the high-status caster kobold in the middle. Huh, you think hiding like that will save you? Stealing a police car to run a taxi. Asking to die. Under the scope, a faint smile curled at Sumo's lips as he kept pulling the trigger. The sound of the winding mechanism, accompanied by the howling wind over the plains, was practically like a melody played by the Grim Reaper. Every arrow could take a monster-esque life. It was like dimensionality reduction, a total mismatch. All the spear-holding kobolds couldn't see where the attack was even coming from. In the next second, another companion would fall. In less than half a minute, Oreo hadn't even finished a second round trip to keep drawing attention when the kobold squad in the shrub forest had been reduced to only the last caster kobold. Wong wong woo woo woo. Seeing his companions die, the caster kobold, who had seemed pretty tough before, suddenly dropped to his knees and pressed his whole head flat against the ground. Oh, Suemo raised a brow, somewhat surprised as he watched the kobold's performance. Despite having such powerful magical ability, the caster kobold was actually surrendering. At this moment, Suemo even had the feeling of it's already down. I haven't even really tried yet. Looks like magic still can't beat my technological weaponry. Rubbing the electric crossbow in his hand, Suemo chuckled and stayed prone while continuing to aim. Among this batch of kobolds, temporarily leaving this caster kobold alive might be a very good choice. But before that, he pressed the winding mechanism, opened the magazine, and reloaded 5 ordinary bolts without acid rain on them. Puffed. A black blur flashed by, and the kobold, still prostrating on the ground, was instantly driven backward by the bolt. A pitch-black crossbow bolt was visibly lodged in his skinny arm. Purple-red blood mixed with the caster kobold's screams echoed across the wasteland. Other than the noisy wind offering him comfort, there was also another bolt. The 2 bolts firmly nailed the caster kobold to the ground. After the arrowheads sank into the earth, the fletching on the tails was still trembling. Putting away the crossbow and switching to the oak spear, Suemo stood up and walked toward the caster kobold. Oreo, who had still been circling nearby, saw that the overall situation had been decided and stopped running as well. He stayed about 30 meters from the caster kobold and started barking. Wong, ah woo woo woo. Wong? When the caster kobold gave no response, excitement spread across Oreo's face. He quietly inched himself forward by another 10 meters, then barked again. Wong? This time, after seeing that the caster kobold really couldn't resist anymore, Oreo immediately fired up his own 4-wheel drive engine and, carrying unmatched momentum, kicked the kobold nailed to the ground right in the head. At the same time, he also snatched away the wooden stick on the ground that had been used for casting. Oreo was extremely satisfied with this round of beating a drowning dog. And Suemo, walking over from the distance, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy didn't say it out loud, but he actually had that much resentment bottled up inside. Then again, it made sense. His fur had been burned off by the other side. With a smile, Suemo walked over at ease. That came from a correct understanding of his own strength, and also from the powerful sense of security brought to him by the electric crossbow, with a weapon that could cause effective damage from over 100 meters away. What did the kobold's fireball count for? At most, it was just a grenade that couldn't be thrown long distance. Pinned by the crossbow bolts and then rammed in the head by Oreo, the caster kobold was already a little delirious as he lay on the ground. From far away, when he saw Suemo approaching with a spear, he closed his dog eyes in despair. Wong. A low whine came from his mouth. At this moment, Suemo's image in his heart had been raised without limit. This man, like the Grim Reaper, possessed the power to destroy them from the shadows. How could weak kobolds possibly be a match for this kind of demonic god? Even the warlock kobold remembered what his late kobold father had once said. If one day you encounter one of the legendary powerful humans, remember this, don't charge at them right away. They're terrifying. Fragments of memory flashed through the warlock kobold's mind. The slaughter they had unleashed on the human village a few days ago was finally coming back to collect its debt. He knew. This was the last memory before death. However, into his dry throat that had already started bleeding, a stream of spring water suddenly flowed. As the clear spring poured in, the wound on his arm that had been gushing blood stopped bleeding, and the burning pain in his chest gradually faded. He curiously opened his eyes. What a fist as big as a fireball. With that thought, he happily fainted. Looks like there's really something wrong with this warlock kobold's head. I already nailed him to the ground, and he is still grinning like an idiot. What the hell are you smiling for? After taking out psionic water to keep the kobold alive, Suemo saw that this bastard was still smiling. So he simply punched him once to make him properly understand the situation. Oreo, come do some work. Keep an eye on this one. Don't let him wake up. After receiving the order, Oreo became very excited. A happy glow spread across his black and white dog face. Maybe in his world, being able to guard this same kind bastard who had disfigured him felt even better than eating a grand feast. 5 kobolds actually dropped 3 wooden treasure chests and 1 copper chest. Killing these things seems pretty profitable. As time passed, once the kobolds who had been shot to death were officially judged as completely dead by the game panel, treasure chests dropped out. For some reason, the first kobold warlock Suemo had shot to death this time didn't drop a silver chest. It only dropped a copper chest. With a hint of regret, Suemo gathered all the chests together and started opening them. Record: you have obtained 2 bottles of Waham mineral water, 500 milliliters each. Record: you have obtained 1 bottle of chili water, 30 milliliters. Record: You have obtained 1 bottle of vegetable oil, 5 liters. Record. You have obtained 1 bag of Sichuan pepper seeds. Record. You have obtained 1 skateboard. It actually dropped vegetable oil. Good stuff. After putting the other 4 items into the storage space, Sumo took out the bottle of vegetable oil with the arowana packaging. Under the sunlight, the vegetable oil was dyed with a pure golden glow. Once my crops grow out, maybe I can make some stir-fried dishes. Then I can cook some noodles too. No, I'm making a bowl of beef oil splash noodles today. Who could possibly resist that? Just imagining the exquisite taste of oil splash noodles made Sumo feel as if he had eaten a sour plum, and waves of saliva burst out in his mouth. His stomach, which hadn't even been hungry before, now let out a rumbling growl. In his excellent mood, when Sumo looked at the kobolds lying all over the ground, there was even a trace of excitement in his eyes. Kobolds, you are truly my treasure. He took out the shovel from his storage space, found a relatively remote patch of land, and started digging a pit. Although this kind of simple burial wouldn't do much, with the hope of delaying the kobolds' line-of-sight search, Sumo still decided to bury these kobolds that looked a bit similar to humans. With his first experience digging a pit and burying people already behind him, Sumo's movements were much more skillful this time. In just a few quick motions, he dug out a pit even bigger than the one before. After tossing all the dead kobolds into the pit one by one, Sumo opened his storage space again and took out the wooden barrel that still held the 2 kobolds from the ruins, placing it into the big pit as well before beginning to bury everything. Sumo was like a hard-working farmer, diligently tilling this barren land. Drop after drop of sweat slid down from his forehead, falling into the deep pit and mixing with the soil. In the apocalypse, it wasn't just human lives that were as worthless as grass. These monsters also had to follow the law of the weak, being prey to the strong. Once everything was done, Sumo took out the grass rope he had used earlier today while exploring downward in the ruins, walked up to the warlock kobold, and started tying him up. 1 loop, 2 loops, 3 loops. The 3-meter hemp rope was wrapped around him a full 5 times. From top to bottom, the warlock kobold was almost bundled into a rice dumpling. Sumontak nodded in satisfaction. Oreo at the side also quickly nodded in satisfaction. Under the setting sun, the shadows of the man and the dog stretched endlessly long, as if they had become the only protagonists in this little patch of heaven and earth. Damn, I'm so thirsty. It hurts so much. Why can't I feel my arm at all? A hazy sense of confusion rose in Mondi's mind. With difficulty, he lifted his eyelids, which felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on them, and looked forward. Pitch black but very clean. That was his first impression of the place he was in. Not only was there none of the stench from the kobold castle in this stone cave, there was even a natural fragrance of earth mixed with sunlight. Mondi struggled to turn his head and look toward the only place with light. What is glowing? Why is the light so soft? An object not even as big as a fist was shining in the pitch-black cave at night, illuminating one corner. And along with it, illuminating that man who looked like the Grim Reaper himself. In Mondi's eyes, the man carefully picked up a small white bag from somewhere with a pained expression, scooped out a bowlful of white powder-like stuff, and grabbed some water. Then the man began working on a wooden board. After quite a while, the man contentedly picked up strip after strip of white long-shaped things and dropped them into a pot of boiling water. A savory fragrance immediately rose from the pot. Huh, is he trying to recruit me? I've heard long ago that humans use delicious food and women to lure prisoners. Looks like my Mondi gets to enjoy that kind of treatment too. He really cherishes these things. Looks like he can barely bear to eat them himself. And now he wants to use this to persuade me to surrender? So when the time comes, should I just eat it directly? Or pretend to be loyal first and wait until he begs me before I eat? A smile appeared on Mondi's face. He seemed to have already seen the scene of the man tempting him to surrender. However, how could a pitiful kobold possibly understand human delicacies? As the man poured a little more of something from a small bottle, there was a sizzling sound, and an intensely spicy, fragrant aroma instantly spread through the cave. What kind of heavenly food is this? Even though his dog mouth seemed to be leaking air for some reason, a long string of drool still dripped from the corner of Mondi's mouth. A smell that stimulated the brain entered his mouth, passed into his stomach, and finally reached the very center of his brain. An inexplicable sense of happiness made it feel as if every cell in his body were breathing. Mondi swore that even at the tribe's annual ritual, he had never seen food like this. The man finally finished everything. After dividing the food in the pot into 2 bowls, he poured 1 bowl into the basin of a lowly dog beast that was still crawling around on the ground. As for the other bowl, once he poured it into a small basin, Mondi's smile was almost impossible to control. He was filled with envy and jealousy that this lowly dog beast could eat such incredible food, and at the same time, he had been really looking forward to this grim, reaper-looking man begging him to eat the food and personally recruiting him as a vanguard general. However, what a fist as big as a fireball. Good lord, there was definitely something wrong with this kobold's head. I didn't expect the prisoner I captured to be an idiot. I really took a loss on this one. Just after finishing the beef oil splash noodles, Suemo caught sight of the awakened kobold shaman in the corner of his vision again, sitting on the ground and grinning stupidly, even though several loops of rope were already wrapped tightly around his body, binding him solid. The kobold seemed completely unaware, opening his dog mouth and laughing with wheezy huffs. Seeing that face, Suemo didn't hold back at all and gave him another punch, letting the guy get some proper rest. If only there was some garlic, and a bit of chopped scallion too. Watching the kobold pass out on the ground again, Suemo clapped his hands in satisfaction and returned to his bowl of noodles. If you eat noodles without garlic, half the flavor is gone. There was chili oil in the bowl, beef jerky, and dehydrated vegetables. But without that old Shangshi bite of garlic, it still felt like something was missing. With a slight sense of regret, Suemo quickly started shoveling the noodles into his mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, Oreo had already nearly finished her portion. If Suemo still wasn't done by then, Oreo would start whining and acting cute at the side, begging for more again. He slurped everything down in a rush, wolfing the noodles down, then followed it up with a huge cup of psionic water to wash it all through. Suemo was satisfied. Oreo was satisfied too. One man and one dog sprawled where they were, enjoying that hard-earned sage time after a good meal. However, in the pitch-black corner, on that slightly aggrieved and terrified dog face, a silent tear slowly slid from the corner of the kobold shaman's eye. This diesel generator was good and all, but the noise was a bit too loud. Starting it at night was kind of troublesome. Looking at the diesel generator rumbling as it charged the battery, Suemo felt a slight headache. After spending 2 survival points to repair a light bulb he had picked up from shelter number 2, the base finally had stable lighting. The electric crossbow was also plugged into the diesel generator's power output at the moment. A normal generator used about 210 to 240 grams of fuel to generate 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity, roughly 0.25 to 0.28 liters. Considering transmission efficiency, the actual consumption was 0.3 liters. Based on the base's fuel reserves and the losses during conversion, 200 liters of diesel could produce roughly 600 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Temporarily enough. Nodding, Suemo pulled the wire connected to the light bulb over in front of the kobold, then called Oreo over. For some reason, Oreo had been getting less and less active lately. Every day, after eating her fill and playing for a bit, she would lie beside the vegetable culture bed, staring blankly at the little opening where the light could shine in. A tiny little head filled with huge confusion. When I wake him up in a bit, you be the translator. Any problem with that? Woof. Oreo tilted her head in a human-like questioning gesture. It means you help pass on what I say to this kobold. And after he answers, you tell me what he said. After a simple explanation, Oreo nodded her dog head and revealed a trace of that signature wicked and overbearing smile, indicating that she was fully qualified for the job. If you just said this was an interrogation, wouldn't that have settled it? Seeing that Oreo understood, Suemo helped the kobold sit upright on a stool, threaded a wooden stick through the hemp rope tied around his body, and propped the whole kobold up. Hey, wake up! Suemo reached out and slapped the kobold's cheek twice. It seemed that the earlier punch had been a bit too heavy, because the kobold showed no reaction at all. Without changing expression, Suemo gave Oreo a look. Oreo instantly understood, leaped to the kobold's feet, opened her mouth wide, and bit down. A howl like a wolf's exploded through the cave. The kobold, who had still been pretending to be unconscious, was so stimulated that he nearly dropped to his knees on the spot. I'm telling you, there really is something wrong with this damn thing's head. It hasn't even been bitten yet, and it already started screaming? Watching the kobold perform in front of him, Suemo grew even more curious about the kobold race. How could there be a race this weird and this lacking in style? This kind of thing can handcraft a nuclear bomb. No, handcraft grenades? Looking at the anger on the kobold's face, Suemo smiled faintly. Oreo, ask him if he submits. After receiving the order, Oreo started communicating in her own dog language with a bad grin on her face. Whiff whiff, of whiff whiff. Woof. The kobold made a human-like expression, and both Suemo and Oreo understood its meaning at once. Disdain. The kobold disdained speaking to Oreo, a lower-ranked reptilian kin. Well now, you old dog. Your temper sure is stubborn. No need for extra talk. In Huaxia, we have a complete criminal code for you to choose from. Come on. Not talking, huh? Seeing the kobold actually raise his head instead, Suemo didn't hold back. He stepped forward and punched the kobold in the stomach. Dong Wong. For some reason, Suemo felt like his strength had gotten bigger. Within 0.1 seconds of being hit, the kobold standing face-to-face with him burst into tears, wailing incoherently. Do you submit or not? Seeing that the kobold still didn't respond, Suemo threw another punch with a smack. Woo woo, wolf wolf, woo. After taking 2 punches in a row, the kobold finally understood what it meant that the situation was stronger than the person. If he weren't still tied up, he probably would have dropped to his knees and started kowtowing the next second. At the side, Oreo also raised her chin. Even though she still had to look up at the kobold, that air of disdain had surged right up. HM, you still dare glare? One punch. Sure enough. Farmer S 3 punches are kind of sweet. After that, the kobold no longer dared show the slightest bit of resistance. While crying out miserably, he nodded again and again to show that he was convinced. However, Su-Imo mercilessly gave him another punch. Sorry, I don't like Nongfu Spring. I like Ibao. Winga. Winga. Lying at the side, Oreo heard Su-Imo's words and, seeing the kobold already beaten, so silly he was dazed, laughed so hard she could barely catch her breath. Oreo, translate this for him. Tell him what the hell a surprise is. Looking at the kobold's pained dog face all scrunched together, Su-Imo finally swallowed down a vicious breath of resentment. This kobold looked obedient on the surface, but deep down, forget looking down on Oreo. Even the way he looked at Su-Imo carried a trace of contempt. If normal courtesy didn't work, then there was only one option. Courtesy first, funeral after. But fortunately, after 4 punches, the kobold had become much more obedient. Ask him what he came here for. Was he specifically here to find me? Whiff, 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 whiff. Woof-a-woo, woof-his-woof. Watching Oreo struggle to communicate with the kobold, like one speaking dialect and the other standard speech, Su-Imo could only hold his forehead and sit to the side to wait. For such a simple sentence, Oreo spent a full 4 to 5 minutes communicating. Woof, you're saying he wasn't here for me? Seeing Oreo shake his head, along with the utterly unfeigned look on the kobold's face, Su-Imo instead started to get a headache. Ask him what he was sneaking around our shrub forest looking for. Originally, Su-Imo had thought the kobolds had followed the traces here, but from the look of it, that wasn't the case at all. Looks like I was being too cautious. Maybe the kobolds send out several teams to search for something, and this squad just happened to run into me? After thinking for a moment, Su-Imo chose to wait for Oreo's communication result. This time, they talked for much longer. It took about 10 minutes. Oreo barked until his mouth was dry before he finally got the information. Woof, woof. Seeing that Su-Imo couldn't understand, Oreo simply ran over to the pile of odds and ends and started rummaging through it. In the end, he came back with a wooden stick in his mouth. It was clearly the tool the kobolds used to cast spells. There is something wrong with this wooden stick, but the system can't scan any of its attributes at all. Picking up the wooden stick and holding it under the light bulb, Su-Imo began to examine it carefully. Back in shelter number 2, he had already checked the magic wand-looking thing in the kobold's hand that seemed to be used for casting spells. After all, who didn't dream of becoming a mage? Unfortunately, not only did this wand have no attributes, it also lacked the ability to wave once and shoot out a fireball. Now, with Oreo's reminder, Su-Imo looked at it carefully again and immediately found the clue. At the top of the wooden stick was a small opening, sealed with wood. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like something that could have grown naturally. Holding the wooden stick not far from his nose and mouth, Su-Imo fanned it lightly with his hand, using the airflow to gather the scent beneath his nose. This smell, a familiar memory, circled through his mind. Feeling around the stick, Su-Imo found another button-like thing in the lower middle section. He pressed it gently. The sealed little opening at the top of the stick opened, and the smell from inside instantly grew much stronger. This is gunpowder? Once the little opening that blocked the smell was opened, the scent drifting out uncontrollably made Su-Imo almost immediately confirm its composition. Gunpowder, or more precisely, black powder. Carefully pouring the black granules inside the stick onto the table, an extremely pungent sulfur smell hit him. The kobolds actually need black powder to cast their so-called fireball spell? Having suddenly learned this, Su-Imo found it a little unbelievable. Back in shelter number 2, the kobold warlock had first waved his wooden stick before releasing his fireball spell. At the time, Su-Imo had thought it was either a casting motion or some special attribute of the stick. He never would have guessed that even kobolds had to respect science to cast a fireball. So the thing the kobolds are looking for is black powder? Hearing Su-Imo's muttering, Oreo quickly nodded, indicating that Su-Imo's understanding was completely correct. The bound kobold at the table, after seeing Su-Imo pour out the black powder, also seemed to resign himself to his fate and continued chattering away, ignoring the communication between Oreo and the kobold. Su-Imo opened the game panel, selected resource scan, and checked the raw materials needed for making black powder in the resource options. Record. A small sulfur mine has been detected 465 meters southeast of the player's current location. Record. Today S uses 23. Sure enough, the thing they came looking for today was this kind of natural sulfur mine. Su-Imo's face showed neither joy nor sorrow as his thoughts gradually drifted far away. The modern process for extracting sulfur had already been improved who knew how many times. It was even possible to separate sulfur compounds from crude oil through atmospheric and vacuum distillation, catalytic cracking, hydrocracking, delayed coking, and other steps, then turn them into sulfur-containing wastewater. Recover the sulfur from that wastewater, and produce finished sulfur. But in ancient times, without that kind of technology, if people wanted to obtain sulfur, first, they had to find a way to mine natural sulfur deposits like the one near the shelter. Second, they could smelt pyrite and extract the sulfur from it. The fact that kobolds had the ability to judge and search for sulfur mines proved that they had already touched the edge of science. It was very likely that they already knew these things could be mixed in a certain ratio to make this kind of enhanced gunpowder, then amplified through spells to increase the power of their fireballs. Woof! While Suemo was thinking, Oreo had finished communicating with the kobold and walked back. Oreo pointed at the black powder Suemo had poured out again, then pointed into the distance, and finally pointed at the kobold. You mean he is willing to take us to the place where the kobold tribe is mining? Oreo nodded. I've got sulfur here. If I want to make gunpowder, I still need enough potassium nitrate, and potassium nitrate is the main component of niter. Maybe the kobold tribe has already found a sizable niter deposit. Should I go or not? Sumo panderdin worthy. Black powder was absolutely indispensable for making ammunition for thermal weapons. If he could eventually repair that small thermal weapon machine tool, the raw materials for ammunition would still be a huge gap. He looked at the kobold, who was still rambling on, then decisively walked over and gave him one stun punch. He was definitely going, setting everything else aside. Just the treasure chest dropped by the kobolds would already be a considerable harvest. What's more, he had to investigate their lair anyway. Otherwise, with it sitting nearby, it would always be a ticking time bomb. After pondering for a short while, Suemo made his decision. By now, the sky outside was already getting late. After checking the situation around the shelter's exterior once more, Suemo walked over. He checked the ropes on the kobold's body again and again, then dragged him to the corner of the cave. After instructing Oreo to keep a close watch at night, Suemo returned to his little bed. In the apocalyptic world, once night fell, you could basically only stay inside the shelter. He pulled a light bulb over to himself and turned it off, listening to the rumbling of the generator. Suemo gradually fell asleep. Apocalypse calendar, January 7th. You repaired a generator, increasing the level of technological civilization, survival points plus 10. You discovered an underground ruin 5. While exploring the underground ruin, you encountered enemies and powerfully defeated them, survival points plus 10. You made your first electric weapon, greatly increasing your combat power, survival points plus 5. You effortlessly killed 5 kobolds and gained a rich harvest, survival points plus 5. You obtained a prisoner for the first time, survival points plus 5. Scanning host survival environment. Survival point evaluation in progress. You gained 62 survival points today. Final settlement. Survival points 102. Remaining survival points 175. Morning not only brought good news from the system, but in the private message chat on the game panel. Shinku's message was also flashing. Sitting at the head of the bed, Suemo looked over at the kobold in the corner, who had been disciplined into complete obedience by Oreo, and couldn't he help but let out a sigh of relief. For the first time, a stranger had spent the night in the shelter, and that stranger was even a kobold. All night, he and T slept very soundly, constantly worried that this kobold might be the type to endure humiliation for revenge, only to set the shelter on fire in the middle of the night. Opening Shunku's message in the chat panel, Suemo focused his eyes and looked over it. Shunku, Suemo, my uncle has already finished drawing your blueprint. This is the trade link. Just purchase it after you wake up. If there's anything on the blueprint you don't understand, ask me anytime. Below the message hung a trade item that only the two of them could see. After paying 2 disaster points, a flash of light flickered, and the blueprint appeared in the storage space, leaning against the head of the bed. Suemo opened the private message from the dead man that he used to keep a diary and began writing with his mind. Today is January 7th of the Doomsday calendar, the 7th day since arriving in the wasteland. That makes it a full week. If the civilized world were still carrying on, then it should already be December 29th. Just 2 more days until New Year's Day. Sigh. This time my little sister's birthday seems to fall on Little New Year. Looks like I won't be able to celebrate it with her. I wonder if Mom and Dad will celebrate her birthday somewhere else. At the moment, the supplies in the base are still fairly sufficient. Completely enough for me and Oreo to eat for half a month. But we used up a bit too much flour yesterday. Looks like the oil splash noodles can only be made twice more. I'll save those 2 meals for when my family comes. There is already almost 20 liters of psionic water saved up. Right now, the shipping fee in the trading system is too expensive, so in order to open up a bigger storage space, I'll save up points for now and 1 trade it yet. The captured kobold is being very obedient. Today, I plan to deal with the sulfur mine near the shelter and try to mine out a little. If I can later use him to find a saltpeter mine, then maybe I'll be able to make black powder. If that happens, safety will be much more guaranteed. Alright, in today's vegetable culture bed. There's still, wow, the garlic seeds seem to have sprouted, and so has the cabbage. I saw a bit of green poking out from the black soil. What a day worth commemorating. Subconsciously lifting his head, Sumo saw at a glance the tiny green sprout poking out from the culture bed under the sunlight. This green surprise felt like a gift from heaven, instantly driving away Sumo's early morning drowsiness. After putting on his clothes, he quickly walked over to the culture bed, crouched down, and examined it carefully. Where the garlic seeds had been pressed into the soil, a sharp little green sprout had already emerged. In the city, hardly anyone actually planted garlic using garlic seeds. People usually bury garlic cloves in the soil instead. Not only did they grow faster, they also required almost no care. Because of that, this was also Sumo's first time seeing garlic seeds grow into something like this. On the other side, the cabbage was growing even more joyfully. A tiny green stem had appeared, with 2 leaves on top of it, about the size of a fingernail. It looked like a miniature cabbage, pale, tender, and soft. At this growth rate, it looked like a full batch of cabbage would be ready in less than a month. That shortened the time by nearly half. Green plants were like hope itself, in the culture bed, in the shelter, under the sunlight. Growing vigorously, carrying Sumo's hopes, they had sprouted. These little bits of green were like cleanser, washing away the gloom hanging over Sumo's heart. As long as a person has hope, how could I possibly fail to hold on in this apocalypse? He scooped out a basin of psionic water and carefully, gently watered all the vegetable plots. Under the caress of the psionic water, whether it was an illusion or not, Sumo felt that the cabbage stalk looked even more like shining jade, while the garlic sprout looked even greener and more vivid like emerald. When he came to where the food was stored, Sumo thought for a moment, then took out an extra half portion of biscuits. First, he made 2 portions of biscuit mush. After he and Oreo each finished 1 portion, Sumo took the remaining biscuits and came to the nearly dying kobold, on the arm pierced through by the 2 crossbow bolts. The wound was already showing some signs of festering. Yesterday's psionic water had stopped the bleeding, but the amount had been too small, and the wound had still started to get inflamed. The haggard and pitiful kobold opened his eyes. When he saw it was Sumo, he shut them again in despair and helplessness, looking as if he had accepted his fate. Stop playing dead. Get up and drink some water and eat something. You absolutely can't die today. Taking over Oreo's food bowl, Sumo crushed the biscuits inside, then poured in a small portion of psionic water before carrying it over to the kobold. The kobold, who had looked like he had accepted death, caught the crispy fragrance of the biscuits and the faint sweetness of the psionic water. His survival instinct made him open his eyes. Woof woof, woo woof, woo woo. Smells so good. The taste of psionic water had awakened the kobold's will to survive, but the food bowl placed on the ground was trampling on his dignity. Should he, like Oreo, lie on the ground and lick from the bowl to eat? Or should he preserve his half-human dignity and choose to die standing rather than live on his knees? However, before Sumo could even test him, the kobold moved with shocking speed. Without even a second of hesitation, he dropped in front of the bowl and wolfed the food down. Beside him, Oreo put on a human-like look of disdain, her face full of contempt. Woof! No one knew what Oreo had said, but the kobold turned a deaf ear and sped up his bowl licking even more. After the psionic water went down, the inflamed and swollen wounds on the kobold's arms visibly improved, or at the very least stabilized, and stopped continuing to rot. Looks like a kobold's physique isn't as strong as I imagined. In another day or 2, everyone will probably start discovering these half-human creatures too. Nodding, Sumo suppressed the idea of passing on information about the kobold. The current situation was still unclear. He still hadn't figured out where the kobold's nest actually was. If there were only kobolds near the base, then it would be very easy for people to follow the clues and guess that the shelter was nearby. And in the apocalypse, once someone grasped the location of your base, it was far too dangerous. Walking slowly over to the rumbling generator, Sumo found that after working all night, it was already a little hot, and the cooling fan beside the metal cover was whirring loudly. He glanced at the fuel level. Since it had been running at the lowest power, it had used about 2 to 3 liters of diesel overnight. The 400-amp-hour lithium iron phosphate battery was already fully charged, and the indicator light on the electric crossbow had also changed from red to green. After strictly following the requirements to cut off the diesel generator, Sumo began using the storage space to stack all the miscellaneous items in the middle of the floor. With a flash of light, the blueprint Shun Ku had sent appeared in his hand. He took it to the table, pulled the light bulb closer, spread out the entire blueprint in the base, and looked over it carefully. The blueprint wasn't too complicated, nor was it the kind of dimensional drawing that only people who had studied engineering or worked in engineering could understand. There were 2 sheets in total. One was the top-down view of the shelter designed by Shun Etienne. The other was packed full with the orientation and placement of every room, along with some small details Sumo had brought up. However, focusing his attention, Sumo fixed his gaze on the blueprint, and sure enough, under the system. The blueprint's attributes were displayed clearly at a glance. Underground shelter blueprint, excellent. Description: a blueprint designed by quasi-senior architect Shun Etienne. Its design is exquisitely ingenious. almost heaven-defying in craftsmanship, making perfect use of every bit of space. It should have been a perfect grade design, but because the designer pursued spatial extremity too much, it dropped by 1 grade. Upgrade Path 1. Reconstruct the blueprint, formulaically adjust space usage, greatly improve practicality, greatly improve disaster resistance. Required survival points, 225. Upgrade Path 2. Modify the blueprint, make up for its flaws, preserve the design concept, and better fit the shelter's current needs. Required survival points, 45. Evaluation. If you follow this design, all it takes is one tiny grenade placed in the right spot, and your shelter will turn into ruins in an instant. Sure enough, even Shun Etienne couldn't achieve 100% perfection. There really were too many things to take into account. As for pursuing the ultimate use of space, that part did suit Sumo's taste. But what exactly did the systems evaluation mean? Sitting at the table, Sumo stared blankly at the system's evaluation, unable to process what the system was trying to warn him about for a long while. The more apocalyptic things became, the more wasteland-like the world became, the more people would think. A vague, inexplicable feeling made Sumo extremely uneasy. He shook his head and forced the feeling out of his mind. In this world, it seemed that there were only a very small number of people he could trust. Perhaps as time passed, and as the disasters worsened, even that small group would. His gaze drifted, and Sumo seemed to see a black hand above the shelter, invisibly closing in. The shelter that looked incomparably sturdy would collapse structurally under a single tiny grenade and become a heap of ruins. In those ruins, there would be Sumo himself, his younger sister, and his parents. I have to speed up the shelter's development. Thankfully, I should still be ahead of everyone else right now. The more Sumo thought about such a tragedy possibly happening in the future, the tighter his fists clenched. This human is terrifying. His presence is even more frightening than our Kobold King. The crackling sound of joints popping scared the kobold lying nearby and slurping biscuit mush so badly that it stopped moving altogether, not even daring to breathe loudly. After carefully examining the blueprint's fundamental structure again and analyzing the problem as much as possible, Sumo laid both blueprints flat together. He shook his head and threw all the messy thoughts out of his mind. I choose Upgrade Path 2, Sumo said in a low voice. The moment his words fell, a green light scattered out from his body and shone onto the blueprint. The black pen strokes on the white paper seemed to come alive. They began to leap and dance across the page like lively ink sprites. After dancing for 3 to 5 seconds, restrained by the green light, the pen strokes settled down and began to recombine on the page into a design that looked the same at first glance, but was completely different upon closer inspection. Even though Sumo still couldn't tell exactly what had changed, the lines on the new blueprint were obviously far smoother than before. Looks like the system's divine power is simply not something a senior architect like Shin Ichian can compare to with a flash of light. The attributes of the new blueprint appeared before Sumo's eyes. Underground shelter blueprint, perfect. Description, a blueprint that has reached the perfect grade. It contains 8 facilities. If constructed according to the blueprint, it will provide intermediate seismic resistance, intermediate defense, low-level heat preservation, and high-level expandability. Facilities 1. 3-stage shelter entrance and exit passage. 2. Crop cultivation room, back door. 3. Master bedroom, second bedroom, third bedroom. 4. Micro research center. 5. Warehouse, daily supplies warehouse, weapons and equipment warehouse, miscellaneous storage warehouse. 6. Micro command and combat center. 7. Energy distribution room. 8. Living room. Evaluation, Kobold. If I become an architect, I'll make the shelter round. Why? So this scary demon king will never be able to pin me into a corner again. The new blueprint divided the shelter into 8 sections. Compared to Shun Ichien's design, it even added 1 more combat center. Looks like the system really understands me best. Joy appeared on Sumo's face as he carefully examined the places planned out on the blueprint. The combat center only has a television for monitoring right now, but later on I'll definitely add more powerful items. When the time comes, I'll expand the shelter according to this plan. After looking it over again and again, and repeatedly confirming there was nothing else to add, Sumo opened the game panel. Personal shelter, level, LV1. Description, a shelter made entirely of stone, exceptionally sturdy, with solid safety. It has unique advantages when it comes to moisture isolation and heat preservation. Space, 140, floor height, 4.2 meters. Integrity, 100. Facilities, iron stove, bed, large vegetable culture base, psionic well water extractor, dining table. Currently available permissions, reconstruct shelter layout, auto-generate partition walls, one time only, please adjust carefully. After tapping into reconstruct shelter layout, the page flickered and he arrived at the interface he had seen before. After finding the points function in the lower right corner, Sumo tapped into it. At this moment, the top paid function under reconstruction points was clearly import blueprint. The The price wasn't expensive, only 15 points. But for those surviving in group shelters, it was no different from an astronomical sum. After spending 300 points upgrading storage space and using another 54 points here and there, Suemo found that he still had 278 points left, more than enough to cover the cost of renovating the base. After 15 points were deducted, the blueprint in his hand seemed to turn into flowing light before shattering into the base with a bang. Then, on the game panel, the blueprint loaded successfully, displaying all of the plan structures and specific details. After trying out the preload function, Suemo found that he could directly move items to designated positions after planning them out, and he began to operate. First, he embedded the electrical wiring into the stone slabs. To complete this task, he could only rely on the game panel or the system. Before long, after all the items had been sorted and placed properly, Suemo pressed the renovation function. With nervous anticipation, Suemo took one last deep look around the base, which was still an open flat space at the moment. There was not the slightest trace of reluctance left in his heart. Out with the old, in with the new. Waves of faint trembling rose from underground, as if a pair of invisible giant hands were stroking the foundation. The kobold, still lying on the ground, looked around in terror, seemingly unable to understand why such a sturdy base was shaking so noisily. Then, an even more worldview-shattering scene occurred. The stone steps at the shelter entrance seemed to melt, turning into a pool of fiery red liquid out of thin air before disappearing into the shelter. The shelter doors opened automatically and bright sunlight shone in. The next moment, the entire shelter began to sink on its own, and a stone passage appeared where the gate and the shelter connected. The dim sunlight could no longer shine directly in through the stone passage, but at the same time, the base had become much safer. Inside the base, the light shaft that had originally been in the very center began to shift, gradually moving to the upper right corner of the base. The cultivation medium placed in the center also seemed as if aided by gods and demons, slowly floating up from the ground and moving toward the light in the upper right corner. A stone partition naturally rose from the ground, standing between the shelter's roof and floor, and as time passed, it became more and more solid. The miscellaneous items began floating toward their proper places by category, and more walls rose one after another as well. In just a short moment, the shelter that had originally been a large, flat, open space with natural lighting turned pitch black. But at the same time, after the new walls rose one after another, the structure inside the shelter underwent a complete transformation. The originally spacious shelter had now been divided so that an area of about 25 square meters became the entry living room. Inside the living room were the wooden table and wooden stools made earlier, as well as the tea set looted from the ruins. Using the faint light, Suemo felt his way to the wall on the inner side of the living room. After pressing with his finger, the light bulb hanging from the living room ceiling scattered bright light, sweeping away all the darkness in one go. In the corner of the living room was where the kobold was, with Oreo lying beside it to keep watch. At this moment, faced with the earth-shaking changes, Oreo was extremely curious, but without Suemo's command, he could only stay where he was, panting heavily. Taking out a flashlight from the storage space, Suemo stepped toward the other rooms. According to the plan, behind the partition of the living room was Suemo's bedroom, which was also the master bedroom of the entire shelter. At the moment, the shelter had looked large when it was one giant flat floor, but after planning it out, the layout was actually quite compact. For the bedroom, Suemo only left enough space for himself to place a bed and a bedside table. The other two bedrooms were also only large enough to fit beds for now. They would be expanded as needed after future renovations. The warehouse was located on the right-hand side after entering. Going through the doorless frame was the area for storing weapons and equipment. Further inside was the area for storing daily supplies. The very back was for storing miscellaneous items. This three-connected design not only took up no extra space, but also made retrieving things extremely convenient. There was no need to run all over the place or search left and right. On the left-hand side after entering were the micro-combat center and the energy center. Stretching between the bedroom and the crop cultivation room was the micro-research center. Only after walking back and forth through it twice did Suemo finally become familiar with the current structure of the base. Compared to the previous giant flat floor, although this kind of structure reduced the visible area by a lot, it also improved the base's heat retention to a considerable extent. Within a confined space, heating efficiency would definitely be much higher than in the previous giant flat floor. Opening the large door, now located at the innermost side of the shelter, Suemo felt wave after wave of surprise this time. Just like the back door, it was a sloped tunnel about 10 meters long. Within these 10 meters, aside from the outermost stone gate, there was another gate in the middle. Together with the door at the very innermost part of the shelter, it formed a three-stage design. This kind of design not only ensured that if enemies managed to break through the outermost gate, there would still be room to maneuver, but also made it possible to set up ambushes and traps between the two doors and wipe out invading enemies in one stroke. He could even set up firing ports so that once enemies entered, he could open fire at full force. If the safety rating of the base had only been 5 before, then this time, it had directly jumped to 50. Suemo clicked his tongue in amazement. This authority that came bundled with the shelter upgrade was incredibly useful. The previous shelter had been a stone shelter, so during this upgrade, all the partitions and components were made entirely of stone, saving him quite a bit of trouble. With the flashlight in hand, Suemo found the damaged tungsten filament bulbs he had brought back from the ruins. He had repaired one before, and there were still 3 left now. On top of that, this kind of bulb came with its own switch, making it extremely convenient. After spending 6 survival points to repair the 3 bulbs one by one, he first installed one in the bedroom for nighttime activities, the second above the daily supplies warehouse to make finding things easier, and the last one, Suemo installed in the Micro Research Center. This would be the place where the base tech tree would set sail in the future. Once he got through this disaster, he would have to spend a large amount of time figuring out how to climb the base tech tree. Right? I still have a workbench that I never built. Now I finally have a place to put it. Opening the crafting page and scrolling straight down, Suemo found the crafting icon for the workbench. Huh, why is this workbench sky blue? Is there some meaning behind the different colors? With doubt in mind, Suemo looked toward the required crafting materials. Workbench, wood 012, beaker 01, simple tool pliers 01, simple work module 01, simple experiment module 01, simple welder 01, simple cutting machine 01, iron blocks 012, glass 02, circuit board 04, electric wire 02. The required materials were extremely complicated. Aside from these simple modules, there was also a large pile of materials that didn't seem like they should appear in a workbench recipe at all. Among the materials currently required, wood and iron blocks were already in stock. Good thing I had quite a bit left over before, otherwise this thing is bulky and heavy, and the delivery fee to buy and ship, it would be ridiculously high. Rubbing his chin, already covered with faint bluish stubble, Suemo began recalling what materials the base still had. The shelter still had 2 units of glass left in reserve. The last time he made the light shaft, only a tiny bit of glass had been used. After Suemo tried placing it in, he found that it completely satisfied the crafting requirement. As for the beaker and tool pliers, those had dropped together with the workbench, so there was no need to look for them again. As for the remaining circuit boards, after going to the storage room and searching for a while, Suemo found the damaged circuit boards he had scavenged from shelter number 2. At the time, the situation had been urgent, so he had only grabbed a few pieces that looked to be in slightly better condition at a glance. But there were still as many as 5 of them. At the cost of 8 survival points, Suemo chose to repair 4 slightly damaged circuit boards. There was still a large amount of electric wire left after wiring the shelter. It had originally been kept for expansion, but now it happened to come in handy. So what I'm missing now should be the work module, experiment module, welder, and cutting machine. After thinking about these 4 big components, Suemo decided to look for them in the world channel. Rather than waiting until the regional channel of the trade secret realm before the disaster and trying his luck there, it would be better to spend some points on delivery fees and get them back earlier to strengthen himself. This was the time for use it early. Enjoy it early. Use it late, get a discount. Once most people found the blueprint for the workbench, these modular items were bound to go up in price. Suemo, ahem, sorry to bother everyone. I'm buying these 4 items. Simple work module, experiment module, welder, and cutting machine. Name your price. The moment the message was sent, the normally calm world channel exploded as if an atomic bomb had been dropped into it. To better fit personal use of the world channel, the game would functionally omit most of the information, which also made it extremely difficult for everyone to communicate and regroup through the world channel. After all, a rapid information stream of several hundred million messages simply wasn't something a human brain could read. Even so, in Sumo's field of vision, the chat box still started scrolling at high speed. Stranded in the wasteland, just got off the plane, PhD degree, monthly income over $1 million. Front row asking if Godsu is recruiting lab members. I'm very capable. The guy upstairs, shut your mouth for me. I'm naming a number right now. Get in the car this instant. Give me 5 seconds, develop a spaceship, then come over with 2 underground bases. No first cup of milk tea in autumn? Godsu, can you give this little girl a cup of psionic water for autumn? I'm willing to do anything I have a basic work module. As long as it's 10 liters of psionic water, I'll trade it to you. Suemo, what a lion opening its mouth wide. Anyone spamming random garbage, get lost early. Don't make me come kill you. After making it through a week in the wasteland, Sumo's mindset had improved tremendously. The harsh words he wouldn't have dared say back on Earth now came out the moment he opened his mouth. At the same time, Suemo also chose to act like a shameless profiteer. In the trading market, he was absolutely in a buyer's market. There might be many people who had these items, but under the current circumstances, only Suemo had the capital to buy them and could afford the game's expensive delivery fees. With a mix of threats and sarcasm, the random junk among the private trade requests sent through the trading market immediately dropped by quite a lot. After filtering them a bit, All the items were arranged by price from high to low. Damn, someone's actually selling an excellent work module, and it only costs 300 milliliters of psionic water. Bought. A basic welder for only 50 milliliters? If I don't buy this, then I'm decisively not Chinese. An excellent experiment module plus a 2-kilogram baguette only wants 180 milliliters for me? Good lord, with this many people rushing in one after another. Isn't this way more hot-blooded than Boruto? Looking at the increasingly outrageous trade requests sent through the trade panel's private messages, Sumo was completely stunned. Since when had prices become this cheap? When no one could see anyone else's offer, these people were really going all out for a mouthful of psionic water, desperately driving their prices lower. After spending only 940 milliliters of psionic water and 24 disaster points in delivery fees, Sumo got the following pile of items: 1 excellent work module, 1 excellent experiment module, 1 basic welder, 1 basic cutting machine, 35 screws, 1 variable frequency soft light bedside lamp, 2 rechargeable walkie-talkies with a range of 3 kilometers, 1 electric blanket, 1 roll of transparent tape, and 1 5x zoom telescope, 2 kilograms of baguette, 1 box of red apple drink, 1 bag of spicy strips, and 1 bag of drunkard peanuts. He had only ladled out less than a small basin of water. Yet he got back a huge pile of stuff. Even with Sumo's strong self-control now, he still felt his heart thumping. So this is what being a black-hearted merchant feels like. It's actually this wonderful. What a pity I didn't go into business in my last life. I wasted my talent. A very small portion of the people who came to trade through World Chat knew that Sumo had already entered the age of electricity. So the bonus items they threw in were all electrical appliances that were extremely rare at the moment. For people who found it hard to develop electricity, or simply had tight resources, these things were no better than broken copper and rotten iron. But to Sumo, this stuff was absolutely awesome. It's minus 20 degrees outside. If I plug in the electric blanket and crawl in a bed, won't that be amazing? As for the food, it was all stuff that made you thirsty after eating it, or things like baguettes that could double as weapons. However, over here with Sumo, none of that was a problem. He sorted and stored everything by category. The joy of getting massively rich in one wave surged over him like a tide. With an excited heart, he gathered together everything that needed to be crafted. Feels like my luck is unbelievably good. It's my first time seeing a blueprint for a workbench. Those people didn't know its value, which is why I could take it so easily. After sighing in admiration, Sumo started crafting. Silently, a workbench about the size of a large desk on Earth appeared in the pitch-black, unplaced space. With a thought, there was a rumble, and the heavy workbench was placed by the wall inside the research center. This, the workbench, whose crafting materials had looked utterly ordinary, delivered Sumo a massive shock the moment it appeared. The beaker that had originally been only a single one had now, after being integrated into the workbench's crafting materials, directly expanded into a complete large set of glassware. Distillation, extraction, separation, refining, cutting, welding. After fiddling with the glass equipment a bit, a wave of unfamiliar information was instantly transmitted over. Closing his eyes and spending 3 to 5 seconds, Sumo accepted the information and immediately gained some understanding of how to use the workbench. Squatting on the ground and exerting a little force, Sumo easily pulled up a work arm about half a person's height from beneath the workbench. A few complex-looking electrical wires were mixed into the work arm. After trying to fiddle with it a couple of times, Sumo returned to the power room and cut off the electricity, then lowered his head and connected the workbench's wiring to the shelter's main circuit. After turning on the workbench's power, a teeth-aching buzzing sound came over. The heavy workbench began its self-check. After the work arm below was powered on, it started swaying shakily before finally locking onto the side edge of the workbench. Moving a stool in front of the workbench, Sumo's mind stirred, and inwardly he called the system to check the workbench's detailed attributes. Workbench excellent. Description: when the player uses the workbench, efficiency increases by 10%, focus increases by 10%, and success rate increases by 10%. Special ability: when handcrafting items with the workbench, the item's grade will automatically be adjusted according to the player's crafting level, crafting technique, and the workbench's grade. The maximum cannot exceed the workbench's grade by 1 level, and the minimum will not be lower than the workbench's grade. Upgrade Path 1. Upgrade the workbench's 3 core bonus attributes, improve the completeness of the workbench's tools, and reduce power consumption during use. Requires survival points, 525. Upgrade Path 2. Upgrade the workbench's grade by 1 level, improve the workbench's working methods, and enhance the quality of the workbench's materials. Requires survival points, 720. Upgrade Path 3. Upgrade the workbench's grade by 1 level, upgrade the workbench's special ability by 1 level, and gain a chance to add a second special trait to the workbench technology side. Requires survival points, 6,550. Evaluation: workbench. Hand-rubbed nuclear bomb. Is this reasonable? This is totally reasonable. It actually gave 3 upgrade methods. Looks like among the entire base. The workbench is the object with the most upgrade potential. Carefully examining the pros and cons of the 3 upgrade methods, sparks of thought kept colliding back and forth in Sumo's mind. The workbench should originally have been of ordinary grade, but after I added 2 excellent item components, it directly reached the excellent grade. If the items made directly by the game panel were ungraded items, then as long as something could be crafted on the workbench, it had at least entered the graded tier, in other words, excellent quality. He just didn't know whether it would gain any special abilities, and if he used the system to raise the workbench's attributes to perfect, then maybe even a shovel he casually made by hand would at least be perfect grade. Once he figured that out, Sumo was overjoyed. He quickly brought over 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of iron. Out of all the items, the iron axe looked like the easiest to make. He just had to saw off a piece from the iron block, then figure out a way to hammer it into an iron plate and attach it to a wooden handle. That would make a qualified iron axe. Walking to the shelter's power room, Sumo first switched on the generator. After confirming its output was stable, he changed the shelter's power supply over to the generator. The cutting and welding functions of the mechanical arm would definitely consume a lot of energy. A single 400 amp-hour lithium iron phosphate battery definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. After opening the monster handbook and scanning once, then turning on the television to scout the area within 1 kilometer of the shelter and confirming there were no enemies nearby, Sumo finally relaxed. He put on a raincoat and came to the workbench. The workbench, made entirely of wood and iron, looked extremely solid and heavy. Circling around to the left side, Sumo pressed the workbench's startup self-check button. The red indicator light began flashing. 3 seconds later, it turned into a delightful green. The mechanical arm fixed along the side of the workbench also began its self-check sequence. After shaking for a few seconds, the arm gradually unfolded, revealing a space where a person could slide an arm inside. Sitting down, Sumo tried extending his right arm into it. Ha! The mechanical arm gave a crisp snap, as if it had detected the pressure sensor activating. Then it slowly closed, perfectly enclosing his entire right arm inside. He tried moving the arm, now wrapped in steel, and all Sumo felt was smoothness and power. The electric drive greatly reduced the weight of the mechanical arm, making it so his arm could barely feel any pressure from it at all. Looking at the turbine, the welding tool, and another piece of equipment that looked like some kind of burner attached to his hand, Sumo raised his arm toward the wall, shook his head, and sighed. Sorry, I am Iron Man. Feeling the steel contours and the wide variety of tools mounted on it, Sumo's heart surged with bold ambition. The human body was far too fragile. I just hope I can hold on until the day I build a Gundam battlesuit. The direction of future personal combat power would definitely have to develop toward mecha, and that day, in this post-apocalyptic wasteland, would not be far away. Putting away his fantasies, Sumo used the convenience of his storage space to move 1 unit of iron and 1 unit of wood onto the tabletop. He tried pressing the cutter button on the left side of the workbench with his left hand, and a screeching zila-zila sound immediately rang out. The saw wheel on his right hand began rotating at low speed. After pressing the button again, the saw wheel sped up. When he pressed it to the 3rd setting, it cycled back to low speed again. After experimenting for a bit, Sumo switched to low speed and reached the saw wheel toward the iron block. Sida. A burst of dazzling sparks crackled out and struck the visor of the raincoat with a sharp snap. The blinding light made Sumo's eyes sting painfully. It was his first time using this kind of cutter. Without any experience, all Sumo felt was tears streaming from the irritation in his eyes. Like he was about to cry. What a pain. I forgot people always wear a face shield when cutting. I need to get myself some sunglasses. Taking off the mechanical arm, he repeatedly wiped the stinging tears from his eyes. Then Sumo went to the utility room and pulled out the cola he had gotten earlier and couldn't bear to drink. He took the cola and walked over to Oreo, who was still faithfully holding his post, and fed Oreo a few sips. Then Sumo chugged the rest of the cola in one go. Carefully peeling off and putting aside the label on the cola bottle, Sumo took out the machete he had obtained from the ruins and began working on the bottle. Under the sharp blade, the resistance of the plastic was basically negligible. With just a little force, Sumo cut off the bottleneck and also sliced the cola bottle fully into 2 halves. Carefully using the tip of the blade to trace out 2 island shapes on the bottle, he picked them up and bent them a little. Just like that. 2 crude sunglass lenses made from the cola bottle were freshly produced. He grabbed some tape and stuck the 2 lenses onto the eye area of the raincoat. Then Sumo focused and called up the system, and the raincoat's attributes popped up. Powerful raincoat description, a 1-piece raincoat with strong waterproof capabilities. It has weak protective ability and heat insulation ability. Upgrade directions: material 20, wind resistance 30, UV and infrared resistance 108, heat insulation 15. Introduction: boys must wear their raincoats properly and protect themselves. Okay. Upgrade UV and infrared resistance. As soon as the words fell, 2 survival points were deducted. The taped-on sunglass lenses began to melt away, gradually fusing together with the visor. After putting the raincoat back on, Sumo sat before the workbench and continued the unfinished task from earlier. The intense light and sparks sprayed out by the cutter lost all their power beneath the improved visor. An excellent grade workbench had extremely strong bonus attributes when it came to crafting items. The iron block, which looked sturdy, was like a scallion under a knife in front of the cutter's low speed setting. It sliced down with almost no resistance. After carefully dividing one unit of iron into 5 small portions, Suemo set the other 4 on the ground and began trying to heat the iron piece. The arc welder on his right hand suddenly sprayed out high heat onto the iron. Visible to the naked eye, the iron quickly changed color and turned red hot. He quickly switched off the arc welder, and a hammer popped out. Suemo swung his arm and pounded down on the heated iron. With the assistance of the machine, he hammered for a full minute before finally stopping. By now, the iron had already taken on the initial shape of an iron axe head. Although it couldn't compare to the system's mold-like manufacturing, for a first-timer, being able to make it to this level was no easy feat, luckily. The manufacturing tools on the workbench were pretty effective at processing materials. Otherwise, just heating the iron with the arc welder would have taken forever. Pressing the air jet button and quickly cooling the iron axe, Suemo moved the iron piece aside, brought up the wood, and started sawing and polishing it with the cutter. Before long, a smooth axe handle was born. After trying to shape the lower edge of the iron piece to the same size as the top end of the wood, he locked the wooden handle into the workbench as clamp. The mechanical arm applied a bit of force. A brand new iron axe was freshly made. Then, turning the cutter sideways, Sumo used the blade to complete the sharpening work and successfully gave the axe an edge. Making an iron axe isn't that hard after all. As expected of me, taking off the mechanical arm and releasing the clamp, Suemo reached in and picked up the iron axe, which was still giving off the smell of worked iron. The axe handle was smooth, although it wasn't as refined as one made by the game panel. In terms of diameter and length, it was exactly the kind of handy size Suemo liked. As for the axe, since it was the first time forging one, the thickness on both sides was uneven, with the left side slightly higher. But with that chilling, razor-sharp axe blade, absolutely no one would doubt its power. Focusing his mind and calling up the system, Suemo looked at the stats of the forged axe and instantly froze in shock. Iron axe, excellent. Description, an iron axe forged by the conscientious craftsman Suemo. The materials are solid, and although the workmanship is rough, for some unknown reason, it has been raised to excellent quality. Special effects. 1. Sharpness +1. 2. When chopping trees, there's a small chance of triggering a critical hit. Sharpness +3. Evaluation. This. Could this be the legendary Falling Sakura Divine Axe? That's all. It actually had 2 affixes, and it was a 2-affix weapon I forged with my own hands. Staring blankly at the axe in his hand, Suemo couldn't help but pull out the axe he had crafted earlier through the game panel from his storage space and compare the two. The handmade axe looked extremely rough. No matter how you looked at it, it couldn't compare to the mass-produced assembly line axe made by the game. But when Suemo brought the 2 axe blades close together, he discovered something strange. Although the blade made through the game crafting panel looked chillingly sharp, it didn't possess the slightest trace of anything extraordinary. The handmade blade, however, occasionally flickered with a glimmer of flowing light, as if it had divine assistance. Pulling out the leftover scraps from making the axe handle earlier, Suemo used the axes one by one to chop at the wooden board. With the game-made axe, he could clearly feel the resistance the moment it came down. Only after Suemo put more force into it did it finally chop out a notch. However, the handmade axe cut like it was slicing tofu. With a flash of cold light, it directly shaved off a corner of the wood. Holy crap, with this thing, I could chop down 50 damn trees in one day. Unable to suppress the shock in his heart, Suemo blurted out a curse. Even now, he still couldn't understand why a casually handmade axe could be this insane. Looks like handcrafting really is a man's romance. Game panel manufacturing will eventually be eliminated. Besides, the most important thing about handcrafting was that it didn't cost points. After trying the workbench, the game panel that used to charge 1 point just to make something instantly felt unbearably disgusting. Whoever entered the electrical age first, whoever had the better workbench, whoever had the higher handcrafting skill, those people would get the better equipment. Likewise, for certain master machinists, the workbench was even more like giving a tiger wings. An extremely fair setting. There was no such nonsense as using some random blueprint to instantly make an epic divine weapon. If you wanted good equipment, then study the blueprint properly and forge it yourself by hand. Walking over to the water bucket, Suemo scooped out a cup of nether energy water and drank it. Only then did his excited emotions calm down a little. Equipment of excellent quality is already this strong. If I can forge fine quality, that'd probably be even more terrifying. Now that he had figured out the purpose of the workbench, Suemo quickly returned to it and swiftly entered the zone. Next, He was going to make a whole series of simple tools and completely phase out all the normal quality ones previously made by the game panel. Out of all the items, Suemo first chose the iron shovel, which was easier to make than the other tools. Screech, screech. Wearing his raincoat, Suemo instantly looked like a master craftsman possessed, sitting at the workbench in total concentration. Sparks from the cutter shot forward, and amid the harsh noise, the iron block was rounded, flattened, and pinched into an irregular little square. After the cutting was finished, he paused for a moment. Then Suemo took the irregular little square to the center and began heating, forging, and hammering it. Under the immense force of the mechanical arm, the square gradually changed shape. The familiar outline of a shovel head began to take form under the heavy pounding of the work arm. Compared to last time, Suemo was now much more practiced, hammering the shovel head into a more even thickness. After finishing the shovel head, he set it aside to cool. Taking out 2 units of wood, Suemo this time made a full 10 wooden sticks of varying lengths as spares. Fixing one slightly longer wooden stick into the slot, he picked up the cooled shovel head from the side and pressed it on. A handmade version of the iron shovel was freshly born. Calling up the system and pulling up its attributes, Suemo took one glance and happily laughed. Iron shovel, fine. Description: an iron shovel forged by the conscientious craftsman Suemo. The materials are solid, and the workmanship is average, but for some unknown reason, it has been raised to fine quality. Special effects: 1. Sharpness +1. 2. Labor saving +1. 2. When digging soil, there is a small chance of triggering a critical hit. Soil resistance greatly reduced for 20 seconds. Evaluation: your special talent for digging holes to bury people caused fortune to bless you when making this iron shovel. Once I make an iron pickaxe too, I'll go try digging the sulfur mine at the entrance. Then I can handcraft an AK-47. TSK. Just thinking about it feels amazing. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, after a little over half an hour, Suemo made another iron pickaxe. Unfortunately, just like the system description said, unless his luck exploded, with an excellent workbench, most things it could produce would also be of excellent quality. This iron pickaxe was excellent quality as well. It didn't trigger the workbench as critical effect and reach fine quality. After finishing the 3 tools, Suemo turned off the workbench as power and went to the energy room to check the consumption. Not bad. It only used about 7 kilowatt hours of electricity. That level of consumption is acceptable for now. Maybe when I have time, I could try making some high-quality crossbow bolts. After shutting off the generator as required to let it rest and switching to battery power, Suemo returned to the shelter living room, drank a big cup of nether energy water, and started putting on his equipment. Oreo hurried over from the side, signaling that she wanted to go out too. Lowering himself, Suemo smiled, rubbed Oreo's dog head, and said gently, "Be good. Watch this person for me. I'm just going outside to dig up some stone and bring it back. I'm not going far, and I'll be back soon." Hearing that Suemo wasn't going out to play, Oreo flattened her dog mouth, wagged her hairless little tail, and lay back down in a pitiful manner. Seeing Oreo like this, then looking at the kobold in the corner that already seemed to have fallen asleep, Suemo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Huskies were supposed to be extremely energetic dogs, but Oreo's recent behavior had been very unusual. She often lay down to rest as soon as she was full, and he had no idea what was going on. Shaking his head and tossing these stray thoughts to the back of his mind, Suemo came to the Command and Operations Center and turned on the television to scout the nearby situation. After more than a day of acid rain, all living things were reviving. These terrifying poisons that humans desperately avoided were, to plants, precious nectar. The grass that had originally been yellow and withered had already started turning green. Zooming in on the shrub forest where he had buried the kobold squad, he found no footprints at all. After rotating the view in a circle, however, Suemo saw that beside the acid rain lake, which had already taken shape, there were actually 2 chicken-like creatures leisurely drinking water. What are those? The acid rain isn't corroding them? Zooming in further, Suemo stared dumbfounded as the 2 wasteland chickens guzzled the water from the acid rain lake with happy little gulping sounds, looking completely content. Feathers the same earthy yellow as the wasteland, with a tiny red tuft decorating the top of its head. Beneath its 2 slightly larger wings was tender pink flesh. Brown little beak, pitch black eyes, other than its claws being a bit bigger than chickens on Earth. The rest of it was basically the same as a hen from the countryside. Calling up the game panel, he tapped into the scan section of the monster encyclopedia. With a thought, he used today as first chance. Detected 2 desolate feather chickens 114 meters from the player. Danger level, 12. Please proceed with caution. Today's remaining scans, 23. Desolate feather chicken? Opening the encyclopedia, Suemo quickly found the stats for this wasteland creature. Desolate feather chicken. A wasteland creature with extremely weak aggression. It has very strong digestive abilities, can resist food toxicity below the intermediate level, and possesses decent mobility. Once it determines its nest, it will not easily relocate unless subjected to extremely strong external force or attacked by a natural enemy. It often settles near water sources. Weakness, extremely afraid of high-pitched sounds. Once exposed to them, it will collapse to the ground and be unable to move. Danger level, 12. Good lord, aren't you basically here to deliver eggs to me? After confirming again and again that these two desolate feather chickens had already settled near the acid rain lake, Mo excitedly turned off the TV and headed straight for the back door to meet his new neighbors. How could neighbors be so distant? My shelter is warm in winter and cool in summer. How could living out in the wild possibly be more comfortable than coming inside? Following the low tunnel, hunching his body, Mo quickly made his way to the end, pushed open the small stone door, and crawled out. The two desolate feather chickens in the distance also noticed Mo, this uninvited guest. He had to admit they were pretty bold. They only clucked a few times and didn't move at all. Hi, hello, I'm your neighbor, Mo. Slowing his steps, Mo gradually approached the two desolate feather chickens. He moved very slowly, and the chickens showed no violent reaction at all, unless absolutely necessary. Mo didn't want to use an overly enthusiastic method to invite his two new neighbors into the shelter to live happy lives. However, Mo had still underestimated his own charm. When the distance between him and the desolate feather chickens was down to about 30 meters, with a rip, the two chickens suddenly started running as if they had discovered treasure. Their target was not the distance. It was Mo. Their huge feet gave the desolate feather chickens a speed no less than that of a human young adult sprinting. In just 3 to 5 seconds, they had run right up to Mo's feet. The two cute little chickens sat side by side, staring at Mo with shining eyes. Huh, has my handsomeness transcended species now? That is way too immersive, isn't it? Touching his face, Mo looked utterly dumbfounded. But when Mo took another look, he discovered that the place the two desolate feather chickens were looking at wasn't his face, but a small wet stain on the clothes beneath his raincoat. Huh, did the psionic water attract them? With a trace of doubt, Mo took out the bottle of psionic water from his storage space. He loosened the cap just a little. As the scent of the psionic water spread out, the desire in the eyes of the two desolate feather chickens became even more obvious. Their human-like, pleading expressions were almost heartbreaking to look at. After thinking for a moment, Mo took out a small wooden board. Lowering himself, he poured a little water from the bottle onto the board. The two chickens hurried over at once and began drinking with crunchy little pecks. The sweet taste of the psionic water brought a trace of bliss to both of their chicken faces. He poured some, and they drank some. Then he poured a little more, and the two desolate feather chickens lowered their heads again and pecked fiercely several times. They drank a full, roughly 100 milliliters before finally lifting their heads, signaling that they were full. Their appetites aren't big. But why do the way they're looking at me feel so weird? After tightening the cap and putting the bottle of psionic water back into his storage space, Mo looked at the desolate feather chickens again and suddenly discovered that there was a trace of something in their eyes. Trust. Why trust? Mo tried taking 2 steps, and the two desolate feather chickens followed with 2 steps. Mo then tried jogging a few steps, and the two desolate feather chickens also jogged a few steps behind him. It was just like having pets in an RPG game. After drinking the psionic water, the two desolate feather chickens seemed to have been programmed with an auto-follow command. Mo walked a full circle around the sand dune and returned to the front door. The two desolate feather chickens also came right to the front door without missing a beat. It was as if they had already identified Mo as their own and weren't afraid at all that he might harm them. Was it supposed to be that they wouldn't change their nests easily? Are you sure you're not just clingy little followers who forget home the moment you see someone? Looking at the tagalongs behind him, Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Returning by the original route to the shelter's back door, Mo walked inside, and the two desolate feather chickens followed him in. Oreo inside had already smelled the unfamiliar scent and immediately rushed to the back door, barking wildly. However, when she saw the two new companions had joined them, uncontrollable ecstasy appeared on her oddly human-like dog face. No way, right? A desolate feather chicken shouldn't get played to death by Oreo, should it? The look in Oreo's eyes was so wicked that Mo couldn't help thinking of all those classic scenes from meme gifs in his previous life, with dogs of all sizes teasing chickens. Lowering his head, Mo pretended to tease Oreo and got her rolling on the ground and acting spoiled. As he petted Oreo, Mo acted like he was checking whether there were fleas on her belly. In reality, his eyes were darting around quickly as he took a look underneath Oreo. Oreo's a girl. That's a relief. Huh, Oreo's actually a girl? Those two thoughts appeared one after the other in Mo's mind. No wonder Oreo had looked so gloomy these past few days. I heard girls seem to have a few days like that every month. That's right. Having found a reason for Oreo's sluggishness, Mo was instantly in a great mood. He quickly directed Oreo to sit off to the side first, so she wouldn't scare the new neighbors. You, the one with slightly redder feathers, with that look. I'll call you Big Spark. You, the one with lighter feathers, I'll call you Little Spark. After giving names to the two desolate feather chickens, one taller and one shorter, one redder and one paler, Sumo took out an extra small basin, filled it with a basin of psionic water, and placed it in the crop and livestock room, which currently covered almost 50 square meters. The moment the two desolate feather chickens saw the basin of psionic water, their eyes went straight. As Sumo placed it in the corner, Big Spark and Little Spark hurried over and lay down nearby, looking as if they would defend their territory to the death. Yeah, did they fix this as their nest already? They really are easy to fool. Seeing the burning look in Oreo's eyes, Sumo had no choice but to pick Oreo up around the waist and carry her out of the livestock room. I'm warning you, Oreo. You can play with Big Spark and Little Spark, but you are absolutely not allowed to bully them. They're new members of our base. Held in his arms, Oreo became incredibly shy. It was her first time enjoying Sumo's embrace. For a moment, she buried her dog head in Sumo's chest and kept rubbing against him. Whimpering sounds came from her mouth. Then I'll take that as your default. Watch the house well. I still have to go out and dig coal to feed you. Carrying Oreo back to the corner where the kobold had collapsed, Sumo straightened his clothes. If you wanted to survive in the wasteland, it wasn't just about having enough strength. Sometimes you needed a little luck too, like the acid rain lake that had come about by accident because of the drainage ditch. He had originally thought it would be a bottleneck for the Shelter S development, but now, by a strange twist of fate, it had brought him two wild feather chickens. What had originally been a shelter with only one man and one dog now had two new companions. As for the coming disaster, Sumo felt even more confident. There were still 13 days left. No rush. As long as no monsters came to attack, I already have a 70% chance of making it through this disaster. But that's not enough. I have to take first place in the global shelter rankings and get more disaster points. Only then can I maintain my overwhelming lead in personal standing. Repeating those thoughts several times in his heart, Sumo's expression grew even calmer and more resolute. He pushed open the Shelter S front door. For the first time, Sumo stepped into the reconstructed front passageway. At present, the shelter still hadn't evolved enough to afford turning the passageway into the prototype of a barbican, but the design had already left space for firing holes. Taking advantage of the residual effect from upgrading the shelter to stone, even the passageway leading outside had been automatically upgraded to stone by the game panel. Touching the finger-sized firing holes in the stone wall, Sumo was filled with emotion. A structure like this, if you were alone, without the convenience of the game's upgrades, with nothing but brute strength, it would be absolutely impossible to build. This was the crystallization of civilization, something that could only be produced by the combined effort of many people. As a form of support for individuals, the survival game had brought lone wolf players more than enough convenience. He pushed open the second door, then the outermost one. Under the tunnel effect, a gust of fresh air rushed in. After observing the depth of the passageway, Sumo came to a conclusion about how much the base had sunk after this reconstruction. If my underground base before was only built just beneath the surface, then this time it has gone a full 5 meters underground. Adding the floor height, the shelter floor should be around 10 meters below ground level. After making a rough estimate, he shut the door and walked toward the shrub forest. The schedule was tight. Not a second could be wasted. It was time to mine the nearby sulfur deposit. According to recorded documents, this kind of natural mineral, once discovered, had already been called sulfur as early as biblical times. In ancient Egyptian and Greek records, sulfur was used as medicine and for fumigation. Early mining involved miners working in volcanic regions, such as Sicily, and even until the 20th century, sulfur could also be found atop salt domes. Generally speaking, sulfur deposits appeared either in volcanic areas or salt mound regions. This terrain doesn't look like a place that should produce sulfur at all. So resources really are just buried randomly, huh? Or maybe there was volcanic activity here before this place was dropped in. Carefully scraping through the dirt on the ground, Sumo found tiny bits of sulfur or that looked just like gravel. Normally, if you didn't inspect it closely or didn't know there was a mineral deposit here, you would never think it was sulfur. You'd only take it for colorful little stones. Following the terrain, Sumo used his footsteps to measure the distribution range of the sulfur fragments. There were traces of it across an area of nearly 100 meters. After making a circle around the place, he found a small slope with no trees and slightly higher ground. Sumo pulled out his fine-quality shovel and started digging. Good lord, can a fine-quality shovel really be this much stronger than a normal one? A flash of flowing light passed over the iron shovel. On the very first dig, it actually triggered a critical hit, greatly reducing the soil's resistance for 20 seconds. With one shovelful, it was almost like scooping tofu. Sumo dug out a load of dirt with hardly any effort at all. As the soil came out, Sumo rummaged through it a bit. confirmed there were sulfur fragments inside, and began digging in earnest. Digging pits was a technical job too. If you simply dug straight downward, unstable surrounding structure could easily cause a collapse and bury someone alive. When Suemo was little, he had personally seen someone back in his rural hometown digging a cellar. Before the pit had even reached 2 meters deep, the surrounding soil structure collapsed. By the time the nearby neighbors noticed, that person had already been buried beneath the dirt, his mouth and nose covered, and had suffocated alive in a small pit less than 2 meters deep. Because of that, Suemo chose the safest method, step-style excavation. It sacrificed a bit of efficiency, but it was much safer. Under the blazing sun, shovelful after shovelful of dirt piled up to one side, along with Suemo's movements. Forging the iron shovel had taken nearly half a day, but at this moment, Suemo felt it had been completely worth it. The shovel's efficiency bonus was terrifying, and that critical hit was even more ridiculous. It could stack time limitlessly. That meant as long as he kept digging nonstop, he could keep triggering the effect. When there were no mechanical tools for excavation, having this iron shovel was practically equivalent to half a small excavator. There's no sulfur gas venting out from underground either, so how exactly did this sulfur deposit form? After digging to about 1 meter deep, the shovel gradually started meeting resistance, and clinking sounds rang out as the blade struck the ground. Squatting down, Suemo brushed away the surface dirt with his hand and immediately discovered yellow-brown sulfur ore. There were tiny pores on the surface of the sulfur ore, indicating that sulfur gas was escaping. Putting the shovel back into his storage space, Suemo took out his excellent quality iron pickaxe instead. Iron pickaxe, excellent. Description: an iron shovel forged by the conscientious craftsman Suemo. The materials are solid, and the workmanship is rough, but for some unknown reason, it was upgraded to excellent quality. Special effects: 1. Sharpness +1. 2. When mining ore, there's a small chance to trigger a critical hit. Ores with strength lower than 5 will shatter. Evaluation: too bad at ISNT, that enviable golden pickaxe. He pulled out the mineral water bottle filled with nether energy water and took 2 big gulps to recover his strength. Then Suemo raised the iron pickaxe and struck hard at the yellow ore on the ground. A pleasantly satisfying sound rang out. The fairly hard yellow sulfur ore on the ground instantly shattered into scattered small chunks. Lowering his head, Suemo silently ordered his storage space to absorb them, and all the ore fragments on the ground were immediately collected into it. Oh ho, this efficiency really is high enough. Looks like mining for 1 hour should be enough for me to use for a long time. Looking over the amount of sulfur fragments he had stored away, Suemo formed a rough estimate in his mind. When a shatter effect triggered, a single critical hit could yield about 20 kilograms of sulfur ore. Without a massive demand for firearm ammunition or gunpowder, digging out about half a ton would be more than enough. Clang, clang. The blazing sun that had risen in the east slowly began to descend toward the west with the passing of time. Every 5 minutes of digging, Suemo had to lift his head, climb out of the pit, and sweep his surroundings to check for signs of mutated creatures. Gradually, the sun finally reached the edge of the sky. A streak of sunset light spilled down over the vast land, tinting the earth with a touch of sulfur yellow as well. All right, this is enough digging for now. If I use it all up later, I can always come back and dig more. There's nowhere to store too much of this stuff anyway. Raising his head, Suemo looked at the sky and stopped what he was doing. At this point, inside the 2 cubic meter storage space, the remaining room was almost completely filled with sulfur ore. Judging by the refining efficiency, he would be short on sulfur for a long time. Climbing out of the pit, Suemo patted the dirt off his raincoat and began filling the excavated soil back in. Sulfur, without a source, would gradually dissipate, and burying it in soil could also extend the preservation time of the sulfur ore. The small mound that had originally been dug out became flat ground again after being covered up. After making a mark, Suemo turned and headed back to the shelter. Compared to the heat outside, the sunken shelter felt more like a cool cellar. The moment he entered the entrance tunnel, most of the heat was cut off. Only after stepping into the interior of the shelter did the temperature rise a little again. When will these days of not being able to bathe finally end? Standing in the weapons and equipment room, Suemo took off his raincoat. Looking at the undershirt that had already turned yellow from being soaked in sweat, his face was full of misery. Using psionic water to wash clothes was the kind of beastly thing he still couldn't bear to do. The hoarding talent buried deep in every Huaxia person's genes. Even though he had already stockpiled around 20 liters of psionic water by now, Suemo only dared to wet a rag with a bit of water to wipe his face in the mornings. What the hell was this? This world had dropped tens of billions of Earth humans in all at once, yet not a single one had been placed near a water source. He could only wait until the blizzard came before he could stockpile large amounts of ordinary water. Smacking his lips, Suemo once again drank the remaining psionic water in the mineral water bottle in one gulp. Only then did the burning sensation in his throat ease considerably. A strange survival world. This was a fact everyone had discovered over the past few days. These mutated creatures seemed to have fallen from the sky, just like humans had. Because there was no water source, large numbers of creatures had already started dying of thirst in the wild. Aside from a few animals that could survive by drinking acid rain, basically most mutated creatures could only kill each other and live on blood. Not a single place had been found with a freshwater source. It was as if the world had deleted the setting of water sources, or to put it more bluntly, had never added the option for water sources at all. If humans wanted water, aside from opening treasure chests, they could only rely on certain scientific methods, such as putting a plastic bag over a leafy young branch. The transpiration from the leaves would produce condensed water, or digging a small pit in relatively damp ground, placing a water-collecting container in the center of the bottom, and suspending a sheet of plastic film over the pit in an arc. Light energy would raise the temperature of the damp soil and air inside the pit, causing evaporation and producing water vapor. When the vapor touched the cooler plastic film, it would condense into droplets and slide down into the container. Both of these methods could barely scrape together enough water to sustain life. These collection methods had also been shared by most people and gradually became widespread. It was just that because of shipping costs. Even if some people had extra water on hand, they still couldn't trade it away. For some reason, even if I make a second well device, the system still can't upgrade it. Just like how the raincoat couldn't be upgraded without being placed in the wardrobe, the same went for the well. Shaking his head and throwing these strange thoughts to the back of his mind, Su-mo began checking the gains from this trip out. The warehouse used for storing miscellaneous items was already piled with nearly half its space and supplies. After Su-mo moved all the sulfur ore out, the miscellaneous storage room finally looked properly stocked. A faint foul smell wafted from the surface of the ore. Touching the powdery yellow substance on the ore, Sumo lowered his head, picked out a smaller chunk, and walked to the workbench. Refining sulfur ore was an extremely simple process. He only needed to place the sulfur-bearing mineral, which currently looked to have fairly decent purity, into a distillation flask and heat it. When it reached around 200 degrees Celsius, he could use a filter screen to remove the impurities that still hadn't melted, ensuring purity. After filtering, he would continue heating the remaining material, stirring during the heating process so the remaining impurities would continue to evaporate and be filtered out. Once the temperature reached 400 degrees, sulfur gas would begin to evaporate. By collecting that evaporated sulfur gas and then cooling it until it solidified, he could obtain relatively pure sulfur. In ancient times, the reason they had not developed gunpowder, this great killing weapon, much earlier was because extracting pure sulfur was rather difficult. However, with the current workbench, extraction would not be a problem at all. Returning to the power room, he connected the generator, went to the workbench, and pressed the self-check button. After the red and green indicator lights finished the self-check and turned green, Su-mo put on the mechanical arms and began operating the refinement process. The workbench had already been fitted with a complete set of refining tools. Using the mechanical arms, he crushed the sulfur ore into powder, pulled over the refining container, and poured it in until it was about 2/3 full. Then Su-mo began operating according to the required steps. This refining process only required the basic chemistry lab knowledge from high school to accomplish easily. The experiment module had an excellent grade electric heating nozzle, and its heating efficiency was very high. Before long, it reached the required temperature for the initial filtering step. After shaking it a few times and filtering it through the mesh, Su-mo began heating it again. This time, there were already far fewer impurities being filtered out, and he easily filtered it once more. Only when the temperature rose to 400 degrees did strands of yellow gas begin to drift out. Opening the valve, the yellow gas flowed through the tube into the condenser pipe at the side. As time passed, more and more yellow crystalline powder began to form, then slid through the condenser pipe into the beaker set to the side for collection. The experimental vessels on the workbench came with laboratory bonuses, increasing collection efficiency and heating speed. After finishing the entire process, Su-mo estimated the diesel generator's fuel consumption. It had probably taken less than 20 minutes in total. Sulfur, excellent. Description: high-purity sulfur crystals distilled by the craftsman Su-mo. The process was rigorous and followed scientific principles. For some unknown reason, its grade was raised to the excellent level. Special ability: burns more thoroughly. When added to certain items, it produces greater power. Looking at the beaker filled with roughly 300 grams of sulfur, Su-mo clapped his hands in satisfaction. Sulfur was a somewhat delicate substance. It was flammable and had to be stored in a cool place. He took out a small wooden cup, put all the refined sulfur into it, then covered it with a lid. After glancing around the possible storage spots, Su-mo finally decided to place it in the secondary bedroom, which no one was living in at the moment. After a full day of hard work, the harvest was plentiful. Now, this enormous shelter finally had a bit of life in it. There was Oreo, there were the kobolds, and there were also the two Sparkflame wild feather chicks. Big Spark and Little Spark. Speaking of those two little things, why haven't they come out? Curious, Su-Mo walked to the crop cultivation and livestock room. In the corner, he found Big Spark and Little Spark. The two little chicks looked extremely tired, leaning against each other and lying obediently on the dirt of the culture medium. A few young Napa cabbages that had just started sprouting were crushed all crooked by the two wild feathered chickens, struggling to survive. These two little guys really know how to pick a place to sleep. Huh? They ran right under the sunlight to nap, and almost crushed all my vegetables. After staring for a while, Su-Mo felt both amused and helpless. He grabbed the little flame tufts on top of the two chicks' heads and set them down on the ground. Huh, what is this? Under the spot where the two wild feather chickens had been lying, Su-Mo found a few crystal-like strips. There weren't many of them, maybe 7 or 8, scattered evenly through the growing medium. Focusing his attention, he called up the system and looked over them. Wild feather chicken droppings. Description: a natural fertilizer produced by the wasteland creature wild feather chicken after drinking water rich in activity. It has the characteristic of being odorless with a fresh fragrance. Function: catalyzes plant growth, maintains plant vitality, and greatly increases plant survival rate. Evaluation: with golden fertilizer, wheat yield hits 1800 gene per moo. One bag is worth 2 when spread. Good stuff. I thought they were just 2 egg-laying chickens, but it turns out they're natural fertilizer too. Still, judging by how exhausted they looked after pooping, it really seemed to take a lot out of them. Looking at Big Spark and Little Spark lying flat on the ground like they were half dead after being set down, Su-Mo curiously poked Little Spark. In return, you got a weak little coo. Maybe they're hungry? Wasteland creatures really are strange. Oreo looks like a husky, but he eats basically anything. Who knows what these two wild feather chickens usually eat? Walking to the inner side, Su-Mo looked at the remaining nether energy water in the basin, nodded, and wandered over to the place where the living supplies were stored. After spending half the day as a miner, Su-Mo picked through his supplies and decided to make something good for dinner tonight. The sand wolves left over from earlier hunts were piled in the corner of the storage space. After taking them out, a bloody smell hit him in the face. He found a relatively fat sand wolf, cut off several larger chunks of meat, put the rest back, and came to the stove. Sand wolf meat had very little fat and was tough and dry. So for the cooking method, Su-Mo chose the very unhealthy option, deep frying. After cleaning the blood off the sand wolf meat, he sliced all the meat into even pieces, rubbed them with salt, sprinkled on crushed black pepper, and pressed the seasoning in. He poured out a little flour and coated the sand wolf meat with it. Then opened up the spicy strips from earlier and evenly spread the chili oil inside over the flour coating before finally covering it with a basin. While it marinated, he opened the stove, cleaned it out, lit the fire, and added oil. When the oil reached about 70% heat, he dropped in the sand wolf meat. The moment the vegetable oil met the sand wolf meat, a crackling sound rang out, and at the same time a rich, greasy aroma rushed at him. Once the sand wolf meat had been fried to a golden color on both sides, Su-Mo quickly pulled away the firewood and scooped out all the fried patties. Without the heat source, the vegetable oil in the pot began to cool. He waited until the oil had completely cooled down, then picked up the arowana oil jug and poured most of the oil back into it, leaving only a thin layer at the bottom. Then he took out about 1 gene of biscuits, poured them into the remaining oil, and stir-fried them. The biscuits were already crisp and fragrant, but under the stimulation of the vegetable oil, they released an even stranger and more tempting aroma. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, being able to eat such unhealthy, greasy food was truly a rare kind of happiness. After finishing the meal, Su-Mo turned around, ready to call the little guys over to eat, only to discover in astonishment that the 2 wild feather chickens, who had been playing dead just a moment ago, were now already sitting neatly in front of the stove. You 3 little guys, so you're all starving, huh? Under the soft light, Big Spark and Little Spark stared fixedly at the fried biscuit bits in Su-Mo's hand. As for Oreo at the side, drool had already pooled all over the floor. He was holding his food bowl in his mouth, his gaze moving back and forth with a basin of fried meat patties in Su-Mo's hand. Huff, huff, whine a whoop. Seeing that Su-Mo still wasn't giving him any food, Oreo got so anxious that he spun in circles on the ground, looking utterly wronged. Easy there. Everyone get to share. Signaling for Oreo to put down his food bowl, Su-Mo poured in a little less than half a bowl of biscuits and added 2 meat patties. Then he scooped out a small half portion of biscuits, crushed them into bits in a bowl, and placed it in front of Big Spark and Little Spark. A sweet and fragrant dinner was ready. At Su-Mo's command, they happily started eating. The crispy fragrance of the oil bits and biscuits crashed together in his mouth, and the sand wolf meat, which had originally been tough and dry, had become unbelievably tender after frying, so delicious it almost made him want to swallow his tongue. After a big bite of meat patty and then a mouthful of nether energy water, Su-Mo felt like his whole body had opened up. Huh, I feel like I forgot something. Forget it, I'll think about it after eating. Shaking his head and tossing the strange thought to the back of his mind, Su-Mo focused once more on the lavish dinner in front of him. Tonight, he was going to eat his fill, then go do something major he had been thinking about for 2 whole days. The nights in the wasteland always carried a different kind of beauty. In this wasteland world, so different from Earth's environment, there was just the sun and a moon. There were even stars. Under a night scene like this, it was hard to imagine that in just a little over 10 days, a blizzard would be arriving. Full and satisfied, Sumo rarely put on all his gear, brought Oreo with him, and came outside the shelter. As the Dogman shaman revealed more and more information, the sense of urgency weighing on Sumo's heart only grew heavier. According to the shaman dogmen, all dogmen had been dropped into this world at the same time as humanity. But unlike humanity's forced deployment, the dogman race had sensed the summons and descended of their own initiative. And most importantly, all dogmen had arrived carrying a large amount of supplies, more than enough for them to establish themselves in the wasteland. The two-man squad he had encountered in the ruins before, as well as the six-man squad he ran into later, were both resource scouts sent out by the Dogman tribe. Their job was to scout out resources and report back to the tribe. Very unfortunately for them, both teams that came in this direction had run into Sumo. Finding the location of the Dogman camp and locating the place where they were mining saltpeter had to be pushed onto the schedule as soon as possible, especially since, according to the shaman Dogman's description, the distance between the two places was estimated to be at least 60 kilometers. That team had walked for nearly a whole day before reaching the vicinity of Sumo's shelter. At that distance, measured by human walking speed, there was no way a round trip could be completed within a single day. Therefore, all hope could only be pinned on the buggy inside shelter number 2. With that vehicle, forget 60 kilometers, even 100 kilometers, Sumo was confident he could go and return all in the same day. After locking the shelter door, Sumo turned and left. The stars in the sky glittered brilliantly, casting down a faint clear glow. So beautiful, but with a sky like this, how many humans can actually enjoy it? Rubbing the cold glinting electric crossbow in his hand, Sumo raised it under the night sky and saw the countless stars and a round moon hanging at the edge of the heavens. Tonight I'll scout the ruins. If I can fix the buggy and drive it out, then tomorrow I'll go take a look at the saltpeter mine. Tightening the raincoat and ceramic plate armor on his body and closing the main door behind him, Sumo strode forward without hesitation. Oreo also immediately entered battle mode and began following the two-person support style marching method Sumo had taught him, pulling about 100 meters away to keep watch. The wasteland night, something humans originally feared like a tiger, had already become far less threatening under Sumo's current combat strength. With the electric crossbow and Oreo scouting, unless it was an individual wasteland creature with extremely powerful strength, any ordinary creature would be turned into a sieve by Sumo from 100 meters away. All along the way, starlight shone down. Sumo's attention was highly focused. He walked for 15 minutes, then stopped for 5 minutes to rest and recover his stamina. A husky's powerful endurance allowed Oreo to keep circling and patrolling nearby without interruption, providing Sumo with a safe environment to rest. 3.5 kilometers was not far. After walking for almost an hour, Sumo saw shelter number 2 lying prostrate on the earth from far away. It seemed that as time passed, mutant beasts would become fewer and fewer. When that time came, the disaster humanity might face would probably become even more terrifying. Along the way, he had not encountered a single mutant beast. Not only did that fail to put Sumo at ease, it instead made him deeply worried. Even powerful wasteland creatures could not withstand such frequent disasters. The ones that managed to survive would undoubtedly all be monsters among monsters. By that time, as wasteland creatures became fewer and fewer, humanity would lose the important path of hunting for treasure chests to replenish supplies. Farming? Sumo shook his head. In a little over 10 days, they would have to face an extreme blizzard with temperatures dropping to minus 20 degrees. What kind of grain crop could survive in that kind of extreme environment? Woof! Oreo cautiously scouted the area ahead and gave the signal that there were no enemies. After a full day of blazing sun, the standing water near shelter number 2 had already receded a lot. Wearing his raincoat, Oreo could now wade through it. And at the garage entrance where the buggy was parked, because of the terrain, the ground had already become dry and firm enough to drive on. Signaling for Oreo to move along the flank, Sumo checked the electric crossbow in his hands one more time. After making sure it was activated and ready to fire at any moment, he cautiously walked forward. With the full moon's glow spilling down, even without a flashlight, the road ahead was still clearly visible. The muddy road that had taken him more than 20 minutes last time took Sumo less than 5 minutes this time, and he successfully arrived at the breach blasted open by the kobolds. Taking out a flashlight from his storage space and shining it ahead, Sumo first looked toward the crime scene he had deliberately set up before leaving. On the kobold's footprints, the few strands of feline fur Sumo had intentionally stuck there still had 2 of them firmly attached. The patterns left by the footprints showed not the slightest trace of being stepped on a second time. Looking into the ruins, the interior arrangement showed no difference at all compared to what he remembered. There were even no signs of any creature activity near the black blood the kobolds had spat onto the ground. Huff, huff. After finishing his patrol, Oreo came to the edge of the pit and curiously looked down inside. No signs of enemies? Hearing Sumo's question, Oreo nodded, indicating that nothing had been found nearby. Good. Keep patrolling around the area. If anyone appears, warn me immediately. Through the raincoat, Sumo patted Oreo on the head, then sent him off to stand guard nearby while he took out the hemp rope he had braided in the shelter. The previous rope had been used to tie up the kobold shaman. This one was specially prepared by Sumo before he came out. And unlike the rope from last time, this was not an ordinary cord, but a climbing rope Sumo had crafted at the workbench. Hooked rope, excellent. Description, a climbing rope woven by beginner rope maker Sumo. It consists of 2 parts, a hook and a rope. It has good stability and is an excellent tool for home fun and wilderness exploration. Function, the rope is 48 meters long and has the toughness trait. When bearing an object weighing no more than 300 kilograms, it will absolutely not break. Evaluation, it looks like some kind of beginner item from a survival at sea novel. Taking out an iron nail, he firmly fixed the hook to the ground. After tugging on it a few times and confirming there was no problem, Sumo turned around and directly descended. With the experience from the first time, this descent went incomparably smoothly. In only 3 to 5 seconds, Sumo slid down the smooth rope and landed on the floor surface of shelter number 2. The instant he came down, Sumo immediately took out the electric crossbow and began standing guard. I remember this bone was at about a 35-degree angle. No problem, it matches. This iron nail was placed here by me on purpose, and no one stepped on it either. The footprints on the ground are already covered by a layer of dust. For now, there are no signs of creature activity. Holding the flashlight in his left hand, Sumo quickly swept it across the traces left behind, while the index finger of his right hand remained on the trigger the whole time, making sure he could fire at any moment. Luckily, it was 60 kilometers away. Even with the kobold's foot speed, getting here would still take quite some effort. After looking around and confirming it was safe, Sumo put the crossbow back into his storage space and relaxed. The miserable old brother's head was still lying quietly on the ground inside, silently watching Sumo as he walked in, avoiding the dried bloodstains on the ground. Sumo came to the area near the railing that had been blasted by the kobold shaman. The railing, about 10 centimeters in diameter, had now been blasted into broken pieces that lay in a chaotic mess on the stairs leading down to the first-floor basement. That power was ruthless. Carefully picking up one of the broken railings from the ground, Sumo instantly felt a chill run down his back. Even a solid iron rod had been blasted clean into 2 pieces. If that had hit a person, it would probably blow a huge hole through them in seconds. Using his foot to push aside the broken iron rods on the ground, he slowly walked down the stairs. The orange-yellow buggy that had occupied his thoughts reappeared in Sumo's sight. Praise machinery. He quickly walked up to the buggy and stroked the roll cage that gleamed with metallic luster, his heart filled with countless emotions. He had only not seen it for almost 2 days, yet this car felt like an itch in his heart, to the point that it even appeared in his dreams. In the wasteland, where there were no roads, a small vehicle like this with decent off-road capability was simply much easier to drive than a sedan. The fewer mechanical parts it had, the easier it was to maintain. The simpler the structure, the easier it was to repair. From the front hood all the way to the engine, Sumo liked it more and more the longer he looked. Forcing himself to calm down, he focused his attention on the buggy he had missed last time. A blue light screen appeared beside the vehicle, displaying the buggy's attributes. Small rear-wheel drive, off-road desert racer. Excellent. Damaged. Description, a desert racer made by quasi-intermediate craftsman Manga. It has good off-road capability and powerful performance. Its overall shape is beautiful. Its materials are solid, and it is one of the better vehicles for traveling through the wasteland. Damage. The vehicle body is currently damaged from external impact, with multiple dents. The battery has a slight power loss, and the engine has a few damaged parts. It has extremely high repair value. Horsepower, 212 HP. Torque, 400 Newton meters. Fuel consumption, 14 liters of diesel per 100 kilometers. This may increase or decrease depending on terrain. Upgrade path 1. Repair the race car. Enhance 2 basic attributes. Increase protection, raise the chassis height, and give it stronger off-road capability. Required survival points, 1,750. Upgrade path 2. Reconstruct the race car, alter its structure, increase all-around attribute values, add weapon ports, add a navigation system, and give it much stronger combat capability. Required survival points, 4,800. Description, please repair it. Turn on its radio, and you'll make a major discovery. HM, this was the first time the system's evaluation had been this solemn. Could there really be some earth-shattering secret hidden inside the race car? Sumo's gaze turned serious. Using the flashlight for illumination, he spotted a small black box beneath the steering wheel. Next to the play button, there was a section coated in black paint where a piece the size of a fingernail had been abruptly scraped off. Normally, if there hadn't been a prompt, no one would have thought this was any kind of clue. But now, with the system's evaluation already planting the idea first when Suemo looked again, his heart couldn't help but start pounding. There's no way I can afford 1,750 points. Even if I survive this disaster, I probably still want to be able to save up that much. I can only look at the other method. With a thought, a more detailed upgrade path popped out this time. Small rear-wheel drive off-road desert race car, excellent. Description, a desert race car made by quasi-intermediate craftsman Manga. Upgrade paths, repair 410, improve horsepower 200, improve torque 200, reduce fuel consumption 150, install protective glass 270. Hiss. Even the detailed repair still costs 410 points. But I only have 159 right now. This is going to be tough. You only realize how precious survival points are when you need them. In the end, there just hadn't been enough time. Otherwise, with the fixed daily gain, another 2 or 3 days should have been enough to barely scrape this number together. But now, he could only try putting in materials to lower the requirement. After checking the required materials, since this was a large category full repair, the system didn't provide specific requirements. Suemo could only take things out one by one and test them. First, he put in iron blocks. After placing 3 units, the survival points needed for repair dropped by 18 points. After adding 1 more unit, it no longer changed. He took out 1 unit of wood. No change at all. He took out 35 screws. 10 of them were glittering, and that lowered the requirement by 10 points. He took out a bottle of nether energy water. A pack of spicy strips he had opened, but still couldn't bear to eat. A sandwolf that still carried a bloody scent. A pink bra, and so on. Why is this thing still in my storage space? Throw it out, throw it out. One item after another was taken out and put back by Suemo. Not until he took out a damaged circuit board did the required survival points drop sharply by another 44 points, leaving a gap of 189 points. This is tough. If it really doesn't work, I'll have no choice but to go explore tomorrow. Frowning, Suemo kept taking things out one after another to try his luck. Yet even after everything had been tested once, the requirement still didn't go down any further. Oh, what is this? Using his mind to control a tiny object drifting out from the corner of his storage space, Suemo held it in his hand and examined it carefully. And then, a flash of light passed by, and the required survival points actually plummeted by 210 points. This is that excellent grade rotor I picked up before. Seeing the survival point requirement crash down, Suemo was both shocked and delighted. He had already somewhat forgotten when he picked up this little thing before, but that didn't stop it from finally proving useful now. Looks like the engine damage needs a rotor to repair it. This really is luck. Sneaking into shelter number 2 in the middle of the night had paid off handsomely after all. Delighted, he placed the rotor on the ground, called up the upgrade panel, and with a thought, locked in all the materials. At the same time, the required survival points dropped to 128. His current 159 points were completely enough. Heaven never fails the diligent. Being able to repair this buggy was all thanks to Sumo's own hard work collecting items, and now it had finally paid off. At the thought of the buggy being reborn, how could Suemo possibly suppress the excitement in his heart any longer? He shouted loudly, "System, repair it for me." The moment the words fell, a delightful green light began to spread outward, heading toward the materials on the ground and the vehicle body. The small silver-white rotor began to dance on the ground. The circuit board began to melt. The iron blocks began to change color. The green light was like some kind of super radiation, forcibly assigning a subordinate relationship between several completely unrelated items. Crash! Crash! A sound like surging tides echoed through the underground garage of shelter number 2. The originally bent roll cage began to make cracking sounds. Visible to the naked eye, the bends started disappearing, becoming straight and smooth. The engine coated in waterproof paint began to tremble slowly, as if an invisible giant hand were inside, adjusting the bearings and inner workings. The weakened battery also began to hum softly. Everything was returning to the proper track. After 3 to 5 seconds, the green light withdrew. All the strange phenomena vanished, and under the light, Suemo began examining the repaired buggy. This time, from a body shell to the engine, there wasn't the slightest flaw left, and under the system's repair, even the little dents and scratches on the front hood had all disappeared. Even if it were taken to a dealership now, it would deserve the words, "Fresh out of the factory." After feeling around a bit, Suemo found where the engine fuel tank was. He twisted open the fuel cap. Using the flashlight to confirm there were no leftover impurities inside, Suemo moved his mind, and the storage space opened automatically as a barrel of diesel flew out. The original 100-kilogram diesel barrel had already had half of it used for the generator, so now there were about 50 kilograms left. Unscrewing the diesel barrel's cap, he exerted strength with his arms, grabbed the handle with both hands, took 2 deep breaths, and in one motion lifted the barrel and rested it against the engine tank opening. Glug! Glug! The fuel poured out in a rush, all of it flowing into the tank. Looks like my training has been working. My strength really has increased quite a bit. Holding a diesel barrel weighing around 50 kilograms with both hands, Suemo only felt that it was somewhat strenuous. It no longer felt like before. When he couldn't lift it at all, the veins on his biceps bulged, and blood pumped powerfully through them in waves, transmitting strength into both hands. The buggy's fuel tank seemed bottomless. In just a short while, after pouring in the full 50 liters of diesel, it had only risen past 2/3 full, still far from being topped off. This kind of fuel storage capacity completely surpassed that of a small car. It could even compare to some mid-sized vehicles. After putting the now empty oil barrel back into his storage space and carefully closing the fuel tank cap, Suemo came to the front side of the buggy and leaned his body as he sat inside. He had no idea where Magu had gotten this leather seat from, but it really was comfortable to sit on. After pulling the mechanical lever and adjusting the seat to a comfortable position, Suemo clicked his tongue in amazement. The bucket seat, made from some unknown kind of leather, perfectly wrapped around both sides of a person's hips, providing excellent support. The roll cage around his body held him firmly in place, giving him a strong sense of security. He pressed the ignition switch on the buggy. Do-do-do. After a dull series of sounds, the engine successfully started and began supplying power to the battery. Without trying out the buggy's controls, Suemo decisively pressed the play button on the radio. He was extremely curious about the secret the system had mentioned. The drain battery, after being recharged by the engine, sent power once more to the radio in front. A burst of static crackled through, then gradually stabilized. The next moment, a clear coughing sound rang out. Cough, cough. A human voice? Even though he had already guessed Ma Gu's identity, hearing the cough coming from the radio still made Suemo feel a little excited. This was one of his own kind. The coughing did not ease up after those two light coughs. Instead, as time passed, it became even more violent. By the end, Suemo was worried the guy who had recorded this message might cough his lungs out. Fortunately, after more than 10 seconds, it seemed he had coughed something up. The coughing gradually faded and turned into a low murmur. Can you hear this? Hello? Magu. Okay, start recording. Earthling? No. Chinese? Hearing the opening words, Suemo froze for a moment, and a trace of shock rose onto his calm face. Had he run into a fellow countryman in another world? And not just that, a fellow countryman for his own nation? With those two questions in mind, before Suemo could continue thinking, Magu's intermittent voice came from the radio again. If you can activate and repair this vehicle, then you must also be from Earth or from some advanced civilization. Though I doubt any advanced civilization would think much of this piece of trash Magu made. I'm sure you have a lot of questions right now, but I still need to give a proper introduction. Hello, my home comes from the distant universe, from the third planet from the sun in the solar system, Earth. My country is Huaxia. My name is Magu. To meet you in this way, I'm very happy, and also relieved that someone who comes after me can inherit my legacy and keep going. Magu's voice was somewhat muffled, as if there were a wad of old phlegm stuck in his throat, making it easy to tell, just from the sound, how terrible his condition was. Hello, I'm Suemo. I'm also from Earth, from Huaxia. Nice to meet you. Steadying himself, Suemo silently said those words in his heart. This was not the second time he had encountered an old acquaintance far from home. Back in Liangfang town, he had already seen structures and objects exactly the same as those on Earth. He had never expected that the underground ruins near his base would, by such a coincidence, also be a legacy left behind by a Huaxia person from Earth. Today is the 433rd day of the apocalyptic calendar, and also the 19th disaster I am about to face. Oh boy, this is just insane. Can you imagine that outside the shelter right now, there's actually heat radiation of 55 degrees? My water is almost gone, and I don't have enough disaster points to buy more. Looks like I, Magu, am destined to remain in this world. Maybe ever since the expeditionary army of 99 came to this world, we were already fated to face death. It's only a matter of sooner or later. I refuse to accept this. Magu's voice rose and fell, calm one moment, crazed the next. After listening for a while, Suemo fell silent. If what Magu said was true, then under such extreme heat outside, without enough accumulated supplies, a person's mental state would definitely collapse. And as for facing death so calmly, Suemo could not do it. Magu could do it even less. After a long while, Magu's hysteria finally calmed down. His breathing sounded like a broken exhaust fan, making it even more worrying whether he might just die on the spot the next second. If you can reach my base, then I must already be dead. Everything in this shelter is yours. You can even directly fuse your core with the shelter and use it as your base from now on, provided you don't mind that a useless waste once died here. I've already forcefully shut down the oil well. If you want to restart it later, it'll be difficult. That LL depend on your skill and ability. Oh right, look straight ahead. Under the hidden floor compartment beneath the 4th floor tile from front to back, I left a diary. If you can return to Earth, return to Huaxia, please help me bring to my family. I'm begging you. Magu's speech grew faster and faster, not even giving Sumo time to think further, as if something behind him were chasing him. Thud. TSSDSSDSSDSSDSSDS. The chaotic noise sounded again, signaling that Magu's final words were over. Sumo did not get up. He pressed the radio again and carefully listened through it one more time. Only after recording all the information into the dead man's private message did he turn off the engine, get up, and leave the buggy. Using the light and following the markings on the floor tiles, Sumo really did discover something unusual beneath the fourth tile. There was a tiny raised corner. If he had a shovel or a stone axe wedged there, he could easily pry the floor tile up. With a thought, Sumo took out the excellent quality shovel from his storage space, aimed at the gap, and shoved it in. With a slight push from his arm, the floor tile was pried right out, revealing an unlocked iron box underneath. Putting away the shovel, Sumo first used his mind to call for the system to scan it. After confirming there was no problem, he bent down and picked up the iron box. The contents inside were simple and direct, only a yellow diary. On the cover of the diary, a line of neat handwriting was written, Squad Leader Ma-gu, 22nd Army of the Expeditionary Army of 99, blowing off the floating dust on the diary. Sumo returned to the front of the buggy and began flipping through Ma-gu's diary by flashlight. The date on the first page was from a long time ago. Sumo saw the words February 13th, 1999. Today is February 13th, 1999. The World Joint Defense Agency detected a signal coming from deep space. That signal was different from a natural extinction of stars. It was a pattern transmission. Some idiot at NASA headquarters received the signal, but for some damn reason replied to it before reporting it, claiming that his instincts and professionalism as a researcher told him that the owner of the signal was friendly. Speaking of which, just 6 hours after the signal was answered, Earth's near-orbit defense platform sent back an alarm, claiming that an unidentified object had arrived near Earth through spatial warp travel. Everyone thought it was a joke, because it was impossible for anything to get past the frontline base on Europa. Even the wreckage of a launcher in outer space would be destroyed when it came within 20,000 meters above Europa. And yet, that was exactly what happened. By this point, the handwriting had already become messy, and one whole sheet had even been torn out and was nowhere to be found. Today is February 18th, 1999, and also the 6th day of the Doomsday Calendar. The first disaster has arrived. There's a very strange game that has been guiding everyone on what to do, but thankfully, there's a place for passing along information. It calls it World Chat. What heavy snow. Good thing I was already wearing a thick cotton coat when I got here. At a time like this, I'm incredibly grateful to my company commander. How wise he was. Today is March 6th, 1999, and also the 22nd day of the Doomsday Calendar. The second disaster has arrived. This damned weather is so strange. There is clearly still thick snow on the ground, yet outside it has turned into a blazing 30 degrees. The snow has started melting. A lot of people are celebrating the warming weather and the revival of all things, but reason tells me that a disaster could strike at any moment. A crazy flood. Good thing I chose high ground for my shelter. Even when the flood came, it only submerged the inside of the shelter. Luckily, I had already moved all my supplies up in advance. I should be able to hold out. Today is September 21st, 1999. The Earth calendar feels so distant now. A lot of people only remember that today is the 199th day of the Doomsday Calendar. Oh right, I made a small thermal weapon machine tool. This is good stuff. By relying on the weapons I made, I traded for a lot of resources. I'm living far better than most other people. I even traded for a bottle of what they call foreign cola. Drinking this in one breath feels so damn good. Today is January 1st, 2000, and also the 301st day of the Doomsday Calendar. The new millennium is here. Happy holiday to my dearest man. This time, for the turn of the century, your brother Ma can't go back to be with you, but you still have to be happy on your own, okay? This world is huge, far bigger than our Earth. Since it's this big, there's no way for everyone to gather together for the holiday. But on this festive day, I have to wish that I can keep surviving in this wasteland and also wish that the remaining 73 million people from Earth can return home again. Today is May 10th, 2000, and also the 432nd day of the Doomsday Calendar. The 19th disaster has arrived. Sore Manman. I might not make it through this disaster. The temperature outside is still climbing. According to what this damned game says, it won't end until the temperature reaches 60 degrees and stays there for 24 hours. Fuck this shitty game. Why doesn't it come and try what 60 degrees feels like? My water is almost gone. I'm so thirsty, and I think I might be sick. My whole body is trembling. Can someone save me? Today is also the 433rd day of the Doomsday Calendar. I just recorded my last words. Hey, out of the several billion people who came over from Earth this time, there are only 2,200,000 left so far. At the very least, Magu, could be considered among the best. I haven't brought shame to the Ma family. I heard them say that after people die, their memories are erased, and they return to our home planet Earth, forgetting everything here and continuing with their lives. Ha ha ha. My stomach hurts from laughing. I'm just too thirsty to cry. How great must the person who wove this lie be? Too bad, he doesn't know that I would rather trade this chance just to see you one more time. My mind is already starting to become confused. I understand. I really am about to die. But right now, the fear inside me is becoming less and less. I think I can accept that glaring word, death. It's just that I suddenly have a question I still haven't figured out. Tell me, when exactly did I die? Maybe I'd already died back when I left you at 20 years old. After writing up to the 433rd day of the doomsday calendar, Manga's handwriting came to an abrupt stop. The thin little diary seemed to be extremely important to him. After using up dozens of pages, he had even taped all kinds of different paper onto the back to continue writing. From the quality of the paper, it was obvious that between the 200th and the 340th days of the doomsday calendar, Manga's standard of living should have been at its peak. And starting after the disaster on the 344th day, the development curve of Manga's shelter began to worsen bit by bit, dropping in a straight line. Among these clearly recorded 19 disasters, Suemo did not find neurotic acid rain, nor did he find blizzards. What he found were only disasters simply quantified by numbers. Super snowfall, 72 hours. Great flood, 72 hours. Temperature, 30 degrees, 72 hours. Mutant beast riot, 72 hours. Temperature, minus 30 degrees, 72 hours. Meteor impact, 30 meteors. Plant plague, 48 hours. Temperature, 60 degrees, 24 hours. Suemo didn't know whether it was because of Manga's record keeping, or because the two games were not the same version. In these records, there was no newbie protection disaster, nor were there clearly described disasters. Only through these simple words could one see the vivid human lives behind them, one after another. More than once, Manga had guessed in his diary why humanity had come here to undergo the baptism of disasters. But every time he guessed, he would overturn his previous guess. From an alien war at the very beginning, to a prank by higher dimensional civilization, from brain in a vat to mystical cultivation fantasy, Manga pushed his limited imagination to the extreme. However, reality was cruel. In the end, he still failed to hold on and become the one who knew the secret. Manga's decline had begun when he planted improved crops on a large scale, but had no good way to prevent plant disease. That was his greatest mistake, and it was also what turned all his previous savings into a joke. In the end, he could only helplessly sell off his former foundation in exchange for survival supplies. From the ruins of the mass grave, he had successfully relied on his own methods to mix in until the very end. After obtaining the manufacturing blueprint for the thermal weapons workbench, he bided his time, only starting to act high profile after making the workbench. He had made a start by reselling small thermal weapons, which made him something of figure. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold on to his fortune. Sigh, what a pity. Suemo looked at the many unwilling words in Manga's diary with a trace of regret. As someone who had managed to survive among the last ones, Manga had also been someone with his own fortuitous encounter. It could only be said that his luck probably wasn't quite enough, and he failed to endure to the very end. With an oil well and an advanced shelter with a full upper and lower level, Manga, as a small figure, had quite a legendary air about him. But at this moment, Suemo did not sigh endlessly or grow disheartened toward the future. It had taken Manga more than 400 days to turn the shelter into what it was now. Yet Suemo had used only 1 week to reach almost the same starting line as him. And I still have the system. By the time 400 days pass, the strength of my shelter might surpass his by at least 100-fold. Maybe I can even upgrade it into a psionic shelter in the end. After putting Manga's notebook away into the storage space, Suemo instead swept away the gloom hanging over his heart without the slightest fear of the future. Only the weak would become afraid after seeing the road ahead, stop moving forward, and seek death in despair. And the strong only charge forward bravely. Feeling around the bunker gate in front of him, Suemo tugged on it twice. After confirming it was indeed damaged, he called up the system and checked its attributes. Level 1 alloy shelter basement gate. Normal, malfunction. Description, a basement gate made from a mixture of multiple alloys. At present, the hinge area has gone too long without maintenance and has become very difficult to pull. Upgrade options, repair, 20, dismantle, 450, upgrade material, 1,100, convert to electric, 750. So it was just because it hadn't been maintained. The hinges were probably jammed, but it only needed 20 points, and I can totally afford that. With such a tiny cost, Suemo chose repair without hesitation. His 31 survival points were reduced by another 20, and green light scattered out. After 2 heavy clunking sounds rang out, this time when Suemo tried pulling the hinge beside the basement again. The first alloy door of the basement really did begin to rise slowly. With every mechanical turn of the hinge wheel, the basement door rose by about 10 centimeters. Turn after turn, it kept rising until it was about 2/3 of the way up. Then Su-mo exerted force with his hands, yanked the hinge wheel downward, and jammed it into the latch. After waiting 2 or 3 minutes, and confirming that the alloy door wouldn't suddenly drop, Su-mo finally returned to the buggy with peace of mind. At last, I can drive this thing out. Probably no one in the whole world would imagine that in just 1 week, I, Su-mo, already have a weapon to travel the world freely. He got into the buggy and looked at the open basement gate ahead. A strong urge to show off surged into Sumo's heart. It was practically impossible to hold back. In such a short time, he'd gotten a car, yet had no one to tell. Returning to one's hometown in glory was better than walking at night in fine clothes. Opening his private messages with the dead man, Su-mo sent dozens of messages in a row saying, "I have a car now," before finally closing the panel and fastening his seatbelt in complete satisfaction. He pressed the ignition button again, and 2 bursts of black smoke exploded from the exhaust pipe. The powerful sound of the engine cylinders working, with no soundproofing to block it, reached Sumo's eardrums in full and stirred up a wave of resonance. The Desert Racer S-gear lever was positioned right in the middle with only 2 gears. Forward, reverse, stepping on the brake, gripping the drumstick-shaped gear lever and pushing hard. He heard a clunk. Gear engaged successfully. Gradually, Su-mo slowly eased off the pressure from his left foot on the brake. As the braking force disappeared, the car body began to tremble slowly. Once the brake was fully released, it started inching forward. At that moment, how could Su-mo possibly endure such a sluggish speed? His right foot slammed directly onto the gas pedal, and a low growl came from the engine. The next moment, the buggy shot out like an arrow released from the bow, launching violently forward from standstill. In just 1 second, a dirt yellow shadow flashed out of the basement. The deep roar of horsepower echoed endlessly between heaven and earth. 20, 40, 60. On the broken roads of the wasteland, Su-mo accelerated in one breath to a terrifying 60. Without a windshield in the way, the roaring wind struck the face shield of his raincoat like knives, making loud whistling sounds. Standing on the high ground, Oreo saw a yellow blur flash past and could no longer suppress his excitement. He let out a drawn-out howl like a wolf. Under the moonlight, the more Su-mo drove, the more fired up he became. The violent push into his back brought by the buggy's powerful horsepower, along with the shrieking force of the wind being split apart, made adrenaline surge wildly. However, reason still told Su-mo Diesel there wasn't much left. After 4 or 5 minutes, having driven a huge loop, Su-mo steered the buggy back to the basement entrance. Oreo had been pacing anxiously around the basement entrance. The moment he saw Su-mo return, he was instantly overjoyed and pounced over, clamping his teeth tightly onto the car's roll cage, as if demanding to know, "Was it you, you bad guy, who took my master away?" Su-mo laughed out loud and quickly got out to rub Oreo's dog head. Only after the little guy's temper settled down did he stop. "Right now, my shelter doesn't have any place to park. When the disaster comes, I'll still have to park it in shelter number 2. But the manufacturing bench in shelter number 2 can be moved back before the disaster hits." He stepped back into the shelter, lowered the basement winch, and closed the basement door. Then Su-mo returned to the first floor again, taking out the wooden box he had long since made at the base. Su-mo carefully picked up Magu's skull and placed it inside, then collected the larger bones from the ground and put them in as well. "Brother Magu, thank you for the car. There isn't much Su-mo can do. I'll gather your remains. If I can return to Earth alive, I'll definitely bring your notebook with me." After bowing 3 times to the wooden box in thanks, Su-mo stored it in his storage space and climbed up along the climbing rope. Reaching the highest point of the hill, he took out a shovel and quickly dug a large hole. Su-mo placed the box containing Magu's remains inside and began to bury it. Under the moonlight, as shovelful after shovelful of dirt gradually covered the box of remains, Su-mo sighed and murmured, "My friend, you don't have to be lonely. Right here at this highest point, look well upon this starry sky, and look well down upon this land. Sooner or later, humanity will take control of this wasteland. Sooner or later, mankind's fate will return to its own hands." Under the vast moonlight, Su-mo raised his head. It was as if he saw the gray clouds on the horizon outline Magu's smiling face, that true man who, in the end, never became a deserter. The dead were gone, and the living carried on. Holding Magu's notebook, Su-mo felt the responsibility pressing on him grow heavier by another degree. But right now was not the time to grieve for the world. Oreo was already howling repeatedly below, clearly extremely curious about this buggy. After casually tidying up the traces on the ground, Su-mo headed quickly down the hill with light steps. The buggy's seat was a single-seat cockpit, but behind the engine, Magu had also installed a small extra compartment, probably for hauling small amounts of cargo in everyday use. At this moment, that spot happened to be perfect for Oreo to sit in. He picked Oreo up and placed him in the back seat. then pulled out the safety belt used to secure cargo there and strapped Oreo in. Don't move around later. Be careful not to fall off and turn into a crippled dog. After scaring Oreo a little, Su-mo watched as Oreo sat obediently in place like the Hua, then smiled and returned to the front. Twisting his body, he sat down in the cockpit. After fastening his seatbelt, he skillfully pressed the ignition button. The buggy started up once more and began to hum. Oreo in the back was obviously startled, but with Su-mo's warning, he didn't make any stress reaction. After confirming again and again that there were no problems, Su-mo pushed the gear lever into forward and released the brake. The buggy began to move slowly. Woof, whine, oh woof. Oreo curiously looked down at his own feet, seeming unable to understand why he was moving forward even though he hadn't moved. However, in the very next second, as Su-mo stepped on the gas, Oreo's dog mouth, which had just opened, was instantly stuffed with a huge gulp of wind, making him let out a whining sound. Oh ho! Feeling the roaring wind rushing at him once again, Su-mo shouted excitedly, in complete abandon. The powerful throbbing of the engine and the wave of sound it transmitted was no less impressive than a luxury sports car, with a V8 engine back on Earth. The birds passing through the sky were so startled that they scattered in all directions. Excitedly reaching out to tap the radio, he turned on the music, and a sound comparable to a subwoofer began echoing across the wasteland. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair. Driving on a dark desert highway. The cool wind blew through my hair. Warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. The strong smell of marijuana drifted through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. Looking up into the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. My head grew heavier and heavier, and my vision became blurry. I had to stop for the night. I had no choice but to stop and look for a place to spend the night. There she stood in the doorway. She stood in the doorway greeting me. I heard the mission bell. I heard the church bell in the distance. And I was thinking to myself, I said to myself in my heart, this could be heaven or this could be hell. This place could be heaven, or it could be hell. A classic song Magu had no idea where he collected from, Hotel California, echoed leisurely across the land, accompanied by Oreo's whining. At a speed approaching 40 miles per hour, by the time the song finished playing, they had already returned to the front of the shelter. At this speed, he'd be able to check out the saltpeter mine, where the kobolds were tomorrow. He took Oreo down and set him on the ground. The dog looked both frightened and strangely unsatisfied, his face clearly hinting for Su-mo to take another lap. Su-mo began preparing a garage for the buggy. The location was the exact breach that Huang Biao's group had dug open before. Those people really helped me out a lot. As long as I build a slope and put some wooden boards over it, it'll be a temporary garage. Su-mo chuckled as he took out a shovel and began modifying the previous excavation work. With the enhancement of excellent quality, the construction speed was extremely fast. In less than about 10 minutes, Su-mo had dug out a simple slope, and the end of the slope connected directly to the surface of the stone wall. This kind of temporary garage was crude, but it was more than enough to guard against mutated beasts. As for humans, in a night like this, Su-mo didn't believe there was a second person with as much guts as him who would dare roam across the wasteland. And even if there were, under Oreo's vigilance and with his current powerful combat strength, they'd just be delivering themselves right to his door. Returning to the base, Su-mo quickly crafted a few long wooden planks and brought them out, laying them over the top of the slope, and completing the construction of the simple garage. After looking it over and confirming there were no problems, Su-mo returned to the buggy. He started up again, drove it forward, and, after a perfect reverse park, he lowered the wooden boards in front. It immediately looked like a wooden box covering the buggy. Very good, patting the dust off his body and nodding. Su-mo returned to the base in complete satisfaction. My progress is way too fast. By the time my sister gets dropped in, she probably won't even imagine her brother. Is this amazing? After taking a big gulp of psychic energy water and checking that the shelter doors were all shut, Su-mo contentedly came to where the kobold was lying down. Looks like I didn't give him dinner. Patting his head, Su-mo suddenly remembered what he had forgotten during dinner. However, thanks to the morning treatment of psychic energy water and biscuit paste, the wounds on the kobold shaman's body hadn't worsened. The reason he looked like he was about to die right now was simply because he was hungry. After searching around, Su-mo took out a small amount of biscuits, mixed in a little more psychic energy water, and placed it in front of the kobold once again. Before he found the location of the saltpeter mine and the kobold camp, the kobold shaman still couldn't die. Watching the kobold wolf it down, Su-mo nodded and returned to the center of the base. There was no concept of time at night in the wasteland. The only way for everyone to judge the hour was the most primitive method possible, looking at the position of the moon. It should be sometime between 11 o'clock and midnight, but sadly, after coming to the wasteland world, who could still have a nightlife? He straightened out the clothes on his body, which had already started turning yellow, then changed out of them with a bit of disgust. Bare-chested, Suemo scooped out a small cup of water and came to the culture medium to rinse his mouth. Big Spark and Little Spark had already entered a sleeping state. After seeing Suemo come over, they only symbolically lifted their chicken heads before once again collapsing to the ground in relief. Life is getting better and better. I've got a desk lamp and electric blanket. My shelter is finally improving. After rinsing his mouth, he returned to the supply warehouse and picked up the desk lamp and electric blanket he had traded for during the day. Arriving at the master bedroom, he spread out the electric blanket and connected the desk lamp to the power source. Then Suemo comfortably dropped onto the small bed. At this rate, it probably won't be more than a few days before I can make complete gunpowder, maybe even an upgraded explosive pack. When the time comes, Suemo thought happily, as long as I can make the explosive pack, turning the kobold camp upside down with a blast will be effortless. When that happens, the treasure chest the kobolds drop will definitely be an unimaginably huge harvest of supplies. He even imagined what it would be like if a silver or even gold level treasure chest dropped and he opened something like psychic energy. Just thinking about it made Suemo so excited he wanted to roar out loud. These kobolds are way too tempting. No, I need to read the chat for a while to calm down, or I could definitely be able to sleep tonight from excitement. The soft glow of the variable frequency desk lamp filled the bedroom with warmth. If one ignored the fact that this was the wasteland, the place felt more like a rustic countryside inn. After shifting into a comfortable lying position, Suemo focused his attention slightly. With a whoosh, the illusory game panel popped out. Focusing his mind and selecting the world chat channel, message after message began slowly scrolling across the screen. By this time at night, most people had already used up their loudspeaker messages during the day. After the system filtered what was left, the chat wasn't scrolling that fast anymore. Taking a look and seeing that some people had already brought up news about the half-human creatures, Suemo nodded and switched to the regional channel. The half-human creatures had descended into this world along with humans. Based on the current progress, plenty of people should have already run into these strange beings by now. Still, in the world chat, no one had specifically described the traits of these creatures. They had only warned everyone to be careful. Having survived the first disaster, the regional channel hadn't lost many people yet. In 2 days, the number had only dropped from 1,000 to 982. Only 18 unlucky bastards had probably run into danger or died for some other reason. Since there was no speaking limit, dozens of people in the regional channel were chatting on and off like it was a group chat. Feiji, so hungry, brothers. I'm lying on the floor of this drafty wooden hut, and from head to toe, I'm freezing my ass off. When is this life ever gonna end? Liang Jian, brother above, you've still got it better than me. I ate a pack of dry instant noodles today, and tonight I got diarrhea so bad I'm practically dying. Liang Jian, any big brains here know if what comes out after diarrhea is edible. I seriously don't have much emergency food left, brothers. Na Wenxing, Liang Jian, didn't you say your shelter camp was pretty good? How do you end up this miserable? You've fallen so far you're thinking about eating shit? Liang Jian, good my ass. Get a few more days, and this shelter-s gonna be completely wrecked. It used to be mutated beasts chasing people. Now it's people chasing mutated beasts. This is ridiculous. Liang Jian, right now I'm just hanging on, waiting for the trading mystic realm to open so I can go find God Su and trade for some stuff. Kai Junfeng, what, you got something good? Liang Jian, haha, that essay's secret. Anyway, everyone just hold on if you can. Good thing our channel still is God Su. I heard some of the trash channels out there have already lost nearly half their people, and they don't even have anyone awesome enough to give everyone hope. Du Fu, here's a tip for everyone. The bark on bush trees is actually edible. I ate a little today, and it tasted pretty good. If you're really starving, go eat that. Way better than eating dirt. Emma Devon. Speaking of which, Mr. Suemo should be able to eat his fill by now, right? Woo, I'm so jealous. Lily Heron. I'll hold on for another 2 days. Once my food runs out, I'm going to join one of those shelters recruiting people in World Chat too. Sigh. Ji Dong. Idiot upstairs. Don't get baited into a trap. Lily Heron. Huh? What does baited into a trap mean? Looking at how his name came up every few lines in the regional channel, along with the communication problems caused by the cultural gap between East and West, Suemo smiled helplessly and closed the chat panel. If these people found out he was eating fried meat patties and stir-fried crispy biscuits, drinking psionic water, sleeping at night on a soft big bed with a gentle variable soft light by the bedside, and that even the captive kobolds were eating psionic water biscuit paste, they'd probably go mad with envy. That's enough. Sleep. I need to get up early tomorrow and scout the camp. Thinking about the pile of things waiting for him tomorrow, Suemo gradually grew sleepy as well. He raised a hand and turned off the gentle variable bedside lamp. The shelter fell into silence. Apocalypse calendar, January 8th. The vegetables you planted unexpectedly sprouted. The little story behind it is heartwarming. Survival points, 10. You restructured the design of your shelter, and its disaster resistance has undergone a qualitative improvement. Survival points, 200. You crafted the first high-potential productivity tool in your shelter, a workbench. Survival points, 10. You manually crafted an excellent grade tool for the first time. Survival points, 10. You manually crafted a fine grade tool for the first time. Survival points, 50. You manually crafted an excellent grade material for the first time. Survival points, 10. Your shelter has gained a new member. You feel very happy and are full of hope for the future. Survival points, 10. You now possess the first excellent vehicle in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Survival points, 200. Scanning host survival environment. Evaluating survival points. You gained 88 survival points today. Final settlement, 588 survival points. Remaining survival points, 599. This feels amazing. My God, it gave me almost 600 points all at once. Sure enough, going out and making moves really is the right way to use the system. Looking at the prompt the system had sent right on time at 8 in the morning, Mo was overjoyed. Last night, before going to sleep, he had still been worrying about having only 11 survival points left. But he expected that the moment morning came, the system would directly send him this many points, greatly easing the pressure. Opening the Dead Man's private message in the game panel, Mo's thoughts moved quickly, and lines of text began to appear as he recorded them. Today is the 8th day since coming to the wasteland. My progress is really fast. Who would have thought that I've already become one of the car owners of the apocalypse? Ha 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 ha. No, Mo, you need to stay steady. How are you getting carried away over such a small reward? Calm down. Today's task is to investigate where the kobolds are mining nitrate. If there is time, it'd be best to find the location of their camp as well. No, this time, I might have to fight a tough battle. So I absolutely can't let my guard down. All my equipment needs to be upgraded as much as possible. I have to make sure I stay safe. Before 7 in the evening, when the sun has just set, I must head back to the shelter. I absolutely must not spend the night outside. I'm ready. Satisfied, he closed the private message page. Using the strength in his waist, Mo did a carp leap and landed steadily on his feet atop the bed. In just 1 week on the wasteland, he could already feel that his physical condition had improved by more than one whole level. His old occupational ailments had completely vanished, replaced by a strong and powerful body. All my discomfort has recovered thanks to the unlimited supply of psionic water. And my strength is at least more than half again what it was when I first arrived. Clenching his fists and looking at the bulging veins on his arms, with his blood seeming to race wildly through his body, Mo felt stronger than ever before. The human body is a treasure trove. If a normal person's strength is 5, then someone who regularly works out and lifts would be 6. Maybe going from 5 to 10 would be extremely painful and difficult, requiring a huge amount of effort. But recovering from 2 back to 5, or even taking it one step further to 6, as long as there is enough nutrition and exercise, the speed can be astonishingly fast. Psionic water might be the best decision I've made so far. With a trace of emotion, Mo got up and poured all the psionic water he had collected yesterday into the water tank for storage. Then he ladled out a bit, went over to the culture medium, and started brushing his teeth. Big Spark and Little Spark had already woken up. Clucking noisily, they ran all over the base. Oreo, on the other hand, was faithfully doing his duty, curled up in a ball in the corner of the living room, staring intently at the kobold shaman. In the morning at the shelter, it was finally no longer deserted. It had started to feel a bit like a farmhouse getaway. The food at the base seemed a little too monotonous right now. Without any vitamin supplements, eating this stuff every day really was going to work. After rinsing his mouth, wiping his face, and watering the vegetables, Mo came to the warehouse and rummaged through the pile of survival supplies, thinking to himself. Fresh fruit and fresh vegetables were luxuries in the wasteland, even for him. Without vitamin intake, it meant humans would develop a whole series of problems that even psionic energy water would have a hard time solving. 1 week was still fine, but after another 2 or 3 weeks, if there was still no intake, then besides full body pain, there would probably also be mental issues like irritability and a short temper. The biscuits were almost gone, though. He had only been eating them for a few days, and he was already sick of them. Bending down, Mo picked up the remaining bag of biscuits and walked out of the supply room. Getting fresh vegetables and fruit wasn't too hard. He just needed to open a large number of boxes, and sooner or later one would drop those things. With mutated creatures becoming rarer, the only target left was the kobold tribe. It was still the same familiar biscuit mush. He made 4 portions, enough for everyone in the base. After breakfast, he poured the remaining biscuit mush into a mineral water bottle, tightened the cap, put it back into his storage space, and came to the workbench. Since he was going to scout out the kobold camp, his equipment definitely needed a full upgrade. The long-range weapon, the electric crossbow, was still more than enough for now, so there was no need to upgrade it yet. As for the melee weapon, the Jowood spear, the protective ceramic plate armor, and the heat-insulating raincoat he wore outside, all 3 needed an upgrade. With a thought, the familiar spear appeared on the workbench. Calling out the system, Mo fixed his eyes on it, Wood spear. Description: a brand new wooden spear. Its overall grain is fine, its pattern flowing like drifting clouds, its quality hard as iron, and its lethality is very considerable. Upgrade Path 1. Improve material and evolve into a refined iron spear. Increase material rigidity. Increase material toughness. Increase weapon sharpness. Requires survival points 55. Upgrade Path 2. Improve material and evolve into a refined iron spear. Increase material rigidity. Increase material toughness. Add an electric device. Increase attack speed. Requires survival points 80. Back then, even the electric spear had been an astronomical expense for me. Now it's nothing. Looking at the price in the system prompt, Mo smiled and briskly headed to the supply room to grab iron blocks. After putting in 3 units of iron blocks, Upgrade Path 2 dropped to 65 points and no longer changed. With a thought, 65 points were deducted directly. Green, give me green. I'm not short on money today. With a grand wave of his hand, Sumo looked boldly at the green light as if it were a diligent employee starting to hammer and work on the spear. A burst of metal clashing sounds came from the void. The Wood spear, which had originally had beautiful wooden patterns, began to tremble. Bits of wood shavings naturally fell from the spear, revealing a breathtaking silver layer underneath. The wood shavings falling from the air did not disappear. Instead, they gathered together and formed into a long, strip-like device. The device was about 3 centimeters tall and 12 centimeters long, restrained by the green light. It snapped onto the bottom of the wooden spear and coiled upward. The spear tip also changed from its original slotted wood form into a matte silver-black color. Watching the green light withdraw and the new iron spear drop onto the table, Sumo grabbed it in one motion and held it in his hands. Refined iron electric spear, excellent. Description: forged entirely from special iron, it possesses extremely high toughness and rigidity. The spearhead has a blood groove and considerable lethality, while the tail is equipped with an electric device. Special ability: the electric device can slightly increase attack speed and increase lethality. Evaluation: each spear, European luck. The original wooden spear had been very light, only about 3 kilograms or so. For Sumo, whose strength had now risen greatly, it had already become somewhat unsuitable. Now, after the upgrade, the refined iron electric spear weighed about 10 kilograms, making it incomparably satisfying to use. After trying 2 thrusts, Sumo pressed the electric button at the back, and sure enough, no power. This system really doesn't let me take even the slightest advantage. I even have to pay for this bit of electricity myself. Plugging the refined iron electric spear into a charging cable and connecting it to the power strip, Sumo then placed the raincoat, currently his most frequently used piece of gear, on the table. It was called a raincoat, but it was actually useful for quite a lot of things. These past few days, whether Sumo was working in a shelter or going out hunting, he had basically been wearing the raincoat. With its excellent heat dissipation, even under the blazing sun, it didn't feel stuffy at all. Instead, it could block the damage caused by direct sunlight. It wasn't a good idea to keep neglecting his own personal combat power. It was time to comprehensively update himself with even stronger abilities. Powerful raincoat. Description: a raincoat that has undergone multiple upgrades. It currently possesses 3 abilities: strong waterproofing, protection against red and ultraviolet rays, and slight heat insulation. Upgrade Path 1. Improve the raincoat material, add heat-insulating materials, improve wearing comfort, and increase wind resistance. Requires survival points 85. Upgrade Path 2. Improve the raincoat material, add optical materials, improve concealment while worn, and slightly increase wind resistance and heat insulation. Requires survival points 120. 2 paths. The first one was obviously aimed at improving disaster resistance, while the second seemed to be evolving toward combat clothing. Top. Sumo tapped the table with one hand. Looking at the 2 options the system had given, he fell into deep thought. Previously, when upgrading the raincoat, the system had offered an evolution path toward electrification, but this time it had surprisingly removed the electric upgrade path and changed it into an invisibility path. As far as current needs went, either path could work. Both would provide quite a bit of help in daily life. But if it involved later upgrade paths, then it would become troublesome. When disaster arrived, the first priority was definitely to prepare to survive. Otherwise, everything else was meaningless. After figuring that out, Sumo no longer hesitated and directly blurted out, "I choose upgrade path 2. As his words fell, 120 survival points were deducted. This time, what radiated from his body was no longer the usual green light, but instead a red ray that seemed to give off heat. The ray shot straight onto the raincoat, and dazzling reflective fragments began appearing on it. Visible to the naked eye, the raincoat's originally loose and saggy material started becoming more delicate, and in terms of color, it started growing closer to the color of the workbench. What magical function! Just by being placed on the tabletop, it could already achieve a certain degree of optical invisibility. Optical combat suit, excellent. Description: a combat suit with excellent performance. It possesses fine special effects of waterproofing, protection against ultraviolet and infrared rays, as well as slight wind resistance and heat insulation. Special ability, optical invisibility at certain angles, metamaterials with a negative refractive index, along with transformation optic structures designed based on such materials, can bend light and thereby achieve optical invisibility. Evaluation. If you can keep upgrading me, and if you might just open the door to a whole new world. Picking up the upgraded optical combat suit, Sumo inspected it carefully and noticed a clue. If you didn't look at it straight from the front, but instead move the optical combat suit back to about a 45-degree angle in your line of sight, it would produce a certain degree of optical invisibility. He had never seen this kind of effect back on Earth. This was his first time seeing it. He tried putting it on. As Sumo moved his arms and legs, he immediately felt how completely different it was from before. The previous raincoat had been considered close-fitting, but in truth there had still been some distance between it and his body, and during large movements, he could feel a bit of inconvenience. Now, the upgraded optical combat suit was like a thin membrane completely pressed against his skin, if he deliberately ignored its presence. It even gave him the same feeling as wearing the 001 raincoat in a battle, producing an almost bare sensation, as if he wasn't wearing anything at all. The mask, which had originally been made of plastic, had now also been upgraded into a more advanced softened rubber. Its breathability and protection had both improved further. In order to get used to the combat suit as quickly as possible, Sumo simply decided not to take it off. He directly took out the ceramic plate armor, the last item to be upgraded, and placed it on the table to study it. Hunter S ceramic plate armor. Description: fine materials, neat stitching, considerable defense. With a unique hidden grass scent that can cover a Hunter S body odor. Upgrade Direction 1. Change the Armor S form into upper body light armor. Slightly improve the material. Retain the body odor concealment trait. Increase defensive power. Required survival points, 105. Upgrade Direction 2. Change the Armor S form into lower body light armor. Slightly improve the material. Reduce the Armor S weight. Increase defensive power. Required survival points, 130. Upgrade Direction 3. Change the Armor S form into full body light armor. Slightly improve the material. Add an electric power assist device. Increase defensive power. Required survival points, 180. Out of the three choices provided, Sumo almost didn't need to think before settling on Upgrade Direction 3. Electricity was the primary productive force. No matter what kind of device he used in the future to fire a boiler or convert power, the cheapest and most convenient resource he could ever obtain would always be electricity. With an electric device, in the eyes of those foreign races who knew nothing about technology, he would also be a human who used magic. Without an electric device, even if he upgraded his weapons until they could slice through iron like mud, and upgraded his armor until it was abnormally sturdy, he would still only be a slightly stronger melee fighter. In the apocalypse, charging in and relying on personal strength for close combat carried enormous risk. Sumo naturally understood very clearly which was lighter and which was heavier. He tried feeding in the materials he currently had. After adding 2 units of iron blocks, the upgrade price dropped to 165 and stopped changing. Gritting his teeth and suppressing the urge to save up survival points, Sumo slowly chose Direction 3. The ceramic plate armor that had followed Sumo through life and death had completed its mission. In the next second, under the terrifying power of the green light, it melted into a pool of gray-black liquid. The green light was like a pair of invisible hands, beginning to knead the liquid into shape out of thin air. The liquid, which had originally just been a puddle, gradually began to solidify and slowly adjusted its details according to Sumo's body shape. 3 to 5 seconds later, the green light dissipated. Bang! The unpowered armor dropped onto the workbench with a dull thud. It was a full body suit of armor. Not only did it have upper and lower body pieces and shoulder guards, it even came with a pair of shoes and a helmet that looked pretty stupid. The helmet. Forget it. Even if I wear this thing now, if someone blows my head off, I'm still dead. He touched the complicated patterns on the helmet. After confirming that the electric device wasn't installed in the helmet, Sumo put it back into the equipment storage. The oversized helmet would stretch open the optical combat suit. That would basically be like covering up a school explosion by building an amusement park on top of it, committing a crime right in the face of the wind. The upper body armor and lower body armor, on the other hand, weren't heavy, and wearing them wouldn't affect movement. This light armor, weighing about 10 kilograms, could not only provide a certain level of protection, but also ensure that his dodging speed wouldn't be affected in battle. After weighing the 2 pieces of light armor in his hands, Sumo nodded. In that case, the electric device should be hidden in the shoes. Picking up the light armor shoes placed on the table, Sumo held them against the light and looked inside. 2 long strip-like devices ran from the top of the shoe all the way from front to back, extending to the heel. He had no idea where the battery was located, and from the outside, there was no visible sign of it anywhere. After searching a bit, Sumo found the charging port at the heel and a pressure-sensitive activation button near the toe. The inability to automatically activate in response to danger might be the biggest flaw of the electric device, but it didn't really matter. To turn on, he only needed to stomp the ground lightly with his toe, which was fairly convenient. He placed the shoes on the ground and connected them to the power supply with a charger. Then Sumo began preparing the final item, specially made crossbow bolts. The crossbow bolts produced by the game were more than enough to deal with ordinary kobolds, but since this trip would take him into enemy territory, it was unavoidable that he might run into even stronger enemies. To ensure killing power, Sumo planned to make a batch of specially made crossbow bolts completely different from ordinary ones. He returned to the energy room, connected the generator to the power source, then went to the table and switched on the workbench, taking out one unit of iron block and placing it on the table. Sumo began to close his eyes and rest his mind. About 10 minutes later, Sumo opened his eyes. With his attention highly concentrated, he looked at the material in front of him. Sensing his arm draw near, the mechanical arm at the workbench automatically attached itself and wrapped around it, then fused as one. Switching his left hand to high-speed cutting mode, Sumo faced the iron block before him and, like a master butcher disassembling an ox, evenly cut the iron block into 10 small iron bars, each 18 centimeters long. The crossbow bolts produced by the game panel were a standard 25-centimeter size, balancing killing power and bolt speed. But while they were well balanced, they had also lost their uniqueness. This time, Sumo took a different path. Starting from the length of the bolts, he began making bold and sweeping improvements. Following the style of the system-made bolts, Sumo focused all his attention on cutting and polishing, making sure the width near the arrowhead and near the tail was as consistent as possible. After putting on a mechanical arm, the stability it gave his arm allowed Sumo to greatly relax his demands on his own hand precision. Tiny sparks scattered out and struck the stone wall. Sumo worked very seriously, and his efficiency was extremely impressive as well. Each crossbow bolt only took about 3 minutes to complete before being placed to the side to cool. By the time all 10 were finished, Sumo's back was already soaked through with sweat. This kind of work, which demanded intense concentration, would result in a bolt being completely ruined and needing to be reforged if he made even the slightest mistake. Fortunately, with the concentration bonus from the excellent grade workbench, not a single one of the 10 bolts failed. Looking at the 10 crossbow bolts clipped in place with their tips facing upward, Sumo didn't even notice the smell of scorched wrought iron drifting through the shelter. It was his first time crafting something with such meticulous care, and the sense of achievement it brought was immense. Sumo focused his attention. After seeing the bolt's attributes, the joy in his heart jumped in an instant from immense to absolutely overflowing. High-speed crossbow bolts, 3 fine, 7 excellent. Description: a special crossbow bolt made by the quasi-beginner craftsman Sumo. The forging technique was average, but for some inexplicable reason, its quality was improved. Special abilities: fine, high-speed flight, silent. Excellent, high-speed flight. Evaluation: from not even a beginner to quasi-beginner, this is a qualitative leap. Hell yeah, I actually count as a quasi-beginner craftsman now. Looks like the bonus brought by the excellent grade workbench really can't be underestimated. The powerful attributes of these crossbow bolts absolutely lived up to their quality bonus. During the forging process, the all-around bonus from the workbench only looked like 10, nothing eye-catching. But when actually used, it gave extremely considerable help to a person's focus. Out of 10 crossbow bolts, 3 were fine grade, and 7 were excellent grade. As for the powerful attribute bonuses, although he hadn't tested them yet, Sumo had a vague feeling deep down. The crossbow bolts he made himself were much better than the ones produced through the game's crafting panel. He stood up and shook his somewhat stiff neck from side to side. With a wave of his hand, Sumo put away all the crossbow bolts and neatly stored them in the storage space. Then he turned toward the charging area and looked at the crossbow, spear, and combat boots placed on ground. A powerful feeling rose in Sumo's heart. With these pieces of equipment, even if 10 kobolds came at him, he would dare fight them head-on. Even if the kobold camp was a dragon's pool and tiger's den, he was definitely going. He patiently waited for the equipment to finish charging as time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. The batteries of all 3 pieces of equipment were fully charged, and the green lights lit up. He took out the baguettes he had exchanged for earlier and tossed all 2 kilograms into the pot, boiling them into bread soup. He poured 1/5 of it into Big Spark and Little Spark's food basin as today's meal. Then he ladled out about half of the remaining amount and poured it into Oreo's food bowl, picking up the rest of the bread soup. Sumo waited until it cooled a little, then raised it and drank it all in one go. After eating his fill, drinking his fill, and resting, his spirit had also recovered to its best state. When he came into the weapons and equipment room, Sumo began putting on the gear piece by piece. First came the innermost layer of light armor. The style of the light armor was somewhat similar to the bright silver willow leaf lamellar armor worn during the Red Turban Rebellion back then. To put on the entire set, he first started with the chest and back armor, opening the hole in the middle. Suemo held the armor in both hands and slipped it over his head like putting on a sweater. The chest and back armor, custom-made from special steel, fit the curves of the human body's movements better, and because of its advanced technology, it only weighed about as much as wearing a down jacket in winter. The lower half of the armor was a split skirt armor. It hooked onto the upper armor, then was secured with a waist guard to make sure it wouldn't fall off during movement. After both the upper and lower armor were fully put on, he picked up the last piece, the shoulder guards, put them over his shoulders and upper arms, and fastened them in place. The size and shape of the shoes had been professionally designed completely according to Sumo's feet. He simply slipped them on lightly, and after wearing them, they felt even more comfortable than ordinary sneakers. Armor emboldens a man. His body had originally been a bit thin from a long lack of exercise. But after putting on this layer of armor, Suemo only felt a surge of power. He even wished a warrior kobold would show up right now, so he could have a proper fight. He lifted his foot and tapped the tip of the shoe against the ground in turn, making a crackling sound. Then Suemo tried walking a few steps. Walking doesn't seem to get a bonus? The electric shoes apparently didn't detect that kind of movement, so out of curiosity, Suemo tried running instead. The next second, a powerful assisting force burst out from his heel. In an instant, Suemo even felt as if someone had shoved him from behind, and he almost stumbled and fell. So fast, who could handle this kind of speed? After trying a few laps, the more he ran, the stronger the delight on Sumo's face grew. Oreo, who was still licking at the food bowl on the ground, was also startled, looking at Suemo darting back and forth through the base at such speed. The dog was dumbfounded. The assistance brought by the electric shoes wasn't just an ordinary running bonus. Even after his speed picked up, when Suemo tried turning, shifting, and changing direction, they still gave very solid boosts. He tapped the tip of his shoe against the ground again, ran 2 steps, and the acceleration effect disappeared. A shotgun swapped for a cannon. If I'd had this set of equipment back when I was in the ruins, when would those kobolds ever have had the chance to fire their fireballs? The light armor had already given Suemo more than enough surprises. As for the refined iron electric spear, Suemo was looking forward to it even more. But before that, he pulled the optical combat suit over the outside of the light armor. With armor on his body, the optical combat suit, which had originally fit perfectly, was suddenly stretched a whole size larger. Yet thanks to its excellent material, it still maintained strong malleability. The close-fitting combat suit once again clung tightly to the armor and began serving its function. He picked up the fully charged, refined iron electric spear and turned on its power switch. After a burst of humming, the electric spear returned to calm. He tried thrusting it forward. At the moment of the thrust, a mysterious force appeared, making the thrust even faster. When he swung it, another shearing force appeared, making the electric spear move sideways faster as well. He turned off the power supply, and the additional force disappeared. Suemo looked at this newly forged set of equipment with delight, and his heart instantly surged with heroic spirit. He tossed both the refined iron electric spear and the electric crossbow into the storage space, then came to the corner and grabbed the kobold in one motion. The kobold, still asleep, was abruptly startled awake. He panicked and raised his head, but after realizing it was Suemo, he slumped back into dejection. After 2 straight days, Suemo had shown no intention of recruiting him at all. The kobold had already completely given up his earlier fantasies and started facing reality. Woof woof. When Oreo saw Suemo pick up the kobold, she barked excitedly twice from his side. We're heading out now. Tell him to guide us. If he points us the wrong way, today will be the day he dies. Suemo lifted the skinny kobold in one hand while striding toward the front entrance of the shelter. Hearing that they were going out to play, Oreo barked repeatedly and communicated with the kobold. After getting the latter's confirmation, Oreo barked twice to signal that the communication was complete. Everything was ready. He opened the shelter door, glanced twice at the facilities inside, then firmly shut the door and strode through the entry passage to the outside world. Without a disaster, daytime in the wasteland was always blazing under the scorching sun, with yellow sand whipping everywhere. Occasionally, 1 or 2 vultures flew overhead, bringing with them harsh, cawing cries. Suemo threw the kobold onto the ground, returned inside the shelter entrance, set the pry bar at an inclined angle, then turned and went back outside, yanking hard to pull the shelter door shut. A muffled thud rang out. When Suemo tried pushing the door again, the inner pry bar had already dropped into place, firmly blocking any outside force. After repeatedly confirming that it couldn't be opened from the outside, Suemo nodded and came to the garage entrance. After removing the outermost wooden boards inside the crude garage, Bang Bang was parked quietly in place, awaiting Suemo's inspection. Stepping inside, sitting in the seat, and starting the buggy, Suemo skillfully drove it to the main entrance of the shelter. Wong, When the kobold, lying on the ground, saw the buggy move, it revealed an expression of disbelief, as if it couldn't understand why this iron box could move. Seeing the kobold's country bumpkin look, the disdain on Oreo's face was obvious at a glance. "Oreo, you'll have to put up with staying in my arms today." After helping the kobold onto the back seat and fastening it with the safety belt, Sumo bent down, picked Oreo up into his arms, then turned and returned to the front seat of the buggy. Hearing Sumo's words, how could Oreo be unwilling? She buried her dog head into Sumo's combat suit, lying there shyly without moving at all. After repeatedly confirming that everything was ready, Sumo shifted the gear lever into drive, then looked back at the shelter one last time with reluctance, like it was some giant beast. Departure destination, the kobold saltpeter mine. The next moment, Sumo shouted loudly, swept away the reluctance in his heart, and slammed his foot down on the gas pedal. The buggy shot forward like an arrow released from the bow. Across the barren wasteland, a low roar rolled westward together with a fierce yellow dust storm. Speed, 45. Speed, 62. Speed, 23. The road to the kobold saltpeter mining site was hard to travel. The uneven rocks along the way kept the speed from rising. After driving for about 40 to 50 minutes, Sumo had gone less than 30 kilometers. The kobold behind him clearly had never seen such a violently fast divine artifact before. The whole way, it looked absent-minded, as if it were thinking about who knew what. Seeing the speed slow down, the kobold immediately tactfully continued pointing out the direction. It looks like the kobold camp and the saltpeter mine are both to the west. Following the direction the kobold pointed, the buggy continued forward. After going another 20-some kilometers, it crossed another high slope that blocked the view. Seeing the kobold's signaling gesture, Sumo subconsciously raised his head and looked in the direction of its finger. His pupils suddenly contracted. On the distant earth, there was a stretch of ice crystals like silk, spread across one small hill after another and extending for several li. At this moment, with about 10 kilometers still left before reaching the saltpeter mine, Sumo could already see this huge, seemingly heaven-made saltpeter vein with such clarity. Not to mention how much more terrifying and shocking it would feel once he got closer and stood beneath the vein itself. Such a huge saltpeter mine? How exactly was it formed? Sumo's face filled with shock. He hurriedly got out of the buggy, took out the 5x telescope from his storage space, and started examining the saltpeter mine. With the telescope's boost, the full appearance of the saltpeter mine became clear. With or in hand, there was no panic in his heart. Back then, Gustavus Adolphus, known as the Lion of the North, was able to lead the Protestant alliance to defeat the Catholic coalition several times because of the muskets in his hands and the saltpeter mines back home in Sweden. But most European countries did not produce saltpeter, and its source had always been a major problem. In times of peace, it was manageable. But once war broke out and trade routes were cut off, it became a huge issue. When King Charles I of England was at war with opposition forces at home and abroad, he was constantly troubled by the problem of gunpowder. Because of this, the dignified King of England had no choice but to turn his gaze toward the foulest of filthy places, the latrine. In order to ensure gunpowder production, the king specially assigned officials to dig away the nitrate-rich topsoil from toilets and stables throughout his territory. The nitrate earth was used to refine crude saltpeter. He even ordered that the floors of toilets and stables across the nation were not allowed to be paved with stone slabs or wooden boards, so as not to affect the collection of nitrate earth. The major users of nitrate, the tanners, even lost their livelihoods because of it. At the time, the noble clergymen of every church were given a glorious task to call on the citizens coming to worship to urinate together. From then on, peeing was no longer an embarrassing or filthy thing. It was contributing to the nation. The benches in churches were especially valued, because people were not allowed to leave their seats to relieve themselves during worship. But nature calls when it calls, so the church benches suffered greatly, and people could scrape high-quality nitrate earth from them. At the time, the English believed that women's urine contained especially high nitrate content. They even shouted the slogan, "Please contribute your part for your husband fighting on the front lines." But now, looking at the enormous saltpeter mine before him, Sumo truly couldn't imagine what kind of cause could create such a massive vein. If you came and told me some towering monster took a piss here and created a saltpeter mine of this scale, I'd believe it. However, the kobold should value the saltpeter mine greatly. There were actually at least over 100 kobolds here, building a camp stronghold. This is months. With the telescope, Sumo clearly saw an upright creature completely different from a kobold. A distance of 10 kilometers was still too far. The image shown through the 5x telescope cast a shadow over Sumo's heart. Returning to the buggy, he pulled up Oreo, who was still sniffing around on the ground. And Sumo reignited the engine and got back on the road. This time, he was going to take the risk and advance to within 5 kilometers. The buggy wasn't very fast, but after about 10+ minutes, it still successfully reached the position Sumo had imagined. This time, even without the telescope, Suemo could clearly see a large cluster of houses in the distance that looked like they were built from wood. He even saw beside those houses a house built using a safe house core. Getting out again and taking out the telescope, after seeing the scene displayed through it, Suemo hardened. His fists hardened. Across the continuous mine hills, dozens of people were laboring hard at mining. However, these people were not kobolds. They were humans. Around the ravine, kobold warriors were scattered here and there. Suemo counted in his heart and made a rough tally. At this moment, just the kobold warriors within sight numbered no fewer than 200. And even more terrifying, the kobold shamans sitting in the center of the camp for amusement numbered as many as 50. And this was only what could currently be observed within his field of view. Adding in the ones he couldn't see, this kobold saltpeter mine camp probably had more than 300 in total. 300 kobolds supervising dozens of humans mining. Under the telescope, a trace of sudden understanding appeared on Sumo's face. I thought everyone near where I was dropped had been dealt with by Huangbiao. Now it looks like the rest were all captured by the kobolds and brought here to mine. Good thing my shelter is a full 60 kilometers away from here. Otherwise, I would have had to face monsters like this within the first 2 days. I was wondering why the Huaxia shelter was being so secretive about the matter of outworld civilizations. In other places, countless humans have probably already been enslaved by monsters like this. But are these people's chats being restricted? Otherwise, why haven't I seen any news like this at all in the World Channel? While observing, Suemo silently guessed in his heart, with so many kobolds, forget his current set of gear. Even if someone handed him a Gatling gun today, plus an unlimited ammo supply, only then could he maybe try attacking the base and rescuing the humans. With what he had on him right now, at least before he got gunpowder, taking this base was absolutely not going to be some easy matter. He never expected this nitrate mine to be this troublesome. There were probably far more of these monsters in the kobold camp than there were here. A full 1,000 kobolds. The moment Suemo thought about having neighbors as warm and welcoming as himself. Neighbors who, the instant they ran into you, would invite you to their place to dig mines. These words immediately floated over his head. Security sense, 10,000. No, I have to go scout out the kobold camp. If their numbers are even higher than I imagined, then things are really going to get bad. Turning around, Suemo returned to the buggy with a grim expression. Beside him, Oreo quickly jumped up as well. Oreo, have him show us the way. We're going to their camp. As soon as he finished speaking, Oreo began communicating with the kobold. A moment later, the buggy sped off, heading north from the nitrate mine. The terrain around the nitrate mine was all made up of tiered high slopes. Although the speed couldn't go up, measured by vehicle travel, the distance between the nitrate mine and the kobold camp was not far. When the kobold indicated they were almost there, Suemo parked the buggy in the shadow of a bush, secured it, yanked the kobold off the seat, and carried him forward in one hand. After walking roughly 500 or 600 meters and crossing another high slope, Suemo finally caught sight of the kobold camp. This can be called a kobold camp? Wouldn't T Castle be a more fitting name? Standing atop the high slope, Suemo looked over the enormous structure before him, his eyes filled with shock. If the nitrate mine was a miracle of nature, then the kobold castle before his eyes was a peerless display of architectural might. By visual estimate alone, the castle in front of him already had a diameter of more than 500 meters. It had circular towers, narrow windows, semicircular arches, low round roofs, and door frames that projected out layer by layer. It looked absolutely magnificent. In terms of style, it made heavy use of columns and vaults of various shapes, creating an aesthetic effect of solidity and weight, balance and stability, with power packed into every part of it. The narrow windows formed a sharp contrast with the vast internal space, making the inside of the castle dimly lit and incredibly deep, giving off a mysterious and shadowy feeling. At the four corners of the castle stood 4 pointed towers. With the help of his telescope, Suemo saw kobolds inside the towers responsible for patrols. Looking lower, aside from warlocks and warriors, Suemo's sharp eyes spotted a kobold wearing a white robe. A third type of kobold. He had no idea what made this kind special. This kobold's posture wasn't especially upright, but as he walked along the castle wall, 4 or 5 warlock kobolds followed behind him with extreme respect, obediently trailing after him. The stretch of wall wasn't very long. The white-robed kobold kept talking as he walked without stopping. Gradually, the group disappeared at the end of the wall. But before Suemo could continue observing, the small side door beneath the kobold castle suddenly opened, and a squad of kobolds came out, headed straight in Suemo's direction. Damn it! Don't tell me they found me. At the front of the castle, there was only one gate. Because it was a double-door gate, it looked exceptionally heavy, and beside the main gate, there was also a simple smaller door for entry and exit. The small door was pushed open, and a kobold squad walked out. Unlike the exploration team, this squad was made up of a full 12 kobolds, 6 warriors in front, 3 warlocks in the middle, and 3 warriors bringing up the rear. Through his telescope, Sumo saw the clear purpose in the Cobalt Squad's eyes. They were coming this way. However, the Cobalt Squad was not moving very fast. It didn't look like they were chasing anything. Instead, it was more like they were going somewhere to handle some business. Are these guys heading to the nitrate mine? After making a quick guess, and seeing that there was still nearly 1,000 meters between them, Sumo turned his head, summoned the refined iron electric spear from his storage space, and without another word, drove the spear cleanly and decisively into the captive kobold beside him. Although this thrust didn't have the boost from electric assistance, with Sumo's now terrifying strength, it still smashed the captive kobold's head open on the spot. Seeing that red and white were about to spill onto the ground as he pulled the spear back out, Sumo's thoughts shifted, and he stored the corpse in the burial barrel he had prepared inside his storage space. When you're out in the world, you have to be ruthless when it's time to be ruthless. Since the captive kobold's mission was already complete, there was no need for any more nonsense. Sending him cleanly back into the embrace of the kobold ancestral god was the greatest mercy Sumo could show him. I can't kill this group yet. I'll follow behind them and see what exactly these guys are up to. A 12 kobold squad might be a troublesome problem if it were hiding in the kobold nitrate mine camp or guarding the kobold castle. But out here in the wild, Sumo was 100% confident he could wipe out every last kobold in one go. After observing a little more and seeing that the kobold squad still hadn't changed direction when they were about 500 meters away, Sumo suppressed his thoughts, hunched over, and quickly retreated along the flank. Beside him, Oreo immediately understood what Sumo meant and ran across the wilderness with him. One man and one dog, unburdened and untethered, coming without a trace and going without a trace. Lying with Oreo in the grass not far away, Sumo watched coldly as the kobold squad passed by his side, completely unaware that he was lying there. While marching, the kobold squad's formation was extremely loose. Two of the kobold warlocks were even walking toward the rear of the middle section, whispering to each other about who knew what. One moment they were laughing loudly. The next they were howling at the sky, having the time of their lives. Oreo in a bit. Circle around to the front and check whether there are any kobolds there to receive them. If there are, come back and tell me right away. I'll follow behind them. Sumo reached out both hands and, through the combat suit, patted Oreo's round dog head, quietly giving the order. Oreo, who could understand human speech, nodded, let out a low howl, and suddenly shot forward. Compared to the slow-moving kobolds, Oreo, running on all fours, was terrifyingly fast. In just 5 or 6 breaths, he had already caught up to the kobold squad and circled from the flank to the front of the kobolds. Good. Getting to his feet, Sumo quickly came to the edge of the high slope. After repeatedly confirming that there wasn't a second squad coming out of the kobold castle, he broke into a jog and followed after them. From the nitrate mine camp to the kobold castle, the distance between the two places wasn't far when measured by buggy. But relying on human foot power, it took more than an hour before Sumo, following the kobold squad, returned to the front of the nitrate mine camp once again. Off in the distance, less than 500 meters away, was the temporary defensive camp the kobolds had built. Several huge, sharpened wooden stakes had been laid horizontally in front of the camp entrance. On the fence around the camp, there were also wooden spikes so dense that anyone with trypophobia would feel dizzy at a glance, jutting out from the barricade. There were 2 watchtowers about 10 meters tall, standing on both sides of the camp, responsible for scouting the surrounding terrain. This kind of arrangement not only didn't make Sumo feel confused, it instead stirred up a trace of familiarity. If I couldn't see these kobolds, I'd probably really think this was a shelter camp built by humans. With a self-mocking smile, Sumo took out his telescope and looked toward the niter mine. From his first observation of these miners to the round trip back and forth, about 2 hours had passed in between. But the people on the mountain were still being squeezed dry, laboring under the blazing sun as they mined. This time, with the distance closer, Sumo could see the pain and numbness on the miners' faces much more clearly through the telescope. Standing on the hillside, he had been able to see the full view of the mine, and at that time there had been more than 50 miners in sight. Now, lying near the camp, he could only see one side of the mine. At present, he could clearly make out 12 Asians, 17 black people, and 6 white people. Why aren't these 2 mining? Under the telescope, a trace of surprise appeared on Sumo's face. In his field of vision, everyone else was working hard at mining, sweat streaming down their faces in lines, washing away the dirt-black grime and leaving clear marks behind. But around these miners, there were 2 people holding wooden spears, pacing back and forth. No matter how he looked at it, they didn't seem to be mining at all. Taking down the telescope, he rubbed his somewhat sore eyes from focusing for too long. After they eased up a little, Sumo looked again. This time, he saw the 2 people's skin color clearly. One Asian, one white. Foreman? Where there were people, there were classes. Even if they had become slaves of the kobolds. It was perfectly normal for 2 so-called foremen like this to appear. However, in the very next second, after shifting the telescope, Suemo's anger flared up with a whoosh. In the large house at the center of the camp, he could clearly see a man with a bit of an island nation look sitting in front of the kobolds, chatting and laughing merrily. The three caster kobolds who had come over from the castle earlier were now sitting in front of him, making gestures as they spoke, though there was no way to tell what they were saying. Damn it, this bastard's eating better than me and living more comfortably than me. Who knows how much blood and sweat he has squeezed out of others, while everyone else was mining and sweating. The man in the house was sitting in front of a grill, flipping the meat on it freely and from time to time sprinkling on what should have been some kind of seasoning. Even though he couldn't smell the aroma released when the seasoning hit the meat, Suemo could still imagine a little of it from his memories of Earth. Second by second, time passed. Suemo kept staring as the man finished grilling the meat, then cut it apart with a knife and distributed it into the kobolds' bowls. After everyone finished eating, they walked out of the wooden house and continued talking in the center of the camp. During this whole process, even Oreo got a little restless, but there wasn't a single ripple in Suemo's heart. Damn it, no wonder this guy looked so familiar. Through the telescope, he could see the ugly face of the man in the center of the camp, a man who had betrayed humanity and become a human traitor. At the same time, it also stirred up a small fragment of memory in Suemo's mind. If I remember right, this dog bastard should be called Mangarecap. After the first version update, I think I saw this person speak in the world chat panel. Bit by bit, as Suemo dug through his memories, more started to surface. I think back then this guy was saying he was looking for kind-hearted people to band together for warmth. Who would be thought it was a standard fishing trap? In this already dangerous wasteland world, the profession of human trader had suddenly appeared. At once, all Suemo could feel was the malice exposed by the game's chat panel when used by people with bad intentions. Maybe in the beginning, the chat panel was a powerful tool that let everyone communicate. But the farther things went, the harder it would become to judge the character of every person speaking on the chat panel or whether there was malice hidden between their lines. By that point, personal credibility would have collapsed and no one would trust unfamiliar people anymore. Aside from official shelters, privately built shelters would be full of scheming and infighting. As for the lone wolves left behind, they would only be able to wander the apocalypse alone in solitude. Maybe the reason Manga made it through 19 disasters alone and was unwilling to look for companions was also a true reflection of the collapse of trust between people. The more he thought, and the more he looked at Mangarecap with the grease at the corner of his mouth, not even wiped clean, the sharper the killing intent in Suemo's heart became. This guy absolutely cannot be left alive. The clumsy talks between the two sides in the center of the camp were still continuing. Without a professional translator like Oreo, neither Mangarecap nor the kobolds could accurately understand each other's meaning. They could only rely on the most primitive gestures for the simplest communication. After watching for a while, Suemo gradually got a sense of what they were trying to communicate. Mangarecap was probably offering suggestions to the kobolds. His gestures had gotten so wild they were practically like helicopter blades, just short of putting them on top of his head and taking off. The stupid kobolds, meanwhile, couldn't understand what he meant at all. After failing to make sense of a large number of gestures, they could only bark out a couple of irritated woofs. After about half an hour, when even Suemo had gotten tired of watching, the two sides finally finished communicating. With a wave of his hand, Mangarecap shouted a few words at several lackeys, and a small cart was pushed out from a warehouse a little farther away. HM, is this already my niter? The niter, white with a slight earthy tint to it, looked so pure that even through the telescope, Suemo could feel its quality. Compared to saltpeter scraped from dung or urine, this kind of niter was practically an essential strategic resource point that any arms dealer would fight over when starting out. The kobolds treated Mangarecap fairly equally. The two lackeys didn't have that kind of luck. Even from far away, Suemo could see several kobolds yelling at them, faces full of arrogance. Yet the lackeys could only endure it, not daring to show any anger. For a person to sink to this level, his dignity was truly gone. He was just dragging himself through one more day of survival. Slightly calming the killing intent in his heart, Suemo began to slowly get up and retreat. He already had a draft of the next part of the story in his mind. The kobold squad that had come earlier was, in all likelihood, here to transport this batch of already mined niter back to the castle. It seemed the kobold leader wasn't stupid either. He knew the camp outside couldn't be allowed to have a terrifying weapon like gunpowder, or else it would be letting the kobolds in the camp build up military power and upset the chain of command. What a pity, what a pity. This batch of kobolds is probably delivering the niter straight to me. Suemo, with a cold laugh, and now that he was far enough away, Suemo stood up cleanly and decisively, then ran straight down the road the kobolds had come from without even looking back. Only children make choices. I want all of it. This time, the niter will be mine, and the kobolds' lives will be mine too. Move your hands faster, all of you. Otherwise, if Lord Doug comes down on us, I won't be able to save your dog lives either. Watching the kobold squad haul away a cart full of freshly mined saltpeter, Mangarecap wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said to the two lackeys beside him in an overbearing tone, thanks to the race translation that came with the game. As long as they were of the human race, they could understand each other without any trouble. Yes, Maeda-sama. The two lackeys hurriedly straightened their legs and gave Maeda Kinto a deep 90-degree bow. Heh! Seeing the way the two acted, a trace of satisfaction appeared on Maeda Kinto's face, and he continued, MHM, Ing Xiong, how is the recruitment I told you to do through the game panel? Any progress lately? Hearing this, Ing Xiong, who was standing on the left, instantly started trembling and forced himself to answer. Maeda-sama, we've already hooked most of the fish nearby. On top of that, those two bastards the day before yesterday deliberately leaked information. So a lot of people are already on guard against us. Baka. As soon as he heard Ing Xiong's words, a flash of brutality crossed Maeda Kinto's face. He put all his strength into a kick straight into Ing Xiong's chest. How many times have I told you? Here, you can't call them bastards. You have to call them dog-sama. Are you a pig? Can't you understand human language? If they're SA next time, I'll send you to hell to meet those two from the day before yesterday. Kicked to the ground. Ing Xiong's face twisted in pain as he nodded again and again. Beads of sweat the size of beans slid down from his forehead, but he pressed his lips tightly together and didn't dare cry out. Seeing Ing Xiong like this, Maeda Kinto nodded, then said to the other man, Marshal, come in with me. After saying that, Maeda Kinto turned around and walked straight toward a room in the back. The man called Marshal showed a trace of numbness on his face and followed him in. Inside the pitch-black room, only a head-sized window let in a sliver of light. Standing in the darkness, Marshal couldn't see what expression Maeda Kinto had as he sat at the table. After a long while, the thing I told you to hide. How'd that go? I got it done. I didn't dare hide too much. I only stole tiny amounts each time while the mages were asleep. I've saved up almost about 1 kilogram. Good. In the pitch-black room came Maeda Kinto's voice, nearly unable to suppress his wild joy. And the thing I told you to do, finding the location of that Su-mo base, how is that coming along? As soon as he heard this, Marshal nearly started crying. Maeda-sama, last time I deliberately sent most of the kobold away from the direction of Su-mo's shelter and only left 2 exploration teams there. But it's already been more than a day, and there has been no word from them. I'm afraid. MHM, the brothers really don't dare go. That Su-mo is ruthless. He kills people like cutting grass. His shelter is so secure too. Even if we go, there's nothing we can do. Hearing Marshal's words, Maeda Kinto first showed a headache-ridden expression, then a sinister grin of complete confidence rose on his face. That laugh was especially chilling. Even though the blazing sun hung high outside and the weather was scorching, Marshal still felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Bullshit. You think I had you hide that stuff just to look at it? I've already gotten the information. As long as you can place it in the right spot. He, without wasting any effort at all, will be able to crack open the shell he thinks is so solid. When the time comes, forget stone, even if it's reinforced concrete, as long as you do what I say. That so-called #1 shelter in the world will be nothing more than a slightly grander grave. And then once we get in and take his shelter core, once a secret like that falls into my hands, what a mere kobolds. They think they deserve to stand there and speak loudly to me? Hearing that Maeda Kinto wouldn't let others call them kobolds, yet casually said it himself without the slightest concern. Marshal instinctively showed a trace of contempt on his face at such casual humiliation. But in the very next second, his expression froze. Oh right, Marshal. How did the investigation I had you do inside the kobold castle go? Still laughing wildly without restraint, Maeda Kinto stood up from the table and, in the faint light, sat down on a small bed deeper inside the room and looked out the window. Kobolds did not understand human language. Maeda Kinto had more than enough confidence and leverage. Even discussing things so openly here, he believed no kobold would overhear and go report him. We went into the kobold castle 3 times, but each time we could only get up to the 3rd floor. We couldn't get into the 4th or 5th floors at all. I suspect the place where they store gunpowder is there, or else there is some secret there that can't be made public. As he spoke, Marshal respectfully pulled out a rolled-up sheet of yellow paper from his clothes and handed it over. The 4th and 5th floors. Looks like there is a big secret hidden in that kobold castle too. Looking at the complete layout map of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors of the kobold castle, along with the marked storage points for supplies inside it, Maeda Kinto nodded and put on a sinister, obscene grin. Marshal, you've done well. Next time you go over to serve the kobolds, remember to stay sharp and find a chance to see what exactly is on the 4th and 5th floors. But remember this well. Before we get Su-mo's secret, you must be careful and cautious. Don't let anything leak out. Oh right. You absolutely can't let those stupid dogs learn anything about Su-mo. I'll think of a way to deal with those 2 missing exploration teams. When the time comes and we take down the kobold castle, you'll be my trusted general. In this new world, You and I will establish a new order. When that time comes, beautiful women, wealth, safety, they'll all be ours for the taking. As Maeda Kinto's words fell, he laughed without restraint in the light and tucked the map into his clothes, as if he had already started fantasizing about the wonderful days ahead. In the darkness, Marshall's expression changed rapidly, from indignation to impulse, from impulse to calm. And when that calm finally turned into a faint, almost imperceptible sneer, he clenched his fist so hard it had gone stiff. Marshall then put on an obedient voice and said, "Yes, Maeda-sama, I definitely want to fail your trust. The new world will definitely be ours."